Chapter 1. The Yellow Gourd. As the year draws to a close, the north wind howls, leaving the world cloaked in a blanket of white. Er Dogzi, clad in a tattered ancestral coat, patched layer upon layer, finds it insufficient to keep the hay and willow fluff stuffed inside from escaping. His upper body is somewhat protected by the old garment, but his trousers are merely half-length, reaching only to his knees, with one leg longer than the other. The fabric around his rear has worn thin, exposing a buttock that has turned a shade of purple from the cold. His feet are clad in a pair of worn straw sandals, one of which has fallen off, leaving uneven footprints in the snow. At this moment, Er Dogzi has bundled a small heap of firewood, weighing approximately 30 pounds, which should suffice for his duties. Gathering firewood is no easy task these days, as every household requires it, and trees struggle to grow back. After trudging 7 or 8 miles and toiling for much of the day, he finally excavates this wood from beneath the snow. Once secured, he plops down on the pile, warming his hands with his breath before tucking them under his armpits. After catching his breath, he pulls a handful of coarse flatbread from his coat, taking a hearty bite and chewing vigorously. This flatbread is a concoction of bran and wild vegetables, with a smattering of acorns and grass seeds, scraping painfully down his throat as he swallows. Though referred to as bread, it is but a theft from the pig's feed, and even such meager sustenance rarely fills his stomach. Upon finishing the flatbread, he licks the remnants from his fingers, scoops a handful of snow from the ground, and swallows it. After resting for a while, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he rises to shoulder the firewood and head home. However, as he stands up abruptly, burdened by the weight, his feet slip, and he tumbles down the slope, wood and all. With a resounding thud, he lands on the ground, wincing in pain as his back strikes a hard object. The impact tears a large hole in his coat, leaving him with a gash on his waist. As he gropes through the snow, he quickly uncovers a rather ordinary yellow gourd, about a foot tall and as wide as a human head at its largest point. The top of the gourd is stained with a trace of his blood, which seems to seep into the gourd as it fades away. Upon removing the lid, he finds it filled with an indistinct murk, obscuring any view of its contents. Er Dogzi ponders the utility of this gourd for carrying water, as he often struggles to find a drink while working outdoors. Yet, the gourd feels a tad too large. A smaller size would be more convenient. Just as this thought crosses his mind, the gourd astonishingly shrinks significantly. In disbelief, he rubs his eyes, confirming that the gourd is now only 7 or 8 inches tall. "Smaller," he exclaims, eyes wide as he watches it shrink again, now measuring just 5 inches. Smaller, smaller. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, the yellow gourd reduces to about an inch in height. Overcome with lightheadedness and nausea, his fingers tremble slightly. The peculiar sensations he experiences seem linked to the gourd, prompting him to cease further attempts. Should he faint in this frigid environment, he would not live to see morning, becoming yet another lifeless body in the snow. After toying with the now diminutive gourd, he carefully stows it within his coat and shivers as he resumes his trek down the mountain, the weight of the firewood still heavy on his back. Along the way, he slips several more times in the snow, rendering the remaining sandal utterly useless, forcing him to continue barefoot. Navigating past 2 small hills, he finally glimpses Shushi village at the foot of the mountain. A modest stream runs through the center of the village, flanked by numerous earthen houses with thatched roofs. Among them, a few houses with blue tiles stand out, the residences of the village's wealthier families. As dusk descends, Er Dogzi arrives at the entrance of one such tiled house. The door stands ajar, yet he hesitates, his courage wavering. Why dawdle at the door? Hurry and fetch water to feed the pigs. A gruff female voice booms from within. At the threshold stands a stout woman, her greasy hair framing her face, clad in a similarly greasy cotton outfit, glaring at Er Dogzi. "All you do is eat," you lays about while only managing to gather this meager amount of firewood. With a frozen smile plastered on his face, Er Dogzi lowers his head, shaking off the snow from his shoulders before stepping inside with the firewood. "Your worthless parents passed away early. If it weren't for me scraping together some food, you would have starved long ago. Always looking sickly, one would think I mistreat you." "Yes, yes. Thank you for your mercy, Auntie," he responds, all the while offering a grateful smile as he swiftly places the firewood into the storage area. He grabs a yoke and bucket from behind the door, not even pausing to change his shoes before stepping back outside to fetch water. He carries 3 full buckets, filling the large water tank to the brim. Next, he tidies up the house, prepares a basin of hot water for soaking feet, and feeds a pig. During feeding, hunger gnaws at him, prompting him to steal a hearty portion of pig feed, enough to ease his hunger somewhat. The pig feed, laden with wild vegetables and a few grains, rivals Er Dogzi's meager meals. Over the years, his early mornings and late nights of labor have made survival a challenge, and without pilfering the pig's food, he likely would not have made it this far. After all, the pork grown from pig feed is ultimately meant for human consumption, so why not partake directly in the feed? It is nearly as satisfying. As long as he survives, what does it matter if he consumes pig food and endures a little humiliation? Once all chores are completed, darkness envelopes the village. The family has long since tucked themselves into their warm beds. At last, Er Dogzi enters the dining room, clutching a burning pine cone. Lighting a lamp consumes too much oil, and except when his cousin studies at night, Andy forbids anyone else from lighting the oil lamp. In the center of the room stands an octagonal table, adorned with a few leftover bowls and chopsticks. By the dim glow of the burning pine cone, he notices remnants of food in one bowl, his dinner. He typically eats twice a day, once in the morning before heading out to gather firewood, and again at night after finishing all his tasks. Once he was so famished that he attempted to eat before completing his chores, only to be met with Auntie's furious reprimands and beatings. A long scar on his arm serves as a reminder of that incident when she struck him with a pair of fire tongs. On the table, 5 coarse clay bowls contain mere traces of cold porridge, with one small bowl holding a significant portion of cold gruel. Er Dogzi lifts the half bowl of cold porridge and gulps it down in a few swift motions. To his delight, beneath the porridge, he discovers several strands of pickled vegetables. The flavor of the pickles is exquisite, prompting him to savor them rather than chew, gently sucking the taste from his mouth. He licks the remnants of cold porridge clean from the bowl's edge. The remaining bowls, too, hold some cold porridge, all of which he diligently cleans. Once he finishes the contents of the bowls, he uses a spoon to scrape the last remnants from the cooking pot, consuming every last morsel. Though it is merely leftover food, it is far superior to pig feed, albeit in scant quantity. After finishing his meal and cleaning the pots and bowls, he finally retreated to his sleeping quarters. His room was rather austere, furnished with a rickety bed laid with a thick layer of straw. On the walls hung 2 pairs of newly woven straw sandals, crafted during his spare time in the evenings, which he hoped could fetch a few coins. Beneath the wooden bed lay a handful of copper coins, representing his meager savings. Having toiled from morning until now, Er Dogzi was thoroughly exhausted. As he collapsed into the straw, a wave of comfort washed over him. He pulled out a thumb-sized gourd from his pocket. The origins of this gourd remained a mystery, yet its remarkable properties suggested it was indeed a treasure. It could hold an impressive amount of water. He had filled it at the stream for quite some time and still hadn't managed to fill it to the brim. Er Dogzi unscrewed the lid and tilted the gourd to sip some water. "Oh," he exclaimed, realizing that the water inside was no longer bitter. The waters surrounding Shushi village were notoriously harsh, bitter, and astringent. Those with means would often add a few tea leaves to mask the taste. After several more sips, he confirmed it was not merely an illusion. The water truly lacked bitterness and carried a hint of sweetness. Chapter 2. Aspiring to be a landlord. Ugh, ugh, ugh. As the rooster crowed for the second time, signaling dawn's arrival, Er Dogzi had already risen from his bed. Glancing at the 3 pairs of new sandals on the wall, he reluctantly took down a pair and slipped them onto his feet. Although the materials for making straw sandals were inexpensive, they were time-consuming to create. The 3 pairs hanging on the wall were the fruits of his late-night labor, intended for sale in town when he found the opportunity. At 13 years of age, he was weary of being a burden to others, living a life more miserable than a dog's, laboring harder than an ox, and eating less than a pig. His greatest aspiration over the years had been to save enough capital to rent a few acres of land and cultivate it independently. However, becoming a tenant farmer required initial investments purchasing tools and seeds, all of which demanded a significant sum. Furthermore, one must foster good relations with the landlords, otherwise, with so many impoverished souls in the world, they might not be willing to lease their land to him. After donning his sandals, he stuffed some straw into his clothing to compensate for its lack of warmth. "What's this?" At that moment, he noticed a hint of green among the straw. Upon closer inspection in the dim light, he discovered a shriveled seed nestled within the straw that had sprouted, producing tender shoots measuring 2 to 3 inches in length. What could this possibly mean? In the depths of winter, when all greenery had succumbed to frost, it was astonishing to see a seed germinate. His hand brushed against the straw, which felt slightly damp. Er Dogzi pondered for a long time, recalling how he had sipped water from the little gourd the previous night, inadvertently spilling some. Could it be that the stream water, once contained within the gourd, had begun to exhibit some miraculous effect? With this thought in mind, he concealed the sprouted seed in a discreet corner behind his bed and watered it with a bit of the gourd's contents. He rummaged through the straw once more, hoping to find a few more seeds to experiment with. However, he could only locate 3 shriveled grains of rice. He placed these 3 grains behind the bed as well, watering them. Er Dogzi, the sun is already high, and you're still lounging about. In the brief moment he lingered in his room, his aunt had already started scolding him from outside. He quickly shoved the gourd into his cotton clothes and dashed out, the sky still not fully bright. Every morning, he had to rise early to prepare pig feed and help his younger cousin with his ablutions. His uncle's household comprised 5 members, 2 adults and 3 children. His older cousin, Zhang Yuliang, had been training in martial arts at the county's Jingwu Hall for years. He could consume 10 pounds of meat in one sitting, knock down a bull with a single punch, and leap 5 or 6 feet high. His younger cousin, Zhang Yoxin, was slightly younger, attending a private school where he struggled to learn the basics of reading. Despite being unable to recognize a basket full of characters, he had picked up some of the bad habits of scholars. In the freezing winter, he insisted on washing his face every morning. What was there to wash? As the sun climbed high, he still lay in bed, forcing Er Dogzi to fetch hot water for him. Since childhood, the 2 brothers had delighted in bullying Er Dogzi. Zhang Yuxin's favorite pastime was to make Er Dogzi crawl on the ground while he rode on his back, barking orders as if he were a general. There was also a 7-year-old cousin, the only one in the family who still retained some semblance of humanity. Every day, the half bowl of cold porridge on the table was what she saved for him. Yet, as a girl, she held little status in the household and was often scolded by her aunt, labeled a burden. Sitting beside the earthen stove, Er Dogzi prepared pig feed and boiled water for washing. He extended his frostbitten hands and feet toward the fire, the warmth causing a sensation akin to countless insects crawling beneath his skin. His hands rubbed vigorously against the frostbite, a maddening itch that penetrated to the bone but felt simultaneously pleasurable and soothing. Stop dawdling and hurry to feed the pigs. How much firewood are you wasting by lingering? His aunt shouted as she prepared breakfast, shooing him away. You eat my food, drink my water, and waste my firewood. Under a tirade, Er Dogzi carried the pig feed toward the pigsty. To prevent him from sneaking bites, his aunt prepared his meals personally, providing no opportunity for him to pilfer. Thus, he could only extend a hand toward the pig feed, ensuring no one was watching, before stuffing a large handful into his mouth, the heat making him wince. He also selected a handful of feed rich in rice and tucked it into his cotton clothes. The pig feed primarily consisted of dried grass, which required soaking in water and then boiling until soft. The large black pig in the sty had been raised for 2 years and now weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, slightly heavier than Er Dogzi. His uncle planned to slaughter the pig for the new year, so he had been instructed to supplement its diet with extra rice and bran. Yet most of the added feed ended up in Er Dogzi's mouth. The black pig would remain blissfully unaware that it had been fed grass for 2 years, only to have its final meal pilfered away. Such is the challenge of guarding against familiar thieves. After feeding the pig and consuming some leftovers, he had to venture into the mountains to gather firewood. Since the autumn harvest, he had been tirelessly traversing the hills, with an endless list of tasks ahead of him. The more he worked, the more meat his cousin would enjoy, and the more pens his younger cousin would have for school. However, since acquiring the yellow gourd and making his morning discovery, he felt a renewed sense of hope for his future. Once, his dream had merely been to save enough money to rent land and become a tenant farmer marrying a stout, robust wife would have been a worthy achievement. But now, the idea of being a tenant farmer no longer sufficed to quench his ambitions. He believed he could aspire to be a landlord. Just like the village's wealthiest man, Old Huang, who owned hundreds of acres, married 5 wives, fathered 10 sons, and feasted on meat from time to time. Immersed in these fantasies, Er Dogzi found himself walking faster, the biting cold of the wind no longer as harsh. In the days that followed, four seedlings began to sprout in the small room where Er Dogzi slept. These plants, which should have only grown in the spring in the rice paddies under the sun's nurturing light, thrived against all odds, exhibiting remarkable growth. In just a few short days, the seedlings had already reached a height of approximately 1 foot. He roughly estimated that their growth rate was about 10 times that of ordinary seedlings. To prevent his aunt and her family from discovering the seedlings hidden in his room, he had been exceptionally diligent, spending his days collecting dog waste outside, to the point where the dogs belonging to Huang Laokai could barely keep up. Inevitably, the task of collecting dog waste left him with a lingering stench, permeating both his body and his sleeping quarters. Now, when his aunt scolded him, she would stand at a distance, avoiding the foul-smelling room altogether. Observing the thriving seedlings, he contemplated whether to expand his endeavors further. By planting more, given the seedlings' remarkable growth speed, he might accumulate enough capital by the time spring arrived next year. Just yesterday, his aunt had tasked him with husking rice, and while she was momentarily distracted, he stealthily pocketed a handful of unhusked grains. With such a bounty of seeds, there was no way he could plant them all in his room. Since the gourd had proven capable of nurturing the seedlings in the dim, cold confines of his chamber, he decided to experiment by planting some on the mountain. Currently, the outside world was blanketed in ice and snow, with few people venturing up the mountain. After wandering for several circles, he finally discovered a secluded spot where he cleared a small patch of land. This area was quite remote once the snow was swept away. It revealed a terrain strewn with gravel, with scant soil beneath. Unsure if anything could thrive there, he resolved to plant the seeds anyway, watering them with some of the liquid from the gourd, hoping that it could work its wonders once more. The following morning, he ventured into the mountains to check on his progress. Astonishingly, the rice seeds had begun to sprout amidst the icy landscape and rocky debris. For the next several days, he made daily trips to the mountain to water the seedlings with the gourd's liquid. In a matter of days, they grew to over 1 foot in height. In the midst of the frozen wasteland, a vibrant patch of seedlings emerged, proving that the gourd indeed possessed miraculous properties. Meanwhile, the 4 seedlings in his room also began to develop sturdy ears. At this rate, he anticipated a harvest within just a couple of days. Everything seemed to be unfolding positively. Once the new year had passed, he was determined to find a way to lease a few acres of marginal land. Witnessing the robust growth of the seedlings, he silently resolved to pursue this path. In the meantime, he spent whatever spare moments he could spare attempting to fill the yellow gourd with water, yet he was unable to fill it to capacity, leaving him uncertain about its true capacity. Regardless of how much water he managed to pour in, the gourd's weight remained unchanged. He also discovered that he could manipulate the gourd size with his thoughts, shrinking it down to the size of a hair, expanding it to an unknown maximum size. Although he could change the gourd's dimensions with a mere thought, the mental exertion it required was substantial. He could manage 3 consecutive alterations at most before needing to rest for a day or two. Shrinking it was manageable, but if it expanded too much and he could not retract it, it would become conspicuous and unmanageable. Chapter 3. The pig slaughter for the new year. With only a day left until the new year, a heavy snowfall descended, bringing an air of festivity amidst the frigid temperatures. In this bitter cold, the villagers, many of whom lay bedridden awaiting their fate, were spared the burden of their meager rations, as 3 of them perished in a single day. The families of the deceased offered only perfunctory cries of grief before hastily wrapping the bodies in straw mats and burying them in a communal grave. The lives of the impoverished are deemed as valueless as wild grass, with each winter claiming its toll, leaving the community numb to the loss. Yet today, the household of Er Dogzi's uncle was filled with warmth and joy. His cousin, who had been studying martial arts in the county, had returned home, and his younger brother and Appo's school had already closed for the holidays. The large black pig that Er Dogzi had nurtured for 2 years met its end today, destined to be feasted upon for the new year. This pig weighed a hefty 83 gene and, after being cleaned, yielded 50 gene of meat along with its organs. Ample provisions for the family to enjoy a prosperous new year. Er Dogzi, eschewing his usual task of collecting firewood, busied himself with the preparations, boiling water, scraping the pig's hair, cleaning the entrails, and shoveling the dung. He mused that after toiling for 2 years, his uncle, if not out of familial affection, would surely reward his labor with a few succulent pieces of meat. Thus, his spirits were considerably lifted today. This day was destined to be one of bountiful joy. The few rice seedlings in the room had matured, their heavy ears laden with plump grains. Er Dogzi harvested them, laying them out to dry with the intention of saving them for seeds. Additionally, the secret plot of seedlings he had planted on the mountain was also ready for harvest. As he squatted by the earthen stove, the pot bubbled with steam, releasing an enticing aroma of meat that made his mouth water. His cousin soon brought over a large platter, and his aunt began to scoop out chunks of meat from the pot, placing them onto the dish. The fatty meat was tender and glistened with oil, quivering like silken tofu, sending waves of savory scent wafting through the air. That's enough. That's enough. The sight of the mound of meat in the wooden plate prompted his cousin to exclaim in moderation, "Child, you must eat more. Practicing martial arts requires strength, and you cannot gain it without a full belly." His aunt insisted, adding even more pieces of rich fat to the platter, which dripped with juices. "You two brothers of the family and amp, Oppos, as hope. If either of you can pass the imperial examinations, our family will surely rise to greatness." After serving his cousin, she turned her attention to his younger brother, filling his plate with the luscious fatty meat. "Mother, I want lean meat," the younger brother protested, gazing at the greasy morsels before him. "What do you know, child? Fatty meat is the most delectable. It's the best kind, while lean meat is the least desirable, dry and devoid of flavor." She continued, oblivious to his complaints, piling his plate high with glistening pork belly, which was her greatest concession. Once the brothers and Oppos portions were served, only some spare ribs and lean meat remained in the pot, reserved for the elderly couple and their daughter. Er Dogzi surveyed the remnants, realizing his dream of tasting a piece of fatty meat had been dashed. Nonetheless, he consoled himself with the prospect of savoring a morsel of lean meat or gnawing on a bone. His aunt scooped out the remaining bones and meat, leaving behind a pot of broth glistening with oil. "Er Dogzi." "Yes, aunt," he replied, his voice bright with anticipation. His aunt, wielding the wooden ladle, instructed him to add water to the broth and prepare a large pot of wild greens, while also admonishing him to clean up the pig dung strewn about. Er Dogzi watched wistfully as his aunt carried away all the meat, leaving him only with a multitude of chores. Alas, those who depend on others will forever be denied the taste of meat. He resigned himself to adding water to the broth and tossing in several bundles of dried wild greens to cook. The aroma of the greens simmering in the broth was quite enticing. After completing his tasks, he ventured into the main room, hoping against hope for a glimpse of leftover bones. As expected, his aunt had left him with nothing but the wild greens to suffice for the grand feast of pig slaughter. That evening, he returned to his room, closing the door behind him, and meticulously counted his dried rice grains. Relying on oneself is far more dependable than relying on others. These seeds and the yellow gourd in his possession were his hopes for a future where he could enjoy meat. He had harvested a total of 355 grains of rice. For farmers, 1 mu of land requires a single doe of seeds, yielding only 2 sure of grain in a good year. 1 sure equals 10 doe, and 1 doe equals 10 liters. To have gathered over 300 grains from just 4 shriveled ones was an astonishing return. In addition to the rice, he had 2 pairs of new straw sandals hanging on the wall and a few coins tucked beneath the foot of his bed. Gently, he moved the bed into Amp, Oppos, as foot, retrieving a small cloth pouch that had been pressed underneath. Inside, he found a collection of copper coins. 1, 2, 3, 16. His fingers caressed the coins, the fruits of his labor from weaving straw sandals, diligently saved over time. He often took them out to admire and count, finding solace in their presence. Suddenly, a soft knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Er Dogzi opened the door quickly. It was his younger cousin's voice. He hastily grabbed a straw mat to cover the coins and rice before opening the door. There stood his cousin, shivering in the cold in a thin garment, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. "What brings you here so late, Xiao Easy Eye?" "Look," she exclaimed, rummaging through her clothing until she produced a small bundle wrapped tightly in Polonia leaves, presenting it to Er Dogzi. Even from a distance of 2 to 3 feet, he could smell the rich, enticing aroma of meat wafting from the package. Hurry and eat. I must return before my mother notices. Thank you. Er Dogzi accepted the parcel, expressing his gratitude just as his cousin turned to leave. Throughout his years at his uncle's home, only this cousin had treated him as kin, often watching over him in secret. The warmth of the package lingered in his hands as he unwrapped the layers of leaves, revealing the pressed and deformed pieces of pork within. He tore off a strip of lean meat and savored it, chewing slowly. So delicious. If only I could have a taste of pork each month. I would gladly endure any hardship. Just as he relished the flavor of the meat, the door was suddenly kicked open. His aunt stormed in, furious, brandishing a stick of firewood. You wretched thief! How dare you steal food? She lunged at him, raining blows with the stick while attempting to snatch the pork from his grasp. Er Dogzi clutched the meat tightly, turning his back to her, and stuffed the morsels into his mouth with fervor. The punishment was inevitable, so he thought it best to consume what he could before the onslaught. You scoundrel! Give me back the meat! His aunt yelled, striking him relentlessly. Through the pain, he managed to swallow a large chunk, which lodged in his throat, making him gasp for breath. Fortunately, a few well-aimed blows to his back helped him force the meat down. Though he felt relieved, his actions had thoroughly enraged his aunt. You vile thief! If you dare to steal meat today, what will stop you from stealing gold and silver tomorrow? As aunt scolded and pursued him, Er Dogzi dared not retort or retaliate, opting instead to dodge and silently endure the blows. He had grown accustomed to this since childhood, believing that if he could just bear it, it would eventually pass. If he were to dare speak back or fight back, the punishment would be even harsher, and he would be deprived even of scraps to eat. At that moment, Er Dogzi found himself cornered against the edge of the bed. Yet aunt showed no signs of relenting. She forcefully pushed him onto the bed and continued her assault. Her intent was to instill a lasting lesson in Er Dogzi, ensuring he would never again dare to consume what was not rightfully his. Suddenly, aunt ceased her strikes, her gaze fixated on a corner of the straw mat. Beneath it lay several copper coins. Er Dogzi and Amp, Oppos, his heart sank with foreboding, and as he reached out to protect them, it was too late. Aunt yanked the mat aside, revealing the coins and rice concealed beneath. How dare you steal from me after all these years of my providing for you? After nurturing you for over a decade, you repay me with treachery. This was his own hard-earned treasure, gathered over a long period of time, representing his hopes. As he shielded the scattered coins and rice on the bed, he inadvertently pushed Anne away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, scraping her face against the wall and drawing blood. Ah, you are hitting me, Aunt wailed, her cries echoing louder than the slaughter of the black pig earlier that day. The commotion had already alerted the entire household, and soon relatives rushed to the scene. The first to arrive was his cousin, who, upon entering, delivered a forceful kick that sent Er Dogzi crashing to the floor. The cousin, a practitioner of martial arts, possessed immense strength, and the blow left Er Dogzi dazed and clutching his abdomen, utterly drained of energy. To make matters worse, his stomach convulsed, forcing him to regurgitate the remnants of the meal he had just consumed. Yet his cousin was relentless, stomping down on his head as if to crush it completely. In the midst of this chaos, his scholarly younger cousin rushed in, seizing the opportunity to deliver a barrage of kicks. Stop! It was I who stole the meat. Er Dogzi's sister attempted to intervene, but aunt harshly pulled her aside, dismissing her with disdain. Kill this ungrateful wretch. If I hadn't taken you in, you would have starved long ago. Beat him. Aunt ceased her wailing, placing her hands on her hips, berating him with venomous words. Er Dogzi felt dizzy, his mind clouded as memories of his past flooded back. Orphaned at 5, losing his only brother at 6, he had endured years of backbreaking labor, living a life worse than that of a dog. Starving, shivering, subsisting on leftovers, and even stealing pig feed, he had never owned a complete pair of trousers. A surge of indignation welled within him. It is you who are ungrateful, you who have usurped my parents' inheritance. In a moment of unexpected strength, he shouted, and the room fell into an eerie silence. Aunt, his cousins, all stared at him in shock. This was a long-buried secret, one he had never dared to voice. For years, he had feigned ignorance, silently enduring the abuse, never retaliating. "Ah, you heartless wretch! After 10 years of raising you, you dare to repay me with ingratitude." With a commanding call to arms, Ant's cries incited his cousins to unleash another furious assault on him. This time, there was no restraint. They struck mercilessly. Er Dogzi felt his ribs crack under the blows, struggling to breathe, his head ringing. It seemed he was destined for death. "Stop! Enough!" A powerful male voice interrupted, causing his cousins to halt. Through his blurred vision, Er Dogzi saw his uncle entering the room. "Everyone stop. If this continues, someone will die." But his cousin attempted to protest, only to be silenced by their uncle. "We are family. If a life is lost, it will reflect poorly on all of us. We cannot afford to have rumors spread in our community, nor the burden of legal repercussions." It became clear that his uncle and aunt, Appo's concern was not for Er Dogzi's life, but rather for the family's reputation and the potential costs involved. "I have raised you from the age of 5 to 13, a full 8 years. As your uncle, I have done my duty." He squatted down to deliver a speech filled with hollow platitudes, before signaling for his cousins to drag Er Dogzi outside. "Father!" Er Dogzi and Appo's sister clutched their uncle and Appo's sleeve. "Father, it's freezing outside. He will surely die of exposure." A sharp slap echoed as Aunt struck the sister, pulling her aside. "This is a matter for your father and brothers to decide. Well, has it ever been your place to speak?" "Father, can we at least wait until spring?" Another slap silenced her, and Aunt forcibly led her away, confining her to a room. Er Dogzi, held captive, glanced back at his sister before being thrust out the door. "Er Dogzi, from this day forth, you are to walk your own path. Your fate is no longer entwined with ours." The door slammed shut behind him, leaving him alone in the icy wilderness, trembling in despair. Chapter 4. Hysteria. Er Dogzi lay on the ground, panting for a long while before he finally struggled to his feet. His entire body ached, and it felt as though his ribs were broken. He patted his jacket, relieved to find the yellow gourd still there. He opened the lid and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, feeling slightly better. Whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed that each time he drank from the gourd, a surge of strength coursed through him. With this mysterious gourd in his possession, he believed that if he could endure the current hardships, a prosperous future awaited him, perhaps even becoming a wealthy landowner. Yet, how was he to survive this immediate crisis? Amidst the snow-covered landscape, the world around him appeared dark and foreboding, leaving him uncertain of his next steps. He could easily guess the intentions of his uncle's family. Casting him into the snow was a clear attempt on his life. Without food or water, and with the bitter cold numbing him, he knew that even the slightest exposure could lead to his demise. Every winter, countless beggars succumbed to the freezing temperatures, and he was no more resilient than they. Moreover, his body was battered and injured, making survival seem almost impossible. His uncle's family had calculated their moves perfectly, wishing to avoid the disgrace of having killed their own nephew. They intended to abandon Er Dogzi to the cold, and then feign sorrow, casually digging a hole to bury him. A perfect resolution for them. After serving as their loyal dog for 8 years, he was now to perish like one. The only glimmer of hope lay in the small patch of rice he had planted on the mountain. There, at least, he could find sustenance and gather some firewood to warm himself. Resolute, Er Dogzi trudged through the snow, guided by the dim light of the night. Making his way up the mountain along the stream, he stumbled, his feet sinking into the snow, and after a few steps, he fell heavily to the ground. Pain radiated through his body, particularly in his chest, and he struggled to catch his breath. Lying there in the snow, he felt utterly drained, wishing he could simply surrender to the cold. Yet, with great effort, he pushed himself to rise and press on. He did not wish to die. Thus he continued, stopping intermittently, falling repeatedly. Each time he felt like giving up, he would grip the yellow gourd, imagining a future filled with bountiful fields, a grand house, thick cotton clothing, and sumptuous meals of rich pork, washing it all down with honey water. Then he would take a hearty swig from the gourd, feeling invigorated once more. As dawn broke, fueled by his hopeful dreams, Er Dogzi finally reached the mountaintop. In the vast expanse of white, A lush patch of rice seedlings stood in stark contrast against the wintry backdrop. The seedlings had already begun to mature, bending under the weight of the ripening grains. He plucked a few grains from the ears of rice, chewing them with their husks. Though the grains were not yet fully ripe, they burst with flavor and a hint of sweetness. The husks were a bit coarse, scratching his throat, yet they were infinitely more satisfying than pig feed. After consuming several ears of rice, he felt a modicum of strength return, resisting the urge to rest. He cleared a patch of snow and scattered some of the fresh rice grains, watering them with the gourd and damp, oppos, as contents. The small amount he had previously planted would not last long. He needed to sow more quickly. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall coincided with the new year, ensuring that no one would venture up the mountain, alleviating his fears of being discovered. Though he had temporarily solved his hunger, the biting cold remained a formidable challenge. He was fortunate to have spent many years gathering firewood in the mountains, making him familiar with the terrain. Not far from his location was a sheltered spot, a rocky nook flanked by towering boulders that shielded him from the worst of the wind. He gathered a small pile of wood, selecting some dry grass and leaves that would catch fire easily. After some effort, he managed to create a small mound. From his jacket, he produced 2 small stones, dark red in color, known as firestones. When struck together, they produced sparks that could ignite a flame. These stones were common in the nearby hills, and locals used them to start fires. Holding 1 stone in each hand, he struck them together, sparks flying until at last a leaf ignited. As the fire crackled to life, he warmed his frozen hands and feet, the heat enveloping him in a comforting embrace. In that moment, he found a rocky nook to be more pleasant than his uncle's home. Sitting by the fire, he finally had a moment to peel away his jacket and assess his injuries. His face was swollen and bruised, his body marked with various contusions. The most painful injury was to his ribs. Any movement sent jolts of pain through him, making it difficult to breathe. Thankfully, it seemed his injuries were not so severe as to be life-threatening. Sitting by the fire, he dried and softened the straw he had gathered from the rice stalks, using them to cover himself as makeshift bedding, albeit insufficient in quantity. Just as he began to feel warm, his stomach growled, reminding him of his hunger, a relentless companion demanding attention. Sighing, he thought of the cows and horses that labored without the need for sustenance, and of the countless deities who, supposedly, did not require food. If only he possessed such divine abilities, he would never have to worry about hunger again. No, if he were a deity, he would feast on meat daily, drink honey water from gilded vessels, and take multiple wives, raising a multitude of children. At that moment, he envisioned Huang Laokai, the wealthiest man he knew, drooling at the thought of such prosperity. In Er Dogzi and Appo's limited experience, Huang Laokai epitomized opulence, and he found it hard to imagine a life more lavish than that of a deity. He had heard tales of the county magistrate, a seemingly supernatural figure capable of conjuring rice, pork, eggs, fish, and fine wine out of thin air. Lost in these daydreams, he took another deep swig from the gourd, marveling at its magic. Perhaps it was indeed a treasure bestowed by the gods. For dinner, he ventured to gather more rice ears, roasting them over the fire. As they cooked, they emitted a delightful popping sound, transforming into fluffy white rice puffs that filled the air with their enticing aroma. This delicacy required careful timing, and he deftly plucked them from the fire at just the right moment to avoid burning. Having roasted a batch without a single grain shard, he blew away the ashes and tossed them into his mouth. How delicious they were! The rice puffs crackled and crunched, their flavor and crispiness far surpassing the pork from his uncle and aunt, Appo's house. Alas, with limited food supplies, he dared not indulge too heavily, consuming only 4 ears of rice. Mindful of the long winter ahead and the need to reserve seeds for planting, unsatisfied, he drank more water to deceive his belly, reminding himself that he was no wealthy landowner to waste food. That night, he nestled against the fire, clutching a handful of straw, and managed to sleep fitfully. Several times, he dozed off only to be jolted awake by the extinguished flames, prompting him to add more wood and drift back into slumber. This cycle continued until dawn, when he stretched and discovered that the pain in his injuries had lessened, especially in his chest, which felt markedly better. Chapter 5. Sankaizi town on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. The crackling of a fire echoed through the air as grains of rice popped into fluffy, white morsels. Er Dogzi squatted beside the fire, swiftly extracting the popped rice from the ashes with a stick, blowing on it before shoving it into his mouth. The delightful crunch was truly aromatic. After weeks of labor, he had constructed a modest thatched hut over 5 feet wide to shield himself from the wind and rain. He had cultivated half an acre of seedlings in the snowy ground, watering them daily with a gourd. In just 10 days, they would be ready for harvest, and the earliest batches had already yielded a bountiful crop. Now, he could finally indulge and feast to his heart and damp oppos as content. As he roasted and munched, he lost track of time, consuming over 60 stalks of rice. After finishing, he drank some water, feeling the rice expand in his belly. He was finally full. However, a twinge of regret surfaced. It felt too extravagant. He resolved never to squander his resources again. Even landlords would not waste food so carelessly. His uncle owned dozens of acres, and aside from his cousin who insisted on hearty meals, the rest of the family typically dined on thin porridge paired with a few strands of pickled vegetables. As he was not even considered a tenant, he could hardly afford to feast at every meal. He decided it would be wise to consume more wild vegetables to trick his stomach into feeling satisfied. His stomach could not be too pampered. It sufficed to fill it with humble fare. Having eaten his fill, he stepped outside the thatched hut to stretch his limbs. After more than 10 days of recuperation, his injuries had healed completely, and he felt as though he had grown slightly taller and stronger. Was it possible he was simply destined to grow taller the more he endured? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He had certainly taken his fair share of beatings over the years. His uncle would vent his frustrations on Er Dogzi after drinking with friends, and his cousin would take out his own troubles on him for a boost of confidence. Even when his younger brother cried, his cousin would demonstrate various ways to hit Er Dogzi to amuse him. He had become the family's jester, contributing to the lively atmosphere and easing familial tensions. Yet, despite enduring so many beatings, he had never noticed any increase in height. He speculated it might be due to now having ample food and restful sleep. Standing in the snow, he stretched luxuriously before making his way toward the field of seedlings. Due to the staggered planting times, some crops were golden and ripe, while others had yet to blossom. Fresh, tender sprouts had already emerged from the freshly harvested stubble. He discovered that after watering the stubble with his gourd, the resulting sprouts thrived remarkably well, eliminating the need for sowing seeds in the future. He pulled out his gourd and watered the seedlings once more. Nearby, a patch of green wild vegetables caught his eye. The leaves were green on the front and white on the back, adorned with tiny hairs. The roots were the size of a finger, crisp and sweet when eaten raw, providing both nourishment and satisfaction. Due to their resemblance to chicken legs, these wild vegetables were affectionately dubbed little chicken legs. He had stumbled upon one while clearing land for rice cultivation, but had refrained from eating it, instead nurturing it daily with water. After several days of growth, it had flowered and seeded, dropping seeds that sprouted into a lush patch of seedlings. After watering, he returned to his thatched hut and retrieved a straw-woven sack, which was already filled to more than half with rice. Today was the Lantern Festival, and after today, everyone would begin preparing for spring plowing. He intended to sell this grain and seek out Huang Laokai to rent a plot of land. Time was of the essence. If he delayed, all the land would be rented out. He could not linger on a mountain much longer. He had seen 2 individuals gathering firewood at the foot of the opposite mountain yesterday, which had made him anxious. Fortunately, the location he had chosen was elevated, slick with ice and snow, and strewn with loose stones, making it unlikely that gatherers would venture there. If discovered, he would face dire consequences for cultivating so much rice in the frigid wilderness. Moreover, while these mountains appeared desolate, they were in fact privately owned. One could not simply claim what they wished. The path down the mountain was thick with ice and snow, causing him to slip several times, leaving him bruised and battered. Yet grateful that none of the rice spilled from the sack. Instead of returning to Shushi village, he took a narrow path that skirted around the village, heading towards Sankaizi town. Sankaizi town was 20 li from Shushi village, the farthest Er Dogzi had ever traveled. In his memory, Sankaizi town was grand and bustling. adorned with numerous houses of blue bricks and tiles, teeming with shops, and a lively marketplace filled with people. After trudging for half a day, one of his straw sandals fell apart, but he finally reached Sankaizi town. Shouldering the sack, he gazed around the vibrant streets, feeling a mix of trepidation and curiosity as the town buzzed with life. He passed a tailor and Oppo's shop, where an array of fabrics in various styles adorned the interior. The patrons entering and exiting were impeccably dressed and well-groomed. Er Dogzi glanced down at his own tattered pants, feeling a sense of shame. Many of his clothes had been torn during the last beating and had further deteriorated in the mountains, reduced to mere rags. Overwhelmed by self-doubt, he hurried past the tailor's shop. Continuing onward, he encountered a butcher's stall where slabs of freshly cut pork glistened with thick layers of fat. The enticing aroma of large, round meat buns wafted through the air, promising a burst of flavor with every bite. Selling sugar-coated hawthorn, selling pancake. The cacophony of vendors and Oppo's calls captured his attention, particularly the vendor of meat buns, whose savory scent reached him from afar. Before the age of 5, he had savored such treats a handful of times. Their exquisite taste lingered in his memory, unforgettable. Er Dogzi swallowed several times, his resolve firm as he stepped into the bustling market. The marketplace was already brimming with villagers from the surrounding area, each claiming their spot to sell various wares: jars, baskets, eggs, straw sandals, second-hand clothes, mats, and more. Er Dogzi, with his sack in tow, began to inquire about the market price of rice. The price of grain fluctuated throughout the year, often plummeting during the autumn harvest, only to rise after the new year. As spring planting approached, prices would soar, particularly for those who had consumed their seeds due to hunger or illness and now found themselves compelled to borrow money to purchase them at inflated rates. Thus, selling rice at this time promised a favorable price. Er Dogzi squeezed into a small opening in the market and dropped his sack onto the ground, untying the top to reveal the golden grains within, instantly attracting a multitude of curious gazes. Most households found themselves low on provisions after the new year, surviving on meager rations until the autumn harvest replenished their supplies. "Young man, how much are you selling this rice for?" "This rice looks good. It could be used as seed. 25 won per liter." A crowd of unfamiliar old men gathered around his stall, discussing the quality of the rice. Er Dogzi felt a twinge of nervousness. His face flushed as he responded. Most ordinary families could not afford a scale, and transactions were typically measured in liters and dough. 1 liter of rice weighed approximately 16 taels, while rice husks were lighter, and variations existed based on type and the size of the measuring containers. Several old men picked up the rice to examine it. The grains were plump and of excellent quality, with not a single empty husk in sight. Some were ready to purchase it as seed. Lacking a measuring container himself, Er Dogzi borrowed one from a nearby vendor in the bustling market. The creation of such items is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to saw the bamboo tube and accurately measure its capacity. Grain, as a form of hard currency, is readily marketable, especially given the exceptional quality of his rice. As Er Dogzi counted his coins, he diligently filled bags with grain, swiftly depleting a large sack of rice. His garments were now heavy with copper coins, creating a delightful jingling sound with each step. He meticulously kept track of every single coin, totaling 775 won. This amount, regardless of whom it is entrusted to, constitutes a significant fortune. Upon exiting the market, Er Dogzi passed by meat bun shop once more, irresistibly drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. Standing in the street, he pursed his lips, fingers tightly clutching the copper coins hidden in his garments, torn between indecision and temptation. Ultimately, with a firm resolve, he swallowed hard and turned away, only to wander toward the adjacent pork jerky vendor. After inquiring about the prices, he learned that fatty pork and belly meat cost 80 won per pound, lean meat 60 won, and ribs a mere 40 won per pound. Stealing himself, he spent 80 won to purchase a pound of fatty pork. The unscrupulous butcher, taking advantage of his youth, even added a piece of less desirable lean meat to the purchase. Following this, he acquired an old hoe for 300 won and a chopping knife for 250 won. Such iron tools are costly, yet indispensable for his future farming endeavors. Moreover, Aside from agricultural purposes, they serve as a means of self-defense, should he encounter a highwayman. Possessing a knife could serve as a deterrent. Aside from these essential purchases, he refrained from indulging in anything else, despite his trousers being tattered to the point of indecency. The once ample sum of 775 when dwindled to a mere 145 one. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and splurged on a small piece of black bitter salt. A person may survive a decade without meat, but forgoes salt, and one cannot endure. The piece of salt, smaller than an egg and dark in hue, cost him 101, leaving him with a mere 45 one. As he departed from Sanchatsi town, Er Dogzi sported a chopping knife at his waist, a hoe slung over his shoulder, and a string of pork in hand. Chapter 6. Huang Laokai. It has been over half a month since Er Dogzi was driven out by his uncle and Appos, as family. In the eyes of the villagers, he was long presumed dead, possibly buried beneath a snowdrift. When Er Dogzi knocked on the door of Huang Laotsai's house, the old man nearly mistook him for a ghost. Only upon confirming his living presence did he allow him entry. I heard from your uncle that you have been insisting on splitting from the family and left in a huff. In this winter, one who departs alone, without food or drink, is likely to perish from cold and hunger, though it remains unspoken. You could have come without bringing me pork, Huang Laokai chided, though his hands eagerly accepted the string of fat meat from Er Dogzi. It's freezing outside. Come in and sit. Er Dogzi pulled at his clothing to cover the ragged hole in his trousers before stepping into Huang Laotsai's home. The house comprised 3 mud brick and tile-roofed rooms arranged in a semicircle, enclosing a spacious courtyard, far more magnificent than his uncle's abode. Huang Laoi, I wish to rent a few acres of land from you. After hesitating for a moment upon entering, Er Dogzi decided to be direct, for he could not think of any polite pleasantries. Oh, how old are you this year? Huang Laokai, having deduced from the pork that Er Dogzi had come seeking something, most likely land rental or a loan, was surprised to see the boy still quite small, hardly reaching the height of an adult and amp, Appos, shoulders. If he could not cultivate the land well, he would struggle to pay the rent. I am 14. Er Dogzi puffed out his thin chest, attempting to assert his capability. Rest assured, I have worked in the fields every day for years. I am well versed in farming. You have arrived at an inopportune time. The land that was returned last year has already been rented out. The word struck Er Dogzi and amp, Appos, heart like a cold wave. For without land, he possessed only a precious gourd, yet lacked the means to utilize it. Though it appeared the mountains were barren, every piece of land had an owner. Without a plot to cultivate, he would have no foundation to stand upon. Is there truly none left? Even an acre would suffice. Er Dogzi and Appos. Gaze fell upon the pork in Huang Laokai and Appos' hands. If he could not secure land, he would lose greatly on this piece of meat. He pondered if he could devise an excuse to reclaim it. Huang Laokai, noticing Er Dogzi and amp, Appos' yearning look, reluctantly considered the meat, but realized he could not return it. After a moment's thought, he suddenly remembered. Ah, I recall now. There is indeed a piece of land available. However, it is rather barren, just recently cleared, and located quite far away. Would you be interested? Er Dogzi and amp, Appos' heart leaped with joy. With his magical yellow gourd, he could cultivate even in the harshest of conditions, disregarding the land's fertility. The remoteness suited him well, as it would keep his gourd's secret hidden from prying eyes. As long as there is land, I am not concerned about its location. Shiko Mountain. The old stubborn mule died a few days ago, Huang Laokai said with a knowing look. The residents around Shikuxia knew of Shiko Mountain, where a cave resembling a gaping snake's mouth was situated, from which a spring flowed, nourishing the fields surrounding Shikuxia. Yet, a legend spoke of a serpent spirit residing there, claiming the lives of any who dared approach. Out of fear of the serpent spirit, villagers typically avoided that direction. Moreover, Shiko Mountain lay above the water source of Shikuxia, where stones outnumbered soil, making it unfit for cultivation, a desolate mountain. However, last year, a man known as the Old Stubborn Mule, who rejected superstitions, attempted to cultivate the land there, despite warnings. The tale spread throughout the village, disregarding the snake spirit. Clearing land was no simple task, especially on such harsh terrain. Indeed, the old mule worked for a year before succumbing to exhaustion. He managed to clear an acre of barren land, but did not get to sow any seeds. I can rent it to you for 5 dough of grain per year for the first 3 years. Should you manage to cultivate new land on Shiko Mountain, the first 3 years will be rent-free. Huang Laokai observed Er Dogzi and Amp, Appo's frail figure, no larger than a chick, and spoke without much expectation of him succeeding in the endeavor. They agreed upon the terms and immediately drafted a contract. Er Dogzi secured the lease for an acre of barren land on Shiko Mountain, with a rental fee of 5 dough of rice for 3 years, reverting to the standard rate thereafter. If he was able to cultivate new fields, the first 3 years would be exempt from rent. The contract was filled with black ink on white paper, and Er Dogzi could barely decipher half of it, though he managed to guess the rest. Thankfully, his parents had provided him with a year of education before their passing, instilling in him a basic understanding of letters. After their demise, Dago had forced him to learn many characters. After Dago's death, he could only sneak in some learning while his cousin practiced writing. He read through the contract, confirming its contents matched their discussion before picking up the pen and awkwardly writing the 3 characters. Zhang Ergo. He possessed a name and a surname. His surname was Zhang, and his given name Ergo, which connoted a struggle to survive. After signing, each party kept a copy for future reference in case of disputes. It's getting late. Let us have dinner before you leave. Huang Laokai folded the contract and tucked it away, smiling as he invited him to dine. Er Dogzi, who had only consumed the morning and Appo's meal, was now famished. Grateful for Huang Laokai and Appo's invitation, he expressed his thanks. Thank you, Dongjia. Huang Laokai promptly instructed his concubine to take the pork to the kitchen for stir-frying. Before long, a steaming plate of food was brought out, the savory aroma of meat wafting through the air. Er Dogzi struggled to suppress his saliva, but it pooled in his mouth like a spring, and he could no longer contain it. Eventually, he had to bow his head and discreetly swallow several times, attempting to make no sound. Once he finished swallowing, he looked around, hoping no one had noticed. To his dismay, Huang Laokai had been watching him with a smile. Er Dogzi's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly embarrassed and lacking in dignity. Er Dogzi, come sit and eat. I've already served your bowl. Huang Laokai and his sons were seated at the table, each with a bowl of white rice before them, and a plate of sot-ed pork with radish greens in the center. Er Dogzi picked up a bowl of rice, but hesitated to join them at the table. For 8 years at his uncle and Appo's, since Dago and Appo's passing, he had never been allowed to share a meal at the table. He felt unworthy to dine with Huang Laokai, fearing it would seem disrespectful. It is customary for guests to be seated at the table. Unable to resist, Er Dogzi ultimately sat beside Huang Laotsai's eldest son, Huang Fugue. He took a large mouthful of rice, marveling at the wealth of the village and Appo's richest man, who dined on white rice at every meal. Er Dogzi, eat your vegetables. Don't just eat rice. Go ahead and eat your fill. There is plenty of white rice. Er Dogzi served himself a piece of fat meat and 2 pieces of radish greens. The radish had soaked up the pork fat, crisp and sweet, while the tender pork melted in his mouth, leaving him wanting more. He devoured 3 large bowls of rice and 5 pieces of fatty meat. By the end of the meal, more than half of the plate of pork stir-fried with radish greens remained, as Er Dogzi felt he could easily consume 10 bowls of rice. Thank you, Dongjia. I must take my leave. As he stepped out of Huang and Appo's home, the sky had already begun to darken. A sparse scattering of pedestrians meandered through the village, making their way home. As they turned a corner, they nearly collided with a figure approaching from the opposite direction. The individual, a cousin from the uncle and Appo's household, was momentarily taken aback upon encountering Er Dogzi, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What has happened to me? Is it possible that I'm still alive? Who often relied on the protection of adults to bully him. There had been a night when the cousin had gleefully kicked him in the face. Casting a glance around to ensure no one else was present, Er Dogzi suddenly seized his cousin by the collar. With swift precision, he delivered a resounding slap, followed by another, raining blows upon him with abandon, landing a dozen strikes that left his cousin's face slightly swollen. Today, I shall collect some interest. After the assault, he shoved his cousin to the ground and swiftly fled the scene. Chapter 7. The harvest at the break of dawn the following day. Er Dogzi hoisted a hoe and a hatchet, making his way to the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain. The mountain was strewn with boulders of various sizes, large stones, small stones, and pebbles, wherein a few gnarled saplings defiantly grew amidst the crevices. Near the base of the mountain, there lay a stone cave, resembling an open snake and Appo's mouth, from which a crystal-clear spring trickled forth, cascading over the rocks to form a gentle stream. Adjacent to the stream was a narrow path winding up the mountain. This path was but a foot or two wide, and in its tightest spots, barely a foot across, requiring one to sidle through the rocky gaps. The ascent was steep and treacherous, far more arduous than climbing the hill where he cultivated rice seedlings. After much toil and stumbling, he finally reached the summit. Upon surveying the landscape from the top, he spotted several slightly flattened stone hollows scattered across the peak and the slopes. These hollows, encircled by stones, contained depressions capable of retaining rainwater and soil, locally referred to as stone pits. One notably large pit, surrounded by massive boulders, boasted a flat area of approximately 3 acres, where the old stubborn donkey had once cultivated a new plot. To venture into this rocky terrain for farming was a bold endeavor, fitting for someone of his tenacious nature. Regrettably, the old donkey, consumed by his toil, passed away after only partially tending to the land. As Er Dogzi stepped into the stone pit, he began to clear away the thick layer of ice and snow, revealing rich, dark soil beneath. It was no wonder the old donkey had chosen this spot. Er Dogzi first cleared the snow from an acre of land, then scattered rice seeds and watered them. Over the next few days, he made daily trips to Snake Mouth Mountain, hauling firewood and straw, his humble treasures. Meanwhile, the rice seedlings were maturing, and upon harvest, he planned to burn the stubble entirely, leaving no trace. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 days, the rice was fully harvested. Even the wild vegetables were relocated. The yield amounted to over 10 dough of rice, filling 3 large sacks to the brim. Reclining atop the rice, Er Dogzi counted on his fingers, calculating that if he consumed a liter daily, this bounty would suffice for nearly half a year. Additionally, the acre on Snake Mouth Mountain was nearing harvest, projected to yield at least another for sure. Provided he refrained from indulgence, his provisions for the entire year were assured. With sustenance secured, he began to entertain other trivial desires. Casting his gaze upon a tattered pair of trousers, barely managing to conceal his modesty, he resolved to acquire a new pair. He also yearned for a cast-iron pot. Without one, he had been forced to fry rice in broken tiles, leaving his throat parched and mouth aflame, accompanied by digestive woes. Reflecting on his predicament, he chided himself for his newfound sensitivity. He had previously consumed pig feed without issue, yet now, with ample food, he developed such ailments. One cannot live too comfortably. If he were to settle here long-term, a thatched hut would need to be constructed, and this time, it ought to be larger. Should he find himself with extra funds, he wished to procure some wooden planks to craft a bed. Sleeping on a thick mat of grass was cold and damp. Shaking his head, he cast aside these impractical musings. After only 2 satisfying meals, he had lost sight of himself, entertaining extravagant thoughts, even desiring meat at every meal. 5 days later, the rice in the stone pit was ready for harvest, yielding over for sure. However, just as he planned to venture to the town to sell his grain and purchase trousers, a dilemma arose. With such a substantial quantity of rice at hand, he worried about theft. Even if no one stole it, the mountain and Appo's, as rodents and sparrows would undoubtedly feast on a fair share. He contemplated whether he could store the rice in a gourd for easier transport. The gourd was already filled with water. Would the rice spoil if placed inside? Yet, such a question could only be answered through trial. He tentatively filled the gourd with a small amount of rice and tested it the following day. To his astonishment, he discovered that sometimes the contents poured out as water, while other times it was rice, indicating that the two had not mingled within the gourd. If he thought of rice, only rice would emerge, with not a drop of water. Conversely, if he focused on water, only water would flow out, leaving the rice untouched. After 3 days of diligent effort, he managed to fill the gourd to a height surpassing that of a person, the opening larger than a bowl. successfully storing most of the rice within. He retained 2 sacks for his trip to Sanchazi town to sell for trousers. Another 3 days passed, and he finally returned the gourd to its original size, now carrying 2 sacks of rice towards Sanchazi town. Transporting the rice over a distance of 20 li left him utterly exhausted, necessitating several rests along the way. Upon arriving at the market, he hastily discarded his burden and eagerly gulped down a generous mouthful of water from the gourd. After tucking the gourd back into his cloak, he surveyed the bustling market. It appeared that following the new year, most households were financially strained, forcing them to sell off their remaining possessions. The number of families selling their children had also increased, with parents scrutinizing their offspring as if selecting livestock. Once he had sufficient funds, he too would aim to purchase a robust young girl to take as a wife, someone who could bear children at night and work the fields by day, cooking and washing as well. Next to his stall stood an elderly man, his face etched with worry, selling a few worn household items and an old hen. Er Dogzi picked up a gleaming bamboo tube from the man and Amp, Oppos, S display. How much for this? 1 win. Er Dogzi retrieved a copper coin from his cloak and purchased the bamboo tube. Such an item was not difficult to make. With bamboo and a saw, it could be crafted cheaply. Young man, how about I trade this hen for some of your rice? The old man proposed, eyeing the sacks hungrily. Er Dogzi glanced at the old hen, its feathers sparse and likely incapable of laying eggs, and promptly shook his head in refusal. At that moment, someone sought to buy grain, prompting Er Dogzi to focus on selling his harvest instead. With the snow melted, it was the perfect time for spring planting, making seeds particularly sought after. In just half a day, he sold all the rice in the 2 sacks, netting a total of 601, weighing nearly 20 pounds in copper coins. The abundance of loose change made his tattered cloak bulge, yet its numerous holes rendered it impossible to conceal, with coins spilling from seams. Ultimately, he had no choice but to gather a few stalks of straw, squat down, and string all the coins together, fastening them around his waist and covering them with his cloak. As he exited the market, Er Dogzi felt the weight of his newfound wealth, occasionally checking to ensure it was still there, relishing the sensation of being affluent. At long last, he had touched a considerable sum of money with his own hands. Though his trousers were tattered, the possession of wealth instilled him with newfound confidence. He hurried directly to the tailor and Amp, Oppos, S shop, where ready-made garments were unavailable, requiring him to purchase fabric for custom creation. Do you wish to have clothes made? He inquired of a young woman of similar age, clad in a faded floral cotton jacket, her sleeves neatly patched. Observing his own shabby attire, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, compelling him to lower his head, flush with shame, and tug at his shirt while drawing his legs together. Yes, I would like to have a cotton jacket and a pair of cotton trousers made. How much will that cost? The labor fee is 15 won, and cotton is 100 won per pound. There are many types of fabric to choose from, depending on your preference. The woman proceeded to introduce him to several fabric options available in the shop. The cheapest were hemp and linen, at merely 30 won per foot. Slightly more expensive was cotton, priced at 40 won per foot. These were all in their natural, unbleached state. Dyed fabrics would incur an additional cost of 10 to 21. Additionally, there existed a fabric purported to be silk, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, immediately distinguishing itself from the ordinary. The woman refrained from disclosing the price, and the young man, understanding the unspoken etiquette, chose the most economical material. I shall opt for burlap, he declared. Subsequently, the woman retrieved a measuring tape, meticulously measuring his shoulders, arms, legs, and waist, causing the young man to flush with embarrassment. A total of 9 feet of fabric and 3 pounds of cotton would be required, including labor costs. The total came to 585 coins. Very well, he exclaimed, his face aflame as he unfastened a hefty string of copper coins from his waist, counting out 585 pieces and presenting them to the woman. Would you mind counting this? How long might it take to sew? 585 coins, precisely. My sister, mother, and I will collaborate. It should take about half a day, she replied. Excellent. I shall return shortly. With that, he said, hastily departing the tailor and Amp, Oppos, S shop, his legs pressed together as he stepped out. Once on the street, He exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of the coins at his waist, and strode purposefully towards the blacksmith's forge. There, he purchased an iron pot for 600 coins, followed by a small knife for 200 coins. This knife, with a blade merely 5 inches long and an inch wide, sharpened on one side, was quite convenient for slicing small items and could also serve as a means of self-defense. Earning money was challenging, yet spending it flowed effortlessly, especially on iron goods and fabrics, which were traditionally steeply priced. After expending 800 coins at the forge, coupled with the earlier 585 coins, he found himself left with barely half of his initial funds. After acquiring the necessary items, he passed by a pork stall and, upon seeing the glistening cuts of fatty meat, hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to purchase half a pound. Despite the enticing aroma of meat buns wafting from the adjacent stall, he steeled himself against temptation. As a mere tenant farmer, he could not afford the extravagance of the wealthy landowners. With his new garments still pending for half a day, and having nothing pressing to attend to, he wandered the streets, clutching a string of pork. Having grown up, he had seldom visited Sancha town, and everything around him felt remarkably novel. Chapter 8. The fortune-teller in the quaint town, Er Dogzi found everything intriguing and fresh. As he wandered, he stumbled upon a fortune-telling stall. Seated at the stall was an elderly man with a white beard, squinting as he observed the passers-by. Next to him stood a flag emblazoned with 3 prominent characters, Li Bansien. Er Dogzi softly pronounced the characters on the flag. "Sir, I perceive that your innate qualities are exceptional. You are destined for greatness." The old man and amp, Appo's voice was steady, his eyes still half closed, exuding an air of wisdom. "Are you addressing me, sir?" Er Dogzi glanced around, realizing he was alone at the stall. "Of course it is you. However, despite your extraordinary potential, you lack the guidance of a mentor, and it seems you may accomplish little," the old man continued, his tone scholarly, evoking a sense of respect within Er Dogzi. "Please, wise sir, offer me your guidance," Er Dogzi implored earnestly. "Today, I will first teach you to recognize 2 characters. Observe the 3 characters on the flag. The first, beneath the wood, is pronounced in Appo's, Li and Appo's, and the last, depicting a person on a mountain, is pronounced in Appo's, Sien and Appo's," the elder elucidated. "Li Ban Sian," Er Dogzi repeated, his cheeks flushing as he realized he misread 2 of the 3 characters. "So it is you, the renowned Li Bansien." Li Bansien, a man of profound knowledge and skill, was well known throughout the nearby villages. Whenever villagers faced ailments, sleepless children, or sought auspicious dates for weddings and funerals, they would consult him, for his abilities were said to be remarkable. "Such trivial fame is not worth mentioning," he replied modestly. "Young man, I observe that your forehead is ample and your foundation solid. You are indeed fated for wealth and prosperity." "Alas, sigh." Li Bansien's words trailed off as he stroked his beard, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Er Dogzi felt a deep resonance with the old man's words. They were eerily accurate. No wonder he was revered as an oracle. Had it not been for the tragic death of his parents, he would have inherited their extensive land and lived comfortably. Just as Er Dogzi was about to inquire further, the distant sound of drums and gongs erupted in the air. The rhythmic clang grew louder, and a throng of people surged forward, drawn by the commotion. Er Dogzi, with the exuberance of youth, set aside thoughts of destiny and eagerly joined the crowd. The gathering swelled, blocking the street. Even Li Bansien stood on his toes to get a better view. From the snippets of conversation, Er Dogzi learned that today marks the announcement of the martial scholar in Appo's examination results for Sancha town, and someone from the area had succeeded in passing. Er Dogzi, with his limited knowledge, understood that becoming a scholar was a significant achievement, a status beyond the ordinary. Their village had not produced a martial scholar in a century. He could only imagine the honor of the family whose ancestor's grave was now blessed. Scholars, after all, do not bow before officials, are exempt from labor, and enjoy reduced taxes, thus bringing glory to their families. The onlookers, filled with envy, stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse. Among them were those foolishly aspiring to become martial scholars themselves. I too shall learn martial arts and take the examination. They dreamed aloud, unaware of the rigorous requirements, such as lifting a 500-pound stone. Er Dogzi, listening from the sidelines, felt a mix of admiration and longing. He could barely carry a sack of rice without exhaustion, perplexed by the skills of others. Curiosity drove him to squeeze into the crowd for a better look. The sound of the gong paved the way, soon revealing a young man surrounded by admirers, adorned with a bright red flower on his chest, his cousin, Zhang Yuliang. At that moment, Zhang Yuliang was brimming with joy, engaged in pleasantries with several local gentry, appearing as if they were kin. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Er Dogzi amidst the throng. Having endured countless beatings since childhood and recently avenged himself against Zhang Yoshin, Er Dogzi instinctively recoiled. However, in the public eye, Zhang Yuliang displayed no intention of holding a grudge. He merely swept his gaze past Er Dogzi before resuming his jovial exchanges. Yet, Er Dogzi could unmistakably sense the disdain in his cousin's eyes, as if he were unworthy of acknowledgement. He stood among the crowd, watching as Zhang Yuliang basked in the admiration of the gentry, parading through the town and then heading toward Shishi village. Mr. Li, I too wish to become a martial scholar. Is there a way? On his way home, Er Dogzi felt as if he were carrying a heavy iron pot on his head, clothed in a new set of cotton garments, warm and comfortable. With over 1,000 coins tucked away, he had never experienced such prosperity. Yet, today he could not find joy. Perhaps it was jealousy, perhaps resentment. The sight of his cousin and Appo's achievements left him thoroughly discontented. His uncle had seized the land left by his parents, and he was reduced to a mere existence, barely surviving on scraps at his uncle and Appo's home. Now, with Zhang Yuliang and Appo's ascension as a martial scholar, he felt even more insignificant as a tenant farmer. Yet, if his cousin could achieve this, why couldn't he? He had just consulted with Li Banxian, who mentioned that the government holds examinations annually, and for a fee, anyone could participate. Er Dogzi even spent 10 coins to have his fortune read. To his astonishment, Li Banxian was so taken aback by his destiny that he initially refused the payment, claiming that such secrets should not be divulged. However, after Er Dogzi and Appo's earnest entreaties and an additional offering of 20 coins, Li Banxian took the risk of revealing a fragment of wisdom. According to him, Er Dogzi's fate was one of great potential. With the guidance of a master, his future could be boundless, far beyond that of a mere martial scholar. Yet, to become a martial scholar, one must first learn martial arts. Currently, Er Dogzi had no means to pursue this path. Zhang Yuliang had attended the Zhengwu Hall, which required substantial funds and recommendations to gain entry. Er Dogzi could only plead repeatedly with Li Banxian for advice, even offering him some pork, before the elder hinted at an elusive solution. It turned out that Li Banxian was a concealed sage, possessing mystical abilities, and martial arts were merely a trivial pursuit for him. However, he was reluctant to impart his skills easily, insisting that the secrets of the heavens should not be carelessly shared. He required proof of Er Dogzi and Appo's sincerity, stating that true dedication would yield results. As for how to express this sincerity, Er Dogzi, with his limited life experience, struggled to comprehend. Fortunately, Li Banxian was patient, providing subtle hints until Er Dogzi finally understood. Although Li Banxian was a figure akin to an immortal, he held no interest in worldly wealth, viewing it as worthless. Yet, Er Dogzi, being an ordinary man, understood that the best way to demonstrate sincerity was through monetary offerings. First, he must present a gift for his apprenticeship, followed by an annual tribute of 10 taels of silver, 10 pounds of prime pork, 2 jars of fine wine, a stone of excellent rice, a fat chicken, and a large goose. Li Banxian and Appo's intentions were not to covet Er Dogzi and Appo's wealth, but to assess his commitment. Nevertheless, the cost of such offerings was far beyond Er Dogzi and Appo's current means. Additionally, the expenses associated with martial arts training were considerable. Take Zhang Yuliang, for instance. He consumes 3 meals of plain rice daily, often indulging in several bowls at each sitting. Occasionally, he treats himself to a meat dish, which would have depleted his resources long ago had he not had some savings. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, he must hasten the clearing of land to cultivate more crops, thereby demonstrating his sincerity to Li Banxian. Contemplating this, Er Dogzi quickened his pace once more. Chapter 9. A surge of strength. When Er Dogzi returned to Shiko Mountain, twilight had already descended, marking the time for supper. It seemed that his fate did not favor meat, as he had reluctantly spent his hard-earned money on a piece of pork, which he then gifted to Li Banxian. Fortunately, he had finally acquired an iron pot today, sparing him from the necessity of consuming fried grain. He poured some rice grains from the gourd onto a stone slab and gently pounded them until the husks cracked open. He then casually blew away the chaff and poured the grains into the pot, adding water to cook the rice. The rice had been stored in the gourd for over 3 days, and he wondered if it might undergo some miraculous transformation akin to water. Once the rice was cooked, he remembered that he should have purchased some bowls and chopsticks. However, being a practical man, he managed with 2 twigs and a piece of broken tile. As long as there was food to eat, the finer details mattered little. He took a hearty mouthful of rice, though it still contained some husk. It was far more palatable than fried grain, fragrant, soft, and pleasantly chewy. He took out his treasured piece of bitter salt, ate 3 big mouthfuls of rice, and lightly licked the salt block. The taste was exquisite. That evening, he cooked a liter of rice and consumed it all, filling his belly round and full. After satisfying his hunger, he lay down in a pile of straw to rest, feeling a warm sensation in his stomach that gradually spread throughout his body, akin to soaking in a warm bath, a truly delightful experience. He maintained this state of comfort throughout the night, and upon awakening the next morning, he felt invigorated, brimming with inexhaustible energy. With such newfound strength, it would be a shame not to cultivate the land. He immediately picked up a hoe and a machete and headed towards the uncultivated land. Within this rocky hollow lay approximately 3 acres of land. It was uneven and strewn with various stones, interspersed with thorns and wild shrubs. The first task of land cultivation was to clear away the wild trees and thorns. He had already removed a portion in the past few days. The most challenging aspect was leveling the land, as it was littered with stones, some as large as a foot in diameter and weighing several hundred pounds, while others were as small as a fist or an egg. All these stones needed to be cleared away, and for the subsequent years of farming, he would have to continually pick up the smaller stones. However, Er Dogzi, accustomed to using gourd water for irrigation, adapted well and did not mind the laborious task, focusing solely on moving the larger stones. At that moment, he pushed aside a massive stone weighing over 300 pounds. In the past, the old stubborn donkey had already cleared many stones, accumulating a significant pile. Er Dogzi planned to keep the stones cleared from a land for constructing a stone house for himself. Perhaps the rice grain stored in the gourd truly had miraculous effects. He spent the entire morning moving stones without feeling overly fatigued. In the following days, his suspicions were confirmed. The rice from the gourd indeed provided him with enduring energy, allowing him to work tirelessly. He felt invigorated each day, and his pace of land cultivation increased significantly. By merely clearing away the large stones, uprooting the wild trees, planting rice, and watering them, he could see seedlings sprouting by the following day. As time passed, the area dedicated to rice cultivation expanded, and after 6 or 7 months, nearly all 3 acres were sown with rice seedlings. Throughout this half year, in addition to cultivating the land, he had also constructed a stone house using the large stones. The house measured 2 zhang in length, 1 zhang in width, and 1 zhang in height, topped with a straw roof. The gaps between the stones and the layers of straw were sealed with mud, providing protection from rain and cold. Inside, he built a stone bed, leveling the uneven spots with earth and compacting it. He then laid a thick layer of straw on the bed, making it exceedingly comfortable. Leaning against the wall at the foot of the bed, he stacked a dozen burlap sacks filled with rice. In fact, he had stored even more rice in the gourd, totaling at least 80 shur combined. These were the fruits of his labor over the past several months. As long as he ensured the seedlings received ample water, he could harvest every 15 days. Each acre yielded approximately 4 shur per harvest. After harvesting, a quick watering of the stubble allowed it to sprout again. saving on seed costs and reducing breeding time. Now that all 3 acres were cultivated and planted with rice, he could harvest every 15 days, yielding about 12 sure per crop. With 2 harvests each month, he would accumulate 24 sure of rice. When prices were at their lowest, rice sold for 10 won per liter, with 1 sure containing 100 liters, equating to 1,000 won. During peak pricing, it could rise to nearly 3,000 won per sure. 1,000 won in copper coins equated to 1 guan, or 1 tael of silver. Even at the lowest price, the monthly yield would net him 24 taels of silver. Converted to silver, this would be more than sufficient to express his sincerity to leave Banzian and seek his mentorship in martial arts. However, transporting the grain to Sanchazi town for sale would require some time. One day, after finishing breakfast, Er Dogzi hoisted a load of rice and descended the mountain. Before leaving, he had also gathered a large quantity of thorny brambles to block the path up the mountain. To conceal his secret of using gourd water for farming, he had spent the past 6 months diligently obstructing this route, rendering it exceptionally difficult to traverse, with certain areas completely blocked. Navigating the path himself required the aid of several long ropes. Thankfully, his strength had increased considerably, allowing him to endure such exertion. He constantly pondered that once he had saved enough money, he would seek out Huang Laokai to see if he could purchase the land on Shiko Mountain. If successful, it would become his private domain, allowing him to rightfully enclose the mountain and prevent outsiders from encroaching. This time, carrying 2 large burlap sacks of rice over a distance of 20 li, he felt little fatigue. Despite the sweltering summer heat, he still wore a pair of cotton trousers. Even with his bare torso, he was still quite hot. There was no alternative. This was his only set of clothing. And selling the grain today would allow him to sew a new summer outfit. Upon entering Sanchazi town, he made his way directly to the Zhou grain store. This was the only grain store in town capable of large-scale purchasing and selling, reportedly owned by the wealthiest family in Sanchazi, the Zhou family. The purchasing price here was slightly lower than that of the market stalls. Since Er Dogzi had a significant amount of grain to sell, efficiency took precedence over quibbling over minor price differences. With the autumn harvest approaching, grain prices had begun to decline, and today as purchase price was only 1,600 won per sure, equivalent to 16 won per liter. His 2 large sacks contained a total of 12 dough and 6 liters, yielding him 2,016 won. With this money, he went to the tailor to have a summer outfit made. He also purchased some bowls and chopsticks, along with other daily necessities. In the following days, he made daily trips to Sanchazi town to sell a load of rice. As the autumn harvest loomed and the weather had been favorable, everyone had ample grain, leading to a gradual decrease in the Zhou grain store's purchasing price. After selling for over 10 consecutive days, the current price for 1 sure of rice had dropped to only 1081. Having saved enough money for his apprenticeship, he was reluctant to sell at such a low price. After all, his gourd could store a large quantity of rice without spoiling, so there was no urgency to sell. Chapter 10. Apprenticeship and cultivation at present. The copper coins in hand have accumulated to 24,000, equivalent to 24 guans. In Sanchazi town, there exists a pawn shop that also engages in currency exchange, allowing one to convert copper coins into silver. The standard rate is 1 guan of copper for 1 tael of silver. However, the shopkeeper is unwilling to work for nothing and charges a fee for each transaction. When Er Dogzi exchanged for 10 taels of silver, he was charged 500 won, revealing that this trade is even more lucrative than farming. Subsequently, he purchased an old hen, 10 jin of pork, incense, and 2 jars of fine wine. The wine, brewed from grain, is thus pricier than white rice. Each jar containing 10 liters costs 600 won, amounting to 1,200 won for the 2 jars. The cost of apprenticeship and acquiring skills is indeed steep, consuming over a dozen guans in one go. Moreover, during festivals, there will be the obligation to present gifts and show filial respect, making it unaffordable for most individuals. Having prepared all the items, Li Banzian led him to a small courtyard in town. This modest courtyard featured a jujube tree laden with small jujubes that were not yet ripe. Come in. In the main hall facing the courtyard, several tablets and an offering table were arranged. Er Dogzi carried the pork and other items into the hall, placing them neatly on the offering table. At that moment, Li Banzian washed his face in a basin, cleaned his hands, and then lit the incense, paying his respects to the ancestral tablets. He expressed his unfilial conduct and how he had violated ancestral traditions. Er Dogzi, listening nearby, was greatly moved under Li Banzian's guidance. He performed numerous intricate rituals and ultimately offered a cup of tea to Li Banzian. From that moment forth, Er Dogzi became Li Banzian and Amp, Appo's disciple. From today onwards, I shall impart to you unparalleled martial arts. However, I do not favor empty fame. You must not disclose your training with me to outsiders. Understood. I shall certainly heed my master's words. Er Dogzi replied with utmost respect. How many characters can you recognize? Er Dogzi scratched his head and pondered. I can probably recognize several hundred characters. Literacy is the foundation for learning everything, and it can only be acquired gradually. Li Banzian lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, contemplating for a moment before rising and retrieving a wrinkled book from chest. This book, yellowed with age and riddled with missing pages, even lacked a cover. This book contains the ancestral martial arts of the Li family. Let it serve as your literacy textbook. Today, I will teach you 50 characters, and once you have mastered them, return to learn another 50. When you have learned all the characters in this book, you can practice alongside your studies, achieving 2 objectives with 1 effort. After studying the tattered book for a moment, Li Banzian prepared the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, beginning to write while reading aloud. The human body consists of internal organs and limbs, with internal essence and spirit, and external sinews and flesh. He wrote a lengthy passage, counting and discovering he had penned 58 characters. Li Banzian instructed Er Dogzi to memorize this sheet of paper before allowing him to return home to practice. Er Dogzi clutched the paper tightly, fearing he might forget, and recited it repeatedly on his way home. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, he began practicing writing in the dirt with a twig. After 2 days, he had completely mastered the 58 characters, able to write, recognize, and read them. He returned to Li Banzian to continue his studies. This time, seeing that Er Dogzi was progressing quickly, Li Banzian taught him 85 more characters. In the days that followed, Er Dogzi learned dozens of new characters every few days. Having spent over a dozen guans for this educational opportunity, whenever he felt fatigued, he recalled the 10 gene of pork and the gleaming silver, which invigorated him. Each new character learned felt like recouping a copper coin. Thus, he approached his studies with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, he would suffer a loss on that investment. As 2 months passed, he had completed the first chapter of the book. However, despite recognizing these characters, he still struggled to grasp the meaning of the entire text. Li Banzian, having accepted his funds, was quite responsible, explaining the text's meaning in detail. It was essentially a method of cultivation. First, cultivate the corporeal form, internal organs, sinews, blood, and flesh, using tangible essence to nurture the intangible primordial energy. Li Banzian's words flowed, and Er Dogzi gradually understood this method of cultivation. In essence, it involved nurturing the intangible primordial energy through the tangible physical body, allowing the energy to grow and transform into a form of martial true qi within. Returning to Shiko Mountain, Er Dogzi diligently practiced according to Li Banzian's instructions each day. His practice consisted of assuming various peculiar postures to awkwardly channel the energy within, followed by meditation to cultivate this energy. The strange poses were somewhat easier to practice, yet meditation proved more challenging. His mind was perpetually filled with distractions. Just as one thought subsided, another would immediately surface. The very attempt to suppress these distractions became a distraction in itself. The more he sought to quell them, the more they multiplied, leaving him irritable and uneasy. Nevertheless, recalling the considerable amount he had spent, he felt he could not abandon his practice and forced himself to continue. Yet, some matters require the correct approach. Relentless effort without direction only leads one further astray. After a few days, he was overwhelmed with frustration and exhaustion. With no other recourse, he sought counsel from Li Banzian. Li Banzian retrieved the tattered book, flipping through it for a long while before closing it. To master unparalleled martial arts, one must overcome all obstacles without retreat or fear. If you cannot succeed in a few days, then practice for 3 to 5 months. Li Banxian spoke at length, emphasizing the importance of perseverance and diligence in overcoming all hardships. Er Dogzi, having never practiced martial arts before, was entirely inexperienced in this realm. He surmised that all martial practitioners must endure such trials and determined to return and double his efforts. On one occasion, while meditating, he found himself engaged in a fierce battle against various distractions with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, he felt a surge within his chest. Ugh! Puffed. Bright red blood sprayed from his mouth as he felt lightheaded and collapsed to the ground. Er Dogzi lay there, blood pooling from his lips, his consciousness fading. Yet, thoughts of the money he had spent and the distant goal of becoming a martial scholar lingered in his mind. Despite his hazy state, he continued to follow the method of cultivation. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, his mind, clouded and disoriented, was free of distractions, with no distractions to hinder him. The method of cultivation operated seamlessly, and a faint stream of energy began to take shape within his meridians. Thus, in a half-conscious state, he lay motionless as the cultivation method progressed, entering a mysterious state of being. Hours passed, and a gnawing hunger finally pulled him from his profound state. Er Dogzi sprang to his feet, feeling entirely unburdened. The previous discomfort and nausea vanished. Closing his eyes to sense within, he discovered a subtle warmth meandering through his meridians, providing comfort wherever it traveled. My master was right. Indeed, with diligent practice, success is assured. What he did not realize was that during the initial stages of cultivation, striving to eliminate distractions often yields the opposite effect. This fortunate turn of events allowed him to enter an ethereal state of consciousness, aligning him unknowingly with the profound truths of martial arts. Otherwise, without the guidance of a master, he might have spent a lifetime unable to initiate his practice, and his forced efforts could have led to his demise. Chapter 11. Grinding stone into powder in the town of Sanchazi. Li Banxian sat behind a small fortune-telling stall, his keen eyes surveying the passers-by. In his line of work, one must be adept at observation, discerning the intricacies of human nature, gathering information from myriad details, and actively identifying potential clients before skillfully reeling them in. Occasionally, ensnaring a single fat sheep could sustain him for years, perhaps even yield a lifelong profit. Yet, Sanchazi remained impoverished. Most residents would rather split a copper coin than spend it freely. Even catching a mosquito, they would contemplate scraping a morsel from its legs. Thus, extracting money from them proved exceedingly difficult. Over the years, Li Banxian had endured a life of sporadic feasting and famine. Those unaware of his true circumstances remarked upon his slender appearance, attributing to him an ethereal aura, while in truth he dreamt of sumptuous meals, longing for a life of indulgence. This year, fortune finally smiled upon him when he encountered a Na'vi youth, unversed in the ways of the world, who not only provided him with ample meals, but also brought wine and meat. As he scrutinized the crowd, he noticed a young lad approaching from the end of the street, clad in coarse linen and wearing straw sandals, a piece of fatty meat clutched in his hand. A prime target had appeared. Li Banxian quickly adjusted his robe, straightened his posture, and assumed an air of dignified detachment, appearing every bit the sage. However, his mind raced with schemes, pondering how best to deceive this unwitting apprentice. The so-called unparalleled martial arts he had once practiced proved utterly ineffective, a mere ruse. Regardless, having taught the lad, if he failed to grasp the techniques, it would be attributed to his lack of diligence or perhaps his dullness. The master could not be blamed. "Master," Er Dogzi called out from a distance, greeting him cheerily. Li Banxian feigned modesty, stroking his beard. "You've arrived. Have you made any progress in your training recently?" He recalled that during their last encounter, Er Dogzi had sought advice, seemingly grappling with some dilemma, and it had taken considerable persuasion to send him on his way. Today, however, he resolved to intensify his manipulation. "Yes, I have made progress. I have finally entered the realm of training," Er Dogzi declared, nodding vigorously, clearly pleased with his current advancement. Of course, in addition to his own efforts, he felt immense gratitude toward his master, which prompted him to splurge on a fine piece of fatty meat for Li Buxian. Entered the realm of training? Li Buxian was skeptical, suspecting the youth was merely boasting for the sake of vanity, exaggerating trivial accomplishments. He had practiced the same technique without any success. It was devoid of merit. Clearly, a reality check was in order. He picked up a small stone from the ground and placed it on the table. Now, take this stone and crush it into powder for me to see. Er Dogzi quickly shook his head, though he possessed great strength. Reducing the stone to powder was beyond him. If he could not achieve such a simple task, how could he claim to have entered the realm of training? Li Buxian shook his head in disappointment, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was disheartened by Er Dogzi and oppose, as lack of progress. He discarded the small stone and picked up a larger one, applying force until it shattered. Observing the awe and admiration on Er Dogzi's face, he felt a swell of satisfaction. Nonchalantly brushing the stone dust from his hands, he maintained an air of composure, as if performing a trivial feat. A martial artist must be humble and cautious, never arrogant or complacent. Always remember, there are greater heights beyond. Master, I was wrong. Er Dogzi, overwhelmed by Li Buxian's admonishment, felt a flush of shame spread across his face. To recognize one's errors and strive for improvement is a virtue beyond measure. When you can crush a stone and leap with ease, then you will have truly entered the realm of training. Li Buxian understood the wisdom of balancing reprimand with encouragement, and he stroked his beard, offering comfort to Er Dogzi. He then produced a tattered book from his robes. Do not be discouraged. With perseverance, you will eventually enter the realm of training and pass the martial examination. For now, continue your studies, and let us focus on mastering the characters in this book. The two conversed for quite some time before Er Dogzi took his leave. Since that encounter with his master, he had come to appreciate the importance of humility and diligence, returning to the mountains to train earnestly each day. From then on, aside from visiting the town every few days to study under his master, he dared not boast about his training progress in front of Li Buxian. Such meager accomplishments would be easily seen through by a master of his caliber, and speaking of them would only irritate Li Buxian's ears. Having learned only a fraction of the craft, it was foolish to take pride in his limited skills. His master, with such profound abilities, never flaunted them. This exemplified the truth that true masters remain hidden, and he realized he had much to learn. He firmly believed that one day he too would grow strong, effortlessly grinding stones into powder. Following a fortunate accident that had awakened the first trace of energy within his meridians, subsequent training flowed smoothly. As he practiced regularly, this energy gradually intensified, yielding daily progress. A warm sensation accompanied its presence, bringing comfort. Perhaps due to this newfound energy, his strength had increased significantly, enabling him to lift stones weighing over 100 pounds with ease. This strength should not go to waste. The barren stone pits on Snake Mouth Mountain awaited cultivation. Whenever fatigue set in from moving rocks, he could channel his energy into his arms, and, after a brief respite, he would feel revitalized. However, he soon recognized the dilemma. His appetite had markedly increased since embarking on this training journey. Previously, he could satisfy his hunger with 3 large bowls of rice. But now 5 bowls left him still yearning for more, and he found himself growing hungry more quickly. Whereas before, he needed only 2 meals a day. Now he required at least 3, often 4. If he were to skip even a few bowls on any given day, his training progress would suffer greatly. Fortunately, he no longer faced hunger, or else continuing his martial training would prove impossible. Moreover, he discovered that food stored in the gourd not only tasted more delectable, but also bolstered his energy. Ordinary rice lacked such properties. The rice stored in the gourd was vastly superior to regular grains. Once tasted, the difference was unmistakable. This raised a concern, however, as his rice was stored in the gourd for convenience. How would he sell it outside? If questioned about its origin, what would he say? Sanchazi was not far from Shushi village, and, if attention were drawn, it would be easy to trace back to Snake Mouth Mountain. Until he devised a solution, he decided against selling the stored rice. One day, a brilliant idea struck him, recalling his years of experience feeding pigs. What if he cooked the food until it resembled pig feed? Who could recognize it then? However, He could not sell it as pig feed directly. It would fetch a low price and likely be hard to sell, as few people preferred such fare. Perhaps he could market it as a remedy instead. He remembered a street performer in the town who had sold a type of strength-enhancing pill. Perhaps he could attempt something similar. Chapter 12. Strength Pills. Er Dogzi reflected on his past experience of cooking pig feed, contemplating how to concoct the strength pills. It was clear that using only white rice would be futile. Anyone accustomed to a lifetime of rice would instantly discern the difference. A blend of wild vegetables was essential. He took up a hoe and wandered to the edge of the rice field, where a small patch of wild vegetables thrived, specifically the chicken legs he had transplanted long ago. Now that food was no longer scarce, he had merely watered them daily without harvesting. As he plunged the hoe into the ground, he discovered that the chicken legs had grown thicker than his fist, with some measuring over a foot in length. He picked one, peeled back its skin, and was delighted to find the inside pure and glistening, crunchy and sweet upon his first bite. This once ordinary wild vegetable had flourished remarkably under the nurturing of gourd water. Estimating by the growth of these chicken legs, he realized their yield would far surpass that of rice cultivation. He resolved to cultivate more barren land in the future to plant additional chicken legs. At that moment, Er Dogzi harvested several chicken legs, washed them, and chopped them up with their leaves, cooking them alongside rice. He then poured this mixture onto a smooth stone slab, repeatedly crushing and pounding it with a stone until it transformed into a large mass of light yellow-green paste. Taking a handful, he tasted it and found that, while unappealing in appearance, it was quite delicious, soft, sticky, and pleasantly sweet. He then shaped the paste into thumb-sized balls and set them out to dry. Afterward, he sampled a few. They were hard and chewy, yet the more he chewed, the more flavorful they became. Despite this, Er Dogzi felt somewhat dissatisfied with the final product. It lacked any medicinal taste and was perhaps too palatable. Given its appearance, it would be hard to convince anyone that these could be strength pills. For the time being, he would have to make do and later devise a way to incorporate some unpalatable herbs to darken the product and make it less appetizing. He planned to store them in a gourd, conveniently dispensing a few whenever he wished to consume them. In a few days, he intended to take some to the market to test the waters, confident that no one would recognize the ingredients he had used. Over the course of several days, he hand-rolled a bushel of strength pills, which he stored in the gourd. After 3 days of storage, the pills proved as effective as rice, boosting strength and revitalizing one into Oppos as energy. One day, he accompanied Li Banzian to the town, where he copied dozens of characters. Afterward, he set up a stall at the market to sell the strength pills for 10 coins each. However, he found himself unable to sell even a single one, enduring ridicule instead. Others mocked his youthful naivety, suggesting he had concocted a scam with his meager offerings. Some even insisted he perform feats of strength, such as breaking bricks with his head or crushing stones with his chest. The onlookers joined in the mockery, leaving him embarrassed and humiliated. Ultimately, he hastily packed up and left the market, his face flushed with shame. As he trudged home, he felt disheartened, even though selling fake remedies managed to find buyers, while he, with his genuine product, was met with disbelief. Passing through Shikuxian village, he noticed a girl with red ribbons bouncing toward him. Dogzi go, shout easy eye. After not seeing each other for over half a year, his cousin had grown taller, almost unrecognizable, yet their camaraderie remained intact. Dogzi go, do you have enough to eat now? Are you hungry? Wait here, I'll grab some leftovers from home. Xiao Easy Eye attempted to turn back, but Er Dogzi grabbed her arm. I and Amp, Oppos, am renting a few acres on Shiko Mountain now, so I have food. Oh, that's great. As long as you have food. Xiao Easy Eye seemed to finally relax, but then recalled the various legends surrounding Shiko Mountain. Dogzi go, I heard there are snake demons on Shiko Mountain. Have you seen any? Children often fear such tales, yet curiosity prevails. No, it's probably just an old story to scare children. Er Dogzi shook his head, having seen no signs of anything unusual. Oh, by the way, you hit my second brother last time. He cried all day at home and didn't even go to school. Xiao Easy Eye giggled at the memory of her brother's swollen face, resembling that of a pig. Be careful, my older brother said he wants to hit you too, and he'll do it every time he sees you. The pair stood by the roadside, chatting joyfully for quite some time. As they prepared to part ways, Er Dogzi remembered the unsold strength pills. Since they weren't selling, he decided to give some to Xiao Easy Eye as a treat. What is this? Strength pills. I bought them at the market. They say they can help you break bricks with your head and crush stones with your chest. Er Dogzi hesitated to share his embarrassment, opting for an excuse. Oh no, you've been tricked. Just look at them. They don't even resemble real pills. The color is off, and they don't smell medicinal at all. Come on, let us go confront the seller and get your money back. Xiao Easy tugged at Er Dogzi, eager to go, but he was reluctant, fearing exposure. No, that person has likely left already. I've tried them, and they taste good. Let us just keep them as snacks. Who knows, they might work. Fine, Xiao Easy Eye relented, though still somewhat dissatisfied. She popped one in her mouth and chewed slowly, discovering it was indeed quite tasty, chewy, and increasingly flavorful. After bidding farewell to Xiao Easy Eye, he made his way to Huang Laokai and Amp Oppo's house. It was nearly time to pay rent, so he wanted to check in first. Upon entering Huang Laokai and Amp Oppo's yard, he was met with the sight of golden rice stacked high in the courtyard, hall, and rooms. Aside from the land rented out, Huang Laokai cultivated over 100 acres himself. Now, during the autumn harvest, his granary overflowed. Er Dogzi, you've come at the right time. In 5 days, I'll need you to accompany me to the county town. All right, what do you need? Er Dogzi readily agreed. With the autumn harvest, I must go to the county office to pay taxes, and I need extra hands. Rest assured, I will certainly come. The thought of visiting the county town filled Er Dogzi with excitement. In his lifetime, he had only ventured as far as Sancha town. He had heard tales of the county town as 2- or 3-story buildings, horse-drawn carriages, and entertainers performing stories, songs, and tricks. He had heard that the highest official in the county was the county magistrate, who supposedly dined on meat at every meal, traveled in a grand flower palanquin, and whose servants donned colorful attire. In his childhood imagination, he envisioned the magistrate in a lavish palanquin, one hand grasping a chicken leg, the other a bottle of honey water, exuding an air of authority. Reflecting on it now, his childhood thoughts seemed so naive. Moreover, the people in Sancha town lacked the discernment to appreciate his strength pills. Perhaps they would find more success in the county town. Additionally, being so far from home would grant him more freedom in selling his wares, without the fear of being traced back to Shiko Mountain. He resolved to save diligently, intending to purchase the land on Shiko Mountain from Huang Laokai, which would bring him peace of mind. Chapter 13. The handsome young man returning to Shiko Mountain. Er Dogzi commenced preparations for his journey. Firstly, he moved stones and thorns, making the already arduous path even more difficult to traverse. He himself had to rely on ropes to ascend and descend the mountain. He gathered all his valuable belongings from the mountain, such as hoes, hatchets, and iron pots, and packed them into a gourd. He also took the opportunity to count the grains and coins stored within the gourd. Currently, he had over 150 shears of rice and a dough of powerful pills. However, he was in dire need of copper coins and silver, possessing barely 5 guan. Given the current market price, 1 mu of land could fetch 20 guan. The 3 mu he cultivated would amount to at least 60 guan. Moreover, Huang Laokai might not even be willing to sell. Er Dogzi planned to seize the opportunity to inquire whether Huang Laokai would consider selling the land on Shiko Mountain to him. After all, it was a rocky terrain. The paths were becoming increasingly difficult, and irrigation was inconvenient. For others, the land on Shiko Mountain held little value, but for Er Dogzi, it was perfectly suited to his needs. He hoped that during his visit to the city, he would encounter someone discerning who would buy his powerful pills at a good price, thus enabling him to purchase the land. In preparation for his trip to the city, Er Dogzi washed his only set of thin linen clothes a day in advance. He meticulously stitched the frayed cuffs and underarms. He also took a refreshing bath in the Shishi River, scrubbing away the dirt until he was spotlessly clean. After tidying his hair and donning a brand new pair of straw sandals, he appeared invigorated and as handsome as a newly appointed official. When Er Dogzi arrived at Huang Laokai and Oppo's residence to pay his rent, carrying 5 dough of rice, he sensed a glimmer in the eyes of Huang Laotsai's second daughter as she glanced his way. Their eyes met for a brief moment. causing Er Dogzi and Apos' face to flush crimson, and he quickly lowered his gaze, too shy to meet her eyes again. Huang Laokai and Apos' second daughter was round-faced, with a plump waist and ample figure, renowned as one of the village and Apos' greatest beauties, attracting the attention of many idle men. Such a woman would excel in both agricultural labor and raising children, yet she was the daughter of the village and Apos' wealthiest man, rendering her unattainable for the likes of these tenants. "Ah, it's Er Dogzi. At first glance, I thought it was a newlywed," exclaimed one of the tenants, as they gathered around. "You've grown quite handsome. At this height, you should be thinking about marriage." Huang Laokai had already gathered a dozen strong men, all his tenants, who had been idly lounging around. Upon seeing Er Dogzi, they seized the opportunity to tease him. "Look at this lad, he and Apos' blushing," said one, clapping Er Dogzi on the shoulder. "This time, when you go to the city, my brother will take you to the hidden places for a taste of manhood. Go a few times, and you and Apos' never blush again." "Uncles, I and Apos' am still young. I'm not of marriageable age yet," Er Dogzi thought to himself, for he had only just turned 14. Marriage seemed a bit premature. "You young lad, what do you know? As the saying goes, follow the woman and grow 3 inches overnight. Marrying will help you grow even more." And Apos, ha ha ha. Amidst the raucous laughter of these rough men, a door creaked open, revealing his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, who emerged with a sullen expression. Zhang Yuliang noticed Er Dogzi, but merely shot him a glare before ignoring him. The tenants quickly approached Zhang Yuliang, eager to curry favor. Zhang Leoi. However, his cousin merely grunted in acknowledgement and continued on his way without sparing them a second glance. "What's with the attitude? He,'s just a fellow villager. No need to act so high and mighty," one tenant remarked once Zhang had gone. "Shoo, don't speak carelessly. He's a scholar now, and we tenants can't afford to offend him," another quickly warned. At that moment, Huang Laokai also emerged from the inner room. "Thank you for your patience. Let's have breakfast first. A hearty meal will give us the strength to work." Huang Laokai, being a man of propriety, treated everyone to a breakfast of steaming white rice accompanied by pickled vegetables. Normally, they would struggle to have a full meal even during the new year, but today, they feasted heartily. The prospect of a full meal was one of the reasons the tenants enjoyed working for Huang Laokai. Once they had eaten, Huang Laokai directed everyone to pack the grain into bags and load them onto the wheelbarrows. Each cart held 3 shears of rice, and they loaded over 30 carts. It was then that Er Dogzi realized that nearly half of Huang Laokai's collected rents would go towards paying taxes. Moreover, what they had loaded was merely a portion of the total tax owed. The finest grains still had to be delivered promptly to the county office. Failure to do so would result in the dispatch of officials to enforce collection. Dealing with officials was no trifling matter. One had to tread carefully, for any misstep could lead to violence, property damage, or worse. The group, consisting of 50 individuals including Huang Laokai, pushed over 30 wheelbarrows, while a few others assisted. They followed a small path to Sanchatsi town before turning onto a main road. Over the past 6 months, Er Dogzi had not only increased his strength, but had also grown taller. With over 300 pounds of rice, he pushed a cart alone for over 10 miles. Feeling remarkably at ease, whenever he sensed fatigue in his arms, he discreetly channeled his energy into them, swiftly alleviating any discomfort. The same applied to his legs. As long as he allowed the energy to flow through his meridians, exhaustion vanished, and he continued to stride forward with vigor. Along the way, others had changed places multiple times, yet he had not once relinquished his hold. The fellow tenants assumed he was young and brash, eager to show off. In reality, he seized the opportunity to practice circulating his energy while walking, a skill his master had never taught him, and one he could only grasp through personal experience. Immersed in focused practice, he felt increasingly adept, growing lighter with each step. Suddenly, a series of gongs sounded, and a group of men brandishing weapons emerged from either side of the road, blocking their path. Er Dogzi had never witnessed such a scene. He hastily dropped the wheelbarrow and blended into the crowd, quietly gripping the hidden dagger concealed within his clothing. However, the accompanying tenants appeared untroubled, maintaining their composure. At that moment, Huang Laokai approached with a smile, bowing to a burly man with a pig-like face. "Ah, it is Zhao Dewang. My apologies for the oversight. This mountain is mine, and these trees are my planting." The pig-faced man seemed quite particular about the formality of robbery, reciting his lines with precision before slicing his knife into a tree by the roadside. The trees bore numerous scars, clearly the work of this man. "Do you know the rules?" he inquired. Of course. Huang Laokai replied with a smile, producing a silver piece from his sleeve and presenting it with both hands. "Zhao Dewang, maintaining peace in this region is no easy task. Please accept this small token of appreciation. There is no need for such flattery. I'm merely a bandit." The pig-faced man grunted, snatching the silver and weighing it in his hand, dismissing Huang Laotsai's compliments entirely. "Brothers, disperse," he called out, yanking his knife from the tree and leading the band of bandits back into the thicket by the roadside. The mountain bandits arrived swiftly and departed even more rapidly, as the group continued to push the unicycle towards the county town. Having just endured a robbery by the bandits, although they felt little fear at the moment, a lingering apprehension remained. This Zhao, the bandit leader, though a brigand, was known for his principles. Jianfu remarked, "For over a decade, I have traveled this road with my employer, and as long as one willingly offers wealth, he never inflicts harm. Moreover, it is said that this entire route is under his jurisdiction. Once he accepts payment and grants passage, no other bandits dare to ambush us." Listening to the tenants in Oppo's discourse, it appeared that the reputation of this bandit was quite favorable, and the tenants seemed to harbor a certain admiration for the life of a brigand. Chapter 14. The apothecary. The journey from Sheshi village to the county town was a long one. They set off early in the morning, encountered a band of mountain robbers along the way, and took 2 breaks, finally arriving at the county town by evening. Er Dogzi beheld the fabled county town for the first time, his eyes wide with curiosity as he took in the sights. Outside the town stood a mud wall, towering at least a yard high, far surpassing the wall of Huang Laokai and Oppo's as courtyard. It was even more majestic than he had imagined. Peering over the wall, he glimpsed several tall buildings within the town, each at least 5 or 6 stories high. It dawned on Er Dogzi that houses could indeed be constructed to such lofty heights, adorned with exquisite beauty. The city gate was at least 2 or 3 yards wide, bustling with people coming and going, many like them pushing wheelbarrows to pay taxes. After entering the town, it wasn't long before they were approached by a group of ragged beggars, startling Er Dogzi. "Get lost!" Lifeng and Agwai shouted, brandishing their branches to drive the beggars away. These beggars preyed on the inexperienced rural folk visiting for the first time. "Let us find a place to rest for the night and head to the county office tomorrow morning," suggested Huang Laokai. He instructed Lifeng to lead the way, and they proceeded along a street paved with blue stones. On either side were various shops, tailors, candy stores, bun shops, and general goods stores. Er Dogzi was mesmerized by the vibrant array of shops, so much so that he momentarily lost his sense of direction. As they passed a half-closed wooden door, he leaned in to see what was being sold. At that moment, a woman emerged, around the same age as his aunt, dressed in flamboyant attire with lips painted a vivid red, as if she had just feasted on blood. "Come in and have some fun, handsome," she beckoned, reaching out to grab Er Dogzi, who quickly stepped back in fright. "Thank you, Auntie, I'll come back another time," he stammered, his face flushed as he hurried away. The warmth of the county town's hospitality was overwhelming, even among strangers. Laughter erupted among the tenants at Er Dogzi's embarrassment. "Why didn't you go in? It must be quite entertaining," one teased. The laughter only deepened his mortification as he began to understand that this was the infamous dark door he had heard spoken of. Reddening his cheeks and lowering his gaze. "Don't worry, I'll take you there tonight. Just 5 copper coins will get you a taste of something different," Agwai said, playfully nudging Er Dogzi and Oppo's shoulder, inciting another round of laughter. They worked tirelessly in the fields, yet now they seemed willing to spend 5 copper coins on such frivolities. At 14, Er Dogzi struggled to grasp such behavior. He thought those coins would be better spent on a meat bun. As they continued, they encountered more half-open doors, with women cheerfully calling out to passers-by. The tenants, laughing and joking, engaged with them, but Er Dogzi, feeling shy, hurried past with a reddened face. During one discreet glance, he noticed an apothecary shop at the street's end and felt a flicker of interest. Recently, he had been contemplating adding medicinal herbs to his powerful pills to give them a hint of medicinal flavor, ensuring they were safe and non-lethal. He had sought advice from Li Banzian, who was well-versed in the world of herbs. The master had introduced him to various nourishing herbs, such as ginseng, polygonatum, and reishi, though these were rare and costly. Er Dogzi hoped to find seeds to cultivate them himself. Unfortunately, the entirety of Sanchazi town only had one herbalist, who lacked such herbs and seeds. He had long desired to visit the county town, but the unfamiliarity of the journey, coupled with rumors of bandits, had deterred him until now. At the end of the street, there was an open space where several groups had gathered to rest, mostly traveling merchants and landlords from afar. Perhaps due to the sheer number of people, they opted to camp outside for the night. Lifeng gathered a large bundle of firewood and set it ablaze. Huang Laokai distributed a sack of dry rations among them, and they roasted their food over the fire. That night, they would take turns keeping watch, with 4 individuals assigned to each hour. Lifeng and Aguai, being Huang Laokai and Appos, as trusted aides, organized everything meticulously. After the tasks were assigned, and everyone had eaten well, several tenants huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Er Dogzi, come, let us take you for some fun. Lifeng playfully patted Er Dogzi's shoulder, grinning. I want to go, Er Dogzi replied, his face burning with embarrassment. Though curiosity tugged at him, he was too shy to boldly partake in such activities. Seeing his discomfort, the others erupted in laughter before swaggering off together. However, not long after they departed, Er Dogzi bid Huang Laokai farewell and ventured off on his own. He had no intention of seeking out any dark doors. As he passed by several such entrances, he kept his head down and hurried by, avoiding the beckoning hands within. Soon, he located the apothecary shop he had spotted earlier. The interior was sparsely furnished, with only a table and no visible medicine cabinet. An elderly man sat behind the table, engrossed in examining some herbs. Without lifting his gaze, he inquired, "Are you here for an abortion or a treatment for venereal disease?" "I'm not here for an abortion. I want to buy some medicine," Er Dogzi quickly clarified. However, the old man seemed oblivious to his words and repeated, "Are you here for an abortion or a treatment for venereal disease?" "I don't need an abortion, nor am I ill." Finally, the old man raised his head, realizing he was speaking to a young boy who had yet to mature. "If you're not ill, what brings you here? Such a young lad, getting involved in unsavory affairs and too ashamed to admit it." "I'm not ill," Er Dogzi insisted, his face aflame, wanting to argue further. But the old man and Appos' perception only painted him as a bashful youth unwilling to confess. The old man then pulled out a dozen small paper packets from beneath the table and tossed them onto the surface. 2 packets a day for internal and external use. 21 per packet. "I'm not ill. I just want to know if you have ginseng." Er Dogzi found the old man rather unreliable, as he seemed to prescribe remedies without understanding the ailments. "Ginseng?" The old man regarded Er Dogzi with surprise, then waved his hand dismissively. "We don't have it. Not just here, but the entire Anchang County's supply of ginseng is mostly in the county magistrate's hands. At best, there might be 1 or 2 left, but they've been sold to Hong and Tang. You should check there." Er Dogzi inquired about several other cultivable herbs, but found none available. In the end, he purchased a small packet of what was said to be the seeds of cistanch, spending 101. The old man mysteriously informed him that this herb grew in the desolate regions beyond the Great Wall, greatly nourishing the kidneys. Whoever consumes it will know. However, given the origins of these seeds from the desert, Er Dogzi was uncertain if he could successfully cultivate them, yet he decided to give it a try. Through their conversation, he discerned that the old man only dealt with a few types of issues: abortion, venereal diseases, and some dubious kidney tonics, rendering him rather untrustworthy. "I possess a powerful pill that can enhance strength. Would you care for some?" Er Dogzi said, attempting to extract the pill from his belongings. "No." The old man, though unreliable, was surprisingly resolute at this moment, even displaying a hint of derision. Er Dogzi felt a twinge of disappointment. Carefully stowing away the seeds of the meat and wormwood, and inquired about Hong and Hall before heading in that direction. Upon exiting the narrow stone alley, he found himself on a wider street, illuminated by the soft glow of shop lights as twilight descended. Passing by a meat bun shop, he succumbed to temptation and purchased 2 buns, savoring them as he walked. The fragrant meat filling was rich and oily, and with each bite, his mouth overflowed with juice. After finishing both buns, he licked his fingers clean. Hong and Appos. A hall is the largest apothecary in Oncheon County, with a grand hall spanning several paces, lined with numerous medicinal cabinets and adorned with gleaming marble floors. Er Dogzi stood at the entrance, vigorously scraping the mud off his straw sandals and wiping his greasy hands on his clothing before stepping inside. Within, 2 physicians were attending patients while several apprentices bustled about. The establishment not only treated ailments but also sold an array of herbs. Numerous pre-prepared pills and plasters adorned the shelves, available for anyone to purchase and use directly. As Er Dogzi entered Hongan Hall, an apprentice approached to assist him. "Are you here to seek treatment or purchase medicine?" "I wish to buy some herbs," Er Dogzi replied, already intrigued by the rows of cabinets labeled with various medicinal names. At that moment, he caught sight of a man in a green robe entering the apothecary. It was Zhang Yuliang, whom he had encountered that very morning at Huang Laokai and Appos as residents. Why was he here in the county town? Er Dogzi, wishing to avoid a meeting with his cousin, quickly turned away. "Do you have the Peiyuan Gubin pill in stock?" his cousin inquired, seemingly well acquainted with Hongan Hall. "Indeed. We received a new batch a few days ago, though we have only a dozen or so." "Great. I and Appos. Take 2. His cousin tossed 2 silver ingots to an apprentice and received a small porcelain vial in return before departing. Er Dogzi pretended to examine the labels on the cabinets until his cousin had left, then turned to the nearby apprentice. "What is this Peiyuan Gubin pill?" "It is a proprietary concoction of our shop, known for enhancing vitality and bolstering physical strength, particularly beneficial for martial artists." "And what is the price?" "This pill is rather expensive, costing 10 taels of silver each." Er Dogzi had initially planned to buy one for himself, but the steep price took him by surprise. With one pill costing 10 taels, he realized his entire fortune amounted to merely 5 guan. To mask his embarrassment at being unable to afford it, he casually surveyed the cabinets once more. At last, he spotted a drawer labeled with ginseng, ginseng flowers, ginseng seeds, and ginseng leaves. "May I see that drawer?" The apprentice stepped onto a stool and pulled out the drawer for Er Dogzi to inspect. Inside, it was divided into 4 compartments, containing ginseng leaves, ginseng flowers, ginseng seeds, and a single ginseng root. "How much for that ginseng?" "This root is a wild mountain ginseng of over a decade, priced at 20 taels of silver. There had originally been 2 roots, but one had been used a few days ago to create the Peiyuan Gubin pill. The county magistrate had monopolized the mountain ginseng, leaving only a couple of roots available due to Hongan Hall's strong connections." The apprentice's pride was evident as he relayed this information. Er Dogzi's heart sank. Such a price was far beyond his means. However, it solidified his resolve to cultivate ginseng himself. Perhaps, within a year, he could nurture a root aged 10 years. "How much are the ginseng seeds?" "Those are quite affordable, at 60 won per tael." Er Dogzi requested the apprentice to pour out all the seeds from the compartment. After weighing them, he found there to be 3.5 taels, totaling 210 won. In addition to the ginseng seeds, he purchased some Huangjing seeds, spending 150 won. These seeds were all medicinal herbs, so acquiring a couple of varieties would not raise suspicion, but buying too many would be unwise. Finally successful in procuring the seeds, fulfilling a long-held desire, he felt a surge of joy. He inquired whether Hongan Hall accepted the powerful pills, but was, of course, met with rejection. They suspected him to be a charlatan, merely conducting business with an emphasis on harmony, refraining from publicly denouncing him. The powerful pills he had once hoped would bring him fortune failed to sell even a single piece. Chapter 15. Youth upon returning to the temporary encampment. Er Dogzi found that Lai Fu and the others had already returned. Seeing him act alone, they couldn't resist teasing him, mistakenly believing he was too shy to join them, and had instead sneaked off to play in secret. There was no way to explain the situation in detail, so he could only accept their jests with a resigned sigh. Er Dogzi settled beside Huang Laokai, contemplating for a considerable time before finally speaking up. Master, are you willing to sell the land on Shiko Mountain? What? You wish to buy it? That mountain is strewn with stones, devoid of water. What use would you have for it? Huang Laokai looked at Er Dogzi with a puzzled expression. Just a few months prior, this lad could barely afford a meal, with trousers that left much to be desired, and now he was harboring thoughts of acquiring land. Regardless, that plot is merely a barren stretch of stone, hardly valuable farmland. You might as well sell it to me, Er Dogzi persisted. Absolutely not. Even the worst of land is a treasure to be passed down to future generations. Huang Laokai firmly rejected the idea, leaving no room for negotiation. Though disappointed by the refusal, Er Dogzi could hardly blame Huang Laokai. Were he in possession of land, he too would not part with it lightly, as long as he was not starving. His thoughts grew increasingly troubled. Where could he find a place to establish himself? Despite the numerous desolate areas, they were all owned by someone. They might lie fallow and overgrown, but should anyone attempt to cultivate them without permission, the rightful owner would soon appear. Unable to find even a piece of land to call his own, he felt akin to a treasure-laden gourd with no means to utilize its bounty. Presently, the only feasible path seemed to be to follow his master, hone his skills, and strive for success as a martial scholar. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him in the future. The next day, just as dawn's light began to break, Huang Laokai called upon everyone to push the cart towards the county office. Upon arriving at a side door of the office, they found it still locked, with the officials inside yet to awaken. The entrance was already crowded with farmers eager to pay their taxes, each clamoring to secure a favorable position. Stop shoving. Line up properly. Finally, a constable appeared, sword at his side and whip in hand, chastising those who failed to queue correctly. Huang Laotsai's group had no choice but to obediently fall in line at the back. After standing in line for nearly half an hour, the county office door finally creaked open, allowing the queue to inch forward. They stood in line for an additional 3 hours before Huang Laotsai's group reached the entrance. Just as Lai Fu was about to charge inside with a sack of rice, he was abruptly kicked back outside, landing unceremoniously on his back. Today is over. Return tomorrow. With a resounding thud, the side door slammed shut behind them. Lai Fu, rising from the ground and rubbing his sore backside, could only grimace in silent frustration. Observing the sun still high in the sky, he noted they had ample time to till a bit of land before nightfall. Yet, they had to abide by the officials' rules, and now they could only wait at the door overnight. Er Dogzi, however, found joy in the situation, seizing the opportunity to explore the county town for another day. He remained undeterred, eager to promote his strength-enhancing pills. After bidding farewell to Huang Laokai, he set off alone. The street housing Hongan Hall was not far from the county office, situated in the town's most bustling area, boasting 3 apothecaries. At the end of the street was the smallest of these, named Huichun Hall, which appeared deserted. A young man was sprawled across the counter, fast asleep. Er Dogzi entered the shop and coughed a couple of times, stirring the young man from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, the young man asked, "Are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? Are you the doctor here?" Er Dogzi inquired, observing the youth's fair complexion. He appeared to be only a few years older than Er Dogzi himself, hardly fitting the image of a seasoned physician. No wonder business was poor. Who would trust a boy with no facial hair for medical advice? Indeed, I am the doctor of Huichun Hall. Despite my youth, I began learning to read at 3, studied medicine at 5, practiced healing at 7, and mastered pulse diagnosis at 9. By 18, I had thoroughly studied medical texts. The young doctor seemed aware that his age might undermine his credibility, so he earnestly emphasized his qualifications. "Could you please take a look at this?" Er Dogzi decided to alter his approach, refraining from promoting his pills for the moment and instead presenting one of his strength-enhancing pills to the young man. The youth took the pill, scrutinizing it closely. In an apparent bid to demonstrate his expertise, he examined it intently for quite some time, even scraping off a bit of powder to taste. His eyes narrowed in concentration, and after a moment, his expression shifted from furrowed brows to a look of delight. "This is sweet and warm, beneficial for invigorating the qi and strengthening the spleen, a true tonic for enhancing vitality. It is of excellent quality. The young doctor spoke at length, showcasing his knowledge, while Er Dogzi listened, somewhat bewildered, having simply boiled the ingredients. I have a quantity of these pills I wish to sell. Would you be interested? Er Dogzi cautiously inquired, revealing a handful of pills on the counter. Absolutely. How many do you have? The young man's response was enthusiastic and unreserved. Er Dogzi was elated and quickly unburdened the large sack from his back. He had prepared a substantial batch of pills, but the sack could only contain 5 to 6 liters, with the remainder stored in his gourd for convenience. As he untied the burlap sack, hundreds of pills spilled forth. He casually popped one into his mouth, chewing slowly. You should try one too. The more you chew, the more flavorful it becomes. The young man, not one to stand on ceremony, took a pill and began to chew. Indeed, the flavor intensified, reminding him of a rare delicacy he had tasted before. This is quite impressive. What do you intend to charge per pill? Er Dogzi pondered the price, initially thinking of selling them for 10 coins each, an unrealistic notion. After several setbacks, his expectations had become far more grounded. A liter of grain cost around 20 to 30 coins, yielding approximately 50 pills. Even at a price of 1 coin per pill, he would still profit. Selling them as medicinal herbs, he could at least charge 2 coins each. With this in mind, he extended 2 fingers. Yet, observing the young man's eager expression, he felt he could afford to ask for a bit more. Thus, he cautiously raised a 3rd finger. 3 coins per pill. That would be about 150 coins per liter, a considerable profit. Er Dogzi and Appo's heart raced with anxiety, fearing the young man might scold him for being overly greedy and outright refuse his offer. Very well, no problem. To his surprise, the youth accepted without hesitation. Er Dogzi felt an inexplicable pang of regret. Had he known, he might have tried for 4 coins. However, one should not be too avaricious. A steady stream is preferable. The young man laid out the sack, and together they counted the pills, which took quite some time. 285 pills at 30 coins each. The young man stated, his fingers deftly moving the abacus beads to calculate the total price. 30 coins each. Er Dogzi questioned, bewildered, as he had quoted 3 coins. His heart raced, fingers intertwining as he silently calculated the amount. Such a high price was beyond his wildest dreams. He still had over 100 stones of grain in his gourd. If this continued, he might surpass Huang Laokai and become the wealthiest man in Shishi village. Did you not say 30 coins each? The young man paused, his expression suddenly conflicted. Selling each pill for 300 coins is indeed exorbitant. Although your pills are commendable, they do not warrant such a price. He regretted not clarifying earlier when he assumed that Er Dogzi intended to sell them at that rate, having committed too readily. Presently, the most expensive Peiyuan Gubin pills in Anshan County are priced at 10,000 coins. Your pills, splendid as they may be, still fall considerably short in comparison. I can offer you no more than 50 coins per pill. Would that be agreeable? Er Dogzi, still astonished by the high price of 30 coins, did not anticipate that the young man had proactively raised the price to 50 coins. Very well, let us settle on the price of 50 coins. The crisp sound of the abacus beads resumed. With a total of 285 pills, at 50 coins each, the sum amounts to 14,250 coins. After calculating the figures, the young man weighed out 14 taels of silver along with 250 copper coins, handing the total to Er Dogzi. Upon receiving the gleaming silver, Er Dogzi meticulously wrapped it in his bundle, securing it with several tight knots before tucking it away in his bosom. Even after walking a considerable distance from the Huichun Hall, he remained somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of wealth. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how much more he could sell the remaining grain in the gourd for, and how much he could earn each year. If he were to cultivate the wasteland of Shikuchin, what fortune might that yield? With such thoughts, his anticipation of acquiring Shikuchin grew. Perhaps if he could marry the second daughter of the affluent Huang family, he might just be able to purchase the land, given her familial connections. However, she is the village beauty, the daughter of the wealthiest man. A mere tenant farmer like him could only dream. For now, he must diligently tend to his fields and save his earnings, while earnestly honing his martial skills. Chapter 16. Flight in the dark on the following morning. The gates of the county office swung open. Lai Fu and Ague led the way, shouldering burlap sacks as they squeezed inside, finally able to queue. Er Dogzi followed closely, carrying his own grain. Inside the hall, dozens of large measures were lined up, and Lai Fu and his companions began pouring the contents of their sacks into the measures. Once filled, the grain was leveled off to denote a standard measure. However, many small vendors, in an effort to attract customers, would heap an additional mound on top of a full measure, considering the surplus as a gift. Thus, it was said that no merchant would be without a mound. Er Dogzi also untied his sack, filling the measure to the brim and adding a small mound before moving on to the next one. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a bailiff struck him with a whip from behind. Confused, he turned to see the bailiff, his face a mask of brutishness, mercilessly whipping each person, including even the wealthy Huang Laokai. "You unruly peasants, your measures are not even full." The bailiff's threats sent a chill through the tenants, who hastily clutched their sacks and continued pouring grain into each measure until they could add no more. At that moment, the bailiff kicked one of the measures, causing the grain to tumble to the ground in a cascade. With a series of kicks, the bailiff sent golden grains scattering across the floor. "Fill them up." The tenants scrambled once again to pour grain into the measures, creating large mounds. The bailiff repeated his cruel technique, kicking each measure again, forcing the tenants to refill them. Huang Laokai clutched his chest, trembling with fear, yet he dared not utter a word. Fortunately, the bailiff only kicked twice more before relenting, allowing them to finally complete this year-end oppos as tax obligations and receive the official receipt. Afterward, the group set out to purchase some goods in the county town, knowing it would be a long journey home, and they couldn't and amp, oppos, to return empty-handed. Those with children typically bought a few coins worth of snacks to appease their little ones. Those with wives often picked up some yards of pattern cloth, ensuring a few months of domestic harmony. For those without wives, buying some oil and salt to share with the village widows was a kind gesture. Lai Fu bought 2 twisted pastries for his children, while a Gue procured a block of black salt, cheaper than that in Sanchatsi town. Er Dogzi, having made a good profit selling powerful pills, treated himself to 10 large meat buns from a nearby shop. "Er Dogzi, you fool, spending so extravagantly. Be careful you don and amp. Amp, oppos, to go hungry by year and amp. Amp, oppos." Ascend, unable even to afford thin porridge, Lai Fu admonished, concerned for the boy and amp, oppos, reckless spending. While the buns are still warm, take them back to the shop and return them. Just eat a couple to satisfy your craving. If you and amp, oppos, too shy, I and amp, oppos, I'll accompany you to explain, it's no trouble. Faced with Lai Fu and amp, oppos, good intentions, Er Dogzi could not admit to his newfound wealth, instead awkwardly claiming he had stockpiled plenty of dried wild vegetables for the winter. The others only shook their heads in silence, feeling this child, unrestrained by parental guidance, was wasteful. They had seen many like him. In prosperous years, they might scrape by, but during a famine, such individuals would be among the first to perish. However, the matter did not concern them, and speaking further could breed animosity. As this group of tenants jovially exited the county gates, noon had arrived. The journey from the county town to Shishi village was long, and as they set off at midday, they had only covered half the distance when darkness fell. They could only gather some dry twigs and grass from the roadside to fashion simple torches for illumination. "Are we nearing the spot where we were robbed last time?" One mused. "No worries. Zhao Duwang has principles. He only robs once per trip." As they spoke, a shadow loomed ahead, blocking their path. The figure brandished a gleaming knife, glinting ominously in the torchlight. "Is that Zhao Duwang?" Huang Laokai sensed something amiss. Though a bandit, Zhao Duwang was known for his straightforwardness, never masking his face and always announcing his presence with a gong. Thus, despite his respectful demeanor, Huang Laokai hesitated to step forward alone. The shadow remained silent, advancing toward them, knife raised. With a swish, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, and one tenant's head rolled to the ground, warm blood splattering Er Dogzi's face. "Ah, murder!" Someone screamed. "Let's all attack him together." Lai Fu, more experienced, shouted as he charged the shadow with his wheelbarrow. In that moment of life and death, all were stirred by primal instincts, pushing forward with their wheelbarrows against the figure. Er Dogzi seized a pole and swung it at the shadow. They were 50 against 1. They thought their numbers would ensure victory, but the shadow moved with remarkable agility, deftly evading each wheelbarrow, not even brushing against the hem of his garment. With a swift motion, Lai Fu's head was sent flying, and 2 more fell, stabbed in the gut. These tenants, unaccustomed to such brutality, dropped their weapons in terror and fled. Er Dogzi wished to run as well, but found the shadow had already turned his blade toward him. In a panic, he grabbed his wheelbarrow and hurled it at the shadow. Though he had yet to learn martial arts, his training had significantly increased his strength and agility. Swinging the sturdy wheelbarrow, several feet long and weighing dozens of pounds, he managed to force the shadow back a few steps. The shadow was taken aback, clearly not expecting such strength from Er Dogzi. Seizing the moment, Er Dogzi continued to swing the wheelbarrow wildly, his raw power and speed catching the shadow off guard. Despite his martial prowess, with a loud crash, the shadow struck the wheelbarrow with his knife, but it was the wheelbarrow that buckled first, leaving Er Dogzi with only a large stick. The shadow pressed too closely, leaving no chance to grab another weapon. Looking back, he saw that the others had vanished, taking advantage of the distraction to escape. With everyone else gone, there was no point in staying to fight. He turned and fled, his newfound strength allowing him to run swiftly, the wind whistling past his ears. Yet the shadow pursued relentlessly. The sound of footsteps indicating the distance between them was still close. The shadow, too, was a skilled martial artist, possessing strength far superior to Er Dogzi and Amp. Oppos. Feeling desperate, Er Dogzi realized he could neither fight nor outrun his pursuer. In that moment, he summoned a small amount of energy from within, directing it into his legs. Instantly, his strength surged, and as he pushed off the ground, the hard surface cracked beneath his foot, propelling him forward. The shadow, believing he would easily claim Er Dogzi and Amp, Oppos' life, swung his blade down, expecting a swift end, only to be surprised as Er Dogzi's speed unexpectedly increased. When the shadow lowered his weapon, he saw the distance between them had widened, and it continued to grow. Er Dogzi, having trained daily, was still unfamiliar with utilizing his inner energy, and at first, he struggled to adapt, nearly stumbling. However, as he continued to run, he found his rhythm. Soon, he caught up with the elderly Huang Laokai, who was panting and exhausted, unable to keep pace with the younger tenants, who had all vanished in the crucial moment, leaving him gasping behind. Seeing both Er Dogzi and the shadow chasing after him, Huang Laokai cried out in terror, "Er Dogzi, save me." Er Dogzi had just distanced himself from the shadow, lacking the strength to rescue anyone else. He dashed past Huang Laokai without hesitation. Indeed, Huang Laokai had treated him to a meal, and he had always felt grateful. But that gratitude did not extend to risking his life in return. "Save me." The land at Shiko Mountain. While running, Er Dogzi suddenly halted and, without a moment in Oppos' hesitation, turned back. For a meal, coupled with the 3 acres of land at Shiko Mountain, it was worth the gamble of his life. When he returned to Huang Laocai's side, the shadow had also closed in, raising a knife to strike at Huang Laocai's neck. Fortunately, Er Dogzi arrived just in time and yanked him aside, causing the blow to miss by a wide margin, merely slicing a gash along Huang Laocai and Amp, Oppos' back. Er Dogzi hoisted Huang Laocai onto his back and fled. Carrying another person was exhausting, and while he started off swiftly, the distance between him and the shadow gradually diminished once more. "Hurry, he's coming again." At this moment, the most anxious was Huang Laocai, who felt the cold edge of the shadow's blade graze his back, sending chills down his spine. Startled by the fright, Huang Laocai and Amp, Oppos' fear manifested in a warm stream coursing down Er Dogzi and Amp, Oppos' back. Thankfully, Er Dogzi summoned a surge of strength just in time, creating a slight gap between them. Several more times, the shadow closed in, eliciting terrified cries from Huang Laocai as his limbs trembled. Er Dogzi was not being reckless. Rather, his training had been inadequate, and his energy reserves were already dwindling. Fortunately, some residual energy continued to seep from his muscles, barely compensating for the loss. Simultaneously, he reached into his pocket and hastily swallowed a handful of strength pills. These pills would slowly digest in his stomach, generating a modicum of vital energy, barely sufficient, but enough to sustain him for a little longer. As Er Dogzi's pace slowed, the shadow's speed diminished as well, presumably weary from the chase. Gradually, the distance between them widened. By the time Er Dogzi returned to Sheksi village with Huang Laokai on his back, the dawn had already broken, and he had exerted himself to sprint through the night. Chapter 17. The choice Huang Laokai lay bare-chested on the bed, his back marred by numerous intersecting gashes, flesh torn and exposed, presenting a gruesome sight. Each time the shadowy figure pursued him, it dealt 1 or 2 strikes. At this moment, Huang Laokai and Appo's complexion was ashen, surrounded by his wife, concubine, son, and daughter, all weeping by his bedside. "Father, you're still alive." "Oh dear. Master, hold on. The doctor will arrive shortly." Huang Laokai turned his gaze towards Er Dogzi, who, having run through the night, was now utterly exhausted, leaning against the door to recuperate, with someone shielding his back. He had emerged relatively unscathed, save for a puddle of yellow urine on his back. Yet, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He worried that Huang Laokai might change his mind. After all, that was 3 acres of land worth 60 taels of silver. Moreover, with Huang Laokai in such a precarious state, the mission to save him was only half complete. What if he passed without having settled the land affairs? Er Dogzi's heart was in turmoil, torn between hope and anxiety. "Er Dogzi, you saved my life. The 3 acres of land in the stone pit shall henceforth be yours." Finally, Huang Laokai and Appo's response came, and Er Dogzi, elated, stood up from the ground. Thank you, master." From that moment forward, he would no longer be a mere tenant, but a landowner. With his own land, he could do as he pleased, free from rent and the fear of eviction, even building a tiled house upon it. Oh dear! One could only wonder whether Huang Laokai was in pain from his injuries or from his heart. After a prolonged moment of groans, he continued, "You saved my life. This 3 acres is of little consequence. I can bestow upon you an even greater gift." As he spoke, he glanced at his children, finally fixing his gaze on his second daughter. "I can offer you 2 choices. You may select one. The first is to marry my second daughter, with a dowry of 20 acres of arable land." "Dad!" The second daughter, upon hearing her father and Appo's proposal, blushed deeply, casting her eyes downward to furtively assess Er Dogzi. In turn, Er Dogzi felt somewhat flustered, his face reddening as he lowered his head to steal glances at the second daughter. Their gazes collided briefly before they both quickly averted their eyes. Er Dogzi and Appo's heart raced. The village beauty, once deemed unattainable, was now to be promised to him, complete with a dowry of 20 acres. What could the second option possibly offer that could rival this? "The second option," Huang Laokai continued, "is that I can sell you the entire Shiko mountain for 800 taels of silver. This sum need not be repaid in one go. You can repay 40 taels annually over 20 years. Choose whichever option you prefer." Upon concluding, all members of the Huang family turned to Er Dogzi, eager to witness his decision. He found himself in a quandary. Both options were immensely appealing. To marry the village beauty, envied by all, along with 20 acres of land, would make him the son-in-law of the wealthiest man in Shikuxia, a position of power in the village. In the past, he had subconsciously viewed Huang Laotsai's status as the pinnacle of success. However, this recent journey into the city had unveiled to him a much broader horizon. Even Huang Laokai, the richest in Shikuxia, was obligated to pay taxes and had to grovel before the officials, enduring beatings and offering bribes when confronted by the likes of Zhao Duwang. When pursued by shadowy figures, had it not been for Er Dogzi and Appo's timely intervention, he might not have returned. When Er Dogzi gazed upon the second daughter again, his resolve solidified. Her round face, curvaceous waist, and ample figure were unmatched in all of Shikuxia. The second daughter, feeling his intense gaze, lowered her head, blushing deeply, her fingers nervously clutching her garment as she awaited the final moment. After several lingering glances, Er Dogzi reluctantly shifted his gaze and spoke slowly. "I will purchase Shiko Mountain, You. The second daughter stomped her foot in frustration, covering her face as she fled the room. Huang Laokai observed his daughter's departure with a glance, but refrained from further comment. Very well, from today forth, Shiko Mountain is yours. But you must repay 40 taels of silver each year. No more, no less, and no early repayments. Oh dear, the pain is excruciating. If you fail to repay the 40 taels by year's end, I will reclaim Shiko Mountain. Once I recover, we shall go to the county office to formalize the contract. Dazed, Er Dogzi left Huang Laokai and Amp Oppo's home, still reeling from the overwhelming surprise. He could not comprehend why Huang Laokai had set such an unusual agreement. Considering his current poverty, the option to repay the 800 taels over 20 years was understandable. Yet, the stipulation forbidding additional payments or early repayment baffled him. Regrettably, he felt he had let down the second daughter. He hoped she would not resent him and would find a more suitable match. Lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at the foot of Shiko Mountain. Gazing at the rocky expanse before him, he was engulfed in astonishment at having acquired an entire mountain. From this day forth, he too was a landowner. Though the terrain was strewn with stones, the soil meager and barren and water scarce. Its remote location was advantageous. No one would venture here. Previously, he had hesitated to farm this land. Now that it was his, he could enclose areas to keep outsiders at bay. On his first day back, he moved large stones to block the main pathway up the mountain. Henceforth, access to Shiko Mountain would require climbing. With his newfound strength and agility, he was undeterred. He envisioned constructing a large house atop the mountain, cultivating all arable land available. He aimed to plant grains, precious herbs, and various fruit trees, and even raise chickens, ducks, and geese. He fondly recalled the last time he had savored chicken legs on his 5th birthday. Regrettably, he could not raise fish here, and fish meat was equally delightful. In that moment, Er Dogzi was filled with determination, seizing a hoe to begin his reclamation efforts. Currently, the only cultivable land consisted of the 3 acres in the stone pit, where he had planted rice and a few wild vegetables. Recently, he had successfully acquired seeds for 3 medicinal herbs, cistanche, ginseng, and polygonatum, and needed to clear a new plot for planting. If successful, he intended to cultivate these herbs extensively in the future. Grains, while valuable, yielded too much. He could not consume it all, and selling it in bulk was cumbersome. Presently, over 100 stones of rice remained, and even consuming 3 or 4 meals a day, he could not finish it. He planned to process it into energy pills for gradual sale. With his robust physique, he was well suited for land reclamation. He could effortlessly toss stones weighing over 100 gene and uprooted weeds and roots with just a few strokes of his hoe. Within days, he had cleared 3 plots of land, planting ginseng, polygonatum, and cistanche, watering them with the water stored in his gourd. Just a day or 2 after planting, both ginseng and polygonatum had sprouted and begun to grow. However, the cistanche seeds showed no signs of life. In the following days, aside from his regular training, Er Dogzi diligently monitored the growth of his herbs. The ginseng and polygonatum thrived, while the cistanche remained dormant. Perhaps he had been deceived by that unreliable old man. Or perhaps his planting methods were flawed. He had never cultivated medicinal herbs before and was entirely ignorant of their cultivation, relying solely on the miraculous properties of his gourd. The only task at hand is to water daily. The ginseng and huangjing seedlings have grown substantially, yet the emergence of the cistanche seedlings remains elusive. It appears that the cultivation of cistanche has been a failure. Chapter 18. Spiritual Energy. After 2 months of returning to Shiko Mountain, Er Dogzi was filled with boundless enthusiasm, akin to an indefatigable beast of burden. His days were consumed with martial training and land reclamation, to the extent that he had worn out several hoes and machetes. His labor bore fruit, as he successfully cultivated an additional 2 acres of wasteland, planting them with polygonatum, the only crop currently bearing seeds. On one particular day, he resolved to turn over the soil designated for the cultivation of cistanche, intending to sow some polygonatum there. As he struck the ground with his hoe, he unearthed an object, a pure white, jade-like cylinder. Puzzled, he knelt to examine it closely. Its shape was somewhat unrefined, evoking thoughts of other, more embarrassing forms. Could this be Sistanch? With this thought in mind, he began to dig fervently, extracting the entire 2-foot-long column. Continuing to excavate in the area where he had planted Sistanch, he discovered many more of these cylindrical objects, gleaming white, long, and covered in scales. Taking one, he cautiously bit into it. It was sweet at first, but soon revealed a bitter undertone. Edible, yet not particularly palatable. After unearthing a dozen or so, he was fairly confident that these were indeed the Sistanch he had planted 2 months prior. There was no need to uproot the remaining ones. He decided to leave them to grow further. Previously, an unreliable old doctor had mentioned that this substance was highly nourishing, though he was unsure of its exact benefits. Curious, he intended to experiment. However, fearing insufficient potency, he first stored the Sistanch in his gourd, planning to consume it after a few days. Additionally, he harvested a few thriving polygonatum plants from his initial batch and placed them in the gourd as well, eager to try both together. 3 days later, he retrieved the 2 herbs, washing them thoroughly before simmering a large pot of soup. Once cooked, both ingredients presented a slight bitterness accompanied by a hint of sweetness, yielding a delightful flavor. Er Dogzi enjoyed the meal as he would any ordinary feast, alternating bites of polygonatum and Sistanch with satisfaction. After finishing, he lay in bed, feeling a warm glow in his belly and a slight heat radiating from his body. Yet, sleep eluded him. Instead, he felt increasingly invigorated, as if a boundless energy was penned up within him. In the dead of night, he rose, taking his hoe to clear a substantial area of land before returning to bed. Despite his efforts, he still felt restless. As he lay there, a myriad of whimsical thoughts flooded his mind. At 14, he was no longer a child. Should he perhaps save some money to hire a matchmaker for a wife? There were 12 girls in the village around his age. Who would be the most suitable? Memories of childhood companions, like Suehua, who had married, surfaced, as did thoughts of the charming daughters of wealthy families, their figures swaying enticingly. Alas, what a pity! Lost in these daydreams, he eventually drifted into slumber. In his dream, he found himself marrying the second daughter. On their wedding night, she appeared rosy-cheeked, adorned in a splendid red embroidered gown. As he began to undress her, he found that her garments seemed endless, and despite a night of effort, he had yet to reveal even a sliver of skin. Upon waking, he discovered his clothes dampened, not with sweat, but with blood from his nose. Had he overindulged in the nourishing herbs? Or had he merely been too anxious in his dream? No, something felt amiss from the moment he rose. Today, he sensed a striking difference. His senses felt sharper, his limbs lighter, and his strength significantly enhanced. As he sat cross-legged to practice his morning routine, he discovered an even greater transformation. He could perceive vibrant specks of light dancing in the air around him. These lively dots seemed to float and glide, and as he breathed in accordance with his training, some of these points entered his body with the air, while most escaped through his breath or skin. Only a few remained, becoming part of him. Could this be the spiritual energy spoken of in texts? He could now sense it. Over the past 6 months, Li Banxian had guided him through the rudiments of a tattered book, which Er Dogzi had diligently copied. This endeavor had not only granted him literacy, but also a thorough understanding of its contents. The text claimed that spiritual energy permeates the world, and any living being that can harness it would enjoy robust health, longevity, and even immortality. Yet, ordinary individuals, despite existing in a spiritual environment, could not perceive it without prolonged cultivation. Er Dogzi ventured outside, honing his ability to sense the surroundings. He discovered that everything possessed some degree of spiritual energy, albeit in varying concentrations. In the common soil and rocks, he could find only a couple of energy points every foot or two, hardly significant. However, in the earth he had watered with his gourd, the energy points were noticeably denser, appearing every inch or two, slowly wafting into the air. He further compared ordinary items with those stored in the gourd for over 3 days. The latter exhibited a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy. He speculated that the items in the gourd were particularly potent due to their enriched spiritual content. This breakthrough in his cultivation had unlocked a new realm of perception for him. With his newfound ability to sense spiritual energy, He could now begin practicing the first level of the unnamed technique. Yet, he pondered, if this was merely the first level, what then of the training he had undergone previously? The book was vague, and his mentor often shrouded matters in mystery, avoiding trivial concerns. Nonetheless, he resolved to consult his master regarding this breakthrough, especially after the harrowing experience of being pursued by a shadowy figure. Perhaps he could learn a martial technique or swordplay to defend himself. Moreover, with the abundance of sistanch he had unearthed, he could present a specimen to his master for guidance on how to process and utilize it. It seemed he had overindulged in the nourishing herbs last night, igniting a fire within him. Yet, had he not consumed so much, he might not have experienced such a breakthrough this morning. With a burlap sack slung over his shoulder, Er Dogzi descended the mountain, noting that winter was fast approaching and everyone was preparing for the season. In the fields, children scoured for wild vegetables, gathered fruits, and collected grass seeds. No edible morsel was overlooked. Even a handful of wild seed could mean the difference between life and death in the harsh winter months. Among the group of foraging children, he spotted two familiar figures, Xiao Ezi and Zhang Yoxin, both busy searching for wild vegetables. "Guzigo," called out Xiao Ezi, her hands clutching a large bundle of dogtail grass, joyfully rushing toward him. Zhang Yoxin followed closely behind, brandishing a hoe and glaring at Er Dogzi, ever ready for a scuffle. The uncle's family had inherited a vast estate from Er Dogzi's parents, with dozens of acres to their name, so they had no need for dogtail grass. However, due to the significant expenses incurred from Zhang Youliang's martial training, they were living frugally, and gathering wild vegetables and seeds could help feed their chickens and pigs, as well as save on rations. Er Dogzi recalled how rough dogtail grass seeds were, often causing discomfort in his throat, but they were quite filling. In comparison, the seeds of barnyard grass are far more delectable. "Brother Dog, are you also foraging for wild vegetables?" Xiao Yi whispered as she leaned closer, revealing a secret. Behind the bend of the creek field, there are many tender, wild vegetables. "Oh, very well, thank you. I shall make a trip to the town first, and later I will check that area," replied Er Dogzi. Although he no longer needed to forage for wild vegetables and likely wound tea in the future, he expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yi with genuine joy. "I'm heading to the town. Is there anything you desire? I can buy it for you." "I don't want anything. Please don't waste your money, or you'll end up hungry," Xiao Yi replied, shaking her head vigorously, fearing Er Dogzi might squander his funds. "All right, I want tea waste money." Er Dogzi playfully flicked her forehead. In this world, it seemed that Xiao Yi was his only kin. As for Zhang Yoxin, who stood behind Xiao Yi glaring at him, today, for Xiao Yi's sake, he refrained from confronting Er Dogzi. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yi, Er Dogzi looked at the ragged children of the tenants in the fields, recalling how he had lived similarly just a few years prior. Now, he possessed a mountain and a mysterious gourd. He would likely not face hunger again, would he? He patted his warm cotton coat and walked toward the direction of Sanchatsi town. Chapter 19. True Chi, this young lad, I perceive that your bones are extraordinary, and you possess the potential of a dragon among men. Before Li Banzian could finish his sentence, the boy had already vanished without a trace. Alas, the world has indeed fallen into decline, and the hearts of men have become ancient. How could you leave before I have concluded my words? Li Banzian had not conducted any business for over 10 days, and the current populace was both impoverished and shrewd, making it increasingly difficult to deceive them. After enduring the harsh realities of society, he had come to appreciate that ergo, this lad, was truly a good child, respectful of his teacher, and easily led astray. As he pondered the virtues of ergo, he noticed the boy approaching his stall, carrying a piece of pork. Li Banzian swiftly straightened up, adopting an air of solemnity, his gaze unwavering, embodying the demeanor of a venerable sage. "Master, oh, you have come." Li Banzian nonchalantly accepted the fatty meat from Ergo and Appo's hands, maintaining an expression of serene indifference. "How has your cultivation progressed of late? I can sense the chi now," Ergo exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Li Banzian, momentarily taken aback, recalled that the technique indeed mentioned the ability to sense chi. However, having never even managed to enter the preliminary stages of the practice himself, He had long harbored doubts about the authenticity of the method and had not paid much heed to the subsequent details. Now, as Ergo claimed to have reached the stage of sensing qi, Li Banzian remained skeptical. Could it be that this foolish boy had genuinely cultivated a technique he himself had deemed spurious after years of practice? How did you come to sense it? Pray tell, share your experience with me. I dreamt of marrying a wife last night. Such trifles need not be articulated. Li Banzian interjected, uninterested in the youthful fantasies of the boy, steering directly to the matter at hand. This morning, I awoke to find I could perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There were many tiny specks of light floating in the air. Ergo recounted his experience of sensing the spiritual energy, omitting any mention of the yellow gourd. Li Banzian, tugging at his beard, found himself ensnared in deep contemplation and self-doubt. Perhaps due to overwhelming emotion, he had unknowingly pulled out several strands of hair. After a moment, he managed to compose himself and calmly remarked, "Not bad, not bad. However, you must remain humble and avoid arrogance. Remember, there are always those greater than oneself, and skies beyond the skies." Regardless of the veracity of Ergo and Appo's claims, Li Banzian resolved to temper the boy and Appo's burgeoning pride, lest it become more challenging to lead him astray in the future. Take the small stone and try to crush it. Ergo grasped the stone on the table, squeezing it with all his might, his face turning crimson. Yet the stone remained unyielding. "Master, I cannot break it," he declared, shaking his head in resignation. "Thus, you must strive harder," Li Banzian said, taking up a stone the size of a fist. With a gentle rub of his hands, he reduced it to powder. Witnessing Li Banzian and Appo's extraordinary strength, Ergo and Appo's face shone with admiration. He could scarcely conceive of how long it might take for him to attain such prowess. "Do not be disheartened. If you can grasp even a fraction of my teachings, becoming a martial scholar will not be insurmountable." "Understood, master." Ergo's admiration for his teacher's abilities only deepened, and he now obediently listened to Li Banzian's guidance. "Master, I wish to learn the art of the sword." He recalled that fateful night when the cloaked figure wielded a knife, heads rolling and blood splattering. The crude knife techniques paled in comparison to the elegance of swordplay. "Teaching you some sword techniques is indeed feasible." Li Banzian produced a tattered book without a cover from some hidden recess, flipping it open to copy down a full page, which he then handed to Ergo. "To learn the sword, you must start with the most fundamental techniques. Take this and practice it 1,000 times each day." Ergo accepted the paper, glancing at the basic sword stances and key points for thrusting. "Thank you, master. By the way, I recently acquired something at the market. The vendor claimed it to be meat sistanch. Would you be so kind as to verify it?" Ergo recalled another purpose for his visit, though he refrained from disclosing the secret of the gourd, merely stating it was purchased at the market where no one could trace his steps. "Ah, indeed. It is meat sistanch. How curious." Li Banzian, possessing some knowledge, recognized the item as described in the texts. However, this herb only thrived in arid deserts and required specific plants to coexist. The environment in Anshan County was unsuitable for its growth. He could only speculate that a traveling merchant had brought it from afar. "I have been researching medicinal properties lately, and this sistanch is quite suitable, though I require a jar of wine as a catalyst." Li Banzian found an excuse to take the sistanch for himself. According to the records, it was a potent tonic. He would test its efficacy with his old acquaintance in a few days. The two engaged in conversation for a considerable time, with Ergo inquiring about various herbs. Li Banzian cautioned that the potent meat sistanch should not be consumed in excess at once. When Ergo eventually took his leave, both had gained valuable insights, and spirits were high. As he departed, Ergo promised to remember to bring wine for his master on his next visit. Watching Ergo's retreating figure, Li Banzian fell once more into self-doubt, feeling as though the meat in his hand had lost its flavor. Meanwhile, Ergo, elated to have acquired the sword techniques, was far more generous with his spending. He seized the opportunity to purchase 2 large white geese, 1 male and 1 female, from a seller of the market. With the abundant weeds from his clearing on the mountain, he could feed them with ease, and by next year, he hoped to hatch a brood of goslings. Geese consume grass, lay eggs, guard the home, and their meat could provide hearty meals. Their feathers could be fashioned into warm clothing and bedding, and even their droppings would enrich the soil. In essence, raising geese would yield benefits without waste. He also indulged in purchasing a sizable piece of pork, ready to enjoy a hearty meal. However, in his pursuit of frugality, he opted for a large, unwanted slab of ribs instead of fatty cuts. Upon returning to Snake Mouth Mountain, he first settled the geese before preparing a pot for cooking. He chopped the ribs into large sections, adding water and a sprinkle of black salt, simmering them gently for half an hour. Even as the meat cooked, the aroma tantalized him, and now, retrieving a piece, the meat had become tender and succulent, bursting with flavor. Delicious. After savoring the meat, he extracted the rich broth from the bones, chewing them until nothing was left. Such precious bones were not to be discarded. This was also why he preferred geese for guarding his home rather than a dog. After this indulgent meal, he noticed he was not as easily hungry as before. Previously, he required 4 meals a day, but today, having eaten only 3, he felt content. In this manner, consuming meat allowed him to save a meal. Henceforth, he could manage with a meal every 10 days or so. It felt somewhat extravagant, yet he recognized that to cultivate martial skills, a diet rich in meat was essential for rapid progress. Moreover, having now gained the ability to sense chi, he would commence practicing the first level of the unnamed technique, necessitating increased sustenance. After several days of continuous practice, the tangible energy within him transformed into a subtle essence of true chi. The total amount of chi had diminished by over 100-fold, yet its quality was elevated, more refined and potent. When he directed this strand of true chi to his arms, he could effortlessly lift stones weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Upon entering the first stage of the technique, he could consume copious amounts of food during training, transforming tangible energy into true chi through practice. This method, although the slowest in progression, surpassed idleness. Additionally, he could absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, directly converting it into true chi through the technique. However, the spiritual energy in the world is sparse, and after cultivating for half a day, one can scarcely absorb a few points of spiritual essence, making progress rather sluggish, only slightly better than the initial method. Another approach involves directly consuming food and medicinal herbs rich in spiritual energy. This method is the most effective, yet such food is inherently scarce and exorbitantly priced. For instance, ginseng can absorb the wandering spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, storing it within its body. Thus, the longer it grows, the more spiritual essence it contains. Fortunately, Er Dogzi possesses a yellow-skinned gourd that enhances the spiritual concentration of various items. Otherwise, even with the wealth of a person like Huang Laokai, it would be unsustainable. In the days that followed, Er Dogzi practiced the first level of his cultivation technique diligently morning and night, and with the aid of abundant spiritual food, his progress was notably swift, as the thread of true energy within his meridians gradually expanded. At noon, he practiced the foundational sword technique provided by his master 1,000 times. In the spare moments, he engaged in farming, clearing land, and tending to the geese. Chapter 20. Enhanced Strength Pill with a Grunt. Er Dogzi strained as he raised a massive boulder high above his head, pacing several laps around a 3-acre plot. Finally, he exhaled forcefully, bringing the stone crashing down onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This stone weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, and he was now able to lift it with relative ease. His daily consumption of the grains from the gourd had significantly augmented his strength and cultivation, and the thread of true energy within him had swelled several times over. However, he still found himself unable to crush the stone into powder. Even a stone the size of a pigeon's egg remained unyielding beneath his grip, whenever he recalled his master's effortless demeanor while crushing stones. A deep yearning welled up within him, making him ponder how many more years of training it would take to reach such a level. After discarding the stone, Er Dogzi grasped a wooden sword and commenced his practice of basic sword techniques. He had already learned several fundamental sword moves, such as thrusts, chops, flicks, hangs, and points. According to the sword techniques inscribed by his master, one could practice using a heavy sword, progressively increasing its weight from 10 to 500 pounds. In actual combat, one would then employ a lighter sword, thereby greatly enhancing its effectiveness. Upon reaching this part of the text, Er Dogzi initially thought he had misread it. Although he could lift several hundred pounds with both hands, wielding a sword with one hand was another story. He struggled even with a sword weighing a mere 10 pounds. To effectively handle a 100-pound sword, one would need a strength of at least 1,000 pounds. Currently, Er Dogzi did not possess a suitable heavy sword, so he had to bind a few stones to his wooden sword, bringing its weight to about 5 or 6 pounds. Before him stood a scarecrow, roughly the size of a normal person, adorned with numerous copper coins. He held the sword with one hand and slowly thrust it toward the scarecrow. Whoosh! The blade struck the center of a copper coin with precision. He retracted the sword and thrust again. Thrusting was the most commonly used and fundamental action in swordsmanship, requiring stability and accuracy, speed and power, with the force reaching the tip of the blade. He dedicated the most effort to this technique every day. As the sun descended, Er Dogzi continued to thrust his sword repeatedly in the golden glow of the sunset. Time flew by, and soon the season of heavy snowfall approached the new year, transforming the world into a blanket of white. Yet atop Shiko Mountain, in places unseen by outsiders, the landscape remained lush and vibrant. As the new year neared, Er Dogzi still owed Old Huang 40 taels of silver, a debt he had promised to repay by year-end. He had previously sold the enhanced strength pills for 14 taels of silver, but expenses had accumulated over time. Aside from indulging in occasional meat for himself, he often bought wine and meat to honor his master. Now, he was left with only 6 taels of silver. Fortunately, he had ample provisions, with over 200 stones of grain stored in the gourd. The ginseng he had planted earlier had finally blossomed and produced seeds, which he used to cultivate an additional 2 acres of ginseng. In total, he had cleared 10 acres of land, 3 acres for rice for Huangjing, 1 for meat corydalus, and 2 for ginseng. Additionally, his stone house, goose pen, and training area occupied another acre. Ginseng had a lengthy growth period, often taking 1 to 2 decades, with some varieties taking 50 to 100 years. Therefore, he planned to save some ginseng seeds to further expand his cultivation, even considering converting 3 acres of rice fields to ginseng, with provisions in the gourd sufficient to last him 20 years. He doubted he would need to sell all his enhanced strength pills. Recently, during his spare time, he had been rolling out more of these pills. He had already accumulated over a stone of enhanced strength pills, intending to sell them in the county town in a few days. However, before that, he had another thought he wanted to test. He had originally planted ginseng and Huangjing to incorporate them into the enhanced strength pills, hoping to imbue them with a medicinal quality, enhancing their appeal for sale. He carefully dug up 5 Huangjing plants, each over half a foot long. These Huangjing were golden and robust, with 3 to 4 nodes, indicating they had grown for approximately 3 to 4 years, despite him having only planted them for a mere 3 to 4 months. He boiled the Huangjing, mixed it with rice, and mashed it into a fine paste before rolling it into pills and letting them dry. Additionally, he used the same method to create a variant of the enhanced strength pill with added meat corydalus. After completing the preparations, he stored them in the gourd to enhance their spiritual energy concentration. Through his extensive exploration, he had concluded that anything placed within the gourd would improve in quality and yield remarkable effects. However, the enhancement was not limitless. The first day saw the most significant improvement, with slight enhancements on the second day, reaching a plateau on the third day where no further improvement could occur. Perhaps due to his advancing cultivation, he could now cause the gourd to change shape 7 or 8 times consecutively. At its largest, the gourd could expand to 2 or 3 zhang in height, accommodating most items. At its smallest, he could compress the gourd to a size smaller than hair, akin to a minuscule needle, allowing it to pierce his skin undetected. 3 days later, Er Dogzi carefully descended the mountain, carrying a sack along a rope. The heavy snow had blanketed the mountain, encasing the rocks and trees in a layer of ice, making the ground perilously slippery. Navigating the treacherous terrain posed a risk of tumbling down the cliff. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, His straw sandals had worn through. He discarded the tattered sandals and opted to walk barefoot in the snow, planning to buy a pair of cotton shoes in town. During his last visit to the county, he had observed the wealthy officials strutting about in their cotton shoes, exuding an air of grandeur. He had heard tales of the county magistrate donning long boots crafted from cowhide, embellished with gold and silver threads. Accustomed to going barefoot or wearing straw sandals since childhood, Er Dogzi had developed thick calluses on his feet. However, now that he had earned some money, he wished to acquire a pair of cotton shoes to experience the sensation of wearing them. While he indulged in these daydreams, he spotted a small figure curled up by the roadside, seemingly lifeless. Every winter, many such figures could be seen by the wayside. It was not uncommon to come across bodies frozen or starved to death, and Er Dogzi had grown desensitized to it. After all, life was cheap. They were not the esteemed officials who could afford to collapse by the roadside and succumb to death. Having been cast out by his uncle last year, he knew he could have easily met the same fate without the gourd. Today, however, upon seeing the small figure, which appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, he felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. He was reminded of his own childhood, when he and Er Dogzi had also been orphaned at such a tender age, toiling away in their uncle and aunt Appo's household just to survive. Gently, he brushed aside the tattered clothing covering the child and aunt Appo's face, revealing a pale visage, with tangled hair obscuring much of it. Fleas scuttled among the strands. The child was still breathing. He was not dead. Cradling the child, Er Dogzi offered him some water and then pressed a piece of the enhanced strength pill into his mouth. The child, likely starved to the edge of unconsciousness, swallowed eagerly, despite his dazed state. After consuming a dozen pills, the child slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Er Dogzi with an effort. "Child, it is good that you have awakened. Keep this sack of provisions and eat slowly. Whether you survive or not is up to fate," Er Dogzi said, rummaging through the sack to produce a large bundle filled with his hand-rolled enhanced strength pills. "Conserve your rations. Perhaps they will sustain you until spring." He feared that the child might freeze to death in the storm that night. After leaving behind the provisions, Er Dogzi departed. The child clutched the food tightly to his chest, brushing aside his hair to watch Er Dogzi and Appo's retreating figure. His gaze was complex, and the dark red mole on his forehead seemed to glimmer a bit brighter. Chapter 21. Striking rich as Er Dogzi strode purposefully into the county town. The dusk was settling in. Upon entering the city, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his heart, for he had managed to evade a band of robbers who, despite the biting cold, had chosen to ambush travelers rather than rest at home. Though this gang of bandits had a reputation for integrity, Er Dogzi was reluctant to part with several coins without reason, especially since a modest meal of pork cost him dearly. Seizing the moment when the robbers were taken by surprise, he made a sudden dash for freedom. Ever since his last encounter with Haiying, where they had tested their speed, his confidence in his ability to escape had soared. Recent training had further enhanced his prowess, as a surge of vital energy coursed through him, increasing both his speed and endurance. He sprinted with fervor, leaving the bandits far behind, who could only shout in vain pursuit. He had no intention of engaging them in combat. The thought of a reckless skirmish, with the potential for grievous injury, was far too daunting. Upon crossing the city gate, Er Dogzi noticed an influx of beggars, who swarmed around him like a hive of bees. Initially hesitant, he contemplated using a whip like Lai Fu, but the beggars, sensing his rural naivete, began to strip him of his belongings, even undoing the ties on his trousers. "Get lost," he bellowed, employing both hands and feet to push them away with brute force, sending several tumbling back. This display of strength quelled their advance, and he swiftly retied his belt, marching forward with renewed determination. Clearly, one could not afford to be lenient with such individuals, otherwise one could risk being stripped bare. The business at Huichun Hall remained as lackluster as ever, with a young man engrossed in his studies at the desk. Upon hearing footsteps and glancing up to see Er Dogzi, he sprang from his chair as if bitten by a dog. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting with great impatience." The young man grasped Er Dogzi's hands tightly, his excitement palpable. Er Dogzi surmised that the last batch of strength pills had likely been depleted. "Do you still have the strength pills you gave me last time? How many did you bring this time? The young man did not conceal his eagerness for the pills. He had intended to reserve the previous supply for medicinal purposes in the shop, but a martial arts brother had discovered them and consumed them all, mistaking them for sweets. This brother persistently harassed him for more, claiming their remarkable efficacy greatly aided martial artists. Frustrated and unable to locate Er Dogzi, he had been left in a state of anxious anticipation. "Look, I've even gone gray from worrying about you," he lamented, tugging at a strand of his own white hair to showcase his distress. "I brought some," Er Dogzi replied with a nod, though he felt the youth seemed several years his senior, lacking in worldly wisdom. The young man's open display of urgency left Er Dogzi wary of potential price gouging. From a young age, he learned that when purchasing items at the market, one must feign disinterest to negotiate effectively. Perhaps the youth had always been comfortably provided for, unaccustomed to such caution. Unpacking the burlap sack from his back, he revealed a bounty of strength pills, at least 4 or 5 dough, all meticulously packed. "So many. Excellent. I'll take them all." The rarity of such precious herbs was typically reflected in their scarcity, yet here was Er Dogzi with a full sack, amounting to over 5,000 pills. The two spent a considerable time counting, finally arriving at a total of 695 pills. "Shall we stick to the previous price?" The young man began fiddling with the abacus, momentarily forgetting they had not yet discussed the cost. Er Dogzi nodded in agreement, having been pleasantly surprised by selling them for 50 coins each last time. The youth's affable demeanor suggested he lacked guile, prompting Er Dogzi to consider a long-term partnership. "All right, 695 pills at 50 coins each amounts to 284,750 coins. The abacus clicked and clacked as the young man calculated the total. Er Dogzi had learned some arithmetic from Li Banzian and spent a while mentally verifying the total. "I'll give you a round figure, 285 taels of silver. What do you say?" "That works, but let us not rush. I have 2 other types of pills for you to see." Er Dogzi retrieved 2 smaller bundles from his pack and laid them on the counter. Each contained an enhanced version of the strength pills. Having sampled them himself, he knew these had a more potent essence, offering greater benefits for cultivation. However, he found the variant infused with cistanche to be troublesome, as it often led him to daydream of marrying a wife, leaving him in a state of anxious longing. The young man inspected the pills closely, comparing the 3 types. "I can only ascertain that these 2 are significantly more effective, but the precise effects remain uncertain until tested. If you don't mind, I would buy these for 60 coins each, and should they prove truly remarkable, I will provide additional compensation." Seeing the sincerity in the young man's request, Er Dogzi readily agreed. With 50 pills of each type, totaling 100 pills, the cost would amount to 6 taels of silver. The young man retreated to the back of the apothecary, returning shortly with a small wooden box. When he opened it before Er Dogzi, the sight of gleaming silver ingots filled him with elation. As the young man weighed each ingot, he revealed they were all standard 10-tael pieces, totaling 29 ingots plus 1 tael of broken silver. In total, that is 291 taels of silver. "Please verify for yourself. My name is Sima. In the future, I will continue to purchase strength pills from you." "Oh, very well. I am Zhang Ergu, and I shall sell to you again." Er Dogzi received the silver ingots, wrapping them securely in layers of burlap and tying them off tightly. With over 200 taels in his possession, he stepped out of Huichun Hall, marveling at the sum, his first encounter with such wealth. This fortune could purchase 10 acres of prime farmland, sustain a typical tenant farmer in Appo's household for over a decade, or secure several brides from the market. As twilight deepened and shadows lengthened, the streets were filled with an array of suspicious figures, each appearing to harbor ill intentions. Every passerby heightened Er Dogzi's vigilance. With such a fortune tucked away, his posture straightened with newfound confidence. Passing a bun shop, he waved his hand grandly and purchased 10 of the largest meat buns without a hint of haggling, indulging in their deliciousness as he walked. The sight of him devouring the buns made the beggars by the roadside drool with longing. By the time he finished, night had fully enveloped the town. He sought a place to rest for the night, planning to visit the blacksmith the following day to procure a sword. Deciding to indulge himself further, he looked for an inn to stay for the night. He soon spotted the Hongyan Tower, an impressive five-story establishment adorned with a grand lantern at its entrance. Standing at the doorway, Er Dogzi hesitated momentarily, scraping the mud from his boots in the snow before stepping inside. Curious to see what lay within, he had hardly crossed the threshold when a young attendant in a blue robe approached with a bow. However, upon noticing Er Dogzi and Amp Oppo's mud-streaked feet, the attendant's smile vanished, replaced by a cold glare as he scrutinized Er Dogzi from head to toe. "A country bumpkin. Get out," the attendant barked. Taken aback, Er Dogzi thought there must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps the attendant mistook him for a beggar. "I'm here to stay at the inn," he protested. "Stay at the inn?" The attendant scrutinized him once more, assessing his worthiness to enter. His hair was a tangle, skin dark and coarse, clad in a tattered cotton coat, exuding a rustic aura. His hands were riddled with calluses and cracks, and he didn't even possess a pair of shoes. How audacious! Did he not realize the nature of this establishment? The cost for a single night was 2 taels of silver. Could he afford such an expense? If he were to be granted entry, how would the other esteemed guests comport themselves? As the young servant spoke, he attempted to shove him away. Yet, despite his modest stature, the man possessed considerable strength, akin to that of a boulder. The servant, attempting to push him, found himself utterly immovable. With a slight motion of his arm, the servant was sent sprawling onto the ground. How contemptuous! The man turned and exited the grand doors of the Hongyan Pavilion. The mere thought of spending 2 taels of silver for a night was enough to dissuade him. He could not bear to part with such a sum. With that amount, he could purchase a good 20 pounds of pork to sate his hunger. Learning from the experience at Hongyan Pavilion, he refrained from inquiring about prices at other ostentatious places, lest he invite further humiliation. Eventually, he located a modest, somewhat dilapidated inn, where a night's stay cost a mere 31. The guest room lacked even a bed or bedding. To procure a blanket, he would need to part with an additional 10 won. However, there was a kitchen where he could prepare his own meals. Surprisingly, this humble establishment thrived, hosting a myriad of individuals from all walks of life. The inn was not without its share of thieves, who visited him thrice in a single night, leaving him nearly sleepless. Yet fortunately, not a single coin was lost. Chapter 22. Refined Copper Essence in Anshan County. There exists a street lined with an array of fabric and tailoring shops, vibrant and colorful, creating a delightful atmosphere. Last night, Er Dogzi had stowed most of his silver coins into a gourd, taking only a few copper coins to fill his bundle. Now, as he walked down the street, he felt a sense of security, no longer burdened by the fear of theft. Early in the morning, he had perused this street for quite some time before finally entering a modest tailor shop. Inside, there was only an elderly woman diligently crafting a shoe sole. Upon noticing Er Dogzi's entrance, she promptly set aside her work. "Young man, do you wish to purchase fabric or have garments made?" she inquired. "I would like to buy a pair of shoes," Er Dogzi replied, gazing at the various black cloth shoes on the shelves, each differing in size and style, with some adorned with delicate embroidery of plum blossoms or lotuses. "Would you prefer to have them custom fitted or select a ready-made pair?" "I'll take a ready-made pair." Although custom fitting would ensure a better fit, it required a lengthy wait. Besides, he was barefoot, so such details were of little concern. The elderly woman, noticing his bare feet, recognized that this might be his first shoe purchase and gave him a thorough explanation of the options available. Er Dogzi soon learned that there were numerous considerations for footwear in the city. There were single cloth shoes, cotton shoes, and even waterproof boots. His interest peaked at the mention of the waterproof boots. The soles and uppers were coated with multiple layers of tung oil and allowed to dry, then fastened together with iron nails, followed by additional layers of oil. The finished boots were stiff and heavy, akin to stone, yet they remained impervious to water. Moreover, these boots were remarkably durable, lasting a decade or more. The elderly woman, observing Er Dogzi's feet, selected a pair for him to try on. As he slipped his foot inside, he found it to be a perfect fit, warm and comfortable. However, he soon realized that they were too small. He removed them and tried on a larger pair instead. At just 14, he was growing rapidly, and it would be prudent to purchase a size or 2 larger to accommodate his growth. A pair of tung oil boots weighed around 4 to 5 pounds and required an immense quantity of oil, fabric, and nails, taking a month to craft. Their price was steep, demanding 1 or 2 silver coins, several times that of ordinary cotton shoes. If they could not be worn for a year, it would be a considerable waste. Er Dogzi requested some scraps of cloth from the elderly woman, stuffing them into the shoes to prevent them from feeling too large while also providing warmth. As he prepared to leave, she gifted him a pair of socks. For these weary feet that had endured much hardship, it was the first time they would wear socks. The wealthy citizens of the city truly knew how to indulge themselves. Mere shoes were insufficient without the luxury of socks. As Er Dogzi exited the tailor shop, he walked with newfound caution, wary of muddying his new footwear. There were several blacksmith shops in Anshan County, primarily crafting everyday items like pots and knives. However, one shop stood out, showcasing an impressive array of gleaming weapons. "This is the place," he thought. "Esteemed customer, our shop specializes in crafting various weapons. What style do you require?" asked a stout young boy in a gruff voice. "I seek a sword that is heavier, at least over 10 pounds, Er Dogzi replied. Given his current strength, he could only practice with swords weighing 6 to 7 pounds. However, like his shoe purchase, he considered that his strength would increase in the future, and replacing a sword would entail additional expense. Swords weighing over 8 pounds are classified as heavy swords. Please follow me. The young boy led him to a section where only a few swords, all exceeding 8 pounds, were displayed. Among them, only 2 fit Er Dogzi's criteria. One was crafted from fine steel, exuding a chilling aura, with its hilt adorned with gemstones. The price for such a sword was 50 taels of silver, clearly beyond Er Dogzi and Amp, Appo's means. The other sword, forged from ordinary steel, weighed 11 pounds and appeared dull and unremarkable. Yet it was affordably priced at just 4 taels of silver. "This one will do. Would you like a sword sheath?" A wooden sheath is available for 200 coins. The young boy, understanding the situation, only recommended the cheapest option, neglecting the lavish, gem-studded sheaths. "No need." Er Dogzi decisively shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. He withdrew 4 strings of copper coins from his bundle, paid, and exited the weapon shop, sword in hand. He then returned to the elderly woman, purchasing 3 feet of coarse cloth to wrap the sword, making it easy to carry. The cloth cost only 100 coins, and he could later unravel it to sew a pair of trousers. With shoes and a sword acquired, he also purchased a block of black salt and 10 meat buns from a vendor. It was time to return home, yet he felt an inexplicable sense that he had forgotten something. As he approached a stall laden with hairpins and ribbons for young girls, realization struck him. Having often been cared for by Xiao Easy Eye, he now had the means to buy her a little gift. Thus, he purchased a pair of hairpins, a piece of malt candy, a candied hawthorn skewer, and a pound of osmanthus cake. The osmanthus cake was particularly expensive, costing 300 coins per pound. Having never tasted it before, he sampled a small piece and found it both fragrant and sweet, truly delightful. Once all his purchases were complete, he strode out of the county town with purpose. In the sword shop of the county town, a middle-aged man was counting the day's earnings when he suddenly exclaimed, rummaging through a large box of copper coins. After a while, he selected 4 large strings of coins and placed them on the table, scrutinizing them for a long time, yet still uncertain. "Father, father, father." The middle-aged man rushed into the back room, clutching the 4 strings of coins. "What's all this fuss about?" An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, chided his son for his excitement. "Father, take a look at these coins." The elder took the coins and examined them meticulously for a considerable time. "Indeed, this is refined copper essence." The once scolding elder was now visibly agitated, his beard trembling with excitement. Refined copper essence is produced from ordinary copper through a specialized process. However, from 100 pounds of copper, after much time and labor, only 1 pound remains. The value of refined copper essence is exorbitant, and its quality is vastly superior. When incorporated into the forging of swords, it enhances their resistance to rust, sharpness, and durability. Who could have created copper coins from refined copper essence? Who brought them here? "I don't know. I only noticed it while counting the day's earnings," the middle-aged man replied. "This matter must not be publicized, nor should we act rashly," the elder cautioned, as both father and son felt a thrill of excitement. Ultimately, The elder, seasoned in life's trials, gradually regained his composure. This windfall could be a blessing, yet might also invite peril. Chapter 23. The sudden turmoil in the Huang family upon returning to Shishi village. Er Dogzi first wandered near his uncle's house in search of Xiao Yizai. He was reluctant to knock on his uncle's door, not wanting to confront his aunt's disdainful demeanor. So he opted to wait outside. However, it wasn't long before he encountered Xiao Yizai. "Xiao Yizai, look at the lovely gifts I have for you." They squatted in a discreet corner by the wall, and Er Dogzi produced a pair of exquisite hairpins. "Wow, they're so beautiful. Are they for me?" Xiao Yizai exclaimed, her dimples appearing as she smiled brightly at the sight of the hairpins. "Of course they are for you. I have no use for them," he replied. "Thank you, Dogzi Gu." She accepted the hairpins and, without needing a mirror, immediately adorned her hair with them, giving her head a satisfied shake. But there and amp, oppos, more. "Look," Er Dogzi, like a proud vendor, began to unveil a collection of treats: candied hawthorns, malt sugar, and osmanthus cake. At first, Xiao Yizai beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the delectable offerings. Yet, it soon dawned on her that acquiring such treasures required a considerable sum of money. "Dogzi Gu, please don't buy so many things next time. What if you run out of money and go hungry?" she cautioned. Just yesterday, San Dogzi from the west side of the village died, starved, all because of laziness and lack of provisions. Reluctantly, she began to rewrap the osmanthus cake. "You can return it. It's not worth keeping," she insisted, her tone resolute, though her tongue betrayed her as she surreptitiously licked the remnants from her lips. "Xiao Yizai, don't worry. I want to go hungry," Er Dogzi reassured her as he stuffed the sweets in her embrace. "Old Huang has sold me the land at Shiko Mountain, and he has allowed me to repay him gradually." "Really?" Xiao Yizai and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, truly. My elder brother has long desired that piece of land, and I heard old Huang was adamant about not selling. Yet here he is willing to part with it for me." This revelation surprised Er Dogzi too. "Your family possesses dozens of acres of fertile fields. Why does your brother insist on acquiring that barren mountain?" He. "You may not know this, but my brother recently purchased more land. Now our family has over 100 acres of arable land." As they chatted idly, the creaking of the uncle and Appo's front door interrupted them. Er Dogzi quickly recoiled, wishing to avoid any encounter with his uncle and Appo's family. The door opened, revealing an officer, followed by Zhang Yuliang, who was bidding farewell. After exchanging pleasantries at the threshold, the officer took his leave. "What brought the officer to your home?" Er Dogzi queried, curios. As most villagers regard officials with trepidation, akin to mice encountering cats. "That one, the constable, is a friend of my brother, here to apprehend someone. And he stopped by to catch up," Xiao Yizai explained. "Apprehend someone? Whose family has crossed paths with the authorities?" Er Dogzi asked, puzzled. Given the distance of Shishi village from the county seat, it would take a full day's journey, and typically, unless it was a matter of great urgency, the government would not intervene. Local gentry would often convene to resolve issues without involving the county office. Do you recall the last time when Wang Tuzi stole Li Longzi's wife? The gentry fined Wang Tuzi a stone of grain and dunked Li Longzi's wife in a pig cage. Everyone praised the gentry for their fairness. The day of the dunking drew the entire village, young and old, to the riverside, creating a spectacle even more vibrant than the Lantern Festival. "Oh, I forgot to mention, old Huang's eldest son killed someone, and the family has reported it to the county office," Xiao Yizai added, recalling the village's major news of the day. "Old Huang's family is in trouble. I must see for myself. I owe him several hundred taels of silver," Er Dogzi stated, already rising to head toward old Huang's home. By the time he reached old Huang and Appo's residence, the officer had long departed, yet a throng of tenants gathered outside, gossiping and pointing fingers, though none dared to approach. Er Dogzi squeezed through the crowd and entered. Inside, the place was in disarray. Drawers and cabinets had been overturned, and items lay scattered across the floor. Old Huang's second daughter sat at the entrance weeping, her clothing marked with muddy footprints. Old Huang sat on a stone, his gaze vacant, as the women in his household wailed in despair. This fear of officials is a common sentiment among the common folk. When officials visit, they don't merely take one person and leave. Their long journey ensures they seize whatever valuables they can find. Thus, villagers often frighten children by simply mentioning the arrival of officials, causing them to cease their cries and freeze in fear. Old Master Huang. Upon hearing his name, Old Huang slowly regained his senses. Er Dogzi, sobi sobi sobi. Old Huang suddenly resembled a child, throwing his arms around Er Dogzi and weeping uncontrollably. Master Huang, do not worry. We will think of a solution. I still owe you 800 taels of silver. I came to repay you today. Er Dogzi reassured him, knowing that the official's visit would have stripped the household of any valuables. Perhaps the money he owed could help Old Huang in this crisis. Learning that Er Dogzi had come to repay him seemed to stir Old Huang, gradually restoring his composure. Would you like me to devise a plan and repay you the 800 taels in advance? Er Dogzi contemplated that he could sell some potent pills to quickly raise the funds. No, absolutely not. Old Huang, despite his dire circumstances, showed an unexpected stubbornness. Let us adhere to the original agreement. 40 taels per year for 20 years. We will go to the county office tomorrow to finalize the arrangements. Typically, land sale agreements among the populace must be stamped at the county office for official recognition. Accepting Old Huang and Appo's insistence, Er Dogzi did not argue further and promptly handed over 40 taels of silver. I need to visit the county office tomorrow to smooth things over. This amount will be quite useful. They agreed to set off together the next morning, and Er Dogzi bid farewell, returning to his Shiko mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, 2 large geese, accompanied by a brood of goslings, clamored around him, demanding food. Since he had purchased them, he had been feeding them with nutrient-rich fodder, and they had grown remarkably robust. Recently, they had laid eggs, hatching several goslings. Er Dogzi poured some feed from his gourd into the trough, and the geese immediately surrounded it, eagerly devouring the contents. After feeding the geese, he watered all the crops on the mountain and then worked through the night crafting potent pills. This time, he sold nearly a stone of pills for over 200 taels of silver, tasting the sweetness of success. He planned to transform the 200 stones of grain in his gourd into pills for sale. After toiling half the night, he managed to produce just a dough of pills. The next morning, Er Dogzi set off with Old Huang toward the county office. At the entrance, Old Huang bent low, a beaming and obsequious smile plastered on his face, presenting 2 bundles of silver. The gatekeepers, with expressions as cold as ice, weighed the silver before pocketing it. Proceed in. Thank you. Thank you. Old Huang bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude as if the gatekeepers had performed a monumental favor. As he continued, Old Huang greeted each official with a radiant smile, bowing low and presenting silver. Even in the face of their scornful remarks and mockery, he maintained his cheerful demeanor. Er Dogzi followed silently behind, observing as Old Huang handed over silver 16 times and expressed thanks over 100 times before finally gaining entry to see Huang Fugui in the dungeon. In merely a day and amp, Appo's time, Huang Fugui had suffered a broken leg, his cheeks swollen to a considerable degree, and blood still lingered at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating he had endured considerable torment. Father, I did not kill anyone. I merely pushed that beggar a little. The precise circumstances surrounding the incident remained unknown to Old Huang at this moment. However, upon hearing his son's account, he sensed that the situation was indeed peculiar. On that fateful day, Huang Fugui had been enjoying a bowl of wontons at a stall in town when a beggar spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm into his bowl. Enraged, Huang Fugui berated the beggar and shoved him several times, causing him to tumble to the ground. Surprisingly, the beggar remained silent, chuckling as he rose and devoured Huang Fugui's bowl of wontons. Following this, Huang Fugui departed. Little did he know that the beggar and Appo's family would lodge a complaint at the county office, claiming he had killed their kin. Under normal circumstances, the death of 1 or 2 beggars would hardly raise an eyebrow. During their journey, they had encountered several beggars who had succumbed to the cold. Whoever could dig a grave for them would be considered benevolent, even in the case of ordinary villagers who might engage in a brawl resulting in 1 or 2 fatalities. As long as no complaint was filed at the county office, The county magistrate would show little interest in such trifles. Yet this time, due to a single beggar, Captain Wong and his subordinates braved the harsh winds and snow to travel a great distance to Snake Creek Village to apprehend someone. "Father, I am wronged. Save me. I cannot endure this any longer. They beat me, deny me food, and even force me to drink urine." Old Huang, in a bid to assist his son, lavished praise upon the jailers and the head of the prison, offering them a sum of silver. The head jailer accepted the bribe, promising to provide Huang Fugue with 2 meals a day of prison fare. Upon securing his release from custody, Old Huang and Er Dogzi proceeded to handle the transaction regarding Snake Mouth Mountain. This process, though relatively straightforward, required a display of cordiality and 3 separate payments of silver to be completed successfully. Within the county office, without greasing the wheels with silver, one could hardly hope to accomplish anything. Er Dogzi held the land deed for Snake Mouth Mountain, emblazoned with the bright red seal of the county office, signifying that he was now the rightful owner of the land. However, Snake Mouth Mountain demanded an annual tax of 20 stones of grain to be paid to the county office. This was merely the price for uncultivated land. Should he choose to cultivate it, the taxes would only increase. On the return journey, Old Huang remained lost in silence. "Old Huang, if you find yourself short on funds, I still have some silver that I can lend you," Er Dogzi remarked, having observed how Old Huang had expended 20 or 30 taels of silver just for a visit. In the future, if he wished to secure Huang Fugue's release, it would require an even more substantial sum. Old Huang offered a wry smile from now on. "Do not call me old master. I am of the same generation as your father. If you wish to show respect, simply refer to me as Uncle Huang. There is no need to lend me money. Should I have any surplus, I can sell you the fields at the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain." Why? In the past, Old Huang had valued land above life itself. Only with land could one take root and thrive. Possessing land was the key to a resurgence. The foundation built over several generations by the Huang family seemed destined to crumble. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have sold everything to support Fugue in his martial training and scholarly pursuits. Old Huang sighed deeply. Despite his wealth, he felt as insignificant as an ant before the authorities, who could easily ruin him with a mere show of force. Er Dogzi, when you earn your fortune, I urge you to be willing to invest in martial arts and pursue a degree. Knowledge without practical skill is futile. The status of a martial scholar far surpasses that of a literary one. As he spoke these words, regret filled Old Huang's heart. It is well known that martial training demands immense resources. Sustenance must be plentiful, including meat, eggs, and even costly medicinal aids. A single yuan pill could cost as much as 6 or 7 stones of grain. Even as the wealthiest man in Snake Creek Village, he could scarcely bear such expenses. Chapter 24. Gravel once again. It is the eve of the new year. Er Dogzi sits alone before the earthen stove, tending to the fire while a large pot of pork simmers, releasing an enticing aroma. On this very day last year, he clung to life by a thread, roasting a handful of rice in the frigid wilderness to survive. Now, he can finally indulge in hearty portions of meat, typically frugal and meticulous in his expenditures. Er Dogzi has, for once, extravagantly purchased half a pig for the festival. After tonight, he will turn 15. At 15, he possesses Snake Mouth Mountain and 50 acres of prime farmland at its foot. Huang Laokai has sold the entirety of this fertile land to Er Dogzi. Such land, near a water source, would typically command a price of 30 taels of silver, yet Huang Laokai sold it to him for merely 28 taels per acre. In total, that amounts to 1,400 taels of silver, with a repayment plan spread over 20 years, requiring 70 taels annually without the option for early repayment. Alongside the previous annual payment of 40 taels, Er Dogzi will owe Huang Laokai a total of 110 taels each year for the next 2 decades. Huang Laokai took this year's 70 taels to the county office to curry favor, only to find that all his efforts were in vain. He could not extricate anyone from their predicament. It was rumored that in the end, Huang Laokai had to shamelessly beseech Zhang Yuliang for assistance. Zhang Yuliang, familiar with the county officials, indeed managed to secure Huang Fugue's release from prison. However, Huang Laokai had to pay a hefty price to enlist Zhang Yuliang as help, ultimately selling off the remaining family lands at a bargain price to him. Henceforth, the majority of the farmland in Sheshi village belonged to Zhang Yuliang. Now, tenants from around the village flocked to the elder's home, offering flattery and gifts in hopes of securing better land to cultivate. Witnessing Huang Laotsai's plight instilled in Er Dogzi a persistent sense of urgency. Without adequate strength to safeguard himself, no amount of wealth could ensure his security. He resolved to devote his primary energies and resources to martial arts training, aspiring to become a martial scholar. Attaining the title of martial scholar would allow him to stand on equal footing with the county officials. Even if the magistrate sought to punish him, he would have to report to the provincial government. However, mastering martial arts requires not only diligent practice, but also a significant financial investment. Recently, he managed to sell a batch of powerful pills, garnering over 200 taels of silver, which provides him with a temporary financial cushion. Given that consuming meat aids in martial training, he made the decision to indulge in meat daily. Spending 1 to 2 taels of silver monthly for a pound of fatty meat may seem extravagant, yet for the time being, it is manageable. To enhance his strength and succeed in his pursuit of becoming a martial scholar, Er Dogzi resolved to make some compromises. While fatty meat is too costly, lean meat and bones are significantly cheaper. He could purchase leftover pork ribs and marrow bones, allowing him to save some silver each month. He believed that ribs would suffice. There was no necessity to consume only fatty meat, given that 10 or more lives have been lost in Sheshi village this winter. He felt fortunate to have meat at all. At this moment, Er Dogzi lifted the pot lid, prodding the contents with his chopsticks, judging it nearly ready. He retrieved a rib, blew away the steam, and began to chew. The meat had been stewed to the point of separation from the bone. With a gentle bite, he could pull away a generous piece. Although the rib meat lacked substantial fat, its texture was tender and flavorful. He had stored the meat in a gourd for several days prior to cooking, enhancing its flavor beyond that of typical pork. The usual gamey odor had vanished, replaced by a delightful blend of meaty and herbal aromas. After finishing the meat, he meticulously chewed the remaining bones, swallowing them along with the broth. The bones were also a purchased commodity, not something to be discarded. After consuming the ribs, the pot still contained a ginseng root and a small amount of meat residue. He extracted everything to eat. The ginseng, still young, was roughly equivalent to 5 or 6 years of medicinal age. However, after being infused with the gourd's spiritual energy and cooked with pork, it offered some benefits for his cultivation. Once satiated, he began to meditate and practice the foundational martial techniques. The food he had just consumed gradually transformed into fine strands of true qi, circulating through his 12 meridians for a total of 49 cycles before converging into the Ren meridian. The Ren and Du meridians, referred to as the seas of Yin and Yang, are capable of storing the true qi he cultivates. These 2 major meridians lie along the central axis of the body, significantly wider than the 12 meridians, allowing for a greater accumulation of true qi. Since he became aware of the qi flow, he had made considerable progress over the past few months, consuming the grains from the gourd daily. Currently, while the Du meridian remains unconnected, the Ren meridian is approximately 1/3 full. According to his studies, he needs to fill the Ren meridian with true qi to unblock both the Ren and Du meridians, which will enable him to advance to the second layer of martial cultivation. To reach the third layer, he must completely unblock and fill the Du meridian and establish the lower dantian. After meditating for 2 hours, the food he had consumed was fully refined into true qi and absorbed into the Ren meridian. He then stood, lifted the sword beside him, and began practicing basic sword forms. With his recent advancements in cultivation, his physical strength had significantly increased. The 11-pound sword he had purchased now felt slightly lighter. It would soon be time to acquire a heavier sword during his next visit to the county town. The following morning marked the first day of the new year, a time for exchanging greetings among friends and family. Er Dogzi had no relatives to visit, only a master. He brought along a piece of pork, a packet of candied fruits, and a jar of wine to pay his respects to Li Banzian. Li Banzian, also a solitary figure, was delighted to receive a New Year's greeting for the first time in many years. He even prepared a pork stew, inviting his disciple to share a meal. In addition, he performed his skill of turning stone into powder once more. Although Er Dogzi had witnessed this feat numerous times, he remained in awe, silently vowing to work diligently to learn even a fraction of his master and amp, Appo's, abilities, which would suffice to pass the martial scholar examination. When it was time to leave, Li Banzian gifted Er Dogzi a packet of red dates, harvested from the jujube tree in his courtyard. On his way home, Er Dogzi also stopped by Huang Laokai's residence to extend New Year's wishes. In previous years, this was a time when all the tenants would crowd into Huang Laokai's home to pay their respects, and Er Dogzi would barely be able to enter. However, this year, the place was desolate and empty, with not a single guest in sight. Huang Fugui's leg had been broken. Although a physician from the county had set it and applied medicine, he still could not walk. Er Dogzi offered Huang Fugui a packet of powerful pills, which should aid in his recovery. As he was about to depart, Huang Laokai instructed his second daughter to bring out a large bag of persimmon cakes as a gesture of gratitude. When she handed the cakes to Er Dogzi, her lips quivered as if she wished to utter something, but in the end, she said nothing. Er Dogzi, too, remained silent, taking the persimmon cakes and bidding farewell. Upon returning to Snake Mouth Mountain, he removed the seeds from the red dates and persimmons, planting them in the rocky crevices where cultivation was impossible. After the new year, everyone would be busy with spring plowing, planning for the year ahead. Er Dogzi had rented out the 50 acres at the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain, adhering to the customary practice of collecting 50% of the harvest as rent. The remaining 50% would be subject to a 30% tax owed to the county, leaving him with a modest 2/10 of the grain. However, during this period, an incident occurred in the village. Most of the land in Shishi village was now under Zhang Yuliang's control, and tenants could only rent land from him. Yet, in his first year of management, Zhang Yuliang raised the rent from 50 to 60%. Naturally, the tenants were displeased, but their complaints were confined to whispers behind his back. If they chose not to farm, there were plenty of others eager to take their place. Er Dogzi had never contemplated amassing wealth through the exploitation of tenants. His primary focus was now on his cultivation. Recently, I have been consuming a pound of pork stewed with ginseng daily, and my cultivation has progressed satisfactorily, with a notable increase in strength. I have now affixed stones to my sword, raising its weight to over 20 pounds. Yet, I still find myself unable to crush the stones. I feel that my training pace is still inadequate. Thus, after the arrival of spring, I ventured once again to the county town, where I sold a stone of potent strength pills, earning over 200 taels of silver. To my surprise, the two enhanced versions of the strength pills proved to be quite popular. Sima E from the Rejuvenation Hall offered me 80 won per pill and ordered stone's worth. With the 200 taels in hand, I made my way to the Hongan Hall. Unfortunately, they only had 8 pieces of the Vitality Restoration pills available. I spent 80 taels to acquire all 8. I then visited the sword shop to commission a heavy sword weighing 30 pounds. Alongside this sword, I had crafted 140 iron strips, each weighing 5 pounds, to be affixed to the sword, thereby augmenting its heft. Due to the considerable amount of iron used in this custom order, the expense soared to 100 taels. Just like that, my hard-earned silver diminished to merely a few dozen taels. The path of martial arts is indeed not one that an average person can afford. Moreover, with only 8 vitality restoration pills purchased, if I consume 1 per day, they will be depleted in just 8 days. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, 3 days passed before I finally retrieved a vitality restoration pill from my gourd for consumption. Holding the pill, I sensed its potent aura. Indeed, the richness of its spiritual energy far surpassed that of my strength pills and even outperformed the ginseng I had possessed for 5 to 6 years. As the pill dissolved in my mouth, a delightful blend of medicinal and honeyed flavors emerged, quite palatable without any bitterness. After swallowing the pill, I began to circulate my energy for refinement. Approximately 4 hours later, I had completely refined the spiritual energy contained within the pill, adding a thread of true energy to my Ren meridian. Comparing the increase in true energy from this pill I realized it equated to consuming pork stewed with ginseng for half a month consecutively. Of course, this remarkable effect was achievable only after enhancing the spiritual energy with my gourd. Following this, I consumed one vitality restoration pill each day, witnessing a meteoric rise in my cultivation, with each day revealing newfound strength, as the true energy within my run meridian grew increasingly abundant. It finally reached a breakthrough after refining the seventh pill. A surge of energy flowed through the Tian-Tu and Lian-Quan, traversing the Keiqiao and Zhonglu, ascending to the pinnacle, then descending along the Du meridian down my spine, passing through the Mingmen and Chongchong, arriving at the Huiyin. In that moment, my Run and Du meridians became utterly unobstructed, enabling me to ascend to the second layer of the nameless technique. True energy circulated from Huiyin upwards, connecting with the Du meridian, then flowing back down to Huiyin, creating a perpetual cycle. With every iteration, my true energy increased slightly, and I felt my body strengthen in tandem. After a lengthy period of cultivation, I leapt into the air, effortlessly soaring over a yard high. I sensed that I had entered an entirely new realm, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. I picked up a stone from the ground and gripped it tightly. Exerting all my strength, I strained. My face flushed red, yet the stone remained unyielding, not a crack to be found. Still not sufficient? A surge of stubborn determination welled up within me, and I channeled all the true energy from my Run and Du meridians into my fingertips, unleashing a tremendous burst of power. With a resounding crack, the stone shattered in my grasp, although I could not pulverize it as effortlessly as my master. This was a monumental leap for me. Ha ha ha! I have finally succeeded. Chapter 25. The deception continues every time Er Dogzi visited Li Banzian. He would invariably bring a piece of fatty pork as a token of reverence for his master. Although he hesitated and felt a pang of regret each time he purchased the meat, having never indulged in such a luxury himself, he believed that his master, an extraordinary figure akin to a celestial being, deserved this humble offering. "Master, I can crush stones now," Er Dogzi exclaimed, eager to share his triumph as soon as they met. His remarkable progress was entirely due to his master and Amp Appo's wise teachings. However, Li Banzian instinctively doubted such a claim. How could a person's fingers possibly crush stone? He had practiced various rudimentary techniques himself, and, aside from developing a hearty appetite and wasting a few bowls of rice, they bore little fruit. He was well aware of the reality behind Er Dogzi's supposed ability to turn stone to powder. Yet, he soon recognized his own momentary silence and quickly added, "How could it happen so swiftly?" As he spoke, he picked up a stone from the ground and placed it on the table. "Show me how you can crush this stone." Er Dogzi, taking the stone in hand, discreetly channeled his true energy. With a resounding crack, fragments flew as he shattered the egg-sized stone into several pieces. Li Banzian, trembling as he tugged at his sparse beard, struggled to conceal his excitement. He had verified that the stone was genuine, not some prop. Could he have mistakenly picked up a fake stone? Unwilling to accept this possibility, he grabbed a small piece of the shattered stone and tucked his hand into his sleeve, squeezing with all his might. Squeeze. Squeeze harder. Gritting his teeth, his face turned crimson, yet the small stone remained unyielding. Li Banzian found himself engulfed in a deep spiral of self-doubt and turmoil. Nevertheless, his years of experience allowed him to maintain composure, his expression unwavering. Indeed, quite impressive. The ability to crush stones signifies a modest achievement. However, it relies solely on brute force and still lacks refinement. Li Banzian sensed that deceiving Er Dogzi was becoming increasingly challenging, and a sense of pressure loomed over him. His master was right. The meager skills he possessed paled in comparison to his master and Appo's prowess. Akin to a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Although Er Dogzi had made swift progress, his foundational texts were lacking, resembling an unfinished manuscript. He attempted to articulate some modest words, yet his speech faltered. Nevertheless, he had improved significantly, though there was still much room for growth. Li Banzian, being a seasoned veteran, quickly emerged from his internal conflict, exhibiting an air of calm and serenity. How goes your practice of the basic sword techniques? I can now wield a sword weighing 60 pounds for my basic practice, Er Dogzi replied honestly. He found it easy to lift a 500-pound boulder with both arms. But mastering the sword techniques with a single hand required a 60-pound sword for optimal control. Of course, if he channeled his true energy into his arm, it will be a different story. Well done. Continue your efforts. When you can wield a 100-pound sword, I shall teach you a set of sword techniques. Li Banxian offered words of encouragement, sending Er Dogzi on his way. Once Er Dogzi departed, Li Banxian retrieved an old sword manual and laid on the table to copy. The original text stated that one only needed to wield a 10-pound sword to begin practicing sword techniques. But to increase the challenge for Er Dogzi, he altered it to 100 pounds. As he copied the techniques, he made several modifications to the data to prevent Er Dogzi from mastering them too quickly. His resources for deceiving Er Dogzi were limited. If the boy mastered them all, he would have nothing left to teach. Back on the mountain, Er Dogzi practiced diligently each day, gradually filling his meridians with true energy, growing stronger with each passing moment. Having tasted the benefits of the Peiyuan Guoben pill, he made another trip to Hongan Hall in the county town, but was unable to procure it. The expensive pills were in high demand and out of stock. Without the Peiyuan Guoben pill, he labored tirelessly like an ox, subsisting on ginseng stew. Perhaps due to the lack of medicinal compatibility, consuming excessive ginseng caused him to become overheated and suffer from nosebleeds. Though his strength did not surge dramatically during this period, it steadily improved, becoming more solid. The weight of the sword he practiced with gradually increased. 65 pounds, 70 pounds, 85 pounds. After half a year had passed, Er Dogzi had affixed all the iron pieces he had forged onto his sword. In the town of Sansha, Master, I can wield a 100-pound sword now, Er Dogzi announced, carrying the heavy sword to share his joy. Li Banxian and Appos, as facial muscles twitched violently. Instinctively, he wanted to exclaim that it was impossible, but he managed to suppress the words. After all, he had witnessed Er Dogzi and Appos' ability to crush stones barehanded just months prior. Are you truly able to wield a 100-pound sword? Li Banxian inquired, still somewhat skeptical as he observed the sword, now laden with iron plates. Strapped to Er Dogzi's back. Yes, it's feasible, Er Dogzi affirmed, unsheathing the sword with ease, executing a series of basic thrusts, slashes, and cuts with a casual grace. The sword appeared to weigh hardly anything at all, sometimes seeming to rest lightly on just a few fingers. Let me see your sword. Li Banxian, having spent a lifetime deceiving others, instinctively suspected that something might be amiss with the sword. All right, Er Dogzi handed the sword over without hesitation. Li Banxian, acting on impulse, reached out to catch it, only to find it extraordinarily heavy, nearly dropping it to the ground. He had to grasp it with both hands, his face flushed with embarrassment. Clang! The sword ultimately slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground and nearly crushing his foot, causing his back to ache. Li Banxian clutched his waist, taking a few deep breaths, secretly relieved that Er Dogzi had turned away and missed his moment of humiliation. This sword has a clear tone and good quality. You can pick it up yourself. As a veteran of the world, Li Banxian quickly suppressed his astonishment, stroking his beard with one hand to mask his discomposure. Er Dogzi obediently picked up the heavy sword, holding it casually, causing Li Banxian to gasp in surprise. This seemingly honest boy possessed an extraordinary talent, and Li Banxian realized he had underestimated him. Had he known Er Dogzi could develop such immense strength, he would have refrained from casually deceiving him. If the ruse were revealed one day, a 100-pound sword would come crashing down, and Li Banxian's frail body could not withstand it. Yet now, having ridden the tiger, he could only respond with the flow of events and continue the deception. Er Dogzi remained blissfully unaware of the many twists and turns in Li Banxian's mind. Since beginning his martial training under his master, he had made rapid progress and reaped considerable rewards. With each skill, he had developed being entirely genuine. He held his master's abilities in the highest regard. Master, is this thrust correct? Er Dogzi asked, performing several direct thrusts with the heavy sword, feeling something was amiss. He then presented the 100-pound sword to Li Banxian. Could you demonstrate for me? Er Dogzi askit iagali. Li Banzian, alarmed, realized this was a 100-pound sword, which Er Dogzi wielded as effortlessly as a wooden sword. However, he was still wary from his recent misstep and dared not reach out to take it, casually waving his sleeve to indicate he did not require a demonstration. There is no need for me to demonstrate. You've practiced quite well already. What else could Li Banzian say? If he claimed Er Dogzi and Appo's technique was incorrect, he would have to demonstrate himself. Hearing his master's approval, Er Dogzi was naturally overjoyed. Yet he carried a lingering sense of insecurity and even a hint of inferiority from his childhood. Doubts lingered within him regarding his foundational sword techniques. Was it truly acceptable for him to strike in such a manner? Perhaps, Master, you could demonstrate a technique, allowing your disciple a glimpse of your prowess. Upon hearing this, Li Banzian waved his hands repeatedly, urging him to proceed with the demonstration, akin to placing him directly upon the flames. As a seasoned practitioner of the mystical arts, he profoundly understood that the fewer times one revealed their skill, the more enigmatic and profound they appeared. Moreover, the formidable iron blade was genuinely beyond his capacity to wield. That will suffice. I have ascended to a higher realm of cultivation, transcending the need for a sword. With a mere gesture, I can inflict harm, whether plucking a flower or gathering a leaf. To sever a head from 10 paces is as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Such rudimentary sword techniques would only serve to tarnish the dignity of my hands. Li Banzian licked his lips, mentally preparing his words. Your foundational sword techniques have been mastered. Now, I shall impart to you a set of sword techniques. Hearing this, Er Dogzi and Appo's heart soared with joy as he watched Li Banzian retrieve a scroll of handwritten sword scriptures from his sleeve. This is the ancestral sword technique passed down by my forebears, vast and profound, unfathomable in its depth. You must diligently study and practice it without neglect. Thank you, Master, Er Dogzi exclaimed, gratefully accepting the sword scripture, feeling overwhelmed by his master and Appo's generosity in sharing such treasured knowledge. Each time he presented his master with a piece of fatty meat or a jar of aged wine, he felt a pang of guilt over the few coins spent. Reflecting on it now, he felt an unworthy pang of remorse. With the sword scripture clutched tightly, and a tinge of guilt towards his master, Er Dogzi finally departed from Sanchazi town. Li Banzian watched his departing figure, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The sword scripture had been altered beyond recognition. Surely, he would be unable to master it. Chapter 26. Do not move recklessly. Ever since Er Dogzi acquired his master and Appo's enigmatic sword manual, he cherished it like a treasure, diligently practicing its techniques day after day. However, the complexity of the swordsmanship presented considerable challenges. Despite his prolonged efforts, he struggled to grasp the methods. For instance, certain sword maneuvers required one to leap 2 to 3 zhang high. Yet even with all his might, he could barely manage a distance of over 1 zhang. The thought of reaching such heights felt akin to flying. Furthermore, some techniques demanded the ability to strike a target situated approximately 10 feet away, a feat that seemed nearly impossible given that the combined length of his arm and sword was scarcely 5 feet. Nonetheless, he had unwavering faith in his master and Appo's teachings. For every skill imparted had ultimately been mastered. The greater the difficulty in cultivation, the more it attested to the exceptional nature of the technique, promising unparalleled power upon completion. His master often imparted wisdom. Without enduring hardship, one could never hope to achieve extraordinary martial prowess. Er Dogzi firmly believed that with persistent dedication, success would eventually be his. Previously, he had thought that crushing stones with bare hands was as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Yet with his advancing skills, such challenges became manageable. Perhaps once he reached the 3rd or 4th level of cultivation, he would be able to master these techniques. Presently, his routine comprised sword practice, indulging in a dish of pig ribs stewed with ginseng, followed by meditation to refine his 2nd level cultivation. As the ginseng matured, its medicinal properties intensified, enriching the flow of qi through his meridians. However, the potency of the ginseng also made him prone to internal heat. Consuming one root daily caused him nosebleeds and swollen gums, and he often dreamt of marrying a wife. At times, he pondered the prospect of taking a wife. But the initial batch of ginseng he planted was limited, and he had already consumed nearly half an acre by taking one root each day. Reluctant to deplete the remaining stock, he wished to cultivate them to a higher age, perhaps 50 or even 100 years. Upon reflection, it seemed more prudent to purchase pills for fortifying his foundation. On this day, after completing a round of sword practice, Er Dogzi felt that each movement was awkward. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the geese. They bolted from their pen, extending their necks and flapping their wings, all pointing in a single direction. Ga. In the direction they indicated, a shadow emerged from below the cliff, its face obscured by a black scarf, wielding a glimmering blade. Startled by the geese's reaction, the shadow momentarily hesitated. Er Dogzi recognized this figure. Recalling the night he was pursued along the official road. The garb and the knife were identical to those of his assailant. Instinctively, fear gripped him, prompting thoughts of escape. However, at that moment, the shadow swung its blade, severing the heads of two geese. "You kill my geese." Er Dogzi and Amp Oppo's initial instinct to flee was supplanted by a fierce determination upon witnessing the swift slaughter of his fowl. Geese were his livelihood, each fetching several hundred coins or even a tael of silver. If he were to abandon them now, all the geese left on the mountain would surely meet a grim fate, not to mention the precious medicinal herbs scattered across the hillside. Clinging to the principle of valuing life and property, Er Dogzi drew his heavy sword and lunged at the shadow. His thrust was executed with precision, each movement adhering to the standards of the manual. Yet, just as his sword was about to strike, the shadow deftly evaded, leaving Er Dogzi to retract his blade and attempt another thrust, which also missed. He repeated the motions, horizontal slashes, diagonal thrusts, and vertical cuts, each executed flawlessly. Yet the shadow's agility rendered him unable to land a hit. Cursing under his breath, frustration boiled within him. The shadow paused at the sound of his expletive. In a fit of rage, Er Dogzi abandoned his formal techniques, wielding his sword like a crude club, launching a barrage of unrefined strikes. This erratic style, devoid of structure, caught the shadow off guard, making it difficult to predict his next move. With a resounding clash, their weapons met, and the shadow felt an overwhelming force as its blade shattered. Taken aback by Er Dogzi's unexpected strength, the shadow was left with only the hilt of its weapon and a bleeding palm. Fear surged within it, compelling a retreat. Er Dogzi pursued the shadow to the edge of the cliff, witnessing it scramble up the sheer rock face before disappearing into the darkness. He hurled stones into the abyss, yet no cries of despair echoed back, indicating his aim had missed. Behind him, the geese mourned the loss of their two beheaded companions, which happened to be the first male and female he had acquired. They had proven invaluable, hatching 15 goslings over the course of a year. Thanks to the spiritual feed he provided, these geese had grown to be exceptionally large. Carrying the carcasses of his fallen geese, Er Dogzi retreated to his hearth, silently boiling water. He spent a sleepless night in contemplation. The next morning, he savored a leg of goose, finding its flavor surpassing even that of pig ribs. And before storing it away, he relished the rich spiritual energy it contained. As he gnawed on the bone, his gaze swept over the remaining geese. He added some rice to their feed, encouraging them to eat more for quicker growth. The 15 remaining geese, perhaps sensing the atmosphere of loss or still gripped by sorrow, quietly pecked at their food. After a hearty meal, Er Dogzi descended the Snake Mouth Mountain. Reflecting on the previous night's encounter, he realized that while he had not suffered any loss, he had also gained little. He recognized that the root of his difficulty lay in his incomplete swordsmanship. Only having mastered the basics, he struggled to strike effectively when faced with an agile opponent. Determined to hasten his training, he resolved to visit the county town once more in search of fortifying pills, to prevent any thieves from seizing the opportunity to ascend the mountain in his absence. He took care to avoid the main road, ensuring no one knew he had descended. Chapter 27. The flesh of the fish demon. After traveling for most of the day, Er Dogzi finally entered the Huachuntang with a sack of powerful pills as dusk approached. Brother Ergo, you have finally arrived. Sima, he exclaimed. His eyes reddened with excitement upon seeing Er Dogzi. His eager demeanor resembled that of a lover reunited after a long separation. Why has it taken you so long? Look at my hair. Several strands have turned gray. Sima, he tugged at his white hairs to demonstrate. I apologize. I've been preoccupied with some matters lately. Er Dogzi replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Sima, he had previously ordered 2 stones of enhanced powerful pills, which had yet to be delivered. Over the past few months, Er Dogzi had been deeply engrossed in his cultivation, and having made no progress in his swordsmanship, he was compelled to venture out to earn some money to buy nourishing pills. Let us put that aside for now. How many enhanced powerful pills did you bring? Sima Inwida Degeri. He had sold some enhanced powerful pills before, and to his surprise, their effect had been remarkably beneficial. Many wealthy families in the county, lacking financial constraints and sophisticated tastes, often took to marrying numerous wives and concubines in their idle time. Yet, even the most exquisite delicacies could lead to indigestion and adversely affect their digestive health. Moreover, these wives and concubines, akin to ravenous wolves, would gradually drain the vitality of their affluent husbands. However, one must care for the wives and concubines they had taken home, even if rendered powerless, as neglect could lead to unknown repercussions. For a fleeting moment, Er Dogzi had unwittingly concocted 2 varieties of enhanced powerful pills, which fortuitously cured the hidden ailments of these noblemen. One type replenished the spleen and kidneys, while the other boosted vitality and had immediate effects, a truth known only to those who consumed them. The combination of these pills restored the confidence of these nobles, who, reveling in their newfound vigor, relentlessly pursued Sima for more. With no stock available, they frequently inquired, causing Sima considerable annoyance. Now, seeing that Er Dogzi had finally delivered 1 stone of enhanced powerful pills, Sima felt a sense of relief wash over him. After counting, they discovered a total of 100 pills, valued at 80 won each, amounting to 488,000 coins, or 488 taels of silver. Sima cheerfully produced 49 ingots of silver, which Er Dogzi carefully accepted and wrapped. You have truly been a great help. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Er Dogzi, feeling somewhat hungry, had initially intended to buy 2 meat buns, but with Sima's generous invitation, he gladly accepted the offer. Having known each other for over half a year, Er Dogzi held a favorable impression of Sima. Born into a wealthy family, Sima was free of the arrogance typically associated with the sons of affluent families, lacking any ulterior motives. As they stepped out of the pharmacy, a small beggar, no more than 6 or 7 years old, hurried towards them, extending a grimy hand toward Sima. Without dismissing him, Sima smiled gently and pulled out several copper coins from his pocket, placing them in the beggar's hand. Gather your friends. Thank you, kind sir, the small beggar replied, waving his hand towards a distant corner from which dozens of young beggars swarmed, surrounding the 2 men. As Er Dogzi pondered how to handle the situation, Sima began scattering a handful of copper coins. The little beggars quickly bent down to collect the coins, causing a delightful commotion. Let us go. What we save from skipping a dish will sustain them for several days, Sima remarked, leading Er Dogzi down the street. Do you seem quite familiar with these little ones? Er Dogzi observate. Sima with his fair complexion, unblemished skin, and elegant attire, appeared to be a gentleman from the county, untouched by manual labor. They're simply children without parents. Whenever I skip a dish, I give the saved coins to these beggars, and over time, we have become acquainted. Sima explained naturally, without pretension or self-righteousness. In that moment, Er Dogzi felt a surge of respect for Sima. Although he had never been inclined to offer charity, he admired the sincerity of others who did. Sima, unperturbed by these small acts of kindness, continued to lead the way. I heard that Hongyan Tower recently procured a piece of century-old fish demon meat. Let's go taste it. Er Dogzi had expected to dine at a modest roadside stall, but was surprised when Sima led him to the entrance of Hongyan Tower. Recalling the humiliation of being expelled by the waitstaff during his last visit, he felt a sense of reluctance. However, since Sima was treating, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Casting a glance at his new shoes, He followed closely behind Sima Yi as they approached Hongyan Tower. The same young attendant who had previously chased Er Dogzi away was now bowing deeply upon seeing Sima Yi, his face adorned with an obsequious smile. "Ah, it is young Master Sima. Please come in." As Er Dogzi passed by the attendant, he noticed a fleeting moment of surprise before the attendant resumed his ingratiating demeanor. Hongyan Tower, renowned as the most luxurious establishment in the county, boasted 5 stories, with its main pillars made from trees thick enough for 2 or 3 people to embrace. A plush carpet covered the floor, providing a soft cushion underfoot, which left Er Dogzi in awe. Back in Shiko Mountain, he had only laid down some straw on a dirt bed, while here they used luxurious blankets beneath their feet. The 5-story tower restricted access to the 4th floor and above to only the most esteemed guests. It was said that standing on the 5th floor allowed one to survey the entire Anchang County, but that level was reserved solely for the county magistrate. Without his permission, no one could ascend. Given Sima Yi's status, they could dine on the 3rd floor. However, even that was a privilege envied by many wealthy merchants. The attendant led them through an intricately carved wooden door, revealing a lavishly furnished room that left Er Dogzi astounded, as he had never seen such opulence before. A fragrant incense burner emitted an enchanting aroma that invigorated every pore of one's being. Additionally, 2 young maidens adorned in ethereal garments entered the room, captivating Er Dogzi et sa attention. He marveled at their flawless, porcelain-like skin, smooth as freshly shelled eggs. Having lived over 10 years in Shishi Village and Sanchatsi Town, he had never encountered individuals so exquisitely beautiful. So, it was indeed possible for people to possess such enchanting appearances. Feeling somewhat ashamed, he lowered his gaze, discreetly withdrawing his hands into his sleeves to conceal the dark, uneven lines etched upon his skin. "Greetings to the 2 young masters." The maidens respectfully curtsied. Sima Yi waved his sleeve and nodded, leading Er Dogzi to a round table where they sat down. The maidens promptly approached, pouring tea for the 2 gentlemen. Their skirts flowed like mist, glimmering with radiant colors, and their delicate, fair skin seemed to shimmer like a celestial being. Er Dogzi felt embarrassed to stare, stealing only the occasional glance. So beautiful, such exquisite maidens merely serving guests. The noble lords of the city were truly wasteful. At the same time, he pondered how this meal would cost several thousand won. Considering the expense, he thought it wiser to buy meat buns instead, where a few dozen won would suffice to fill them both. "I've heard you have century-old fish demon meat. Bring me 2 servings. Sima Yi commanded before turning to Er Dogzi. "Brother Er, what do you fancy?" Er Dogzi contemplated. In his over 10 years of life, the most delectable food he had ever tasted was undoubtedly fatty pork and meat buns. "I indulge in braised pork." Upon hearing this, the corners of the mouths of 2 women twitched slightly. "All right, the previous serving of braised meat," Sima Yi repeated, followed by ordering several dishes with peculiar names. In no time, the 2 women began to bring in a multitude of exquisite dishes. Each plate was crafted from fine white porcelain, clearly of considerable value. The array of food displayed was nothing short of magnificent, yet Er Dogzi could not recognize a single item. It was only when a large bowl was finally brought in that he discerned it was braised pork. "Give it a try." The chefs at Hongyan Tower have ancestral ties to the imperial kitchen. At Sima Yi's gesture, Er Dogzi picked up a piece of pork. The meat, a perfect balance of fat and lean, was cut into square pieces, swimming in a glistening red broth. With the first bite, the rich flavor of the meat mingled with the savory broth exploded in his mouth, devoid of any unpleasant odor. In terms of taste and texture, it was 1,000 times superior to the haphazardly cooked pork he had prepared himself. He then sampled other dishes, all exquisite, ranking among the finest he had ever tasted. The only flaw was that the pork he stored in the gourd possessed a certain vitality after some time, leaving him invigorated after consumption. The dishes on the table, however, lacked such effects. At that moment, the 2 women returned with 2 large platters. These platters were entirely carved from white jade, and the value of just the plates could purchase all the land in Shishi Village. Yet, in the center of the platters lay a rather meager piece of meat, no larger than a thumb's width. "This is the flesh of a 100-year-old fish demon, a rare delicacy. Do savor its flavor. Sima yi продолжает, already taking a small piece of fish and savoring it, as if relishing a profound memory. Er Dogzi also speared a small piece with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. The fish was tender and delectable, elevating the taste to several new heights compared to the previous dishes. Furthermore, he sensed that the fish, much like the pork he had stored in the gourd, was imbued with rich vitality. So this is the flesh of the 100-year-old fish demon. Perhaps the pork he usually consumed was akin to the meat of pig demons? You know, it is said that this fish demon weighs over 300 pounds, with the finest portions presented to the county magistrate. The remaining meat is distributed among others. And the pieces we are consuming are actually mere scraps. Even the scales and bones were purchased by Hong and Tang for the preparation of medicinal concoctions. Indeed, every part of this 300-pound fish demon was utilized, leaving nothing to waste, not even the waste from its belly. By the way, are you well acquainted with Hong and Tang? Upon hearing Sima yi mention Hong and Tang, Er Dogzi recalled the purpose of his visit. Being a local strongman, he might have a way. I know their young master, but we do not have much interaction. Is there something you need? I wish to purchase Peiyuan Gubin pills, but I've been unable to acquire them despite several visits. Oh, regarding this matter, how many do you need? I can assist you in procuring them, Sima yi said with ease, as if purchasing Peiyuan Gubin pills were a trivial task. Er Dogzi produced a bundle containing 490 taels of silver. If he could indeed buy them, he would spend all of it. No problem. However, upon hearing Sima yi's confident response, Er Dogzi felt a twinge of unease. After all, Hong and Tang typically only had a dozen pills available, fiercely contested by all martial artists. Securing even a few required an abundance of luck. Can you truly acquire that many? Isn't it said that ginseng is monopolized by the county magistrate, with very little circulating outside? That's true, but aside from the county magistrate, there are several families with centuries-old legacies firmly established in Anshan County. Regarding some underground trade secrets, the magistrate can only turn a blind eye. Sima yi, being well-informed as a local power player, reassured him. Rest assured, come to my pharmacy tomorrow morning to collect the pills. I'm most grateful. As the two continued to eat and converse, the meal concluded, leaving Er Dogzi astonished at the bill. It amounted to 18 taels of silver. Such an expense could purchase several pigs. Merely the small piece of fish he had consumed cost 5 taels of silver. Chapter 28. Testing the sword early the next morning, Er Dogzi made his way to the Huachuntang. As anticipated, Sima yi promptly produced 5 porcelain vials filled with Peiyuan Gubin pills, totaling 49 pieces. Thank you. Thank you. Merely a trifling matter. No need for such gratitude, Sima yi replied, seemingly indifferent to the exchange. However, you might consider sending over some more of your Li pills. If you possess any other rare medicinal herbs that you find inconvenient to part with, I would be willing to purchase them. I can certainly find buyers. Er Dogzi carefully wrapped the porcelain vials and tucked them into his bosom, his stomach protruding as if he were with child. Very well, but at present, I have no rare herbs in my possession. I do have some delete pills left. I shall bring them to you soon, in exchange for more Peiyuan Gubin pills. After leaving the Huachuntang, he proceeded to the sword shop he visited last time. He was now capable of wielding a sword weighing 100 jin, having previously used one heavily bound with iron, resembling a fire poker. This time, he intended to forge a heavy sword anew. Inside the shop, the same chubby lad was on duty. Welcome, esteemed guest. What kind of weapon do you wish to forge this time? Having visited this shop for the 3rd time, Er Dogzi was immediately recognized by the chubby lad. I wish to forge a sword weighing 120 jin. Certainly. What material do you require? In addition to ordinary steel and iron, we offer a special material known as 100 refinements copper essence, which, when incorporated into a weapon, can significantly enhance its performance. The chubby lad began to explain various materials for weapon crafting. What is 100 refinements copper essence? Curiosity piqued, Er Dogzi inquired about this seemingly magical material. 100 refinements copper essence is produced by an immortal master using unique techniques, repeatedly hammering 100 jin of copper until only 1 jin remains. This material, crafted by an immortal, possesses an aura of the divine. Wooden and Appos. Do you agree? Listening to the chubby lad and Appo's explanation, even Er Dogzi felt a yearning for such a remarkable substance. Legends spoke of immortal masters possessing extraordinary powers, capable of traversing the skies and commanding the elements. It was rumored that the county magistrate was such a master. In his years, Er Dogzi had only encountered his master, Li Banjian, who was said to be an immortal. He resolved to ask Sima Yi about the immortal masters residing in the county next time. However, upon inquiring about the price, he quickly abandoned the idea. 1 gene of 100 refinements copper essence cost 200 taels of silver. He would rather purchase 20 pei yuan gu ben pills instead. Ultimately, he decided to forge a standard iron sword for practical use. After all, his sword would be large and heavy enough to deal fatal blows, rendering sharpness somewhat inconsequential. A standard iron sword, weighing 120 gene, would cost 100 taels of silver, requiring half a day to complete. With ample time on his hands, Er Dogzi chose to stay and observe the blacksmithing process. The shop had been run by 3 generations of a family. An elderly man wielded tongs to grip a glowing iron piece, while a middle-aged man struck it repeatedly with a heavy hammer. The chubby lad, of a similar age to Er Dogzi, energetically operated the bellows. The elderly man occasionally offered guidance to his son and grandson. And witnessing the harmonious dynamic of this family, Er Dogzi felt a twinge of envy. Around midday, the 120 gene heavy sword was finally completed. The sword was entirely black, measuring 3 feet 6 inches in length and 3 inches 2/10 in width. Er Dogzi picked it up for a trial. It felt slightly heavier than he anticipated, yet he believed his strength would increase over time, making it manageable. Esteemed guest, are you satisfied with this sword? Seeing Er Dogzi wield the heavy sword with apparent ease, the chubby lad could not help but express his astonishment. Indeed, it is excellent. Er Dogzi paid 100 taels of silver and exited the sword shop, purchasing 10 large meat buns from a nearby stall, consuming them as he headed towards the Sancha town. Today, he had successfully acquired pei yuan gu ben pills and forged a heavy sword new. He only needed to take the pills, practice diligently, and soon he would break through to the 3rd level of his martial arts, potentially mastering that elusive sword technique. At that point, he could participate in the martial examination. The martial examination required candidates to demonstrate proficiency in 4 areas. First, a basic understanding of written characters, which was not demanding. One merely needed to recognize a few words, avoiding the label of being illiterate. Second, candidates had to lift a 500 gene boulder and walk a lap around the testing ground. While this might pose a challenge to others, for him, it was trivial. He could even attempt to lift 1,000 gene if he wished. The third requirement was martial skill. Candidates needed to demonstrate proficiency with any weapon, be it sword, spear, or polearm. Er Dogzi and Appo's swordsmanship had yet to be perfected, and he found himself stuck at this hurdle. The fourth assessment involved actual combat, where a highly skilled examiner would spar with different candidates. To achieve full marks, one merely needed to withstand 10 strikes from the examiner. Er Dogzi lacked confidence in this final evaluation. Throughout his life, he had accumulated a wealth of experience in taking hits and even developed unique insights. For instance, when under attack, he knew to protect his head with his hands, crouch down, and shield his torso with bent knees. This posture proved most effective for enduring blows. However, facing someone in combat, aside from the 2 encounters with that shadowy figure, he had never fought anyone. As Er Dogzi pondered whether enduring hits counted as actual combat, a group of burly men suddenly emerged from both ends of the mountain path, blocking his way forward and backward. This road was forged by me. This tree was planted by me. A stout man with a pig-like face recited a line with great seriousness before bringing his butcher into Appo's knife down forcefully onto a battered tree nearby, leaving it further scarred. Unlike before, Er Dogzi did not hastily flee, but instead gripped his large sword, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the stout man's monologue. "Boy, why aren't you breaking through today? I want you to test my sword." Just moments ago, he had been reflecting on his lack of combat experience, and now, with Zhao Duwang coming to him, it provided the perfect opportunity to engage in a duel and hone his combat skills. However, he scanned the surroundings, already plotting his escape route. With so many people charging at him, it was conceivable that he might suffer several injuries. Better to be safe than sorry, and if necessary, he would make his escape. Oh, it seems you're not convinced. Feeling his status in the underworld challenged, Zhao Duwang immediately extracted the butcher and Appo's knife from the tree. None of you are permitted to intervene. I shall duel him for 300 rounds. This man had some skill, indeed, brandishing a butcher's knife. He charged at Er Dogzi with fierce intent, each strike faster and more brutal than the last. Fortunately, after cultivating that unnamed technique, Er Dogzi and Appo's mind had sharpened, and his reflexes had quickened. Otherwise, he would have been pierced through by now. Although inexperienced at first, he gradually began to adapt to Zhao Duwang's rhythm. Finally, seizing an opportunity, he swung his sword in a sweeping motion. Boom! Zhao Duwang and Appo's butcher and Appo's knife shattered into several pieces, producing a crisp sound. And Er Dogzi's enormous sword was now poised at his throat. This doesn't count. My knife broke. With so many followers watching, Zhao Duwang was unwilling to concede easily, stubbornly maintaining his pride, valuing face over life itself. Get another knife and come again. Since his opponent was willing to continue, Er Dogzi gladly accepted. He needed someone to practice against. Zhao Duwang bandaged the cut on his palm and took a thick-backed knife weighing 7 or 8 jin from one of his subordinates, gripping it with both hands as he charged at Er Dogzi once more. Bang! 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 This time, Er Dogzi was far more at ease, deliberately holding back his strength. Yet within a few exchanges, Zhao Duwang's knife was again severed. At this moment, King Zhao was panting heavily, his arms trembling uncontrollably from exertion. Are we still fighting? I'm hungry. I shall return home for a meal and engage in a grand duel of 300 rounds tomorrow. King Zhao sought a feeble excuse for retreat and, with a wave, departed with his entourage. Er Dogzi, observing the retreating figures of the bandits, felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. Just as he had begun to grasp a hint of skill, the game was abruptly over. He could only sheath his sword and head back. Meanwhile, shortly after Er Dogzi exited the weapons shop, the establishment promptly lowered its shutters, halting operations. The trio of blacksmiths, grandfather, father, and son, surrounded a pile of silver, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Refined silver of 100 forges. Indeed, it is the legendary 100 refined silver. They marveled at its appearance, indistinguishable from ordinary silver. What a significant windfall. The 100 taels of silver provided by that recent customer turned out to be 100 refined silver, worth at least 10 times its weight in common silver. Father, grandfather, that person has not wandered far, should we? The chubby boy, tempted by the prospect of riches, contemplated a heist. Silence. He was interrupted by his grandfather's stern rebuke. Do you not realize that our family has been able to forge iron here for 8 generations by strictly adhering to our principles? Those customers who purchase swords and knives, how many are of good character? Just because they may not recognize the 100 refined silver does not mean they are easy prey. They could very well be disciples of some reclusive master. Did you not see that man wielding a 100-pound sword with ease, far lighter than your fire poker? I warn you, you are not to leave the house today. Dare to step outside, and I shall break your legs to keep trouble at bay. Chastened by the combined admonishments of his grandfather and father, the chubby boy conceded. Yet, the youthful spirit often remains undaunted, unaware of the vastness of the world. He believed himself to be the master of his fate, infused with an almost delusional self-confidence. In his mind, he had already taken notice of the customer who appeared to be of similar age. You are not too young yourself. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you the secrets of weapon forging. Here is the amp, Appo's, compendium of arms and amp, Appo's, take it and study. The elder, seeking to reassure the young lad, produced a leather-bound ancient tome from beneath the counter. This is a treasured heirloom. Guard it well and do not misplace it. The boy accepted the leather book, casually leafing through its pages before tucking it into his clothing. Er Dogzi was blissfully unaware that the copper coins and silver he had spent would incite such a significant issue. Nor did he realize that the seemingly exorbitant 100 refined copper he deemed too expensive was, in fact, a mere fraction of the copper he had previously spent at the weapons shop. Fortunately, His frugality had spared him from becoming a victim of deception. This was no fault of his. The copper coins and silver bore an uncanny resemblance, indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Only after reaching a certain level of cultivation could one discern the more abundant spiritual energy within. He had always utilized them in this manner, and none had raised an eyebrow at the apparent discrepancies. Now back upon Snake Mouth Mountain, he found everything as it should be, reassured that no outsiders had intruded. He had blocked the path leading to the mountain, yet some skilled martial artists might still ascend. He contemplated smoothing out the protruding stones on the cliff and planting thorns in the more traversable areas to deter future visitors. However, for now, his priority remained his cultivation. He stored the bought foundational pills within his yellow gourd and waited 3 days before consuming them. After being infused with spiritual energy from the gourd, the efficacy of the foundational pills was greatly enhanced. Each pill, once refined, would bolster his vital energy within the meridians, equivalent to 10 days of regular training. In the ensuing days, he consumed 1 foundational pill daily, witnessing rapid progress in his cultivation. Occasionally, he would stealthily descend the mountain to seek out King Zhao for a duel. Yet, King Zhao, unable to bear defeat, had retreated into hiding after losing several times. This left Er Dogzi feeling disheartened. As for the sword techniques imparted by his master, he had made little headway. The martial art indeed proved to be profound and elusive, far more challenging than he had anticipated. Chapter 29. Taxation and Labor on the Slopes of Snake Mouth Mountain. A dozen large geese, accompanied by over 20 goslings, were happily pecking at the vegetable leaves on the ground. These geese were twice the size of ordinary ones and had quite an appetite. Perhaps due to their long-term diet of spiritually enriched fodder, they had become quite discerning, refusing to consume anything that lacked such vitality. In contrast, Er Dogzi had no such fastidiousness regarding food. If not for his cultivation, he could eat anything that filled his belly. Their ability to guard the home, provide meat, and offer feathers for clothing and bedding justified the indulgence they received. Er Dogzi fed the geese some fodder and poured water into their trough. He then watered all the crops he had planted on the mountain. Although he had not extensively cleared land in the past 6 months, he still managed to cultivate some plots and plant ginseng. Currently, there were 10 acres of ginseng, 3 acres of huangjing, 2 acres of rotsongrong, and 1 acre of yaoji-2a, totaling 16 acres of arable land. The initial batch of ginseng, huangjing, and rotsongrong had already matured for over a decade, and the longer the medicinal herbs aged, the more valuable they became, which is why Er Dogzi had hesitated to harvest them. For his enhanced strength pills, he typically used materials aged no more than 4 or 5 years. As for the 1 acre of yaoji-2a, he discovered that this wild vegetable, once nurtured by him, yielded an impressive harvest. Both the leaves and roots were edible, particularly the thick root that could grow larger than an arm and up to a foot long. Whether eaten raw or cooked, it was quite delicious. Most of the yaoji-2a was used to feed the geese, with only a small portion reserved for his strength pills. In addition to the 16 acres, he had planted some persimmon and jujube trees in areas unsuitable for cultivation, and thanks to his care, they had flourished and begun to bear fruit. After watering the crops, Er Dogzi looked up at the sky. The sun had risen halfway above the eastern horizon, signaling it was time to descend the mountain. It was the season for tenant farmers to pay their rents and landlords to submit their taxes. However, this year, Er Dogzi had transitioned from a tenant to a landlord. He had leased the 50 acres at the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain to the Ague family for cultivation. In a good year, these 50 acres could yield about 200 stones of grain, and with a rental agreement of 50%, he would receive 100 stones of grain annually. Nevertheless, he would need to pay 60 stones in taxes to the government, while Snake Mouth Mountain, classified as wasteland, required only 20 stones. In total, he owed 80 stones in taxes. Should he succeed in the civil service examination, he could be exempted from taxes on 100 acres of cultivated land, while uncultivated wasteland would incur no tax. This was a grace bestowed upon those with titles, encouraging service to the court. Master, everything is ready. Er Dogzi arrived at Ague's home, with a family of 5 or 6 strong men had already packed 100 stones of grain and loaded them onto a handcart. Additionally, they had enlisted a dozen robust tenants to assist in pushing the cart. Mimicking Huang Laokai, Er Dogzi treated everyone to a hearty meal, which even included a few slices of pork. After satisfying their hunger, the tenants were invigorated and pushed the cart with great enthusiasm. Ague, having previously been a tenant of Huang Laokai, was well-versed in such matters and managed everything seamlessly, requiring no effort from Er Dogzi. Master, we're approaching Zhao Duwang's territory. We need to prepare some silver to smooth things over, Ague remarked, observing the youthful visage of Er Dogzi, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. Just last year, both he and Er Dogzi were tenants of Huang Laokai, joking and sharing camaraderie along the way. Now, Er Dogzi had transformed into his landlord. Upon hearing they were nearing Zhao Duwang and Appo's domain, Er Dogzi became alert, concealing his sword within his clothing and lowering his head to blend in with the tenants. Zhao Duwang had become astute. Each time he spotted Er Dogzi, he would hide in the mountains, refusing to show himself. Master, as long as we prepare the silver, it will suffice. Zhao Duwang never harms those who pay him. He is more trustworthy than the officials, Ague reassured, mistakenly believing that Er Dogzi was frightened. I know. I fear he will avoid us altogether. Ague did not fully grasp Er Dogzi's meaning, thinking he was making excuses. They had not walked far when the sound of gongs rang out, and Zhao Duwang indeed appeared as promised. This road is mine. This tree is mine. Before Zhao Duwang could finish his theatrical lines, he saw Er Dogzi brandishing a massive sword, smiling at him. Zhao Duwang, let's have a duel. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. I think I've eaten something bad and need to relieve myself. Zhao Duwang clutched his belly and retreated into the woods. And in an instant, the band of mountain thieves vanished without a trace. Do not run. I promise I'll go easy on you this time. Er Dogzi stood in the official road, waiting with his massive sword, while Zhao Duwang resolved not to fall into the trap of seeking out confrontation again. He recognized Er Dogzi's brute strength. Every clash left him numb and exhausted, and the thought of engaging in battle with such a formidable opponent was unappealing, especially when his gang relied on him to provide for them. Hiding in the woods, Zhao Duwang watched as Er Dogzi and his entourage departed. To avoid a surprise counterattack, he waited another half an hour before resuming his operations. This time, he intercepted a larger cart convoy and, feeling determined, aimed to recover the losses incurred earlier. Do you intend to stop the scholar's caravan as well? One tenant stepped forward, emboldened by the scholar's authority. Bah! A mountain bandit spat dismissively. What is a scholar worth? Our Zhao Duwang was once a martial scholar himself. He left that behind to avoid the indignities of petty officials. Zhao Duwang coughed a few times, silencing the bandit. Regardless, all who traversed this path would pay their dues. Faced with the resolute stance of the mountain bandits, Zhang Yuliang had no choice but to emerge with a grim expression and hand over a piece of silver. Although martial scholars were exempt from taxes on 100 acres of land, he owned far more than that. If alone, he could have charged through, but with so much grain and tenants in tow, he had to comply and pay the toll. Zhao Duwang weighed the silver in his hand and shook his head. With so many carts, this paltry sum is an insult. Do not overstep your bounds. Zhang Yuliang grasped the handle of his sword, infuriated that he, a martial scholar, was afforded no respect by these bandits. Know that Zhao Duwang is in a foul mood today. It would be wise to pay up and leave. In the end, under duress, Zhang Yuliang reluctantly produced another piece of silver. After settling the toll, he vowed to one day eradicate these bandits for their arrogance. Meanwhile, Er Dogzi remained unaware that his actions had compelled Zhang Yuliang to pay twice for the toll. He had camped with the tenants in an open area of the county town. After a peaceful night, fortune smiled upon him the next day, as they fell in line to deliver their grain. This time, he was experienced and filled each container to the brim, even stacking them high. Despite his diligence, he still received a lash from the officials. The constable wielded his whip, striking both him and the individuals accompanying him without mercy. Then, with a kick, he sent the grains spilling forth, only to refill and kick again, repeating this thrice until the entirety of the 100 stones of grain he had brought lay in disarray. Not a single kernel remaining. It was only then that the constable, cursing profusely, ceased his tirade. He He was supposed to pay 80 stones in taxes, yet had indeed surrendered 100 stones of premium grain, still being labeled a troublesome peasant by the constable. One cannot help but wonder what the authorities envisioned as a model citizen. Upon settling his taxes, he was required to obtain a tax receipt from the county clerk. In broad daylight, the clerk, squinting in drowsiness at his desk, was roused only after he reluctantly offered a small piece of silver, allowing him to procure the official document bearing the government seal. Alongside the tax receipt, he received a notice for corps of labor. Given the size of his land holdings, he was obligated to send one individual to labor this winter. The destination for this labor was the southwestern frontier, tasked with constructing defensive walls, a commitment lasting a year. Just after paying his taxes, he now faced the prospect of corps of labor. The government annually conscripts laborers for a multitude of tasks, from building riverbanks to serving as laborers in wartime, down to menial tasks like constructing houses for officials or cleaning latrines. Most laborers receive no sustenance, necessitating that they bring their provisions from home. The impact on agriculture is deemed trivial, yet many endure such harsh labor only to perish far from home, their bodies unrecoverable. And Chang County lies not far from the southwestern frontier, rumored to be a realm filled with demons and specters, fraught with peril. In previous years, of every 10 individuals conscripted to the southwestern frontier, only about 3 returned alive, and those fortunate enough to survive often returned in a state of near ruin. Such grueling labor was something he wished to avoid, leading him to consider hiring someone to take his place. In years past, many landlords had done the same, as the authorities had no objections provided one could find a substitute. However, the cost of such a near-certain death sentence was exorbitant, nearly the price of a life. It appeared the cost of laborers would soar this winter. Having successfully settled his taxes, he treated the tenants to a lavish meal, where 30 individuals feasted on 2 dishes, a savory pickled vegetable stir-fry and fatty pork with dried radish. Rice was plentiful, allowing some to consume as much as 7 bowls. The tenants, satiated, patted their bellies and praised their landlord's benevolence, while simultaneously denouncing Zhang Yuliang for his stinginess and exploitation. After the feast, he approached Ague, presenting the document regarding the conscription of labor. Ague, could you assist me in finding someone to take my place for this labor? Given the grim nature of the southwestern labor, what price are you willing to offer? Ague replied, his interest piqued. As long as the price is sufficiently enticing, even those facing death will eagerly accept. Ague, knowledgeable of the market, inquired about the going rate for a life. That depends on age. Young and robust men fetch the highest price, roughly 20 stones of premium rice. Those over 50 may only require 2 stones. The price for women varies based on age and beauty, generally not exceeding 20 stones, with some available for just a few dough of grain. In years of calamity, prices can plummet. Many tenants had experience selling their own children, making Ague acutely aware of the prevailing rates. I will offer 20 stones for someone to substitute for me. Pertaining to a matter of life and death, he was unusually generous with his highest bid. Are you truly willing to offer such a high price? Ague sought confirmation, noting that typically 10 stones would attract numerous volunteers. Indeed, it is 20 stones, he replied, his usual frugality momentarily set aside. There's no need to seek others. Allow me to go. Ague's eager expression revealed his anticipation for a response. Ague, this is grueling labor fraught with peril. Surely, you need not take such risks, especially considering the bountiful harvest this year. After paying the rent, you should still have 100 stones of surplus grain. Observing Ague, who had become a familiar face, he felt a sense of unease about his willingness to risk his life. Alas, with this year's favorable weather and good harvest, we still owe 8 stones for household tax, 12 for head tax, and 10 for firewood collection tax, not to mention the sunshine tax. For the spring planting, at least 5 or 6 stones will be needed for 50 acres. After accounting for all this, our family of over 10 will still have about 50 stones of grain, and the younger ones eat voraciously. I'm over 40 now. My life is worth at most 10 stones. With such an opportunity to sell for 20 stones, one would be foolish to refuse. With this 20 stones, I could save enough for a small plot of land. If I happened to return alive, That 20 stones would be pure profit. As Ague spoke, a grin spread across his face, feeling as though he had struck a tremendous bargain. Reflecting upon his own past, he realized that had such an opportunity arisen 2 years prior, he too would have seized it without hesitation. Very well. Do your utmost to return alive. Chapter 30. Master, I have comprehended. Several months have passed since the last tax collection, and now is the spring of the second year. Last winter, Er Dogzi, at the cost of 20 stones of grain, hired Ague to serve as labor duty. On the day Ague left, he bought 2 pounds of pork and went to Ague's home for a farewell meal. At that moment, his 3-year-old grandson was oblivious to the circumstances, only knowing there was meat to eat. The child delightedly savored the fatty meat, even inquiring when his parents would join him. After the new year, Er Dogzi reached the age of 16. Perhaps due to a better diet over the past 2 years, he had grown significantly taller, now nearly the height of an adult. At 16, a young man officially arrives at the age suitable for marriage. He had become a small landlord, handsome in appearance, and many matchmakers now lingered at Shikushin, eager to introduce brides to him. Among the potential matches were the second daughter of Huang Laokai, the eldest daughter of Li Tuji, the 6th child of Zhang Kezi, and Xinghua from the neighboring village, all robust families capable of working in the fields by day and bearing children by night, akin to the most fertile soil. Some of these candidates were even individuals Er Dogzi had admired since childhood. Once he had been shrouded in self-doubt, feeling unworthy of them, donning tattered trousers that left little to the imagination and hesitating to speak to anyone. Now, opportunities presented themselves with a mere nod. He could claim the richest meat in the village and cultivate the most fertile land, reaping a bountiful harvest. Yet, with a firm resolve, he declined all offers. At this vigorous age, to declare an aversion to marriage seemed somewhat unnatural, whether physically or psychologically. But for now, he had no choice but to remain single. Soon, the annual examination for martial scholars would arrive, and he resolved to register and test his luck. This year, he would devote himself to rigorous training, aspiring to pass the martial scholar examination. He no longer wished to be at the mercy of the local officials and their whims, nor to endure their beatings. Moreover, being a martial scholar exempted him from labor duties and tax obligations. If he were to marry and bring a wife home, it would be akin to a cat guarding a fish. He would have little time or inclination for cultivation. Additionally, if he married, the secret of his yellow gourd might be exposed. Thus, he decided to endure for a few more years, prioritizing his training and the martial scholar exam. In recent months, Er Dogzi had sold several stones of powerful pills in the city, converting all the silver into the nourishing pills for consumption. The energy required to progress from the 2nd to the 3rd level of his cultivation technique had increased manifold. To date, he had consumed over 200 nourishing pills, and last month, his run and dew meridians were finally filled with true energy. In the past few days, his meridians had been brimming with true energy, creating a sensation of fullness that was almost uncomfortable. One day, Er Dogzi stewed a pot of pork with a nearly 20-year-old ginseng. After finishing his meal, he took a nourishing pill and resumed his cultivation. The simultaneous intake of ginseng and the pill unleashed an extraordinary effect, quickly releasing a substantial amount of energy within him. This energy was refined into true energy, causing a growing pressure within his meridians, just as he felt as though his meridians might burst. A surge of true energy rushed toward his lower abdomen. With a mighty roar, Er Dogzi felt as if his abdomen had exploded. The true energy in his meridians converged toward that area, as if a vast void awaited. Upon introspection, he discovered a small space located approximately 3 inches below his navel, between the Mingmen point. Could this be the legendary dantian mentioned in the texts? The texts state that the human body possesses 3 dantian. The lower dantian located 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian in the chest, and the upper dantian situated between the brows, intersecting with the Baihui point. At this moment, a substantial amount of true energy gathered in the lower dantian, swirling like a cloud. Once the true energy from his meridians flowed into the dantian, it became vacant again, and the sensation of fullness finally dissipated, bringing a sense of lightness to his entire body. When he activated his cultivation technique to mobilize the true energy, The energy from the dantian would flow back into his meridians, responding to his will. Perhaps due to the opening of the dantian, the power of concentrating all his true energy at a single point had intensified. He picked up a piece of blue stone, concentrated true energy in his fingertips, and squeezed with all his might, reducing the stone to powder rather than merely cracking it into pieces. Successfully opening the lower dantian signified a significant advancement in his unnamed cultivation technique, reaching the third level. The lower dantian, also known as the chi si, could store vast amounts of true energy. To fill the dantian, he must continue his cultivation until the 10th level. However, the text did not record how to cultivate beyond filling the lower dantian, nor had his master ever mentioned it. With his enhanced strength, practicing the challenging sword technique became somewhat easier. Previously, he could barely leap over 10 feet. Now, he could jump over 20 feet while wielding a sword. Yet the text required him to leap 30 feet into the air, drawing 9 sword flowers before executing a move called Setting Sun's Afterglow. Often, he could barely reach 20 feet high, managing only 3 sword flowers before plummeting back to the ground, still falling short of the standard. There were many other techniques to master, such as one that required practice in the rain, where not a single drop of water could touch him, or another that involved striking the right front leg joint of a mosquito flying from 10 feet away, or cleaving a 500-pound boulder from 20 feet away. Although he had made some progress, he still did not meet the standards. It was incredibly challenging. As the registration date for the Martial Scholar examination approached, he grew increasingly anxious. Ultimately, he decided to bring a pound of pork and a jar of old wine to seek guidance from his master. Master, my arm and sword combined measure only a little over 5 feet. No matter how I try, I cannot strike a target a full 10 feet away. How should I practice these techniques? Er Dogzi expressed his most vexing concern to his master. Achieving such a distance through sheer brute force was impossible. You must cultivate to the point of externalizing your true energy rather than relying on raw strength. Li Banzian lectured Er Dogzi, advising him to dedicate himself to practice with the usual homilies. He had anticipated Er Dogzi would encounter such challenges and had long prepared answers, awaiting his disciple in damp, oppos, as inquiries. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can project your internal true energy outward, effortlessly striking an opponent from 10 paces away with a mere gesture. The 5 or 6 feet distance is merely the limitation of your physical form, not the limit of your true energy. When the formless enters the form, and the intangible becomes tangible. Do you understand? Li Banzian spoke in a manner that felt obscure and profound. Er Dogzi could only grasp half of it, nodding then shaking his head in confusion. Master, could you perhaps demonstrate? Very well. Today, I shall let you witness the power of externalized true energy. Er Dogzi felt a surge of excitement. His master, enigmatic and unpretentious, rarely displayed his prowess in public. Today, he would have the opportunity to witness his master's abilities firsthand. With that, Li Banzian summoned a toothless old beggar from outside, intending to use him as a demonstration for his disciple. Er Dogzi and oppos, his heart tightened at the thought. To showcase a sword technique at the cost of a life seemed rather cruel. Master, please show mercy. Shall we not try with a chicken or duck instead? At least we can eat it afterward, and it wouldn't go to waste. If this old beggar dies, we would still need to bury him. Fear not. I will exercise discretion. Li Banzian replied, instructing the old beggar to stand 2 paces away. The beggar, seemingly unafraid, stood there grinning foolishly. Now, open your eyes wide and watch closely. Li Banzian rolled up his sleeves, his hands gracefully gesturing in front of his chest, exuding an air of mastery akin to that of a true expert. Er Dogzi, with wide eyes, dared not overlook a single detail. Yet, in his perception, there was no discernible change in the spiritual energy surrounding his master. Huh! Li Banzian bellowed, sweeping his hand through the air, causing the old beggar to zhong away to cry out in pain as he fell backward. Oh, it hurts! It hurts terribly! Spare me, old immortal! The old beggar clutched his stomach, writhing on the ground in agony. Li Banzian stroked his beard and smiled at Er Dogzi. Do you understand now? However, Er Dogzi's face was one of confusion. He truly did not comprehend and shook his head in response. I don't understand. That's to be expected. The so-called true energy is invisible to the eye and feels like electricity when touched. Li Banshan's demeanor was that of a sage, his heart swelling with pride. If you were to grasp it, would all my years of effort have been for naught? He then helped the writhing beggar to his feet, assessing his condition. I merely gave your liver a gentle poke from afar. There is nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice. Since you did not comprehend earlier, I shall demonstrate once more at close range. Li Banzian turned to Er Dogzi, simultaneously beginning to circulate his energy with slow, deliberate movements. Watch closely. He extended a finger, lightly touching the beggar and Appo's shoulder. The beggar trembled violently and stumbled back several steps, collapsing to the ground. Er Dogzi remained bewildered, feeling utterly inept. Your skill is insufficient. Profound martial arts take time to comprehend. Return and cultivate slowly. Li Banzian consoled him. Remember, when your cultivation reaches a certain level and you can project true energy outward, it will come naturally. As for the examination from martial scholars, your current abilities are still too weak. Be patient. At that moment, Er Dogzi seemed to experience a sudden epiphany, a flicker of enlightenment illuminating his mind. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand. He expressed his gratitude to Li Banzian, then stood still, grasping the sword's hilt, lost in contemplation. He had begun to allow true energy to flow freely through his meridians. What Master referred to as projecting true energy likely meant transcending the limitations of the physical body. However, true energy is constrained by the meridians. Breaking through those constraints is no simple task, unless one engages with the acupoints. The so-called acupoints serve as the junctions of the body and meridians, the bridge connecting humanity to the cosmos. He resolved to attempt it. He began to mobilize the true energy within his dantian, circulating it through his meridians in search of a suitable point of breakthrough. There are 6 meridians in his arm: the hand Taiyin lung meridian, the hand Jian pericardium meridian, the hand Shaoyin heart meridian, the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian, and the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian. The 3 yang meridians lie on the back of the hand and its outer side, which were not appropriate. Ultimately, he chose the Laogong acupoint on the hand Jian pericardium meridian. At this moment, a considerable amount of true energy converged in his right hand's Jian pericardium meridian, threatening to burst the meridian from the sheer volume. However, the Laogong acupoint seemed to be obstructed by a thin membrane, preventing the true energy from leaking outward. Er Dogzi persisted, channeling more true energy from his dantian, intensifying his efforts to break through the Laogong. Disciple. Er Dogzi. Li Banzian observed Er Dogzi standing motionless, his clothes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, beads of blood and sweat seeping from his right arm. After several calls, Er Dogzi remained unresponsive. Lost in his own world, Li Banzian was perplexed. What insight had this foolish disciple gleaned? He pondered, recalling that he had said nothing profound, merely improvising. Could there truly be wisdom in his words? Yet, after much contemplation, he found no valuable phrases within his own discourse. At that moment, blood began to seep from Er Dogzi's grasp on the sword, and the hefty blade began to emit a faint glow. Initially subtle, the light gradually coalesced into distinct spots, which then expanded and merged, transforming the once dull sword into a radiant blade of light. Li Banzian and the old beggar stood beside Er Dogzi, witnessing the extraordinary transformation with astonishment. Suddenly, Er Dogzi lifted the magnificent sword with one hand and thrust it forward. Before him stood a wall, and upon impact, the tremendous force shattered the wall, sending debris flying. With a resounding crash, Li Banshan's humble abode crumbled halfway, leaving Er Dogzi with nothing but the hilt of the sword. Staring at the remaining hilt and the fallen structure, Er Dogzi felt lost and bewildered. He had not anticipated such immense power. It was unlike what Master had demonstrated. Had he misunderstood? Was this truly a manifestation of immortal arts? The old beggar, trembling with disbelief, had never witnessed such a miraculous event, his only thought being that it resembled the legendary arts of immortals. So you truly are a celestial master. I can no longer accept your money. Overwhelmed, the old beggar knelt and prostrated himself repeatedly, pulling out 10 copper coins to return to Li Banzian. Immortal arts or not, it is merely the antics of master and disciple. This is your 51. Now leave. If you dare speak of this outside, I shall ensure you never transcend this life. Li Banzian, who relished in his role as a mysterious immortal, now found himself in a rare moment of humility, hastily shoving coins into the beggar and amp. Oppo's hands to send him away. Master, does this count as true energy projection? With only the two of them remaining in the courtyard, Er Dogzi held the remaining sword hilt, still grappling with self-doubt. Alas, a rotten wood cannot be carved. How can you be so reckless in projecting true energy? Li Banzian lamented, his heart aching at the sight of the collapsed house. You act like a rampaging bull, lacking the elegance of an immortal. You must learn to control your power, to wield it with finesse. Though Li Banzian did not understand how Er Dogzi had achieved such a feat, he knew it was essential to maintain an air of authority, even if it meant applying some pressure to amplify the illusion. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have comprehended. Hearing Li Banzian and Oppo's words, Er Dogzi beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude, as if he had gained further insight. Observing Er Dogzi und Oppo's Demiano, Li Banzian once again fell in his self-doubt. What did he grasp that he himself did not know? Chapter 31. Examination. Er Dogzi and Amp. Oppo's sword struck with such ferocity that it collapsed his master and amp. Oppo's earthen dwelling, leaving him momentarily astonished by its immense power. However, the aftermath of this singular blow left the heavy sword he had forged for 100 taels of silver shattered into a multitude of small iron fragments. The vital energy stored within his dantian was entirely expended, leaving not a trace behind. When he departed from Sankaizi town, he felt a sense of lightness in his steps. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, it took him 3 days to restore his vital energy to its normal state. His master, possessing profound wisdom, immediately discerned the root of the problem. Er Dogzi had failed to control his strength, and after channeling his vital energy into the sword, he found himself teetering on the brink of losing control. Had he not thrust out that sword in time, his entire right arm might have suffered the same fate as the blade, obliterated by the overwhelming force of his energy. Reflecting on this episode later, he felt a tinge of fear. Thus, it is evident that mastering any skill necessitates the guidance of a great teacher. His master, with a keen eye, identified his mistakes, saving him from a myriad of missteps. Er Dogzi felt fortunate to have encountered such a mentor. Although he did not fully comprehend the lessons imparted, they illuminated his path for cultivation and fortified his confidence. Once his vital energy was fully restored, he often pondered how to manipulate it with finesse and better control its flow. Yet, the energy he cultivated was so volatile that ordinary objects could not withstand it. The heavy sword he had invested so much in was now destroyed, necessitating the crafting of a new one. However, the cost of a single sword was a daunting 100 taels of silver, which weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, in pursuit of mastering unparalleled martial arts and qualifying for the position of a martial scholar, he was willing to bear the expense. Coincidentally, as he calculated the time, the enrollment for martial scholars was approaching. He resolved to travel to the county town to forge a new sword and inquire about the enrollment process. To this end, he prepared a stone of ordinary strength pills to sell to Sima E, asking him to exchange it for over 20 essence-enhancing pills. He then returned to the same sword shop to commission a new heavy sword weighing 120 jin. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he felt a strange gaze from the shopkeeper and Amp, Oppo's family. This time, the atmosphere was noticeably different, almost excessively courteous. The elderly proprietor even personally approached him, inviting him to sit and serving tea along with exquisite snacks. This excessive politeness made Er Dogzi feel uncomfortable, prompting him to leave after a brief visit. First, he sought information regarding the enrollment process. The matters of martial scholar registration and examination fell under the jurisdiction of the County Education Authority. Standing at the entrance of the office, Er Dogzi meticulously scraped the mud from his shoes brushed off the dust from his garments, and tidied his hair before entering. "Halt!" A loud voice commanded as a man, toothpick in mouth and half-clad in a robe, emerged from the door. "Do you even know where you are? Is this a place for you to enter?" Country bumpkins truly lacked decorum. Clearly, the doorman regarded Er Dogzi as an ordinary peasant, displaying impatience and disdain. "I wish to inquire about—" Er Dogzi began, but his words were cut short as the doorman waved him away. "Out! Out! I am here to register for the examination. I want to enroll." Er Dogzi insisted. Upon hearing this, the doorman paused, scrutinizing him closely. The man stood sun-kissed and weathered. His garments faded and worn. His hands bore numerous cracks, evidence of a life spent toiling in the fields. "You? Do you even know what is required for the exam? How it is conducted?" The doorman's expression dripped with contempt, seasoned by his years of experience, rendering Er Dogzi merely a common farmer in his eyes. "Yes, that is precisely why I am here, to ask." Er Dogzi thought to himself, "If I knew everything, why would I need to ask you? Leave. You dare waste my time knowing nothing." The doorman barked, revealing a fierce demeanor akin to a snarling dog poised to pounce. Er Dogzi was expelled from the premises, yet he was unwilling to depart empty-handed. Recalling his previous experience with Huang Laokai, he understood that every step within the office required monetary persuasion. He retrieved a piece of broken silver from his pocket, weighing about 2 or 3 coins, and offered it to the man. The doorman accepted the silver, secretly weighing it in his hand. It amounted to roughly 2 coins and 6 cents, enough for a visit to the pleasure quarters. Stowing the silver in his sleeve, he still wore an impatient expression and did not soften his demeanor. "What do you need to know? Speak quickly. I wish to understand how to register for the martial scholar examination and the process involved." Er Dogzi, seizing the opportunity while the silver was still warm, posed his inquiries in rapid succession. "Registration is simple. Just bring your household registration booklet to the office, and you can enroll." "The household registration booklet? Where do I obtain that? Is there anything else I need?" Er Dogzi had not yet procured this document, and needed to understand the process to avoid multiple trips. Enough with the frivolous questions. If you do not understand, go ask your family or the village chief. The doorman, incensed by Er Dogzi and Oppo's barrage of questions, prepared to dismiss him again. Clearly, the 3 coins he had just spent could only sustain a fleeting semblance of civility. Either continue to pay or leave. Er Dogzi opted for the latter, hastily retreating without delay, returning to his village of Shushi that very night. He recalled that Huang Laokai had always held the position of village chief until now. Yet, needing assistance, he made a special trip to the town to purchase a piece of pork. However, upon delivering the pork, he discovered he had once again knocked on the wrong door. Since the last incident, Huang Laokai had lost all his land and, this year, even his position as village chief. Now Er Dogzi and Oppo's uncle held that title. Er Dogzi felt certain he would face challenges from either his uncle or cousin. If you need a household registration booklet, you may go directly to the town and seek the village chief. They can assist you there. Upon grasping Er Dogzi's intent, Huang Laokai offered his guidance. "In that case, I am free as well. I will accompany you to find the village chief. I have had some dealings with him in the past. Though we have not corresponded in the last year, I trust there remains some goodwill. Thank you very much." Er Dogzi felt that the pork he had given earlier was indeed worth its weight, as Huang Laokai had proven to be dependable, a testament to how he had once risen to wealth. The 3 coins squandered at the education office felt paltry in comparison, akin to feeding a dog. At least a dog would help clean up the mess afterward. The doorman had taken his money and still bared his teeth at him, ready to bite. The 2 proceeded swiftly to Sankaizi town, where they found a grand courtyard of blue bricks and tiles, the residence of the village chief. They purchased a fish in town and now stood at the chief's doorstep. Huang Laokai spat into his hands and tidied his unruly hair, smoothing out Er Dogzi's wrinkled garments. The village chief was an educated man, a scholar by title. One must act with decorum in his presence. Understood. They adjusted their sleeves, straightened their attire, and wiped the mud from their feet before entering. The village chief received them in a well-kept parlor, its floor polished with lime and tung oil, gleaming like a mirror. Despite their efforts to clean their shoes, they left 2 distinct rows of footprints on the floor. Huang Laokai and Er Dogzi bowed deeply in apology, while the village chief merely nodded, indicating no offense was taken. After explaining their purpose, the village chief did not impose any difficulties and assisted Er Dogzi in obtaining his household registration booklet, offering him a few words of encouragement as well. Er Dogzi clutched the hard-won household registration booklet, scarcely pausing to eat, and hurried towards the county town. However, the gatekeeper of the educational office obstinately barred his entry, only reluctantly casting a glance at the booklet after receiving 3 coins of silver as a bribe. "This won't do. You must get a stamp from the county office." With that, he brusquely expelled Er Dogzi. Filled with frustration, Er Dogzi felt powerless against the gatekeeper. Even a mere guard dog at the office held more prestige than these peasant farmers. He could only approach the county office with a smile, offering several more silver coins before finally obtaining the coveted red stamp on his household registration. Armed with the stamped booklet, he returned to the educational office, again presenting 3 coins of silver. Just as he believed he could finally register, the gatekeeper flung it back at him, demanding, "Have you paid your taxes?" "Yes, I have." "They're in Appos. S no official seal." Dejected, Er Dogzi trudged back to the county office to seek assistance. This exhausting back and forth continued, resulting in a total of 28 trips, 18 official seals, and 87 offerings of silver before he finally managed to gain entry into the educational office. Within the grand hall, he found only one clerk diligently working. After enduring such trials, Er Dogzi approached with a practiced smile, presenting silver before discussing serious matters. "You and Appos, quite perceptive," the clerk remarked as he accepted the silver, complimenting Er Dogzi for his thoughtfulness. However, upon receiving the thick stack of documents, the clerk inquired, "Where is your recommendation letter?" "What recommendation?" Er Dogzi was utterly bewildered. After so many visits, he had never heard of needing such a letter. "How can you not know this? How do you expect to register?" The clerk tossed the materials back at Er Dogzi, preparing to dismiss him. In a hurry, Er Dogzi produced a piece of silver, pleading, "Please, can you enlighten me?" Indeed, dealing with the government required silver to facilitate communication. Regardless of one's status, to participate in the exams, 3 scholars must co-sign a recommendation letter for eligibility. What? Er Dogzi felt lost. As a humble farmer, where could he find 3 scholars willing to co-sign a recommendation letter? He only knew one scholar, Zhang Yuliang, who would rather see him perish than assist him. Moreover, where could he find 2 others? He felt utterly insignificant, having trained diligently for years. He recognized that this was not the time to be stingy with money, hastily pulling out a substantial piece of silver, at least a tael in weight. Is there truly no other way around the recommendation letter? None. This is a rule set by the court, unchangeable. Defiance could lead to execution. As Er Dogzi exited the educational office, he felt utterly dejected, as if he had faced relentless beatings. Why must there be such rules that left someone like him, without connections, in despair? After years of arduous training and endless toil, he was thwarted at the very threshold of registration. Wandering aimlessly down the street, he found himself before the rejuvenation hall. A glimmer of hope sparked within him. Sima E, the local power broker, might possess some insight. Er Dogzi, "I've already exchanged the Peiyuan Gubin pills you requested last time." Sima E greeted, producing over 20 porcelain vials filled with the precious pills. "Oh, I almost forgot about the pills amidst my other affairs. What could be so pressing that you'd forget about the Peiyuan Gubin pills? They are worth several hundred taels of silver. If you and tea come soon, I might have kept them for myself," Sima E joked, noticing Er Dogzi and Appos' troubled expression. "Alas, just some vexing matters," Er Dogzi sighed. Although they had known each other for a couple of years, their relationship remained superficial. He struggled to find the right words, for this setting was different from the transactional nature of the government offices. You have been a great help over the years. Today, I'll treat you to a meal at Hongyan Tower, and we can discuss your troubles," Sima E suggested. Upon hearing the name of the establishment, Er Dogzi recalled the exorbitant prices. A mere morsel of fish could cost several taels of silver. "That is too extravagant. Er Dogzi, you may not know, but one of my brothers consumed your pills and has experienced a remarkable improvement in his abilities. He is preparing to take the martial examination, so we must express our gratitude," Sima E asserted earnestly. While anyone could cultivate their skills, without resources, the path to mastery would be fraught with difficulties. Yet, the resources within Anshan County were limited, mostly controlled by the county magistrate and Appo's faction. Although the Sima family possessed some resources, their large household meant that each member received little. At that moment, Er Dogzi's heart raced. He understood that only scholars were eligible to take the civil service examination. It was as if a path previously obscured had suddenly revealed itself. Is your brother a scholar? What scholar are you speaking of? Yes, just an ordinary scholar. A martial practitioner at that. Sima dismissed the notion, showing no reverence whatsoever. Yet Er Dogzi was electrified, cautiously inquiring, "Do you know many scholars?" "Not too many. There are 8 scholars in my family, and I know a few others in the county town, perhaps around 20 in total." Er Dogzi's heart soared with joy. He had always known that Sima's family was well off, a local power. Yet he was astonished to learn that while others could only occasionally produce a martial scholar, Sima and Appo's family had 8. "Sima, my brother, I need your help." Er Dogzi felt an overwhelming urge to grasp Sima and Appo's leg and plead. "What kind of help?" "As long as I can assist, I will certainly do my utmost." It's about Er Dogzi recounted the trials he faced in his attempts to register, detailing the relentless torment inflicted by the government. Sima listened with indignation. "Is that clerk the one with a crooked mouth?" "Yes." Er Dogzi recalled vividly how the clerk would smirk with a crooked smile each time he received silver. "Oomph. That crooked-mouthed fellow has become increasingly insufferable, treating his position as if it were a decree. He is overdue for a lesson. I can secure that recommendation letter for you by tomorrow and the day after. I'll accompany you to the educational office." Chapter 32. The prodigy of the Sima family. Sima approached the Zhengwu Hall, carrying a large bundle. "Good morning, young Master Sima." The doorman promptly welcomed him with enthusiasm and ushered him inside. The Zhengwu Hall is the most renowned martial arts academy in Anshan County, having produced numerous martial scholars and even several martial degree holders over the years. Countless aspiring students dream of entering the Zhengwu Hall in hopes of mastering martial arts and achieving scholarly distinction. However, with limited spots available, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to gain admission. The exorbitant tuition fees further deter those of modest means. Sima Yi's elder cousin, Sima Hong, had successfully achieved the rank of martial scholar a few years prior, and now served as an instructor at the Zhengwu Hall, concurrently preparing for the martial degree examination. "Fourth brother." You've arrived, 14th brother." Sima Hong, appearing to be in his 30s, greeted him warmly. The two shared a close bond among the many brothers in their clan. "You seem to be in high spirits. I take it you bring good news." With a grin, Sima replied, "Indeed. I managed to procure a fine ginseng from the black market last night, at least 20 years old." As he spoke, he removed the bundle from his back, revealing a large pouch of pills and the ginseng. "This ginseng is remarkable. I can already feel my meridians swelling with energy. Once I consume this ginseng, I should be able to open my qi and refine my dantian," Sima Hong remarked, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he reflected on his journey. He had begun practicing martial arts at the age of 3, mastered various forms by 12, and achieved the status of martial scholar at 14, becoming the most gifted youth in Anshan County. By 18, he had entered the realm of cultivation, sensing the spiritual energy of a universe and reaching the first level of qi refinement, becoming a cultivator. Yet, he had squandered 10 years before barely advancing to the second level. Over the years, he had experienced the immense difficulties of martial training and cultivation. The wealth consumed in the process was inconsequential compared to the hardships endured. Every martial artist dreams of one day achieving enlightenment and transcending to a higher plane. Reaching the 4th level of qi refinement would grant the opportunity to participate in the martial degree examination. Success would open the door to vast new realms, offering resources far beyond the meager offerings of the current martial academy. "Are you on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of qi refinement?" Sima inquired, surprised by his brother's rapid progress. "Indeed, I owe much of this advancement to the pills you found for me, affordable yet remarkably effective. It is widely known that martial cultivation holds promise, yet few are fortunate enough to embark on this path. Many struggle just to make ends meet, let alone gather resources for training. As a direct descendant of the Sima family and vice master of the Zhongwu Hall, Sima Hong found his financial resources limited. High-grade pills like the Peiyuan Gubin pill, costing 10 taels of silver each, allowed him to afford only 2 a month. Thankfully, Sima had procured a batch of affordable Dali pills, which he consumed and resold, allowing him to recoup some of the expenses. 14th. May I inquire where you acquire these pills? Sima Hong asked curiously, having never encountered such pills before, suspecting that only Sima possessed the necessary connections. Enough. Suppress that greedy heart of yours. I cannot divulge the source of these pills, as I am bound by loyalty to those who entrusted me. Sima replied firmly, rejecting his cousin and amp, Appo's request. It is best to keep things as they are. Why risk jeopardizing a good situation? I was merely curious. Do I appear to be a villain? Sima Hong protested, pointing to his own face obscured by a scruffy beard. Quite so. With that visage, you might easily frighten children. Sima Yitit. Appearance matters little for a man of strength. Sima Hong dismissively replied. Tell me, Sima, do you not plan to pursue martial arts and take the path of the martial degree? No, I aspire to become a renowned physician, to heal and save lives. Sima declared, having long harbored dreams of becoming a great doctor to alleviate the suffering of humanity. Studying medicine is a waste of your considerable talent. You must understand that the elders of our clan value you for your gifts. Why resist their expectations? Sima Hong lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Martial arts hold no allure for me. I would simply be another among the many in our family pursuing martial prowess. My lack of interest renders any training tedious. Sima replied, recalling how he had once been inspired by such notions in his youth. Do you not know? I overheard Father mention that with your talent, there is a significant chance you could establish a foundation as a cultivator. Our family has only produced one foundational ancestor over 18 generations. The weight of our family's legacy rests upon you. Sima, he had heard such words many times before, growing weary of them. The allure of cultivation had faded for him, as he found the journey tedious and slow. Let's not dwell on cultivation today. I need you to assist me with some recommendation letters for the martial scholar examination. A friend of mine requires them. He handed Sima Hong the household registration for a person named Zhang Ergu. Very well, I shall handle this promptly. Wait here, Sima Hong replied, tucking the registration into his pocket before departing with the bundle of pills. Upon reaching the training ground, he spotted an instructor guiding students. He waved, and the instructor, none other than Zhang Yuliang, rushed over, wiping the sweat from his brow. Master Sima, how may I assist you? Zhang Yuliang, after passing the scholar examination, had secured a position at the Zhongwu Hall through connections, allowing him to earn some income while continuing his studies. Zhang Yuliang, the Dali pills have arrived. How many do you require this time? I find myself a bit short on funds, as the land rent has yet to be collected. Might you extend credit for a few months? Despite his authoritative demeanor around Zhang Ergu, at this moment, Zhang Yuliang appeared humble and compliant. Of course, I can lend you 100 pills, totaling 10 taels of silver. Sima always generous, counted out the pills without hesitation. The pills, purchased from Zhang Ergu, would be resold at double the price, making it a profitable venture for Sima Hong. Thank you. Zhang Yuliang gratefully accepted the 100 pills, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Hold on a moment. Please draft a recommendation letter for me. Absolutely. Whom shall I address it to? Zhang Yuliang pledged to fulfill the vice master's request with great diligence. Oh, I didn't catch the name. Sima glanced at the household registration again. Zhang Ergu of Sansha Town. Zhang Ergu. At the mention of this name, Zhang Yuliang nearly leapt from his spot. Yes, from your area? You're related. Do you know him? I've seen him a few times, but we're not closely acquainted, Zhang Yuliang replied, omitting the fact that he had bullied Zhang Ergu throughout their childhood. Simultaneously, his heart was in turmoil, perplexed as to how Er Dogzi had managed to establish connections with the illustrious Sima family. Nevertheless, when the vice master of the Sima clan spoke, despite harboring 100 reservations, he felt compelled to compose a beautifully crafted letter of recommendation. Without delay, Zhang Yuliang took up his pen, and in a matter of moments, a recommendation letter was beautifully penned, adorned with his name, and sealed with his personal stamp. Thank you. Sima Hong accepted the letter, dried the ink, tucked it into his bosom, and with a word of gratitude, turned to leave. It was a trifling task, hardly worth mentioning, and he assured that should the master require assistance in the future, he need only speak up. Zhang Yuliang waved at the retreating figure of Sima Yitong. Yet his expression bore no trace of joy. Sima he did not wait long. Before he had even finished a cup of tea, Sima Hong returned with 3 letters of recommendation. Merely a day had passed, and Er Dogzi once again appeared at the county academic office. This time, he was well prepared, all necessary materials in hand. Sima he had intended to accompany him, but just as they were about to depart, a critically ill patient arrived at the Huachantang. The urgency of saving a life took precedence, so Er Dogzi was sent ahead while Sima he would follow shortly. Stop! It was the same gatekeeper, picking his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Er Dogzi, ready to shoo him away. This fellow displayed a remarkable lack of awareness. Did he not realize he was merely a peasant aspiring to become a martial scholar? I have stood guard at this office for decades and would never entertain such notions. Yet this time, buoyed by Sima Es support, Er Dogzi felt a surge of confidence. Upon seeing the gatekeeper attempt to obstruct him again, he paid little heed. Despite having offered silver on more than 20 occasions, he had still failed to win over this obstinate watchdog, who continued to snarl at him. Today I shan't feed you. I am entering to register. Will you continue to block my path? With that, he tossed a remark over his shoulder, dismissing the gatekeeper, and strode directly inside. Good. The gatekeeper stepped aside with a scowl, eager to witness how this bumpkin could acquire 3 letters of recommendation overnight. He thought to himself that if Er Dogzi could not produce the letters, there would be consequences. The gatekeeper followed Er Dogzi silently, offering no guidance. The academic office was not large. Er Dogzi had already inquired about it prior to his arrival, and he made his way straight to the main hall. Inside the hall, a clerk known as Cheng Zue was still dozing. Perhaps he had just awoken from a delightful dream, and now, disturbed, he was filled with irritation. Glancing at Er Dogzi with disdain, he ignored him, instead strolling over to the washstand, twisting a damp towel to leisurely wash his face. After finishing, he meticulously groomed his hair and beard, even taking a moment to adjust his eyebrows before the mirror. It was evident that, despite his unremarkable appearance, this clerk took great care in his personal presentation. Er Dogzi could only stand there like a wooden post, waiting impatiently. Finally, when the clerk had completed his grooming, Er Dogzi hurriedly stepped forward, producing the 3 letters of recommendation, eager to register. Go away. The clerk barked impatiently, shoving Er Dogzi aside. Can't you see I've been busy all day without even a sip of tea? Lacking Sima Yi's confidence, Er Dogzi complied and stepped back. He watched as the clerk leisurely washed the teapot, brewed tea, and sipped it slowly. Several times, he attempted to step forward to register, only to be met with the clerk's piercing glare. The gatekeeper, who had entered with him, felt a sense of satisfaction. This bumpkin, unwilling to part with his money, still expected to get things done. Er Dogzi, having received Sima E and Appo's assurance, was determined not to offer any silver this time. He thought it better to save that money for a few meat buns of his own. The clerk, indeed, refused to proceed without a bribe. Er Dogzi noted that the clerk consumed 3 pots of tea, visited the restroom 5 times, and washed his hands 6 times. Resolute, Er Dogzi decided to wait. He would remain there until Sima E arrived. His calm demeanor seemed to unsettle the clerk, who pretended to be busy. Fortunately, they were soon spared from the wait. A young man entered, exuding an impressive aura, and even before he spoke, the clerk trembled in fear. Master Sima, why have you come personally? If there is anything, you could simply send a servant to convey your wishes. The clerk quickly rose to greet him, his enthusiasm bordering on servility. The newcomer was indeed Sima, who had no intention of indulging the clerk with pleasantries. I hear that without a bribe, matters cannot be attended to here, and even with a bribe, nothing gets done? Cheng Zue, caught in an awkward position, forced a smile. It's not that way, Master Sima. If you have any requests, please just send a servant, and I shall ensure they are addressed promptly. Oof, I do not possess such influence. Cheng Zue, those few taels you receive merely afford you an extra visit to a brothel. Have you considered that for some, this tael may represent their entire livelihood. Without it, they might not survive. Cheng Waizue received a scolding from Sima Yi and stood there, hands clasped, with a forced smile. You speak truly, master. I shall mend my ways and conduct myself with integrity. His attitude shifted dramatically. After so many years in this role, he had learned to adapt, knowing that acknowledging his faults meant little, for he would simply revert to old habits in due time. In the bureaucratic world, how could one expect to accomplish anything without accepting bribes? Breaking the rules would invite universal disdain, and even the Sima family could not shield him from the repercussions. Sima Yi's naivety about the world was evident. He merely needed to navigate this situation for the time being. Sima Yi observed Cheng Waizue's earnest demeanor and decided to let matters rest for now. What are you still standing there for? Attend to the task at hand. Sima Yi pointed to Er Dogzi, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. Cheng Waizue suddenly realized he had offended someone significant, inciting Sima Yi's reprimand. Indeed, one should not judge based on appearances. This seemingly ordinary peasant had managed to connect with the Sima family. He recalled the lengths he had gone to in order to establish his own connection with the family, even marrying the least attractive member of the Sima clan to secure his position. With Sima Yi's intervention, the matter of registration, a trivial issue, was resolved in a mere quarter of an hour. Ha ha, Brother Zhang, you are truly impressive, youthful, and accomplished. I must have underestimated you. Cheng Waizue's demeanor shifted rapidly as he grasped Er Dogzi's hand, displaying an overt familiarity. Brother Zhang, whenever you find the time, feel free to visit for tea and conversation. My door is always open to you. Under Cheng Waizue's direction, the gatekeeper prepared a pouch of silver, returning all the previously received bribes. Once Brother Zhang has achieved success, I hope you will look out for me. Shortly thereafter, Er Dogzi and Sima Yi exited the academic office, escorted by the clerk and the gatekeeper. Take care, master. Brother Zhang, do visit again for drinks and conversation. The two men smiled broadly as they watched Er Dogzi and Sima Yi and Damp Oppos as figures recede into the distance before returning to the office. As Er Dogzi followed closely behind Sima Yi, he suddenly realized the immense power of the family backing him. Previously, he had merely perceived Sima Yi as a somewhat clueless wealthy young man, but now he understood the depth of that wealth. Sima Yi, Master Sima, thank you. Er Dogzi felt a twinge of anxiety at his informal address, wondering if it might be too presumptuous. Just call me Sima Yi. The title of master feels unfamiliar to me. In truth, I generally harbor a disdain for interacting with those ensconced in bureaucratic circles. Mingling with them inevitably leads to my own moral decay. They revel in sycophancy and obsequiousness towards their superiors, while exhibiting the most unsightly visages to those beneath them. Do not be deceived by Cheng and Damp Oppos, as flattering words today. He can maintain a facade of honesty for but 2 or 3 days before reverting to his former self. The mere thought of becoming akin to them repulses me, akin to wallowing in a heap of maggots. As for the remarks made by Sima Yi, Er Dogzi remains rather oblivious to the machinations of the bureaucracy, grasping only fragments of meaning. Perhaps Sima Yi was merely in search of a confidant to unburden his thoughts, continuing his soliloquy. I operate a pharmacy, healing the sick and saving lives, without the need to engage with them. I earn my own income and spend it as I please. Every penny I earn is pristine, and I find solace in the knowledge that it is my own hard-earned money. Chapter 33. The sect Er Dogzi finally succeeded in his examination, alleviating a significant worry. On the way home from the county, he felt markedly lighter. In high spirits, he purchased several large meat buns, savoring them as he walked, leaving his mouth slick with grease. As he approached a densely wooded area, he felt the presence of several individuals hastily pursuing him from behind. Stop! Turning around, he discovered 3 individuals closing in. Among them was a chubby boy he recognized from his sword shop. The other 2, one middle-aged and the other young, were strangers to him. Is there something you need? Er Dogzi asked. I want to inquire if you possess any more of these copper coins or silver. The chubby boy replied, producing a copper coin and a small piece of silver. Since Er Dogzi had reached the chi sensing stage in his cultivation, he could perceive the spiritual energy in the world around him. Concentrating, he discerned that the copper coin and silver piece held a greater amount of spiritual energy. Could it be that this boy recognized the money he had taken from the gourd? Previously, he had not encountered anyone who could perceive the difference in these coins, prompting him to conveniently store his wealth within the gourd. One must understand that both silver and copper coins are quite heavy, making it challenging to carry a substantial amount. A single copper coin weighs nearly 7 to 8 pounds, and transporting 10 or so coins is already a considerable burden. Converting large quantities of large power pills into hundreds of taels of silver results in a hefty load of dozens of pounds. Carrying such wealth is cumbersome and easily attracts robbers and thieves. Nevertheless, even if he was recognized, he wouldn't confess. "I have no money on me right now. Besides, what difference does it make? Quit playing dumb. Confess where you obtained this money and where you're hiding it." The young man accompanying the chubby boy, evidently lacking patience, brandished a short sword and threatened him loudly. At this moment, the three had formed a triangular formation, encircling Er Dogzi. Seeing that he remained silent, the young man brandished a short sword, lunging towards Er Dogzi and Appo's neck. Having sparred with Zhao Dawang a few times, Er Dogzi had gained some experience. He swiftly drew the heavy sword from his back and struck at the young man's short sword. Bang! With a light sound, the young man was left holding only the hilt. His short sword shattered into pieces. Following this, Er Dogzi unleashed a series of thrusts, slashes, and diagonal cuts. Thud! The young man was cleaved in two at the waist, blood spraying forth. Pain! 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 Lying on the ground, half of his body severed, he cried out in agony. Er Dogzi, holding the bloodied sword, felt a pang of sympathy and could only offer a brief consolation. "Endure it. It will be over soon. You ruthless little wretch," the middle-aged man bellowed, drawing a dagger to strike Er Dogzi. Er Dogzi countered with his sword, but the middle-aged man nimbly evaded the clash of weapons. The two exchanged blows multiple times without their weapons ever colliding. This middle-aged man possessed skills far superior to Zhao Dawang, adeptly avoiding direct confrontation with Er Dogzi's brute strength, instead maneuvering around him, seeking an opening. Er Dogzi was exhilarated by such a worthy opponent. Zhao Dawang had been avoiding him, and he had long been seeking someone to spar with, yet had found no suitable match. Thus, he became increasingly invigorated, growing more adept with each strike, even managing to execute a few moves from the swordplay he had learned. During the fray, Er Dogzi seized an opportunity, suddenly leaping forward a yard, closing in on the middle-aged man and striking out with his sword. Boom! In a moment of desperation, the middle-aged man could only attempt to block with his dagger. Yet, upon contact, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, shattering his dagger and fracturing several bones in his arm. Fortunately, his battle experience allowed him to retreat a few yards, narrowly escaping with his life. Standing at a distance, his right arm dangled limply, likely rendered useless. Indeed, you possess some strength, almost leading to your undoing. However, brute strength alone is merely that of a martial man. Today, allow me to demonstrate the methods of a cultivator. As he spoke, the middle-aged man produced 2 yellow talismans with his remaining hand. Er Dogzi had observed his master utilize such talismans for exorcising spirits, dispelling evil, healing ailments, and seeking offspring, but had never grasped their significance until now. The middle-aged man spat blood onto the talismans, which transformed into 2 beams of light, one blue and one yellow. The yellow light enveloped the middle-aged man in a golden shield, while the blue light morphed into several wooden spikes, rapidly shooting towards Er Dogzi. In response, Er Dogzi leapt 2 yards into the air, evading the wooden spikes as they shot past beneath him. However, as he began to descend, the wooden spikes swerved mid-air, redirecting towards him. In that moment, with no avenue for escape, he recalled a challenging move from his swordplay that required one to remain impervious to wind and rain. He had often practiced this move in torrential downpours, still unable to avoid being slightly damp. Nevertheless, it sufficed to defend against these meager wooden spikes. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of rapid sounds ensued as the wooden spikes were severed, dissipating into spiritual energy. Having neutralized the wooden spikes, Er Dogzi lunged forward, reaching the middle-aged man and swinging his sword. Bang! The sword struck the golden shield surrounding the middle-aged man, producing a resounding echo, yet the shield merely shuddered, remaining intact. Bang, bang, bang. Er Dogzi exerted all his strength, delivering several more strikes, yet still could not breach the shield. Hiv, young one. The methods of celestial beings are not to be trifled with by mere mortals, the middle-aged man declared, producing another yellow talisman. Er Dogzi, sensing potential danger, quickly summoned the true energy from his dantian, channeling it through the Jian heart protector meridian, pouring it into his heavy sword. As the true energy infused the sword, it began to emit a brilliant glow. You're also a cultivator. The middle-aged man and Apos' eyes widened in shock. Having ventured out to rob, he had intended to leverage his decades of experience to intimidate a young man, only to encounter a cultivator far more powerful than himself, at least at the third layer of Qi training. My friend, there has been a misunderstanding. At this point, begging for mercy was futile. Er Dogzi, unable to control himself, swung his sword. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the golden shield, the middle-aged man, and the heavy sword in Er Dogzi's grasp. The remains of the middle-aged man were strewn across the ground, splattering Er Dogzi as well. Regrettably, the talismans in the middle-aged man's possession were also obliterated by the force, or Er Dogzi would have wished to collect them for further study. Crack, crack, crack. A strange noise emanated from behind Er Dogzi. Turning, he saw the chubby boy from the sword shop, now paralyzed with fear on the ground, his pants soaked and emanating a foul stench. The chubby boy attempted to speak, but his lips trembled, his teeth chattering, leaving him unable to articulate any words. Er Dogzi had never encountered anyone so cowardly. He approached and delivered several resounding slaps, finally calming the boy and Apos' tremors. You are finished. You've killed someone from the Daoxian sect. You've stirred up great trouble. Once he regained some composure, the chubby boy attempted to threaten Er Dogzi. It seems you are well informed. Er Dogzi surveyed the surrounding scene, which was far too gruesome and situated along a main road, unsuitable for interrogation. He immediately removed the bundle from the corpse, discovering a copper plate among the scattered remains, which he pocketed into his own pack. Then he lifted the chubby boy and ventured into the woods by the roadside. After walking for about 10 miles, he finally found a secluded spot and tossed the chubby boy onto the ground. What happened? Don and Apos, kill me. I'll tell you everything. I will. The chubby boy clung to Er Dogzi and Apos' leg, his face stained with tears and snot. Er Dogzi had long contemplated numerous methods of coercion, yet now he found them unnecessary. As the chubby boy confessed everything, this left him feeling as though his punch had struck empty air, utterly unsatisfying. Half an hour later, Er Dogzi departed alone, leaving behind the lifeless body of the chubby boy. Indeed, the boy was cowardly enough. There was no need for severe torture, as he had disclosed everything clearly, providing a wealth of intelligence. However, due to the boy's extreme timidity, Er Dogzi felt uneasy and opted for a more straightforward resolution. He killed him. According to the chubby boy, he had conspired with members of the Daoxian sect, motivated by greed and fear of Er Dogzi and Apos' strength. The chubby boy described the Daoxian sect as a mysterious and formidable sect of immortals, with whom his family's sword shop occasionally collaborated, crafting items for them. However, despite inviting cultivators, he did not anticipate encountering someone even more powerful. At that moment, Er Dogzi held a leather-bound ancient book, which he had discovered on the chubby boy and Apos' person. The cover bore the title 100 Weapons Catalog. He couldn't and Apos' help but feel a sense of wonder. At last, he had encountered a book with both a beginning and an end. The tomes in his master's possession lacked covers and titles. Flipping through it, he found the first half of the book discussed numerous materials, documenting many rare substances, including his refined copper and silver. The latter half introduced various peculiar forging techniques. Er Dogzi deemed it worthwhile to study, for after all, knowledge is never a burden. In addition to the book, he also found a few tales of silver and a copper plate inscribed with a single black character, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Er Dogzi retraced his steps back to the official road, now shrouded in darkness. He pondered for a moment before turning toward the county town. Having already killed the chubby boy and offended the sword shop, he decided to eliminate the entire family to avoid future retribution. It was far too troublesome to engage in a cycle of vengeance. However, he arrived in the county town too late. As he approached the sword shop, he was met with flames leaping into the sky, consuming not only the shop but also several neighboring establishments. Standing among the crowd of onlookers for a while, he saw no sign of life from within the sword shop. Listening to the murmurs of the spectators, it seemed the entire family had perished in the blaze. With the family now deceased, Er Dogzi found himself relieved of his burden. After a scuffle and a long journey, he was exhausted and hungry, so he bought 10 large meat buns from a nearby shop, eating as he continued on his way home. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, he collapsed into sleep, recuperating for 3 days to restore the energy he had expended. The moment he was able, he made his way to Sankaizi town to seek out his master. "Master, have you heard of the Daoxian sect?" Li Banzian and Appo's expression tightened at the mention. "What is it?" "You must avoid any contact with them. It could cost you your head, or even result in the annihilation of your entire family." "Why?" Er Dogzi, having spent his days in the fields, was unfamiliar with such matters. All sects were required to obtain government approval to establish themselves at specific locations and were subject to strict regulations regarding their size. Any sect not sanctioned by the government was deemed a cult. Cults typically disregarded governmental authority and transmitted forbidden cultivation methods, with the government executing those they apprehended. The Daoxian sect fell into this category of cult. At this point, Li Banzian took a long sip of tea to soothe his throat. Speaking of transmitting forbidden methods, he lamented his decision to take Er Dogzi as a disciple. While Er Dogzi remained oblivious, Li Banzian was acutely aware that privately passing on cultivation methods was a grave offense. Powerful officials could afford to do so, but a fortune-teller like him, lacking influence, would face execution if caught. He had never anticipated that the tattered cultivation method would turn out to be genuine, and that this fool would manage to practice it, albeit clumsily. "Master, I have another piece of good news. I have successfully registered to take the martial scholar examination." Er Dogzi felt this joy should be shared with his master. "What? So soon?" Li Banzian was taken aback, dropping his teacup in shock. His heart was filled not with joy, but with dread. "I thought I might give it a try. What if I succeed?" Er Dogzi felt uncertain about his chances of passing the examination, yet he wished to take a shot at it. Without an official title, common folk could easily be bullied. Officers could beat or scold him at will. Yet, within Li Banzian's mind, turmoil ensued. The issue of privately transmitting cultivation methods could hardly remain concealed. As soon as Er Dogzi participated in the examination, it would surely raise suspicions. If he were accused of practicing forbidden methods, even 10 heads would not suffice to pay the price. Moreover, as Er Dogzi's strength grew, deceiving him would become increasingly difficult. Should his secret be exposed, Li Banzian's frail body would not withstand the consequences. In truth, he had already profited significantly from Er Dogzi. It was time to make his exit. "Er Dogzi, I must prepare for a journey afar." "Ah, where are you going, master? And how long will you be away?" Er Dogzi felt the suddenness of it all. "I must travel to Kunlun Mountain to gather some celestial herbs. It may take 3 to 5 years, or even more than a decade. Take care of yourself, and do not become complacent." Kunlun Mountain? Er Dogzi had heard tales of it, a place where immortals resided, capable of soaring through the clouds and wielding unimaginable powers, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. "Master, could you take your disciple along to witness it?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He had many acres of farmland and a flock of geese that required tending. Kunlun Mountain was leagues away, soaring high above the clouds. How could an ordinary person hope to reach it? Li Banzian intended to rid himself of Er Dogzi. There was no way he would take him along. However, before departing, he felt compelled to extract one final sum of money from Er Dogzi. Chapter 34. Spells. As master was preparing to depart, Er Dogzi prepared some provisions for the journey, hoping to gain further wisdom from his master's teachings. Even if you attain unparalleled martial skills in the future, you must remain discreet and never flaunt your abilities in public. Above all, do not mention my name before outsiders, for I have always shunned fame and fortune, preferring to avoid disturbances from the outside world. At the moment of parting, Li Banzian reiterated his warning, instructing Er Dogzi not to reveal his own identity. The disciple understood fully, feeling a deep sense of shame as he lowered his head. His master, a figure of profound wisdom, remained understated, while he himself reveled in even the slightest achievements, an indication of a shallowness. Master, what should I do if I encounter difficulties in my cultivation after you leave? Upon hearing this, Li Banzian's expression turned troubled, and he fell into a long silence. This was indeed a complex matter. However, after much contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a significant decision. Given our bond as master and disciple, and recognizing your earnestness, I have decided to forsake my ancestral teachings and impart the complete set of techniques to you. Thank you, Master, Er Dogzi exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. However, he quickly grasped the underlying meaning of his master's words. If I were to give you these ancestral teachings freely, it would be an act of great disrespect. Are you suggesting I pay? How much is required? Having spent considerable time with his master, Er Dogzi swiftly comprehended the implications. Discussing money between a master and disciple felt awkward. Merely expressing sincerity would suffice. As a hermit, Li Banzian was naturally inclined to maintain a semblance of dignity. How much silver would demonstrate sincerity? Wealth is a mundane concern, and possessing too much of it can taint one's spirit. Merely offering a little over 100 taels would suffice. Li Banzian spoke lightly, though in reality, 100 taels would sustain him for several years. The prospect of acquiring his master's ancestral techniques for just 100 taels thrilled Er Dogzi, for such skills were truly rare. This time, Li Banzian handed Er Dogzi a complete volume without further alterations, as he was about to depart and saw no need to take advantage of him. Despite his ironclad resolve, he felt a twinge of guilt for having exploited his earnest disciple too often. Er Dogzi glanced at the tome, noticing the words basic spells inscribed upon it, causing his heart to race with excitement. Nevertheless, he first reverently presented a large pouch of ordinary silver, exactly 100 taels, as he was a man of integrity. Since his master had warned against the accumulation of worldly wealth, he adhered strictly to the advice, carrying no more than 100 taels. Li Banzian weighed the pouch, secretly impressed by the disciple's sincerity. He then decided to pass on a cherished ancestral jade pendant, though he knew such heirlooms could not be given away lightly. Do you understand how much sincerity is required? After years of interaction, Er Dogzi was well aware that a token of silver was customary to express gratitude for ancestral treasures. 50 taels? Er Dogzi observed the jade pendant in Li Banzian's hand, noting its modest size and the cracks marring its surface. In truth, he was reluctant to part with such a sum for what seemed like an inconsequential item. Having visited the county town before, he knew that fine jade could be procured for merely 3 to 5 taels. However, after all the teachings his master had imparted over the years, he could not bear to slight him at this crucial moment. Thus, he reluctantly produced an additional 50 taels to accept the jade pendant. Li Banzian tossed aside the tome and pendant, waving his hand as he departed from Sancha town with nothing but a small bundle. He entrusted the abode he had inhabited for decades to Er Dogzi, declaring, "The path of cultivation lies in individual effort. From this day forth, you must explore on your own." Having begun his martial journey at the age of 14, Er Dogzi had trained for roughly 2.5 years. Though Li Banzian had accepted some monetary gifts, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge. In the past, he could barely recognize characters the size of a watermelon. Now, he could read any book with ease. His master had also taught him an unnamed technique, which he suspected to be a form of celestial art, and he had already cultivated it to the 3rd level. Alongside this, he had received a tome entitled Basic Spells and the Jade Pendant. While the pendant appeared to be an ordinary object, it was a gift from his master, and thus he resolved to treasure it. After bidding farewell to his master, he eagerly delved into the contents of the basic spells. This volume differed significantly from the martial arts he had previously studied, and upon completion, he felt a sense of unreality. It encompassed spells such as sword control, fireball, rejuvenation, wood spike, binding, water arrow, earth shield, and talisman crafting, each astonishingly wondrous, akin to the legendary arts of immortals. He recalled the techniques employed by the Daoxian sect members he had encountered, which resembled the wood spike and golden light shield described within the tome. Villagers had often spoken of the county magistrate as a transcendent figure capable of summoning clouds and commanding rain, a being shrouded in mystery. Indeed, his master was also a figure of such celestial stature. His master had bestowed upon him the secret arts of immortals for merely 100 tales. He resolved to cultivate diligently, ensuring he would not disappoint his master's expectations. Yet, the various spells left behind by his master were profoundly intricate, challenging to comprehend, and even more so to practice. After half a month of training, he had only begun to grasp the fundamentals of wind control, a spell that created a gentle breeze around him, allowing for swifter movement and higher leaps. Consequently, he made significant progress in the sword technique he had previously struggled to master. By employing wind control, he could leap over 10 feet high, gracefully executing sword maneuvers mid-air. Moreover, many techniques that had once seemed insurmountable became manageable with the aid of wind control. As a result, he grew increasingly confident about participating in the upcoming martial examination in a few months. Beyond wind control, the remaining spells were exceedingly profound and demanding, requiring considerable time and effort. For the time being, he chose to focus solely on preparing for the martial examination, as it did not necessitate any knowledge of these spells. His heavy sword had been destroyed during his encounter with the Daoxian sect, leaving him weaponless. He needed to procure a suitable weapon for the examination. After perusing the 100 Weapons Compendium, he gained some insights into weapon forging. With premium materials at his disposal, he sought to craft a durable sword himself. He emptied his gourd, revealing the silver, copper, and iron he had stored. The iron came from a discarded sword, totaling over 200 pounds, which had been refined into high-quality iron through his gourd-esque preservation. He possessed over 100 pounds of copper and a modest sum of silver. Only 200 taels remained, as most of his earnings had been spent on foundational cultivation pills. Considering the materials, he planned to use primarily silver and copper, with a small amount of iron mixed in. According to the 100 Weapons Compendium, for cultivators, the refinement of materials through 100 processes was merely the foundation, with possibilities for further refinement. Thus, he ventured to Sancha Town to purchase charcoal and invested in a complete set of blacksmithing tools at a premium price. In his inaugural attempt, he embarked on a gradual exploration, encountering failure numerous times. Finally, after several days, a magnificent sword measuring 3 feet and 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and weighing 150 pounds was forged. This sword, adorned in a resplendent yellow hue, featured silver-white veins resembling the intricate roots of a tree, sprawling across its blade, presenting a striking appearance. Although somewhat broad, making it resemble a door panel when slung across his back, it was nonetheless formidable. With a single hand, Er Dogzi wielded the sword and struck downwards at a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds, resulting in a resounding thud as a substantial chunk was cleaved from it. Upon inspecting the blade, he noted minimal damage. Though the edge was not exceptionally sharp, the sword's considerable weight, combined with his immense strength, rendered it an unstoppable force. In the following days, he diligently practiced, honing his skills in both the wind control technique and swordsmanship. Now, when he performed the wind control technique, he traversed the sheer cliffs of Shiko Mountain as if walking on solid ground. With a 100-pound sword in hand, he effortlessly sliced through protruding stones on the cliff face. This endeavor not only served to refine his wind control, but also aimed to level the mountain somewhat. Previously, a narrow path for climbing existed between the cliffs, but he had long since blocked it with large stones. However, with determination, one could still ascend the cliffs. Now he intended to eliminate all potential footholds, ensuring that no monkeys would dare to climb the mountain in the future. 3 months passed, and the cliffs surrounding Shiko Mountain were meticulously smoothed and leveled. Even if monkeys attempted to scale them, they would likely suffer severe injuries. Henceforth, he would no longer worry about intruders pilfering from his mountain. As for himself, bolstered by the wind control technique, he could effortlessly ascend and descend the cliffs with just a slight exertion of force. One day, Er Dogzi leaped from the summit of Shiko Mountain, carrying his heavy sword. Occasionally, he would leverage his hands and feet against the smooth stone walls, executing a few twists mid-air before landing gracefully. Barefoot, he walked along a path through the fields where the rice paddies on either side had begun to flower, signaling that the time for harvest was approaching. "Good day," a resonant voice called from the rice fields. Turning his gaze, Er Dogzi recognized it as Ahu, the eldest son of Ague. Ahu was busy with a 4-year-old child, trampling weeds into the mud, effectively suffocating them while enriching the soil. The child, still shorter than the seedlings, worked diligently, and it was evident he would grow to be a skilled farmer. Upon seeing the plot of land, Er Dogzi could not help but think of Ague, for this very acre had been purchased with the 20 stones of grain earned through Ague's hard labor. Finally, Ahu's family had managed to acquire an acre of land, which they treated with utmost reverence, tending to it as if it were a cherished ancestor. All manner of refuse was lavished upon this treasured field. "Have you received any news about your father?" Er Dogzi inquired. "No," Ahu replied, shaking his head, his tone calm, devoid of sorrow or joy. After exchanging a few more words with Ahu, Er Dogzi shouldered his sword and departed. The following day marked the examination for the martial scholar, and he needed to hurry to the county town to take the test. Chapter 35. The examination commences. The examination for the martial scholar in Oncheon County has begun, marking an annual grand event that attracts many spectators from the surrounding areas. It also draws some less than pure-hearted individuals, eager to scout potential sons-in-law among the candidates, as the finest young talent from the entire county converge here. In previous years, there have been instances where multiple families vied for the same young man, resulting in tumultuous confrontations. The examination grounds are situated in the courtyard opposite the county office, spanning over 100 paces, surrounded by a fence with guards stationed. At this moment, Er Dogzi enters the examination arena with a sense of trepidation. Thanks to the arrangements made by Sima, he is able to follow closely behind a young man from the Sima family, which facilitates his entry. Otherwise, given the disposition of the guards, he will have faced considerable difficulty gaining access. "Thank you, Brother Sima," he exclaimed. "No need for thanks. I merely acted on my elder brother's instructions," the young Sima replied, clearly disinterested in engaging further with Er Dogzi, before turning away to join a group of young gentlemen from the county, who were laughing and chatting merrily. "Who is that? Why did you bring a peasant into the examination?" one of them inquired. "I don and Amp. Amp? Appos, Tino, my 14th brother insisted I bring him along," Sima Don replied. "Since when has the threshold for the martial scholar examination been so low that even farmers can join the fray?" At this moment, Er Dogzi donned a faded coarse cloth garment, making him stand out conspicuously among the other candidates, who were clad in silk and satin. Consequently, a wide berth surrounded him, as no one wished to approach. Curiosity circulated among the onlookers regarding how a rural farmer managed to infiltrate their ranks. The other candidates regarded Er Dogzi with a mixture of curiosity and a sense of superiority, as if he were a simpleton. Ordinary families might scrape together a meager sum for ink and oil to pursue a literary degree, perhaps holding a glimmer of hope. However, the path to becoming a martial scholar is fraught with immense financial burden, far beyond the means of the common folk. Thus, within the examination grounds, no impoverished individuals could be found. The unexpected arrival of an oblivious farmer sparked anticipation among the crowd for his inevitable missteps, providing a source of amusement for all. Er Dogzi, now keenly aware, could hear the laughter of the young nobleman echoing around him. The circle of the affluent was never one he could penetrate, with only a rare few, like Sima breaking the mold. Standing alone amidst the crowd, Er Dogzi felt like a crane among chickens, scanning his surroundings. The examination grounds were already thronged with onlookers, some having brought tables and chairs to sell tea and fruit. Vendors wandered through the crowd, hawking roasted seeds, while some opportunistic thieves slipped through the throng, looking to profit. In essence, the atmosphere was lively, with the only tension stemming from the candidates themselves. In the center of the arena stood a high platform adorned with chairs for the examiners, which remained unoccupied as the officials had yet to arrive. Suddenly, the sound of gongs resonated, prompting an immediate hush among the crowd as they craned their necks toward the platform. A group of individuals, led by the county magistrate, approached with purpose and took their seats in the center. Beneath the magistrate sat 5 chief examiners, responsible for grading the candidates, while the remaining chairs were reserved for prominent figures from the county. To Er Dogzi's surprise, he spotted Sima E among them, standing behind a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. Additionally, he noticed his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, mingling with the spectators. With a resounding proclamation, the examination for the martial scholar of Anshang County officially commenced. The rules were announced. The examination would consist of 3 rounds. The first round, a weightlifting test, would serve as an elimination round. Candidates must lift a 500-pound stone above their heads and circle the grounds to qualify for the subsequent rounds. Failure to lift the stone would indicate insufficient strength, disqualifying them from advancing. As the strength assessment began, over 100 candidates were divided into 10 groups to take turns. The noblemen, clad in their finery, finally revealed their true prowess, showcasing their muscular physiques as they roared and hoisted the hefty stone above their heads, strutting around the arena to a chorus of gasps from the spectators. Naturally, the triumphs of the successful candidates shone even brighter against the backdrop of those who faltered. Some candidates exerted every ounce of their strength, barely managing to lift the stone, trembling as they stumbled and fell after only a few steps. The sight of their misfortune elicited laughter from the crowd, as the joy of witnessing others' failures often outweighed the joy of their successes. When it was Er Dogzi's turn, the crowd erupted with cheers. Many had prepared their snacks and smiles, eagerly anticipating his performance, as nearly all eyes in his group of 12 were fixed upon him. It was not his looks that drew attention, but rather the stark incongruity of his peasant appearance against the backdrop of well-dressed candidates, leading them to predict his imminent failure. However, reality does not always align with expectations. As the 12 candidates approached the row of stones, 11 of them adopted wide stances, bending over to search for the best angle to exert their strength. In stark contrast, Er Dogzi did not assume a stance at all. He squatted down, effortlessly lifting the stone and casually tucking it under his arm. This scene struck the onlookers as surreal, as if the stone were but a hollow piece of wood in his grip. Meanwhile, the other candidates roared in unison, finally managing to hoist their stones above their heads and begin their heavy-footed march forward. Observing this, Er Dogzi realized his technique was unorthodox and feared the examiners might take issue with him. These officials, after all, thrived on finding fault with others. With this thought, he quickly dropped the stone from under his arm and mimicked the others in oppos stances, letting out a loud roar as he lifted the stone overhead. While others took measured steps, Er Dogzi followed suit, lifting the stone steadily behind them, striving to align with the others to avoid drawing the examiner's scrutiny. His imitative actions, however, came across to the onlookers as blatant mockery, eliciting feelings of insult. Yet for Er Dogzi, lifting 500 pounds posed little challenge. After all, the sword on his back weighed 150 pounds. Thus, he circled the arena, stone held high, maintaining a calm demeanor, his breathing even, with barely a bead of sweat escaping him. This left the spectators, who had been eagerly awaiting a spectacle, feeling quite disappointed. Chapter 36. The secret of becoming stronger. The first round of the strength assessment has concluded, eliminating nearly half of the candidates. Er Dogzi's performance during the evaluation was so extraordinary that it naturally aroused suspicion among many. It appeared almost as if he had cheated. Some individuals discreetly approached the stone slab Er Dogzi had discarded, exerting all their strength until their faces turned crimson, only to confirm that there was no cheating involved. The subsequent 2 assessments were based on a scoring system, with the weaponry and practical combat test divided into 3 tiers, B and C, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower levels. During the weaponry segment, candidates took turns demonstrating their skills, evaluated by 5 judges on stage. Unlike the previous weightlifting segment, this phase showcased a variety of techniques and styles. 18 types of weapons, including knives, spears, swords, halberds, and meteor hammers, were practiced by the candidates. Several sword-wielding candidates stepped forward to demonstrate their skills, leaving Er Dogzi bewildered, as their techniques differed significantly from his master and Appo's teachings. The swords wielded by these candidates appeared rather exquisite, glinting with a cold light, seemingly sharp, yet they seemed somewhat impractical. being light enough to weigh only 3 to 5 jeans. To Er Dogzi, these swords resembled embroidery needles used by young maidens. Under his master's guidance, he had been accustomed to practicing with a sword weighing 100 jeans. Moreover, the sword techniques displayed by the other candidates were markedly different from his own, appearing more fluid and graceful. However, their movements lacked amplitude, with jumps barely reaching 3 feet in height and thrusts extending only a few feet. Subconsciously, Er Dogzi began to compare the standards set by his master against those of the other candidates. He observed one candidate who leapt only 5 feet high yet scored highly, becoming a favored contender for the title of martial scholar. This left him perplexed. What exactly were the criteria for scoring swordsmanship? After a lengthy wait, it was finally Er Dogzi and Amp, Oppos, turn to perform. His appearance drew the attention of everyone present. Previously, the audience had watched him out of curiosity, anticipating a blunder from the seemingly rustic farmer. Now, however, their interest was piqued due to his remarkable performance in the weightlifting segment. The county magistrate, who had been dozing off on the high platform, perked up at the sight of a youth dressed as a peasant, wielding a sword as large as a door plank. He could not help but express curiosity, pondering who this young man might be. The officials seated on the platform exchanged glances, none able to identify him. It was odd that if he was not one of their own, who could possess the capability to nurture such an exceptional young talent. The magistrate mused aloud, noting the youth and Amp, Oppos' impressive cultivation at merely the 3rd level of chi training, questioning whether he might indeed be a prodigy. Prompted by the magistrate and Amp, Oppos' remark, several high-ranking officials on the platform utilized their techniques to scrutinize Er Dogzi. Those lacking sufficient cultivation could only stand by, wide-eyed. Indeed, he was at the 3rd level of chi training. Whose disciple was he? It seemed he had been well concealed. Samayi, standing behind a bearded man, felt a surge of joy for Er Dogzi. He had not expected this seemingly honest friend to harbor such depth. Samayi and Amp, Oppos' his elder brother, Simahong, was also regarded as a genius, having trained in the martial arts since childhood and only recently breaking through to the 3rd level. However, considering how often Er Dogzi purchased the essence recovery pills, it seemed reasonable that he had reached the same level. Meanwhile, Er Dogzi had already drawn forth the massive sword. Compared to the other candidates, his weapon was indeed ostentatious, sparking whispers among the spectators, questioning whether it was merely a wooden carving, lacking substantial weight. If the sword were solid steel, it would weigh at least 100 jeans. This peasant could not possibly be serious, could he? After all, someone capable of effortlessly lifting 500 jeans would find wielding a sword of just 100 jeans trivial. You know nothing. Wielding a 100-gene weapon requires at least 1,000 genes of strength, remarked Zhang Yuliang, who remained silent, fully aware that the sword was genuine. In the arena, holding the sword, Er Dogzi struck a pose, inhaled deeply, and leapt over 10 feet into the air. While airborne, he unleashed 5 dazzling sword flowers, descending with a powerful strike. Gasps of astonishment erupted from everyone around the martial arts field, including the 5 judges on the platform. With a resounding crash, the door-sized sword struck a slab of blue stone, sending sparks flying, cleaving the 5-inch thick stone in two. Following this, Er Dogzi executed a rapid 960-degree turn, leaping backward with remarkable speed and thrusting the sword from 2 yards away. This maneuver elicited further gasps from the audience. Er Dogzi et Amp, Apo, et soit technique infolded. The astonishment did not cease, prompting the judges to intervene multiple times to restore temporary silence. Caught up in the atmosphere, Er Dogzi performed with even greater fervor. Originally capable of leaping 2 yards, he employed the wind control technique to soar 3 yards instead. His swordplay became increasingly fierce, shattering the blue stone slabs beneath him, leaving the ground resembling a field that had been plowed multiple times. Once he completed his demonstration, he bowed respectfully towards the judges, standing with his sword at the ready, eagerly awaiting their scores. Given the fervent atmosphere, he was confident he would receive a high score. After a prolonged discussion among the 5 judges, they finally revealed a wooden board displaying his score, B middle. Upon hearing the judge announce the score, Er Dogzi was momentarily stunned, believing he had misheard. The atmosphere had been so vibrant during his demonstration, filled with cheers. He had showcased all his signature techniques, aside from his chi release. Why had he only received a B middle? Unable to contain himself, he stood amidst the rubble and inquired of the judges. Surely, his performance could not have been deemed too poor, even if he did not achieve a high score. A solid A middle or a low should have been within reach. Ultimately receiving only a B middle left him wondering if there was some hidden agenda, perhaps due to his lack of financial bribes. In response to Er Dogzi's inquiry, the judges on the platform did not resort to intimidation. A bearded judge seated in front of Samayi cleared his throat and spoke. "I am Sima Gang, the county officer of Anchang, and the chief judge for this round." Upon hearing this, Er Dogzi quickly bowed in acknowledgement, realizing that being a member of the Sima family, he likely would not intentionally hinder his progress. Your demonstration of swordsmanship was, to put mildly, disheartening. It can be said that you possess a complete lack of understanding of swordplay, flailing about aimlessly. Considering your promising potential and cultivation, we reluctantly assigned you a B middle. Furthermore, you have damaged the examination venue and amp, Oppos, S bluestone tiles, and you are ordered to compensate with 100 taels of silver. As Sima Gang's words concluded, a wave of laughter erupted from the audience. It dawned on Er Dogzi that the lively atmosphere during his demonstration had been akin to a spectacle for entertainment, hardly worthy of mention before true martial artists. At that moment, Er Dogzi felt a burning shame wash over him, realizing he was indeed far from the level of a martial scholar, just as his master had said. Nevertheless, since he had come this far, he was determined to earnestly participate in the next round of practical combat assessments. Although he felt his strength was insufficient, he resolved to give his utmost effort. After waiting for about an hour, the second round of assessments concluded, with candidates scoring from C high to a high, leaving Er Dogzi at the bottom of the rankings. The final round of combat assessments would involve two judges taking turns to engage with the candidates, scoring based on their performance during the battles. The difficulty of the combat examination has greatly surpassed that of the weapon demonstration, with most candidates ahead of Er Dogzi achieving only a secondary grade. As long as one can endure 10 moves from the examiner, they would secure a primary grade. When it was Er Dogzi's turn, he refrained from harboring grand expectations, resolving to give it his utmost effort. With determined resolve, he unleashed his attack, curious to see how long he could withstand. The examiner, a robust man in his 30s wielding a 3-foot-long sword, made no attempt to unsheath it. Er Dogzi performed a respectful bow, lifting his oversized doorboard sword to sweep horizontally at the examiner. The exquisite sword techniques imparted by his master had long been cast aside. The examiner, initially indifferent, raised his sword to casually deflect the strike. Just as their weapons were about to collide, a formidable gust of wind rushed forward, revealing the peril of underestimating his opponent. With a thunderous crash, the examiner's sword shattered, its blade splintering. The momentum of the doorboard's sword remained unyielding, poised to strike the examiner at the waist. Sensing the impending disaster, Er Dogzi realized that if his sword were to land a blow, it could prove fatal. In a moment of desperation, he pivoted his wrist to redirect the sword, using the blade's body to strike the examiner instead. The examiner was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a wall with a resounding thud before slumping to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Er Dogzi stot, Sword in Hand, frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the events that had unfolded. He had exerted merely 60% of his strength in that first strike. Not only was Er Dogzi taken aback, but the entire arena fell into a brief silence. It was well known that these examiners were formidable figures, each a martial scholar of considerable prowess, capable of commanding respect in their domain. Historically, they only needed to employ a fraction of their strength to avoid injuring candidates. Yet here, after a single strike, one had been knocked out, a most unprecedented occurrence. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Er Dogzi hastily discarded his sword and rushed over to assess the examiner's condition. "I'm sorry, it was not my intention. I promise to be more careful next time." Er Dogzi sincerely apologized, aware of his misstep. The examiner, seasoned in combat, had managed to guard with his arms at the last moment, sustaining fractures in both arms and ribs, but fortunately sparing his vital organs. However, hearing Er Dogzi's words felt like salt in the wound. The humiliation of being struck down by a candidate left him feeling utterly disgraced, and after a moment, he could no longer contain the blood that erupted from his mouth. Losing consciousness, Er Dogzi, lacking medical knowledge, stood helplessly as the examiner fell into a stupor, unsure of how to render aid. Fortunately, several individuals soon arrived, examining the examiner and administering some medicine before hastily carrying him away. Left alone, Er Dogzi stood in uncertainty, pondering whether to leave or remain. Let the examination continue, thundered Sima Gang from the high platform, drawing everyone's attention back to the arena. After deliberation among the 5 chief examiners, it was announced that Zhang Ergo had achieved a top grade in this round of practical assessment, a full score. He had actually attained a perfect score. Instantly, the arena erupted in fervor, with discussions swirling around. The practical exam was notoriously challenging. Achieving a secondary grade was already commendable. To attain a grade above secondary was the mark of an extraordinary individual. A primary score was beyond imagination. Today, Er Dogzi had unwittingly provided a template for all. If one could incapacitate the examiner with a single strike, a perfect score was within reach. Many candidates began to stir, contemplating how they might bring the examiners down. Thus, for many years to come, whispers of various tricks to incapacitate examiners circulated among the students. However, despite all schemes and tactics, the challenge of knocking out an examiner remained formidable. Zhang Ergo, your excessive force has resulted in serious injury to the examiner, requiring a compensation of 100 taels of silver. Do you have any objections? The students voiced no objections. Er Dogzi dared not contest the ruling. After this examination, he owed 200 taels of silver. Acknowledging his fault, he accepted the compensation as a matter of course. After Er Dogzi withdrew, a new examiner took the stage, and the next candidate approached. The candidate bowed and immediately launched an underhanded attack, aiming to surprise the examiner. This despicable tactic incited the examiner's wrath, as he swiftly swatted the candidate away. Clearly, the candidate had sought to incapacitate the examiner, but ended up suffering a humiliating defeat, receiving only a lowly grade. The audience erupted in laughter, mocking the candidate's audacity. The subsequent candidates, aspiring to unseat the examiner, quickly realized they must first assess their own capabilities. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, only Zhang Yuliang remained silent, his expression grave. He recognized the examiner who had been knocked out by Er Dogzi among martial scholars. He was regarded as one of the stronger figures, possessing great renown. It was said he was on the cusp of transcending into the realm of the Tao, able to sense the spirit of the world and become an immortal practitioner. Yet, under Er Dogzi's hand, he had been struck down in a single blow. If Zhang Yuliang were to engage Er Dogzi now, he would have no means to retaliate. While others were oblivious to the depths of the situation, Zhang Yuliang understood Er Dogzi well, having watched him grow, or rather, having witnessed him thrive under the fists of their peers. The once bullied and starving Er Dogzi had transformed dramatically in just over 2 years. Zhang Yuliang speculated that there must be a secret behind this rapid ascent, a secret that could empower one swiftly. Resolving to uncover the truth, he clenched his teeth and quietly departed the examination grounds, requesting leave from a Zhengwu hall before making his way towards the Sanchatsi town. He intended to stealthily ascend Shiko Mountain to investigate, suspecting that the secret to Er Dogzi's newfound strength lay hidden upon its slopes. Chapter 37. Reluctance to settle down after finishing his examinations. Er Dogzi chose not to return immediately to Shikushin, opting instead to stay temporarily in a dilapidated inn in the county town. With the exams concluded, he would have to wait several days for the results to be announced, revealing the successful candidates. During this interim, Er Dogzi took the opportunity to meander through the bustling streets of the county, indulging in the vibrant world around him. He savored the meat buns that he had previously been unable to enjoy regularly, now relishing them daily, consuming over 10 at each meal. However, due to the recent examinations, He had incurred a debt of 200 taels of silver. The savings he had amassed previously had been spent forging a sword, leaving his pockets nearly empty. Fortunately, he still possessed some potent pills, which he decided to sell to Sima E. Throughout the examination process, Sima E had been a considerable aid, and Er Dogzi felt it appropriate to express his gratitude. The only items he could offer as gifts were the potent pills and a few medicinal herbs he had cultivated on the mountain. He retrieved a ginseng root, aged over 20 years, from his pouch, intending to present it to Sima E as a token of appreciation. However, upon inspection, he realized something was amiss. The age of ginseng could be discerned from its root, and a specimen had absorbed significant spiritual essence during storage, making it conspicuous and potentially troublesome. After some contemplation, he decided to remove the root, rendering it unidentifiable and wrapping it in several dried lotus leaves before concealing it in his garments. With the sack slung over his shoulder, he set off towards the rejuvenation hall. "At last, I have found you." Er Dogzi, with a mouthful of meat buns, was seized by Sima E upon entering the apothecary. "My uncle wishes to see you." "Your uncle?" Er Dogzi was momentarily taken aback, harboring an aversion to the term. "The one you encountered at the examination site." The bearded gentleman, Sima E, clarified. "He is the county magistrate. What does he want with me?" Upon learning of the county magistrate and Appo's identity, Er Dogzi instinctively felt a surge of anxiety. "I owe the county office 200 taels of silver and intend to repay it today. Do not be alarmed. My uncle is quite amiable. He merely wishes to converse with you. Nothing more." Sima E reassured him with a smile, noticing Er Dogzi's apprehensive demeanor. "Very well. Please count these potent pills first. Additionally, this ginseng is a gift for you." Er Dogzi dropped the sack onto the ground and produced the lotus leaf-wrapped ginseng for Sima E. "Thank you." Sima E examined the ginseng, noting its altered state, but paid little heed, placing it in the apothecary and Appo's cabinet. After counting the potent pills, they settled on a total of 368 taels of silver before stepping out together. Sima E led Er Dogzi into the county's most luxurious establishment, the Hongyan Tower. The attendant at the entrance was still bowing and smiling broadly. Previously, Sima E had been restricted to dining on the 3rd floor, but this time, he guided Er Dogzi directly to the 4th floor. Though the 4th floor had fewer rooms, each was spacious and lavishly appointed. Upon entering one of the rooms, they found Sima Gang idly sipping wine, surrounded by a sumptuous array of delicacies that whetted the appetite. 2 stunning ladies attended to him, serving with utmost care. Despite having just consumed numerous meat buns, Er Dogzi felt hunger pangs resurface upon seeing the feast. "Uncle, Zhang Ergo has arrived," Sima E announced, bowing slightly to Sima Gang. Er Dogzi followed suit, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the lavish spread before quickly averting his eyes, his cheeks flushing. He had never encountered such exquisite women before, skin softer and fairer than tofu, seemingly capable of squeezing water from their delicate forms. What manner of upbringing do these city ladies have? It seemed that all the fairest maidens had gathered at the Hongyan Tower. Yet, while their beauty was undeniable, their delicate frames suggested they were ill-suited for laborious tasks such as chopping wood or farming. With an instinctive comparison to the robust daughter of Huang Lao Kai, Er Dogzi mused silently. You may all leave now." Sima Gang gestured dismissively, and Sima E, along with the 2 ladies, understood and bowed before exiting, closing the door behind them. Inside the room, only the 2 men remained. The county magistrate sat casually at the table, while Er Dogzi respectfully stood a few paces away. "You are Zhang Ergu?" Sima Gang had no intention of inviting Er Dogzi to sit, continuing to sip his emerald-hued drink. "Yes, esteemed magistrate, I am Zhang Ergu," the humble one replied, cupping his hands in deference. Faced with such authority, he dared not act impudently. Your cultivation is commendable, though your methods are rather chaotic," Sima Gang remarked, recalling the swordplay Er Dogzi had displayed. While one might assert that he possessed martial skills, his swordplay was akin to a performance, lacking any practical application in combat. His flamboyant movements, while impressive in their height and breadth, were devoid of significance. Conversely, should one argue that he lacked martial prowess, He demonstrated remarkable agility and strength, capable of upturning the stone slabs of the training ground and sending the examiner flying with a single strike. Observing Er Dogzi left one at a loss for words, regardless of the classification of his abilities. More importantly, upon utilizing his divination skills, Sima Gang discovered that this young man, despite his age, possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the third layer of Qi refinement, unparalleled among his peers in the Sima family. May I inquire as to your master? I apologize, but my teacher has instructed me not to disclose his name. I hope the esteemed magistrate understands, Er Dogzi replied earnestly. Given the sensitivity of the matter, Sima Gang decided not to pursue it further today. However, he cautioned, the unauthorized transmission of mystical arts is a serious offense. Er Dogzi's heart sank at this. Dealing with officials often led to trouble. A minor misstep could provide them with a handle to impose severe penalties. He struggled to comprehend how sharing his teacher and Appo's teachings, an act mutually agreed upon, could contravene the law, as it was neither malicious nor harmful. With your talent, should you dedicate yourself to diligent practice, there is great potential for advancement, and you may even succeed in the martial exams. Hearing this, Er Dogzi's face lit up with joy. It seemed the county magistrate had no intention of pursuing the matter of unauthorized transmission of techniques. Moreover, the magistrate and Appo's praise suggested that Er Dogzi might have passed the martial examination. Achieving this would exempt him from taxes on 100 acres of land, elevating his status to that of the county magistrate, who would not desire such an outcome. I can recommend you for a position as an instructor at the Zhengwu Hall, allowing you to continue your studies there. How does that sound? Zhengwu Hall? Er Dogzi was well aware of this institution. His cousin, Zhang Yuliang, had studied there, and the tuition was notably steep. More importantly, just like the examinations, entry was contingent upon recommendations. Merely paying would not suffice. I will be most grateful, esteemed magistrate. Seizing this rare opportunity, Er Dogzi expressed heartfelt thanks. With his master having departed and unlikely to return soon, he needed guidance. Very well, you may return now. Sima Gang waved his hand, indicating that Er Dogzi could leave. As he casually glanced at the lavish spread once more, he bowed and took his leave. Stepping out of the Hongyan Tower, he felt elated. Although he had not dined with the county magistrate, at least his future as a martial scholar appeared secure, exempting him from the burdens of land taxes and corvée labor. In the future, before those officials at the county office, one could stand tall and speak without fear of being easily manipulated. Moreover, there was the opportunity to enter the Zhengwu Hall for study. Subsequently, he returned to the county office to repay the 200 taels of silver fine owed from the examination. It was indeed disheartening to lose 200 taels over a single test, a sum that could have purchased numerous pigs. A day passed, and Sima in a flurry, sought out Er Dogzi on the bustling street. Do you still have any of that ginseng you gave me yesterday? I am willing to pay a premium. Alas, I have none left. That one was obtained by chance. Er Dogzi replied, shaking his head. Currently, he could earn a profit from selling powerful pills and was not in a hurry to sell ginseng. The ginseng from Shiko Mountain had been cultivated for no more than 20 years at best. Such medicinal herbs appreciated in value with age, and he planned to nurture them longer before harvesting for sale. Upon hearing the disappointing news, Sima felt a twinge of loss, but quickly inquired, Brother Zhang, are you married? Not all. I'm still a bachelor. Why do you ask? Er Dogzi replied, puzzled by the sudden question. Well, I have a cousin who is of similar age to you, and I thought of playing matchmaker. Oh, Er Dogzi responded, scrutinizing Sima closely to ascertain whether he was disguised as a man. This was reminiscent of a tale he had heard long ago, where a woman disguised herself as a man to meet the protagonist and then feigned an interest in marrying her sister to him. However, upon noticing Sima's Adam's apple, he felt a slight disappointment. I'm still young and not ready to settle down. Chapter 38. A host of relatives Er Dogzi had yet to return from the county town, and already someone had set their sights on his Snake-Mouth Mountain. However, the vast expanse of farmland at the foot of the mountain belonged entirely to Er Dogzi, leased to the Ahu family. This family toiled in the fields all day, making it nearly impossible for anyone to ascend the mountain during daylight hours. One night, a shadowy figure arrived at the mountain's base. The individual wandered about, prodding here and there, and toiled throughout the night. Ultimately, as dawn approached, he cursed under his breath and departed. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to ascend the mountain. Rather, Er Dogzi's unscrupulousness had completely blocked the only path leading upwards. To make matters worse, even the climbable rock face had been meticulously smoothed over with a heavy sword, rendering any attempts to scale it utterly futile. The shadowy figure endeavored to rely on his lightness of foot to make the ascent, but instead, he stumbled several times and injured his head. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave in resignation. Nonetheless, there are always those with unwavering resolve, undeterred by minor setbacks. Faced with such a trivial obstacle, how could one simply retreat? There are no easy endeavors, only courageous and tenacious thieves. Days later, the shadow returned, no longer alone but accompanied by two other figures. As the saying goes, one hero needs three helpers, and in the realm of thievery, teamwork is essential. This time, they were also equipped with tools for their mischief. They carried a dozen long ladders and a large bundle of ropes, intending to connect the ladders with the ropes to facilitate their ascent. The three crouched at the mountain's base, laboring for most of the night, and finally managed to piece together the long ladders, securely fastening them with ropes to create a structure over 20 zhang in length. However, they had not anticipated that simply raising the extended ladder against the cliff would prove to be an exceedingly challenging task. Fortunately, one of the figures possessed remarkable martial skills. Otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain, and they would have failed to erect the ladder. After considerable exertion, they finally managed to set the ladder against the smooth cliff face of Snake Mouth Mountain, albeit precariously, appearing quite unstable. The ladder, though over 20 zhang tall, still fell short of their desired height. However, the shadowy figures recalled a certain spot that was relatively level further up. They decided to ascend and assess the situation. "You are the smallest and most agile. You should try climbing up," one of the shadows urged the slightest of the trio. The sage says, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall," the small figure replied, fear evident in his eyes as he gazed at the trembling ladder. Unwilling to ascend, "If you succeed in climbing up, I shall reward you with 20 taels of silver and even arrange a marriage for you," the shadow continued, attempting to entice the small figure with riches. However, the small one remained resolute, shaking his head defiantly as he looked at the seemingly endless ladder disappearing into the night. The sage states, "A gentleman finds contentment in poverty and embraces the path of virtue. Wealth and nobility acquired through unjust means are as fleeting as clouds. Mere silver cannot sway me. Enough. You were sent to study and pass the examination, not to engage in sophistry. You proposed this plan. Now you hesitate to even ascend the ladder," the shadow scolded, giving the small figure a light tap on the head. With a firm resolve, he decided to ascend himself. "You two, hold the ladder steady. I will go up and take a look. Be careful," they cautioned. The two positioned themselves on either side of the ladder, supporting it as one shadowy figure grasped it and began to climb. The ladder was excessively long, and with each step he took, it swayed precariously, appearing on the verge of collapse. When he reached halfway up the mountain, he looked down at the abyss below, where the ground was shrouded in darkness, rendering the path he had taken invisible. Gazing upwards was equally daunting, as he could not discern when he might reach the summit. Nonetheless, he had already resolved to reach the peak, feeling an irresistible allure emanating from its heights. With every gust of wind, the ladder trembled, sending chills down his spine. Yet, he pressed on, determined to ascend. At last, a powerful gust swept through, and with a resounding crack, the ladder broke in two, sending the figure plummeting like a feather in the wind. "Oh no!" cried the two who were holding the ladder in unison. Fortunately, the shadowy figure possessed formidable martial prowess, adept in the art of balance, allowing him to twist and maneuver in midair. With a thud, he landed on the ground, bloodied and bruised. In that critical moment, his profound martial training had spared his life, preventing him from meeting his demise on the spot. "Do not perish. You are the hope of our family." The remaining two hastily lifted the injured figure and fled the scene of the incident at Snake Mouth Mountain. Little did Er Dogzi know that someone had attempted to scale his snake mouth mountain, resulting in serious injury. Fortunately, the customs of Anshan County were rather simple-minded. Thieves who fell while attempting to scale Snake Mouth Mountain were not required to compensate him for their injuries or deaths. In the meantime, Er Dogzi was preoccupied with social engagements, having been approached by numerous individuals following his meeting with the county magistrate. The county clerk also sought him out, first inquiring about his lineage, then admonishing him, leaving Er Dogzi trembling in fear. Afterward, the clerk attempted to win him over with kind words, suggesting he could arrange for him to take on the position of a constable. However, Er Dogzi had already committed to the county magistrate to attend Jingwu Hall, and with a mountain of land at home requiring his attention, he regrettably declined. Then, several prominent wealthy families in the county town came knocking, eager to betroth their daughters to Er Dogzi. Many offered various benefits, promising generous dowries, including properties in the county town, shops, and farmland outside the city. The intentions of these affluent families were straightforward. They simply sought a worthy son-in-law. Er Dogzi's remarkable performance during the examinations had garnered considerable attention. Even if he could not succeed in this round, he was still young, and the next examination or the one after that would surely yield results. Perhaps in the future, he might even attain the status of a jiren, a significant possibility. Once he became a jiren, he would stand on equal footing with the county magistrate, making it impossible for these wealthy families to approach him. After all, they had numerous wives and even more daughters, and investing one daughter as a gamble for the future seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Faced with such enticing offers, Er Dogzi found himself tempted, yet ultimately resolved to decline. Although he yearned for a wife and farmland, Snake Mouth Mountain was simply too distant for him to manage. While other fields were fertile, none could compare to the lofty grandeur of Snake Mouth Mountain, which only he could ascend using his wind manipulation technique. Moreover, if he were to marry, what would become of his gourd? Perhaps it would be best to endure for a few more years and devise a better plan later. In addition to the affluent families in the county town, even emissaries from the Daoxian sect sought him out. Initially, their arrival startled Er Dogzi, who feared that news of his affairs had leaked and they had come seeking revenge. However, upon clarification of their intentions, he discovered they wished to recruit him. The Daoxian sect, once a prominent sect within the ancient cultivation world, boasted thousands of disciples during its height and possessed countless legacies of immortal techniques, along with various spiritual veins and minds. Yet, following a great battle, the sect had fallen into a weakened state, allowing the current dynasty to seize their mountain gate. Nevertheless, they still retained a wealth of cultivation legacies, and should one join the Daoxian sect, they would gain access to these teachings. To demonstrate their credibility, the emissary produced a yellow talisman from his pocket. Behold this talisman. With but a flick of my hand, it can transform into a lethal sword, capable of taking a life from 10 paces away as effortlessly as plucking fruit from a tree. This is a spell talisman crafted by our talisman masters, a skill that has become rare among contemporary cultivators. You may have never encountered such a talisman before, the emissary explained. Er Dogzi, gazing at the talisman, believed the emissary's claims to be true, having experienced its power firsthand. Indeed, it was an impressive tool, convenient to use and formidable in strength. Yet, he recalled his master and amp, Appo's teachings, knowing that joining a cult could lead to dire consequences. The authorities exhibit an uncompromising stance towards cult members, executing them without hesitation. Should one ascend to a position of influence within such a cult, the repercussions would extend to the annihilation of their entire lineage. However, the prospect of such a fate did not instill fear in Er Dogzi. He had only a distant uncle and few relatives to implicate. After a brief contemplation, he resolutely declined. With fields to tend, and having recently passed the martial scholar examination, a promising future awaited him. Why then would he wade into the murky waters of a cult? I understand your desire to join the government after passing the martial scholar exam. Who wouldn't he wish for promotion and wealth? Yet, as an ordinary person devoid of power, influence, or connections, even if you were to succeed as a martial graduate or scholar, what would it truly matter? In the eyes of those officials, you would merely be a tool for labor and a scapegoat. They would assign you the grueling tasks and hold you accountable for any failures, while reaping the rewards for themselves. You may find my words hard to believe, but should you reconsider in the future, the Daoxian sect would welcome you with open arms. After delivering a particularly provocative statement, the envoy of the Daoxian sect slapped a yellow talisman onto himself, and in an instant vanished before Er Dogzi's eyes. Looking around, Er Dogzi found no trace of the envoy. Did you not just proclaim that the talisman transforms into a sword capable of severing heads from 10 paces away? Why then has he disappeared? I am behind you. The envoy and amp, Oppo's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Er Dogzi turned, yet found only emptiness, devoid of any presence. Where are you? Are you still there? After a prolonged silence without a response, Er Dogzi departed alone. The Daoxian sect's elusive methods instilled a sense of wariness in him, leaving him devoid of any feeling of security, as one could never know if someone was watching closely from the shadows. As for reporting to the authorities, he felt even less inclined, as there were no benefits to gain and potential retaliation from the Daoxian sect loomed large. To avoid complications, he refrained from venturing out in the following days. At last, the day of the examination results arrived. 2 officials posted a large red paper on the wall, drawing a crowd that stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. Among the 1 to 200 candidates, only 5 emerged victorious. Er Dogzi squeezed within the throng, spotted his name from afar. Those who failed wore long faces, secretly grinding their teeth in frustration, while the successful beamed with pride, exchanging congratulations. Guided by the officials, the 5 were ushered into the county office, where the county magistrate personally offered words of encouragement. Naturally, the newly minted scholars were exhilarated, almost wishing to offer their loyal hearts to the magistrate as a toast. They each received a red flower to pin upon their chests, and the county office arranged for their safe escort home. Upon returning to Sanchazi town, Er Dogzi was met with a cacophony of drums and gongs at the town entrance. The village head, accompanied by a group of local gentry, had come to welcome him, while onlookers formed layers of spectators. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. You truly are a promising youth. Brother Zhang, a fine specimen indeed, clearly set apart from the rest of us. Regardless of familiarity, many pressed forward to offer a few words of flattery. Those who felt unworthy to approach stood at a distance, gazing enviously at Er Dogzi in the center of the crowd. This scene had played out countless times over the centuries in Sanchazi town. Not long ago, Er Dogzi had been among the envious, but now the roles had reversed, and others looked upon him with admiration. Er Dogzi exchanged pleasantries with the enthusiastic gentry, discovering that they were all distant relatives, their kinship deeper than he had realized. This newfound connection fostered intimacy as they addressed one another as cousins and uncles. After enduring hardship for over a decade, he finally recognized the existence of so many blood relatives, all so kind-hearted, being naturally modest and not one for many words. He felt his cheeks flush, and a few tears of joy escaped him. Regrettably, Dago was not fortunate enough to witness this moment. Having passed away too soon to see so many warm-hearted relatives gathered, he pulled out a handful of coins, distributing them among the drummers and even sharing some with the town and Oppos as beggars. The generous outpouring of coins garnered waves of praise. The Scholar Lord is as blessed as the Eastern Sea. The Scholar Lord is destined for many blessings. May good fortune accompany him throughout his life. Subsequently, Er Dogzi, surrounded by newly acquainted relatives and friends, made his way toward Shishi village amidst the jubilant sounds of drums and gongs. The noise resonated throughout the village, drawing the attention of men, women, and children alike, who flocked to witness the spectacle. A few individuals, caught up in the excitement, accidentally fell into the Shishi River, emerging drenched. "Oh my, it's Ergo!" His aunt waddled through the crowd, her ample figure unmistakable. Er Dogzi paused, uncertain of what antics his aunt might be concocting this time. Yet, today he felt different. He no longer feared her. If she dared to scold or strike him today, he would certainly retaliate in front of the entire village. But as his aunt approached, she wore a smile instead of her usual harshness. She had long recognized his potential, realizing that her years of hardship raising him had not been in vain. Er Dogzi could hardly believe his aunt's sudden display of affection. Even if she were to mock him now, he would at least respect her for being consistently true to her nature. Your uncle is overjoyed to hear of your success as a scholar. He even slaughtered the family hen to celebrate. Come by his house for dinner tonight. Thank you, Aunt. But after being away for so long, I wish to return to Shiko Mountain first. Er Dogzi politely declined his aunt and Appo's invitation. The family that once sought to bring about his demise now feigned camaraderie over a meal, and the mere thought of it turned his stomach. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Yi standing behind his aunt, gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes. Having grown several inches over the past few months, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, far surpassing her oily-faced mother in beauty. Xiao, I brought you a small gift from the county, he said, retrieving a small, red-lacquered wooden box from his pocket and presenting it to her. After years of living under his aunt's roof, it was only this cousin who treated him like family. Now that he had achieved success, he could not forget her kindness. Thank you, Er Dogzi. Xiao Yi accepted the box, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she smiled. Er Dogzi spent a little more time chatting with the villagers at the entrance before distributing some more coins as rewards. Finally, amidst the reluctant gazes of the crowd, he set off alone toward Shiko Mountain. Chapter 39. The mutation of the great white goose. Er Dogzi had been away for several days. Yet his heart remained tethered to the medicinal herbs upon the mountain. As he approached the stone wall, poised to employ his wind manipulation technique for his ascent, he stumbled upon a small pool of blood on the ground. Surrounding the bloodstain were scattered droplets, and amidst the rubble, he discovered several lengths of rope and a broken piece of ladder. Had someone been here? The stone walls around Shiko Mountain had long been leveled by his heavy sword, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to climb without the ability to use wind manipulation like himself. Thus, Er Dogzi summoned the true energy from his dantian and activated his wind manipulation technique, a gentle breeze enveloping him and lifting his body. With this ethereal support, he propelled himself upwards, soaring 2 to 3 zhang high with a vigorous kick of his legs. As the force of his leap began to wane, he deftly pressed his hands and feet against the stone wall, catapulting himself several feet higher. This cycle of exertion continued, and within mere breaths, he had returned to the mountaintop. Caw, 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 a flock of great white geese unfurled their wings and extended their necks, converging around him. Seeing that the geese were unharmed brought him considerable relief. In matters of guarding the home, geese proved more reliable than dogs. While dogs could be lured away with bones, geese were impervious to such tricks. This flock of great white geese had been nurtured over the years. The elder ones had already been stewed and consumed, leaving around 100 still thriving. Perhaps owing to the spiritual essence in their feed, each successive generation of these geese had grown stronger. The lead goose now stood nearly as tall as an adult, its wings possessing a force of over 100 gene, rendering it a formidable opponent against any ordinary person. Despite his relief, Er Dogzi took it upon himself to patrol the mountain, confirming that all the medicinal herbs were intact and bearing no signs of intrusion. However, the few days of his absence had deprived the herbs of their nourishing spiritual water, resulting in minimal growth. The loss from this stagnation was significant. With little time to eat, he first watered all the herbs, then poured some fodder from his gourd to feed the geese. Only after completing these tasks did he attend to his own meal and rest. Yet that night, sleep eluded him. It was not merely the excitement of passing his scholar's examination that kept him awake. Rather, it was the worry for the mountain's medicinal bounty. Akin to a treasure trove, he pondered who might have attempted the climb, surmising they had likely failed and perhaps even fallen. In the future, as he embarked on his studies at the Jingwu Hall, he would need to frequently depart from Shiko Mountain. Even without attending Jingwu Hall, he could not remain on the mountain indefinitely. If someone were to seize the opportunity of his absence to devise a plan, what if they succeeded in climbing up? That night, he tossed and turned, and by dawn, he had circled Shiko Mountain several times, contemplating strategies. He considered planting a formidable circle of thorny brambles atop the peak. Yet, he had yet to identify a more suitable species. Ordinary brambles could be cleaved with a mere sword strike, insufficient for deterring martial artists. Additionally, the great white geese could serve as a significant asset, Even an ordinary person would find it challenging to contend with a single goose. However, their strength still paled in comparison to true experts, and thus further enhancement was necessary. Resolutely, Er Dogzi took up a hoe and unearthed several hundred ginseng roots, all over 10 years old. Should he sell these in the county to Samai, the latter would undoubtedly be ecstatic. He collected the ginseng into his gourd, and after 3 days, the spiritual essence within had multiplied several-fold. Each day, he would grind a few roots, mixing them into the fodder for the geese. After consuming the highly nourishing ginseng, the geese became invigorated, filled with boundless energy. Yet perhaps due to the potency of the ginseng from the second day of feeding, several geese began to bleed from their orifices, ultimately succumbing to fatal hemorrhages. Almost daily, 1 or 2 geese met this grim fate. Though heartbroken, Er Dogzi gritted his teeth and either stewed these unfortunate geese or preserved them as cured goose, consuming them gradually while continuing to feed the remaining flock with ginseng. As the number of geese dwindled, those that survived grew increasingly robust, and the mortality rate began to decline. 3 months later, the flock seemed stabilized at 13, with no further incidents of fatal bleeding for half a month. The remaining geese had grown significantly taller, surpassing Er Dogzi by a neck. Their wings, when spread, spanned nearly 10 feet. The once pristine white feathers now bore a striking crimson hue, enhancing their splendor. Their flying abilities had also improved markedly. Er Dogzi tested one by riding on its back, and the goose could glide smoothly down from the mountaintop, though ascending from a valley posed a challenge. Nevertheless, in terms of guarding the home, the situation appeared promising. The geese had developed a strong territorial instinct. Even a martial artist would find it challenging to withstand an assault from this group of 13. Er Dogzi was confident that these remaining geese would not perish, as he continued to nourish them daily with ginseng brimming with spiritual essence. Their size and strength continued to grow. In his leisure time, he engaged in playful training with the geese, teaching them commands and combat techniques, occasionally riding them to soar a few laps around the mountain, indulging in the joy of free flight. The only minor disappointment was that these geese, aside from eating and playing, were of no assistance in farming. Despite his newfound strength, the daily demands of agriculture consumed considerable time. So far, he had only cultivated 15 acres of ginseng, along with a few acres of huangjing and meat wormwood, totaling about 20 acres, his personal limit. Daily, he needed to water the land, clear weeds, and promptly replant any bare patches. These agricultural tasks consumed over half his day, leaving scant time for cultivation. Er Dogzi had grown up working the fields and had never felt fatigued. Each day, he would carry his hoe through the verdant fields, taking solace in the sight of thriving crops nurtured by his efforts. Beyond these 20 acres lay vast stretches of uncultivated land, which he could not cultivate alone. Er Dogzi was determined not to let these lands fall completely fallow. In the sparse expanses, he planted a few persimmon and jujube trees. These tall fruit trees required little maintenance, needing only occasional watering, and would yield fruit periodically. Jujubes and dried persimmons stored well, serving as delightful snacks or fodder for the geese. In the open spaces beneath the persimmon and jujube trees, he broadcasted numerous ginseng seeds, allowing them to grow freely amidst the weeds. After all, wild ginseng thrived in similar conditions, albeit with slightly lower survival rates, slower growth, and smaller sizes. Over the years of cultivation, he now possessed a ginseng stock of approximately 7,000 to 8,000 roots, all over 20 years old, with tens of thousands of roots aged over a decade, flourishing well. Provided he continued to water them, their growth rate was extraordinarily rapid, akin to tenfold acceleration. He had heard tales of the miraculous effects of a century-old ginseng. In just 8 years, he could cultivate his own. The ginseng from the past decade was more than sufficient for both himself and the geese. Regrettably, he dared not sell the excess ginseng in the city. Previously, he would occasionally sell a root aged 10 to 20 years to Huachan Tang, and Samai would be overjoyed. Yet those roots paled in comparison to the sustenance provided to his geese. He often felt a pang of guilt towards Samai, for his unwavering friendship was so generous. Samai had once mentioned that their family also cultivated ginseng, but the survival rate was dismally low, requiring meticulous care for 1 or 2 decades to yield a meager harvest. Barely enough for their needs, forcing them to prioritize the promising youth of their clan. Chapter 40. The Grey Joe Dynasty. It was once again the time of year for collecting rents and paying taxes to the county office. However, beginning this year, Er Dogzi was exempt from taxes. With only 50 mu of land, Shakushin was classified as a wasteland in the county's records, allowing him to avoid taxation due to his status as a scholar. Not a single grain was required to be handed over, yet the rent due remained unchanged. Master, here are 100 share of rice, all prepared. We just couldn't bring it up because Shakushin is too steep. Before Er Dogzi lay a pile of golden rice, stacked like a small mountain. He finally grasped the joy of being a local landlord. For an ordinary person, 3 to 4 share of rice would suffice for a year, even less if supplemented with meat. In truth, this 100 share could last him many years. However, if he were to exchange it for Peiyuan Gubin pills, based on current grain prices, he would only obtain a mere handful of pills. Master, shall I find a way to help you haul this grain up to the mountaintop? Ahu, thinking Er Dogzi was troubled by the logistics of transporting the grain, kindly inquired. No need. The back and forth is too cumbersome. Let us store it here for now. I'll simply hire some craftsmen to build a large warehouse at the foot of the mountain. Er Dogzi found the thought of hauling bags up the mountain too tedious and realized he couldn't openly use a gourd to store the grain. Now that he had grain and land, it made sense to construct a large house at the foot of the mountain, which could serve as temporary residence and storage. Ahu Inanapos, it's the off-season for farming now. Please help me gather some craftsmen to arrange for the construction. We can pay them from this 100 share of rice. Certainly, no problem. Ahu eagerly agreed, appreciating the trust bestowed upon him by his master. Soon after, Ahu's wife brought over a basket of eggs, and their 4-year-old son presented a hen to Er Dogzi. He only accepted the basket of eggs. Keep the hen. It can lay eggs and help with household expenses. Rest assured, I will still rent you the 50 mu of land next year, and the rent will remain at 50% without any increase. With the master's assurance, Ahu's family sighed in relief. Zhang Yuliang had already raised the rent to 60%, leaving the tenants in the village with no choice but to endure. Rumors circulated that some tenants were eyeing Er Dogzi's 50 mu of land, hoping to rent it from him. As Er Dogzi left Ahu's home with a basket of eggs, he chanced upon Xiao Ezi, a 10-year-old girl playing in the village. Brother Dogzi, Xiao Ezi was 6 years younger than Er Dogzi and had grown significantly in the past 2 years. Living on the mountain, Er Dogzi often went months without seeing her, making their encounters particularly heartwarming. Let us find a place to roast these eggs, Er Dogzi suggested, glancing at the eggs in the bamboo basket. Sure. With autumn and winter upon them, the two gathered some dry grass and branches, igniting a fire on a ridge. They coated the eggs with a thick layer of wet mud and placed them by the fire to cook gently. Is it done? It should be ready. Hurry and take it out. Bang! Er Dogzi was a moment too slow, and one egg exploded in the fire, scattering yolk everywhere. The two scrambled to pick up the yolk from the ground and eat it. Er Dogzi carefully cracked the remaining eggshells, making small openings to roast them slowly, ensuring they wouldn't explode again. How fragrant! Xiao Ezi devoured 3 perfectly roasted eggs. Brother Dogzi, you're quite skilled at roasting eggs. Did you often roast them before? Xiao Ezi asked curiously, recalling that her family only had 2 older brothers who occasionally got to eat eggs. When there were no eggs, I would sometimes find bird eggs while chopping wood in the mountains. That is how I learned to roast them. I tell you, several times I roasted bird eggs only to find baby birds inside, all feathered. Really? Would you dare eat those? Xiao Ezi hesitated at the thought. What is there to fear? It's all meat. I wouldn't leave a single feather behind. As he spoke, Er Dogzi playfully licked his lips, savoring the memory. He remembered that most baby birds were featherless, but he exaggerated for the sake of amusing Xiao Ezi. Do you know why your family's pigs never grow strong? Why? Because I ate all the good food meant for them. A trace of pride flickered across Er Dogzi's expression. Ha ha! I remember my mother argued with the pig dealer, claiming they sold us sickly pigs. The two laughed heartily as they roasted and ate, spending the entire afternoon in merriment. Before parting, Er Dogzi gifted Xiao Ezi a large bag of dried red dates, sweet and perfect for a child as snack. Hide these red dates and keep them to yourself. Don't let anyone know, not even your parents or brothers. Okay. Xiao Ezi nodded obediently, then suddenly remembered something and advised, by the way, Brother Dogzi, remember to hide your money when you go out. Don't leave it on the mountain. What if a thief comes? Don't worry, no one can reach my shakushin. After exchanging a few more words, they each returned home. In Er Dogzi's heart, he had but one relative, one friend. All those who pretended to be close were merely insincere. On one particular day, Er Dogzi, carrying a large sack, entered the county town. A long line of farmers stood at the city gate, laden with burdens, all there to pay their taxes. However, tax matters were no longer his concern. Upon arriving in town, his first stop was, of course, Hui Chuntang, where he sold some dolly pills to Sima Yi, requesting to exchange them for Peiyuan Gubin pills. Sometimes he found himself curious about where Sima Yi sold all those dolly pills and where he sourced so many Peiyuan Gubin pills. However, Sima Yi never disclosed this information, nor did Er Dogzi ever inquire. Just as Sima Yi never questioned the origin of his dolly pills. After completing the transaction, Er Dogzi took out a package wrapped in dried lotus leaves, which felt solid and heavy. Thank you for your help during the last exam. As a country person, I don't have much to offer, but I can send you a local specialty. Sima Yi accepted it, feeling its weight and suspecting it was tea ginseng. It's my preserved goose. It tastes quite good, so I thought you might like to try it. Er Dogzi anticipated Sima Yi's confusion and explained. Just a small gesture, Brother Zhang. You're being too courteous. Sima Yi accepted the goose, thinking that this brother was quite genuine. He had already received ginseng from him last time, and now he was being gifted a goose as well. By the way, you're reporting to Zheng Wutang this time, right? I happen to have some matters to attend to. I can accompany you there. Thank you. Sima Yi slung the preserved goose over his shoulder and led Er Dogzi toward Zheng Wutang. Er Dogzi had long heard of the illustrious Zheng Wutang, harboring aspirations to visit. Yet he had not had the opportunity until today, marking his first step through its grand entrance. Zheng Wutang spanned several acres, with numerous buildings surrounding a central training ground. At that moment, a group of apprentices was sweating profusely in the training area. Some of them appeared familiar. They were likely the young masters who had participated in the examination with him, now relegated to continuing their studies here due to their failures. The left master of Zheng Wutang was a mid-stage Qi practitioner, a successful candidate in the martial examinations, and an advisor to the county magistrate, rarely seen by others. As the two walked and conversed, a fleeting expression of disdain crossed Sima Yi's face at the mention of Zhou Tangzhu. It is worth noting that in the entire Anchang County, there are no more than 10 individuals holding the title of Wuj, each possessing a prestigious status that allows them to occupy significant military positions or even to receive stipends and be exempt from all taxes while idling at home. However, during this period of peace, the army in Anchang County consists of merely a few dozen personnel, with every position already filled by those with connections, resulting in a greater number of officials and soldiers. Upon hearing this, Er Dogzi thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have joined the military. In a force of only a few dozen, rife with factions, a newcomer like him would merely be at the beck and call of others. He might as well find joy in farming on the mountains. Their conversation brought them to the entrance of a building. This particular structure stood taller and more elegantly than the others, suggesting its significance. While Er Dogzi hesitated to enter, Sima Yi casually stepped inside. Fourth brother. With Sima Yi's loud calls, a burly man with a square face and a thick beard emerged from within, bearing a resemblance to the county lieutenant. Oh, little 14. You've come and even brought some snacks. The square-faced man chuckled, reaching for the preserved goose on Sima Yi's back, only to be playfully swatted away by Sima Yi. Their camaraderie was evident in their light-hearted banter. This was a gift from Brother Zhang, Sima Yi explained, finally drawing the man's attention to Er Dogzi, whose jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. So this is the newly appointed Wuxiakai, Zhang Ergu? Indeed, that is I, Er Dogzi responded, mimicking the formal gesture of bowing as the man had done. Fourth brother, Zhang is my friend and was recommended by my uncle to serve as an instructor. Please look after him. Friend? Sima Hong remarked, regarding Er Dogzi with curious scrutiny, as if finding it hard to believe that someone like him could have a friend. Sima Yi paid no heed to this and continued, Brother Zhang, this is my fourth brother, Sima Hong, the vice leader here. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek him out. After introducing the two, Sima Yi took his leave. Sima Hong guided Er Dogzi through the process of joining the Zhengwu Tang and, utilizing his authority, assigned him a modest single-room dwelling. Er Dogzi and Appo's current position was that of a nominal instructor at Zhengwu Tang, with no teaching obligations and an annual stipend of merely a stone of rice. Should he eventually take on disciples, his income would increase, especially if any of his students achieved the status of Wuxiakai, bringing additional earnings. However, Er Dogzi had little interest in teaching. He preferred to cultivate more land instead. What he valued most was the wealth of martial arts resources available at Zhengwu Tang, which he could access freely as an instructor. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to interact and learn from other martial artists, preventing him from becoming insular or entrenched in narrow thinking. This is your waste token. With it, you can borrow books, receive your stipend, and should you have any questions in the future, feel free to consult me, Sima Hong said before taking his leave. After Sima Hong departed, Er Dogzi examined his assigned quarters. The dwelling featured a bedroom, a living area, a training room, and a kitchen, making it suitable for long-term residence. Nevertheless, Er Dogzi remained preoccupied with the crops on Shiko Mountain, intending to stay there only occasionally. After all, he was merely holding a nominal position as an instructor, receiving a salary without any work obligations. While the income was modest, he felt quite content. That very day, he made his way to the library of Zhengwu Tang. A resident instructor was stationed there, and after presenting his waste token, Er Dogzi was granted entry without difficulty. The library was modest in size, measuring only a few paces. Yet it housed several hundred books, more than Er Dogzi had ever seen in his life. Historically, books have been treasured, with the costs of paper, ink, and manual transcription being exorbitant. The shelves were primarily filled with stitched paper volumes, with a few crafted from animal hides. He casually pulled out a book titled Geographical Records of the Great Zhou, intrigued to find it focused on geography. After flipping through a few pages, he found himself captivated by its contents. Before becoming a disciple of Li Banzian, his world had revolved solely around Sanchatsi town, and he had never visited the county seat. It was only after his apprenticeship that he learned Anchang County was a trifling locale within the vast expanse of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet his knowledge of the world remained scant. Now, through this book, he discovered that the Great Zhou dynasty encompassed 9 provinces, 36 prefectures, and 186 counties, with thousands of subordinate counties. To the east lay an endless ocean, its vastness unknown, teeming with numerous sea creatures. To the west was the Peach Mountain Kingdom, inhabited largely by malevolent spirits and zombies. To the north resided the Giant Kingdom, where inhabitants towered a full zhang in height, known for their brutish, aggressive nature and a penchant for consuming human brains. To the south was the kingdom of 10,000 demons, a realm composed of various supernatural beings. 5,000 years ago, the holy ancestor of the Great Zhou unified the realm, quelling disturbances and protecting the populace from demonic threats, thereby ensuring centuries of peace. Anchang County, situated in the southeastern corner of the dynasty, bordered both the kingdom of 10,000 demons and the Peach Mountain Kingdom. Er Dogzi closed the book, grateful for the tranquility that had persisted for millennia, despite the proximity of such malevolent forces. He then perused several other volumes, most of which detailed martial techniques, such as 36 styles of the tiger's subduing fist, 13 sticks of the dragon subduing, 5 swords of mountain opening, 5 linked whip, and 13 knives for seizing souls. However, he quickly discerned that the martial arts here were far more accessible and less demanding compared to those taught by Li Banzian. Given his current physical condition, he would likely master these techniques with relative ease. In addition to martial arts, the library contained various encyclopedic works and practical knowledge, covering topics such as agriculture, water management, military strategy, and metallurgy. These were skills seldom shared outside the Great Zhou dynasty, typically passed down through oral tradition to close kin. Er Dogzi was astonished to find such valuable knowledge compiled into books, which he could access without any cost, particularly in the realm of military strategy. This knowledge would prove essential should he aspire to become a wudge, as it was a requisite subject, while wuxiakai might serve merely as foot soldiers. Possessing only a basic literacy would suffice. In contrast, wudge held significant positions both in military and local governance, requiring not just martial prowess but also a modicum of education to avoid appearing foolish. Er Dogzi stood before the bookshelf, absorbed in reading, and before he realized it, he had finished an entire volume on agriculture, discovering the intricacies involved in farming. Setting that book aside, he randomly selected another, its cover reading essays on the Tao of the Great Zhou. This title immediately piqued his interest. Since childhood, he had heard tales of immortals. Yet among the individuals he had encountered, only his master seemed to approach the realm of the immortal, albeit as a half-immortal. There were also local officials, such as the county magistrate and lieutenant, rumored to be powerful cultivators. The yellow talismans from the Daoxian sect were presumably crafted by these practitioners. His understanding of the Tao had been fragmented and piecemeal, never truly comprehensively explored. He opened the book and became engrossed, reading until he was startled to find that darkness had fallen outside. Chapter 41. A time of peace. When Er Dogzi emerged from the library, he had borrowed several books: The History of the Great Zhou, Geographical Records of the Great Zhou, and Essays on the Immortal Path of the Great Zhou. He had merely skimmed through these volumes in the library, yet their content had captivated him deeply. After returning to his quarters, he dedicated 3 days to meticulously reading through these books. Although he had gained considerable knowledge during his studies with Li Banzian, he had always felt somewhat bewildered. It was only today that he began to grasp the true nature of the world. From this moment forth, his horizons expanded beyond the confines of Sanchazi town and Anshan County. According to the texts, prior to the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, this land was a chaotic realm where humans coexisted with demons and supernatural beings, and sects proliferated. Ordinary humans could only survive by relying on a few powerful cultivation sections. These sects possessed formidable strength, with countless masters capable of flying and transcending the earth, ensuring the safety of their territories. Although these sects belonged to the human race, their allegiances diverged, leading to divisions among righteous, demonic, and ghostly paths. Within these factions, numerous subsects emerged, such as the weapon sect, sword sect, puppet sect, and alchemy sect within the righteous path. Even within these smaller factions, various groups existed, often at odds with each other. Conflicts among the human factions were incessant, resulting in significant losses that allowed demons to exploit the chaos, dragging ordinary people into calamity. It was during this tumultuous period that a remarkable rogue, leading human cultivators, successfully repelled the demons and established the unified Great Zhou dynasty. The new monarch, King Han, learned from past mistakes, suppressing the growth of cultivation sects and consolidating all resources and power within his grasp. He organized a formidable army of cultivators to combat the surrounding demons and safeguard the realm. Internally, he implemented a rigorous selection process through the imperial examination, recruiting numerous talents to serve the dynasty. In times of war, these selected individuals proved invaluable. However, to maintain peace, the Great Zhou dynasty confiscated all cultivation methods, centralizing them within the government. Those who transmitted cultivation techniques without authorization faced severe punishment. Ordinary people were barred from accessing any means of cultivation, leading to a tranquil era where no one dared to harbor ulterior motives. With cultivators governing the land, the common folk submitted to their rule. Historical records in the history of the Great Zhou recount several instances of large-scale civil unrest, which were swiftly quelled by armies composed of cultivators, who exterminated the rebellious elements with ease. Following numerous such incidents, those who dared to rebel were entirely eradicated. The moral fabric of the Great Zhou dynasty became increasingly virtuous, and the spirit of rebellion faded away. Upon closing the history of the Great Zhou, Er Dogzi couldn't help but marvel at his fortune to be born in such a prosperous era. The book Essays on the Immortal Path of the Great Zhou provided a general overview of the cultivation journey. Most novices embarked on their path through martial arts, cultivating various techniques. The moment a martial artist could sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they officially stepped into the threshold of the immortal path, becoming a cultivator at the first stage of qi refinement. After reading this book, Er Dogzi realized that he had not only successfully entered the realm of cultivation, but had already reached the third stage of qi refinement. Indeed, his master had not deceived him. He had imparted precious techniques at the risk of severe punishment. Occasionally, he found himself doubting his master, thinking perhaps he was blinded by greed and ungratefulness. The next time he encountered his master, he vowed to express his gratitude. However, his master remained indifferent to fame and fortune, seeing worldly possessions as nothing more than refuse. Offering material wealth would tarnish his master's transcendent demeanor. Instead, Er Dogzi resolved to serve tea more frequently. Alas, as a mere mortal, he could never truly comprehend his master's profound state of mind. Upon realizing he was a cultivator with a third stage qi refinement level, Er Dogzi's joy was fleeting. This level seemed insignificant compared to the figures mentioned in the history of the Great Zhou, where even the least notable characters were at the foundational level or above. Only upon reaching the 10th stage of qi refinement could one establish a foundation, with further realms such as golden core and nascent soul beyond that. In the days that followed, Er Dogzi immersed himself in books, ravenously absorbing the knowledge within. Every few days, he returned to the library to borrow more volumes. After more than 10 days, he had comprehensively explored nearly all the texts available in the library. Indeed, there was a vast array of literature, yet he could not find a single cultivation technique. The assertions made in the history of the Great Zhou rang true, for the sake of stability and governance. The authorities had confiscated all cultivation methods from the populace. The techniques left behind by his master felt incomplete, lacking clarity in many aspects and only allowing cultivation up to the 10th stage of qi refinement. Undeterred, he sought out Deputy Hall Master Sima to inquire about where he might obtain cultivation techniques. The response aligned closely with his expectations. All civilian techniques had been seized and destroyed by the government. Only by passing the imperial examination to become a martial scholar could one hope to receive the techniques bestowed by the Great Zhou dynasty. It became clear that if he wished to pursue the path of cultivation, the only legitimate route was through the martial examination, as all other methods carried the risk of dire consequences. After lingering in the county town for several days, Er Dogzi finally departed with a heavy load of books. Most of these volumes pertained to martial techniques and military strategies, which would aid him in his future examinations. As he ventured several miles beyond the county, he encountered a young man and woman approaching. The man was handsome, and the woman was strikingly beautiful, clearly from a wealthy family, having never toiled under the sun. "Is this Zhang Xiucai?" They greeted him from a distance. "Indeed. How may I assist you?" "We are Ding Xiudai and Ding Xiuji from Dingjia Village, sent by our master to invite you to visit our home." Ding Xiudai extended a beautifully adorned red invitation card, which Er Dogzi accepted. The cover was embellished with golden lettering, prominently displaying the name of Dingjia Village. He had heard of Dingjia Village in the Zhengwu Hall. It was known for its wealth, rivaling even the Sima family, though more understated and less involved in government affairs. This invitation alone was worth several hundred coins. Given their warm invitation, he decided to accept and pay a visit to Dingjia Village. Following the two along a scenic route, they swiftly traversed over 10 miles. Upon rounding a valley, a vast expanse of fields came into view, golden with ripened grain. As a farmer, Er Dogzi instinctively assessed the crops and Oppo's health. The golden rice swayed in the breeze, a sight of abundance. "But why hasn't your rice been harvested yet?" "Ha ha! This is our Dingjia Village and Amp, Oppo's specialty, cat-tooth rice, which is quite popular throughout the Sanyang County. At Hongyan Tower in the county town, they use this rice for cooking and brewing." The Ding siblings spoke with pride as they introduced their local delicacy. Cat-tooth rice is a variety personally cultivated by our esteemed ancestor Ding, requiring a growth period of 10 months before it can be harvested. Chapter 42. The unfortunate thief Er Dogzi followed the Ding siblings through a vast expanse of rice fields until they finally arrived at a sizable village. This village was quite large, boasting at least 1,000 households, with every dwelling constructed from blue bricks and tiles. The villagers were well-dressed and appeared to be in good health, a stark contrast to the scene in Shishi village. From the looks of it, it seemed that every family in Dingjiazwang had sufficient food to eat and clothes to wear. It was remarkable to find such a prosperous place in the world. Upon seeing the Ding siblings, the villagers displayed great respect, greeting them with bows and warm salutations. At the heart of the village stood a grand courtyard surrounded by high blue brick walls, featuring numerous small openings for archery. The entrance bore the large characters Dingjiazwang. To Er Dogzi's surprise, the gates were wide open, with no gatekeeper in sight, only a few mischievous children squatting at the entrance, tossing stones in play. As they walked along, Er Dogzi noticed that many homes did not have their doors shut. "Aren't and Appos, to you afraid of thieves?" he inquired, puzzled. With so much at stake, even the most modest household would likely possess a few valuable items. After all, the Ding family appeared affluent, suggesting they had a wealth of valuables. "Lock our doors? We have no thieves in Dingjiazwang. We are all kin here. Hanging a lock only implies that we suspect our neighbors of thievery, which is profoundly disrespectful," replied the Ding siblings. Er Dogzi felt a strange sensation upon hearing such an unusual theory, as it was the first time he had encountered such a perspective. As the trio entered Dingjiazwang, Er Dogzi finally met the head of the Ding family. Contrary to his expectations of a grand figure, the esteemed man resembled an ordinary farmer, clad in rough homespun garments. His skin was a rich brown, and his hair was casually tied atop his head. At that moment, he was rolling up his trousers and barefoot, weeding a small plot of land. "Please wait a moment, Master Zhang. Let me finish weeding these wild grasses while the sun is high," the Ding patriarch said, wielding the hoe with remarkable speed, swiftly uprooting the weeds without harming the crops. Er Dogzi, who had farmed since childhood, could not help but admire the man's skill. Once the weeds were cleared, the patriarch turned them over, allowing them to dry in the sun. Among the crops in this small plot, Er Dogzi recognized ginseng, which appeared to be quite mature. He recalled hearing Sima Yi mention that growing ginseng was incredibly challenging, requiring specific conditions. Moreover, each plot could only sustain ginseng for 3 years before depleting its fertility, necessitating a move to a new location for planting. However, there existed a unique type of soil, known as spiritual soil, that inherently suited ginseng cultivation. This soil differed from ordinary land, as it was rich in spiritual energy, which ginseng could absorb. When planted in spiritual soil, ginseng thrived, developing superior medicinal properties and requiring no relocation even after 100 years. As Er Dogzi carefully sensed the soil, he discovered numerous sparkling points of spiritual energy, confirming that this plot was indeed a small piece of spiritual land. It was no wonder that the Ding family, one of the most prominent in Anchang County, possessed such a valuable asset. Besides ginseng, many unfamiliar plants flourished here, likely rare medicinal herbs. The Ding patriarch set aside his hoe and picked a few purple leaves from a robust plant in the spiritual soil, offering them to the Ding siblings. "Ha ha ha, Brother Zhang, as our honored guest, we have little to offer. Let us stir-fry some greens and perhaps slaughter a hen for your enjoyment," he said with a hearty laugh, displaying none of the airs typical of a family head. He took Er Dogzi and Appos' hand and led him into a hall. Before long, several plates of dried fruits and tea were served. The delicacies were exquisite, and Er Dogzi found the flavors delightful, treats he had never before tasted. In particular, there was a type of sweet bean that melted in his mouth, reminiscent of lard and infused with the sweetness of honey. "If you find these to your liking, Brother Zhang, feel free to take some home to savor," the Ding patriarch suggested, popping an almond into his mouth with a smile as he watched Er Dogzi enjoy the delicacies. "Thank you, Master Ding," Er Dogzi replied, his cheeks flushing as he realized he had been too engrossed in the sweets, revealing his lack of experience. It was not his fault. The Ding patriarch's amiable demeanor had unwittingly put him at ease. In the presence of a county magistrate, he would have been far more anxious and cautious. Just as Er Dogzi began to feel a bit embarrassed, Footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Two individuals, one tall and one short, approached. "Greetings, master," they said. "No need for formality. Please take a seat. Let me introduce you," the Ding patriarch said, facilitating introductions. Er Dogzi soon learned that the newcomers were also renowned martial scholars from previous years. The tall one was named Mufeng, and the short one was Wang Ying. Both resided in Dingjiazwang as guests, akin to retainers. The two were quite conversational, and as they joined the gathering, the atmosphere in the hall brightened significantly, filled with laughter and cheerful banter. Before long, a few young maidservants brought in dishes and set the table for a feast. The four of them, Master Ding, Mufeng, Wang Ying, and Er Dogzi, took their seats. While the dishes appeared simple and unadorned compared to those at Hanyan Tower, Er Dogzi immediately sensed something different upon tasting the food. Each ingredient was infused with spiritual energy, greatly aiding in cultivation. Compared to the food he had transformed using gourds, this was equally impressive. During the meal, the two martial scholars, who had initially maintained a light-hearted demeanor, now ate with remarkable speed, attempting to uphold some semblance of decorum despite their evident hunger. Er Dogzi pondered the peculiar situation. Having had no prior association with the Ding family, why were they treating him with such honor? This thought stirred a sense of unease within him. After they finished their meal, the Ding patriarch made no demands of him. "If Brother Zhang does not mind, you may stay and enjoy a few days at our humble abode. I have matters to attend to. So I ask Mufeng and Wang Ying to accompany you around the village," he said before taking his leave. Meanwhile, on a different note, after Er Dogzi entered the city, three black-clad thieves set their sights once more on Shaku Mountain. However, the thief with martial skills had still not recovered from his previous injuries and now leaned on a crutch, struggling to walk. Undeterred by adversity, he remained resolute in his ambition to elevate their thieving endeavors, vowing to persevere until he reached the mountain's peak. Lately, these three had scarcely slept at night, circling the cliffs of Shaku Mountain in search of a way up. It was a scholar among them who proposed that they reopen the blocked path Er Dogzi had created. Though it would be laborious and somewhat foolish, it was certainly preferable to aimlessly wandering at the mountain's base each night. Thus, the trio returned to the foot of Shaku Mountain, armed with picks and shovels. The crutch-using martial artist could only serve as a lookout due to his limited mobility, while the older and younger accomplices took on the task of digging and prying at the earth. They started from the base of the mountain, hoping to clear the small path that Er Dogzi had obstructed. However, the amount of earth to be moved was substantial, and digging upwards posed significant challenges, especially when encountering large boulders. Lacking Er Dogzi's strength, they found it impossible to dislodge the hefty stones weighing several hundred pounds. While digging from below, they had to remain vigilant against the risk of rocks tumbling down upon them. They toiled through the night, drenched in sweat, managing to clear only a small section. After 3 more nights of labor, they found themselves thwarted by a cluster of massive boulders. The smaller ones weighed between 300 to 500 pounds, while the larger ones exceeded 1,000, rendering them immovable with their strength. Whenever they grew weary, hungry, or sleepy, they could only vent their frustrations by loudly cursing Er Dogzi to keep their spirits up and fend off fatigue. Er Dogzi, that despicable wretch, has brought forth offspring devoid of virtue. Cursed be Er Dogzi. May I damn his ancestors for generations untold. With fervent indignation, the young man clad in black hurled his invective, only to be met with a resounding slap across the face from the elder. "Whom do you curse with such vitriol?" The elder rebuked. "All that wisdom you have devoured has merely been ingested by a dog." Stung by the reprimand, the youth recognized his folly and channeled his frustration into the earth before him, striking it with such fervor that sparks flew. "This Er Dogzi is truly a scoundrel. Had I known in those days, I would have shattered his limbs." Enraged, the young man drove his pry bar into the colossal stone nearby. With a thunderous rumble, 2 massive boulders cascaded down, hurtling towards them with unstoppable force. The mountain path was perilously narrow, scarcely accommodating their presence. With the boulders descending, there was no avenue for escape. "Get out of the way," as the stones threatened to reduce them to mere pulp in a moment of desperation. The elder black-clad figure exerted all his strength, hoisting the young man onto a high rock at the side of the path. The impending boulders roared past, engulfing the elder in their wake. "Father, father!" The young man gazed upon the grotesque mass of mangled flesh strewn across the ground, paralyzed by uncertainty over which remnants to salvage. "Zhang Ergu, I vow make you pay for this blood debt." A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the night. Chapter 43. Dingjia Village. After a hearty meal, Mu Feng and Wang Ying accompanied Er Dogzi as they strolled through Dingjia Village. "Zhang Xiaocai, what do you think of Dingjia Village?" Mu Feng inquired, gesturing towards a vast expanse of golden rice fields before them. "Quite splendid and prosperous, far surpassing any village I have ever encountered. Yet, I find myself puzzled. Are there truly no tenants here?" This had been a lingering question since his arrival. Tenant farmers were typically clad in tattered garments, their emaciated frames easily discernible. Yet, he had not encountered a single tenant since entering the village. Ha ha ha! This entire village, aside from the Ding family, consists entirely of tenants. Both Mu Feng and Wang Ying erupted into laughter, casually stopping a passerby. "Zhao Laosi, would you consider yourself a tenant?" The man, tall and robust, wielding a hoe and with his pant legs rolled up, appeared to have just returned from the fields. "Indeed, I am a tenant of the Ding family. As long as the Ding Lord does not disdain me, I would gladly serve as a tenant for generations to come." "Why is that?" Er Dogzi questioned, struggling to comprehend this mindset. Tenants owned no land and were obligated to surrender at least half of their harvest, barely subsisting on meager rations. He had once dreamt of owning his own plot of land. Under no circumstances would he wish to be a tenant. Yet, the man before him exuded pride in his status as a tenant of the Ding family, expressing a desire to continue this legacy. Being a tenant in Dingjia Village is decidedly different from elsewhere. Even cultivating one's own land requires paying a tax of at least 30% to the government. However, our tenants only need to pay a mere 20% in rent. Everything else belongs to them. Such a fortunate circumstance is rare to find outside the Ding family. Upon hearing this, Er Dogzi pondered briefly and soon grasped the situation. The Ding family head was a martial scholar, exempt from taxes, collecting only a modest rent, ensuring that tenants would not incur losses. The Ding Lord was benevolent, readily assisting those facing difficulties without charging interest on loans or provisions. Zhao Laosi spoke so fervently of the Ding Lord and Dappo's virtues that it seemed he could never exhaust his praise. Finally, as Zhao Laosi, still brimming with enthusiasm, departed, the three continued exploring the village. The tenants they encountered were similar to Zhao Laosi, each radiating a unique vitality. The Ding Lord is benevolent. "We, who reside in Dingjia Village, receive 5 sheng of spirit rice every year," Mu Feng remarked proudly, scrutinizing Er Dogzi's expression, only to find no hint of surprise or envy. Brother Zhang may not yet realize that the rice we just consumed contained a hint of spirit rice. Spirit rice is cultivated by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, ripening once every decade, and is produced in limited quantities. For ordinary individuals, it enhances health. For us martial practitioners, it elevates our cultivation, allowing us to sense the essence of the universe and become immortal cultivators. Mu Feng and Wang Ying harmoniously extolled the miraculous rarity of spirit rice, hoping to astonish the rustic fellow. Receiving 5 sheng of spirit rice each year was regarded as a treasure gift. They polished the pot used to cook the spirit rice until it gleamed, licking the ladle repeatedly, and ultimately boiled a large pot of soup, sparing not a single grain. However, Er Dogzi and Appo's expression remained unchanged after hearing their words. The two felt disheartened, even sensing a tinge of defeat. Was he truly as dense as a wooden head? "Do you both sense the essence of heaven and earth now?" Er Dogzi inquired, his curiosity piqued. To sense this essence would signify entering the first layer of Qi training, transcending the mundane world. He recalled that he had successfully sensed the essence at the age of 14, becoming a cultivator. "Not yet," they replied, their disappointment deepening, feeling as though their most vulnerable points had been prodded. "We have only recently joined Dingjia Village, while several elder martial scholars have already sensed the essence. The strongest among them may have reached the second layer of Qi training. It seemed that Dingjia Village, though unassuming, possessed strength rivaling that of the Sima family. What does the seedling of spirit rice look like? Can you show me? After a moment of contemplation, Er Dogzi finally asked, bringing some balance to the hearts of the two. Of course, no problem. However, the spirit fields are guarded by designated personnel, and outsiders cannot approach too closely. They promptly led Er Dogzi towards a vast stretch of rice fields. Behold, this an amp, Appos, cat-tooth rice and amp. Appos is actually a new variety cultivated by the Ding family and amp. Appos, ancestors by combining spirit rice with ordinary rice. Er Dogzi plucked an ear of rice, husked it, revealing pristine, small, pointed grains resembling cat teeth. He tossed a grain into his mouth, savoring the delicate fragrance, which contained a subtle essence. Though the essence was minimal, over time, it should bolster one's health. As Er Dogzi followed behind them, he tucked the remaining ear of rice into his pocket and quickened his pace to catch up. Dingjia village was encircled by mountains, with a vast plain cultivated with cat-tooth rice at its center. A stone-channeled aqueduct meandered through the fields, originating from a mountain peak. The trio climbed to the mountain summit, where they discovered a large artificial lake spanning several miles, with a lush island at its center. This lake was not a natural formation. Rather, it had been created by using substantial amounts of earth and stone to block gaps between several mountains, forming a reservoir surrounded by hills. An aqueduct drew water from this mountain reservoir, irrigating the extensive plain below. Farming relies heavily on favorable weather, and truly bountiful years are rare. For instance, this year has been somewhat dry, and Ahu's rented 50 mu of land, which typically yields 200 shur, has only produced a little over 170 shur this year. This is still near a water source. Other areas fare even worse. With such a grand reservoir in Dingjia village, even if drought persisted for 2 or 3 years, or even 3 to 5 years, it would sufficiently ensure irrigation for the plains below. Building such a large reservoir must have required a workforce of at least several tens of thousands, right? Er Dogzi marveled at the scale of the undertaking. It was noteworthy that the entire population of Anshan County was only around 100,000. Why not quite that many? The Ding family and Appos' first patriarch was a foundational elder. He personally wielded earth-based magic capable of equating to the labor of tens of thousands. However, constructing this reservoir also required generations of effort, mobilizing over 10,000 laborers to complete it. Mu Feng spoke with pride, clasping his hands behind his back and gazing skyward, as if he too had adopted the surname Ding. Yet, Er Dogzi was captivated by the term foundational elder. As far as he knew, even the current county magistrate had not attained such cultivation. Is the Ding family's ancestor a foundational elder? Indeed, this is recorded in the Ding family genealogy, though alas, no foundational cultivators have emerged since then, though the current family head stands a significant chance of breaking through to that realm. At this moment, as Er Dogzi gazed upon the artificial lake, it no longer seemed so extraordinary. The construction of such a lake by a foundational cultivator using magic, compounded by generations of effort, appeared quite reasonable. The Ding family, uniting their strength to construct the lake for the benefit of the community, was truly commendable. Er Dogzi's sentiments were genuine, and his impression of Dingjia village improved significantly. Wang Ying squatted by the lakeside, cupping a handful of water to drink, then wiping his face. This lake water is crystal clear and sweet. Brother Zhang, would you care to try it? The entire Dingjia village sources its water from here, which contains a trace of spiritual energy beneficial for strengthening the body with prolonged consumption. Aroused by curiosity, Er Dogzi also cupped his hands and drank some of the water, indeed, detecting a subtle essence of spiritual energy. The trio boarded a small boat by the lake, heading towards an islet in the center. Upon setting foot on the islet, Er Dogzi felt a surge of vitality, the spiritual energy here significantly denser than elsewhere. Mu Wang and his companion also inhaled deeply, seemingly relishing the experience. Mu Feng, Wang Ying, this is sacred familial ground. Why have you brought an outsider here? Just as the three arrived, a man emerged from behind a large rock, scrutinizing Er Dogzi with a somber expression. From the man and Appos' piercing gaze, Er Dogzi sensed a hint of danger, as if facing a wild beast ready to pounce. Ding! This is Scholar Zhang, a distinguished guest of the family head. We are under the family head's orders to accompany him on a tour. Ah, a guest of the family head. My respects. Please proceed. Ding Yi offered a perfunctory bow, stepping aside with a sullen face to clear the path. Mu Wang and his companion led Er Dogzi past a small stone forest, where a dense thicket of brambles formed an imposing barrier. These brambles, nearly as tall as a person, grew profusely, creating a formidable wall. Moreover, they were covered in inch-long thorns, each with barbs, presenting a truly menacing sight. Anyone who inadvertently stumbled into them would find themselves trapped and struggling to escape. These are iron brambles, deceptively slender yet remarkably tough and resilient, resistant to ordinary blades. They were brought back by the Ding family's ancestor from ancient immortal cultivation ruins and have been cultivated into this extensive wall. A thought sparked in Er Dogzi's mind. If he could surround his serpentine mountain with such brambles, he could feel more secure when venturing out. However, obtaining the seeds would require either politely requesting them from the Ding family head, purchasing them with silver, or, as a last resort, resorting to theft. With thievery in mind, he began to survey the surroundings, contemplating the best approach. Scattered among the brambles were blossoms about the size of teacups, their petals layered in an appealing manner. Beyond the bramble wall lay a vast expanse of paddy fields. The stalks of these rice plants were taller and thicker than usual, but the ears of rice were sparse, yielding a meager harvest. Nevertheless, the grains were larger than ordinary rice. These are spirit rice paddies. We should have another harvest this year. Throughout Anchang County, Dingjia Village boasts the highest yield and finest quality of crescent spirit rice. The three walked around the spirit fields, spanning at least 5 acres, separated by the bramble wall. There's plenty of unused land on the island. Why not plant it all with spirit rice? Er Dogzi observed, noting the wasted space overgrown with gnarled, twisted trees. You may not know, but spirit rice requires a continuous intake of spiritual energy during its growth. This area has a small aquatic spiritual vein, and a lake is used to gather the surrounding aquatic spiritual energy, which is sufficient to cultivate these few acres of spirit fields. If we planted too many spiritual crops, they would compete for the limited spiritual energy, resulting in poor growth for all. These 5 acres of spirit fields are enough to ensure the prosperity and longevity of a family. Mu Wang and his companion spoke with envy as they gazed at the spirit fields. Within Anchang County, only a few plots of spirit fields existed, controlled by a handful of prominent families, inaccessible to others. We ordinary martial artists, without good fortune, may never have the chance to taste spirit rice in our lives. Indeed, we too were fortunate enough to join Dingjia Village and enjoy spirit rice. Otherwise, we would never have had such a blessing. They continued in unison, their eyes frequently glancing at Er Dogzi's expression. However, they were once again disappointed. Was this man truly dense? Anyone else hearing such prospects would surely be filled with envy and eagerly seek their guidance. They could then, with feigned reluctance, offer some advice and introduce Er Dogzi to Dingjia Village, expecting his gratitude. Yet, Er Dogzi merely nodded perfunctorily, indicating acknowledgement and nothing more. Nevertheless, they had to fulfill the family head's instructions. Scholar Zhang, would you be interested in joining Dingjia Village like us? Becoming a retainer of Dingjia Village offers numerous benefits. Besides spirit rice, you would receive 100 taels of silver annually, ginseng root over 10 years old, 10 bolts of cotton cloth, 1 bolt of silk, 50 caddies of pork, 10 dan of ordinary rice, and 5 loads of firewood. Hearing about the numerous advantages of joining Dingjia Village was indeed tempting. Had Er Dogzi not obtained the yellow gourd, he would have accepted without hesitation. But now, with the yellow gourd in his possession and over 10 acres of ginseng planted on Serpentine Mountain, plus the gourd amp, Oppo's ability to enhance the spiritual energy of ordinary food, he saw no need to pledge allegiance to others for a mere 5 sheng of spirit rice. Seeing Er Dogzi hesitate but remain unmoved, Mu Wang and his companion continued to sweeten the deal. Furthermore, every martial artist dreams of one day sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing it into their body, and becoming an immortal cultivator. However, worldly immortal cultivation techniques have long been confiscated and destroyed. Obtaining techniques from the government is no easy feat, requiring significant merit. Even if ordinary people successfully sense spiritual energy, they lack the corresponding immortal cultivation techniques, let alone the mystical immortal spells. This time, they struck a nerve with Er Dogzi. He had searched through the Zhongwu Hall's library without finding a single immortal cultivation technique. Li Bunxian, the only one who could teach him, had left with no certainty of return. Seeing Er Dogzi finally stirred, they continued. The Ding family has produced foundation establishment cultivators in the past, so techniques and spells are naturally not lacking. Joining Dingjia village would provide an opportunity to obtain immortal cultivation techniques in the future. As you know, imperial laws prohibit the private transmission of immortal cultivation techniques. But the Ding family head, being a holder of the Jiren degree, could transmit some to his retainers without fear of reprisal. Er Dogzi was indeed tempted. He had no shortage of ginseng or money, but he lacked techniques and guidance from an expert. Have you two acquired any immortal cultivation techniques? Mu Wang and his companion fell silent once more. This man had a knack for hitting sore spots. Mu Feng could only force a smile. We haven't been here long enough, and our cultivation is insufficient. We also haven't made any significant contributions to Dingjia village, so we haven't dared to ask. However, as long as one successfully senses spiritual energy, one can still request it from Master Ding. Upon hearing this, Er Dogzi fell into contemplation, weighing his options. Since he participated in the martial arts examination, many people and factions had sought to recruit him. However, Dingjia village seemed the most sincere. The county magistrate summoned Er Dogzi, making him stand while he sat, eating and drinking while Er Dogzi watched, a table full of delicacies only allowing Er Dogzi to catch a whiff. The county clerk summoned Er Dogzi, not even allowing him to smell the food, and instead harshly reprimanded and threatened him. As for the Dao Xian sect recruitment, that was a life-risking venture, forcing one to live in the shadows. He was a dignified 7-foot man. Why should he live a life of constant secrecy? Only the Ding family head was kind and amiable, without any airs, even sharing a meal with him. Moreover, the entire Dingjia village gave him a good impression, and there was the opportunity to obtain immortal cultivation techniques. It was indeed tempting. Chapter 44. The Goose Egg. Mr. Zhang, you are welcome to visit Ding village at your convenience. We appreciate your gracious hospitality. Farewell. 2 days later, Ding Xiao and his sister, Ding Xiang, personally escorted Er Dogzi back to the main road, where they bid each other adieu. He ultimately declined to join the Ding family. His initial impressions of Ding village and its patriarch were favorable, and he wasn't averse to the idea of becoming a retainer. Reflecting on his journey, he initially sought only self-sufficiency, content with being a tenant farmer. He not only achieved this, but also acquired Snake Mouth Mountain, becoming a small landowner. Cultivating his land, having food and clothing, and occasionally indulging in pork made him feel content and fulfilled. However, to protect his land from his cousin and corrupt officials, he reluctantly pursued martial arts and scholarly titles, inadvertently embarking on the path of cultivation. Joining the Ding family for cultivation techniques would contradict his original aspirations. Even his desire to pass the military examination was solely to safeguard his smallholding. As for cultivation methods, he had already progressed to the 3rd level of Qi training with the techniques left by his master. Nevertheless, the Ding patriarch was truly magnanimous and generous, possessing the virtues of an elder. He felt somewhat ungracious for refusing the Ding family and Appo's offer and then requesting iron bramble seeds. The Ding patriarch readily agreed, gifting him a packet of seeds. He also desired some crescent spirit grain for planting, but hesitated to ask, lacking the audacity. He would have to seek it from Sima later. Er Dogzi's pace was now swift. The sun had barely begun its descent when he returned to Snake Creek village. Passing the village entrance, he noticed a lively atmosphere, adorned with decorations and white lanterns. Such elaborate displays were usually reserved for the deaths of wealthy landowners. Commoners were typically buried with minimal ceremony. Er Dogzi instinctively assumed that Huang, the former village head, had passed away. Given their past relationship, he felt obligated to offer condolences and attend the wake. As he prepared a somber expression, he arrived at Huang's residence to find him hale and hearty, basking in the sun on a large stone. "So, you haven't passed on?" Er Dogzi blurted out. "I owe my life to you, Mr. Zhang." Huang, wary of offending Er Dogzi, quickly rose and bowed. His life had been saved by Er Dogzi, who was now a respected scholar with connections to the county government. "Who in the village has passed, causing such a spectacle?" "You haven and amp, oppose." "T heard? It and amp, oppose, as your uncle." "He, how did he suddenly pass?" Er Dogzi, though estranged from his uncle, had occasionally seen his cousin. His uncle was not yet 50, lived comfortably, and appeared robust. His sudden demise was unexpected. He had been at the martial arts hall for several days and hadn't seen his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, who was likely at home tending to his father. It said he succumbed to a sudden illness. He was seen in the village the day before, full of vigor, but passed away overnight. "Alas, life is fleeting," Huang lamented, uncharacteristically devoid of schadenfreude. "These are unsettling times, especially for someone living alone on Snake Mouth Mountain. Be vigilant at night." "Thank you for the reminder." Er Dogzi bowed and proceeded towards his uncle's house. Since the man had already passed, he decided to pay his respects for the sake of Shaoyi and offer a token of condolence. He also wanted to assess the situation. His uncle's household was now the wealthiest in Snake Creek Village, wielding considerable power. The scene was bustling with activity as villagers assisted with various tasks, hoping for a free meal. The year in Oppos, drought had led to poor harvests, and Zhang Yuliang was demanding 60% of the yield, leaving many families struggling to make ends meet. Zhang Yuliang's bereavement provided an opportunity for villagers from neighboring areas to partake in free food under the guise of offering condolences, hoping to recoup some of their losses. Mourning the deceased required a somber demeanor. Regardless of their true feelings, they had to appear grief-stricken. Er Dogzi arrived to find several unfamiliar tenants weeping and wailing, feigning sorrow. The hall where pigs were once slaughtered had been transformed into a mourning hall, with a black lacquered coffin placed in the center. Zhang Yoxin and Shaoyi, dressed in mourning attire, greeted the mourners. His aunt was wailing loudly in the adjacent room, rivaling the sounds of a pig being slaughtered. Zhang Yoxin's eyes blazed with fury as he saw Er Dogzi enter. "What are you doing here? How dare you show your face? Why are you so hostile? I didn't cause your father's death. Why do you have to glare at me?" Er Dogzi retorted coldly, scanning the room for Zhang Yuliang. In the past, he had been bullied by the brothers while living under his uncle and Amp, Oppos, roof, even forced to act as their horse. But now, he no longer had to cater to their whims and would not tolerate their behavior. You, Zhang Yoxin sputtered, overwhelmed with anger, but ultimately remained silent. Shaoyi stood by the coffin, her gaze towards Er Dogzi complex, before she bit her lip and lowered her head. Er Dogzi offered incense, departed without eating, and returned to Snake Mouth Mountain. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he immediately noticed irregularities. Debris was scattered below the cliff, and the path he had blocked with boulders was partially cleared. A pile of earth and stones lay at the base, and traces of blood stained the cleared path. It was evident that something had transpired during his absence. Focusing his mind, he summoned the energies within his core and cast the wind-riding spell. His frame turned nimble. With a light leap, he started swiftly scaling the mountain. Reaching the summit, he was relieved to see the 13 geese gathered around him, wings unfurled and necks outstretched. He surveyed the summit, finding most of the ginseng intact. However, some ginseng near the goose pen had been ravaged, with the roots unearthed and consumed. It seemed further training was necessary. To raise these geese, he had been collecting unwanted ginseng leaves and using his gourd to enhance their spiritual energy before feeding them. He had also dedicated a large plot of land, sown with grass seeds and watered daily, for the geese to graze on. It seemed they had developed a taste for ginseng and were stealing it whenever he was away. After assessing the damage to the ginseng, he discovered a goose egg in the pen. Since the geese had mutated, they had ceased laying eggs. This egg was twice the size of a normal goose egg, with reddish patterns on its shell, making it appear unusual. Er Dogzi was intrigued by what kind of gosling would hatch from it. In the following days, he first restored the blocked mountain path, using massive stones weighing hundreds of pounds that would be impossible for ordinary people to move. He then planted the iron bramble seeds he had received. The Ding Patriarch had only given him 10 seeds, far short of his goal to encircle the mountain. However, he was confident in his ability to propagate the seeds and expand the planting. After watering the seeds, they sprouted on the third day. With the aid of the gourd water, they grew rapidly, changing noticeably each day. Moreover, he effortlessly plucked a stalk of cat-tooth rice in Dingjiazwang. On the mountain, he cleared a small patch of land and sowed these grains. After watering them, they sprouted the very next day. Chapter 45. 17 years old, the seeds and iron thornbush that Er Dogzi brought back from Dingjiazwang thrived under his diligent care, receiving water daily, and grew at an astonishing pace. Within a mere month, the cat's claw rice was ready for harvest. Upon tasting a single grain, he discovered it possessed a fragrance even more delightful than that of the cat's claw rice cultivated in Dingjiazwang. Additionally, the grains contained a touch more spiritual essence. Particularly, after being stored in a gourd for 3 days, not only did the flavor intensify, but the spiritual essence also became markedly richer. Surpassing the ordinary rice he had previously grown, he replanted the grains of cat's claw rice across approximately 1 mu of land, anticipating monthly harvests of around 4 do, sufficient for his own needs. In contrast, the iron thornbush he had sown at the same time grew at a much slower rate, reaching only a foot in height after over a month. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the iron thornbush to bloom and yield seeds. For Er Dogzi, the consumption of cat's claw rice was inconsequential. However, the iron thornbush held significant importance for him. He was eager to fill Shiko Mountain with this plant. Yet, impatience was futile, as the iron thornbush was diligently growing, its small branches already displaying the sharp barbs. One morning, before Er Dogzi had risen, he was awakened by the loud honking of a goose outside. Upon investigating, he found that a large goose had become ensnared by the iron thornbush, caught in a predicament. The mutated goose possessed strength comparable to a human warrior, but struggled helplessly against the wooden thorns, resulting in a painful tear of flesh. After considerable effort, Er Dogzi managed to help free the goose, albeit at the cost of some of its flesh. It seemed that in the future, he could plant some iron thorn bushes around the ginseng field. He fed the goose some grass, mixed with ginseng, and replenished the water trough. The goose had been quite productive, laying around 10 eggs, so he ensured it received ample nourishment to restore its strength. The eggshells bore crimson markings, leaving him curious about what the hatchlings would resemble. After feeding the goose, he practiced for 2 hours before collecting a large basket of red dates and riding on the back of a goose to descend Shiko Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a group of stonemasons were hard at work, and they gazed in astonishment as Er Dogzi descended from the sky atop a large white goose. The geese raised by the scholar's family were all swans, and it seemed that Scholar Zhang had likely attained the status of an immortal teacher. Among the same village, there were 2 scholars named Zhang, one benevolent, the other miserly. Hush, do not speak. If it reaches his ears, your rent will surely increase next year. Upon reaching the construction site, the stonemasons quickly stood and bowed respectfully to him. Greetings, scholar. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a moment to rest and enjoy some refreshments. Er Dogzi said as he placed the large bamboo basket on a sizable stone. The workers expressed their gratitude profusely. Recently, he had instructed Ahu to hire stonemasons to construct a large house at the foot of the mountain for temporary residence and food storage. To build a sturdy house, a solid foundation was essential, especially in this rocky area where large stones were abundant. The stones had to be chiseled into regular rectangular shapes before being laid underground, ensuring a foundation that would stand firm for centuries. Thus, even the stingiest landowners dared not treat these builders poorly, providing them with hearty meals and occasional refreshments. Er Dogzi, utilizing local resources, found an abundance of sweet red dates growing on the mountain, which the workers particularly enjoyed. Some would even discreetly tuck a few dates into their clothing to bring home for their children. Er Dogzi feigned ignorance and generously offered each worker an additional large bag of dates. The stonemasons beamed with joy, hiding the dates to ration them for their children, who eagerly awaited their return home, hoping for a taste of the sweet fruit. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the workers, Er Dogzi made his way towards Shishi village. As the year drew to a close, he still owed Old Huang won 10 taels of silver. Upon seeing him, Old Huang bowed repeatedly, calling him scholar. However, he readily accepted the large bag of silver Er Dogzi offered, inspecting each piece and weighing them carefully. Have you eaten, old Zhang? It's almost mealtime. Why not join us for lunch? Er Dogzi noticed a hint of something on Old Huang and Appo's face that suggested he had matters to discuss, so he nodded in acknowledgement. Old Huang's wife, upon hearing this, hurried to the kitchen with several concubines, bustling about for quite some time. Finally, they brought forth a feast consisting of a whole roasted chicken, braised pork, fried eggs, and a whole fish, totaling 4 dishes. Why such an abundance of food? It's not even a new year, Er Dogzi mused, recalling the first meal he had at Old Huang's house that spring, where he had devoured 3 large bowls of rice accompanied by stir-fried radish and fatty pork. They were a modest household, and he was grateful for any decent dishes prepared for him. Meanwhile, Old Huang, despite the spread before them, felt somewhat embarrassed. Time had changed everything. Er Dogzi was no longer the destitute youth he once was. During the meal, Old Huang produced a jar of aged wine he had been saving for years. When the jar was opened, the fragrant aroma of wine filled the air. However, Er Dogzi had never developed a taste for alcohol, having found it to be more trouble than it was worth compared to honey water. He took a small sip from a large bowl of wine, but quickly set it aside. As the meal neared its conclusion, Old Huang seemed to have gathered his thoughts before finally speaking. Scholar, I wish to ask you for a favor. What is it? Er Dogzi, having anticipated that Old Huang had a request, was not surprised. I would like my young child to learn martial arts. Could you assist in recommending him to the Zhengwu Hall? Upon realizing the nature of the request, Er Dogzi contemplated it. As an instructor at Zhengwu Hall, he indeed had the capacity to assist. I cannot provide an immediate answer, but during my next visit to Zhengwu Hall, I can inquire with Master Sima. Old Huang was a decent man who had helped Er Dogzi on several occasions. Thus, extending a favor in return seemed reasonable. However, Er Dogzi was aware that as a mere beneficiary, he should not take liberties in recommending individuals without Master Sima's consent. Thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to our Huang family. Mansong, come and bow to the scholar. Old Huang's wife urged their son to express his gratitude, prompting them to come forward and bow to Er Dogzi. Having received their gratitude, Er Dogzi felt compelled to show further goodwill, promising to inquire on their behalf during his next visit to the city, though it would likely be after the new year. He had borrowed a substantial number of books from Zhengwu Hall, sufficient to keep him engaged in learning for a considerable time. 4 months later, spring returned once again, and Er Dogzi had now turned 17. Swish, swish, swish. Atop Shiko Mountain, Er Dogzi wielded a 150-pound sword with remarkable grace, moving it with an agility that belied its weight. Within a month, he had mastered the wind spirit sword technique. The text had claimed that achieving mastery required over a decade of rigorous training, which seemed an exaggeration. It stated that the technique favored lighter swords of 3 to 5 pounds for optimal execution. Lacking such a delicate weapon, Er Dogzi practiced with a heavier sword, relying on his own physical strength, finding the task manageable. After mastering the wind spirit sword technique, he spent an additional 20 days perfecting a form of boxing. Subsequently, he practiced various martial arts, and the time required for mastery diminished significantly. From over 20 days, it reduced to merely a few days. And now, he could grasp an entire martial arts manual in just 2 or 3 days. This astonishing pace truly astonished him. These techniques were far from commonplace. As far as he knew, many at the Zhengwu Hall had been training for several years, even a decade or more. Reflecting on this, he surmised that his foundational cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi training made it relatively effortless to learn these ordinary martial arts. Furthermore, with the enhancement of his celestial cultivation, the power of these techniques was exponentially amplified in his hands. Once he mastered all the borrowed martial arts, he gradually lost interest in the dazzling array of techniques. Employing so many complicated maneuvers seemed less effective than a simple sword strike, efficient and straightforward. Perhaps this is what the texts refer to as the simplicity of the great path. Thus, in the end, he returned to the fundamentals of swordsmanship, practicing basic movements such as thrusts, slashes, and cuts daily. In addition to tending to his fields, his daily routine now comprised cultivation and reading. He had borrowed over a dozen books from the Zhongwu Hall and Appo's library, 6 of which were martial arts manuals. The remaining volumes covered topics such as agronomy, military strategy, and medicine. Military strategy was essential for the martial examination, and, as a genuine farmer, he had no choice but to study agronomy. He cultivated a mountain of medicinal herbs, and as he progressed in his training, he would inevitably engage with these herbs, necessitating an early grasp of pertinent medical knowledge. Moreover, historically, the realms of medicine and martial arts have been intertwined. Most martial artists possess some understanding of medicinal principles. Among the medical texts he borrowed were Binxiao Lu and Shenghui Fang. Binxiao Lu documented 800 types of medicinal herbs, encompassing those that soar through the skies, grow from the earth, or swim in the waters, essentially all that could serve medicinal purposes. Each herb and Appo's identification, properties, and growth or production environment were meticulously detailed. In the final pages of the book, a small classification titled Spirit Herbs was included. It chronicled merely 20 or so spirit herbs, most of which he had never heard of. Only the century-old ginseng was classified as a spirit herb. The text stated that while ginseng under 100 years also contained spiritual energy, it lacked sufficient potency and was deemed a common item. In contrast, century-old ginseng, rich in spiritual energy, underwent a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing its medicinal properties, thus qualifying as a spirit herb. As for those aged 300 to 500 years, or even 1,000 years, they existed only in legend, elusive and unattainable. Besides ginseng, the spirit herb category included several common medicinal plants, such as reishi, Rhizoma polygonati, and sanchi. If these herbs could grow for a century, they too could undergo a transformative change to become spirit herbs. As for the remaining 20 or so spirit herbs, he had neither heard of nor seen them before. Shenghui Fang, on the other hand, contained various formulations for medicinal herbs, comprising over 1,000 recipes. By combining herbs based on their properties, a myriad of effects could be achieved. Some combinations enhanced the original potency of the herbs, while others counteracted and eliminated toxic side effects. Certain combinations could even completely reverse the properties of the herbs, transforming toxic substances into potent remedies or converting harmless herbs into deadly poisons. The efficacy of these concoctions was thus incredibly diverse, with the book detailing over 1,000 formulations, including decoctions, tinctures, pastes, powders, elixirs, and pills. However, most were intended for common ailments such as headaches, fevers, coughs in children, and infertility, with only a handful suitable for martial artists, addressing issues like injuries, strengthening bones, and replenishing energy in blood. He discovered the recipe for the Peiyuan Gubenwan, a pill available solely at Hong and Appo's, an hall in the county town, priced at an exorbitant 10 taels of silver per pill, yet still in high demand. The recipe included 5 taels of ginseng aged over 50 years, 4 taels of Ophiophagon, 2 taels of Schisandra, 2 taels of Cistanche, and 8 taels of Rehmannia, all ground into a fine powder, sifted, and then combined with honey to form thumb-sized pills. While ginseng was somewhat scarce, the remaining herbs were relatively easy to procure. He planned to gather these herbs during his next trip to the county town and concoct some Peiyuan Gubenwan for himself. Although his current ginseng was slightly lacking in age, the ginseng from Shiko Mountain, from the earliest batch planted, had barely reached 30 years of age. Previously, he had not harvested much. Recently, he had fed a considerable amount of 10-year-old ginseng to his 13 large geese to aid in their breeding. To ensure the flock's health, he had to feed them a batch of ginseng daily. The geese were now gradually laying eggs, which were significantly larger than ordinary goose eggs and bore red streaks on their shells. With a large quantity of ginseng utilized, 31 eggs had accumulated in the goose pen, and several female geese had begun to incubate the eggs. The male stood guard outside the pen, vigilant and unwavering. Initially, he intended to visit the county town to return the books to Zhongwu Hall and inquire about Huang Laokai and Appo's affairs. However, upon witnessing the geese and Appo's anxious demeanor, he decided to remain on the mountain to protect them. It took a full 2 months before he saw the goslings hatch, a notably longer period than the typical incubation time for domestic geese. The newly hatched goslings, apart from their larger size, bore no distinction from normal goslings, their bodies clad in soft yellow down with yellow beaks. Unfortunately, there was a slight issue. These goslings exhibited a peculiar fastidiousness. When presented with ordinary, non-spiritual tender leaves, they ignored them completely, preferring to go hungry rather than settle for anything less. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the goslings' whims, storing the tender leaves in a gourd to enhance their spiritual energy before feeding them to the goslings. Despite their finicky eating habits, these young geese were growing at a sluggish pace, consuming without gaining size. Fortunately, though small, they were quite nimble, making it difficult for an ordinary person to catch them. Seeing this, he felt slightly reassured, packed some belongings, and under the cover of night, quietly descended the mountain towards the county town. Chapter 46. Er Dogzi had resided in the mountains for several months, and now the season for spring plowing had arrived. Last winter, there was no snowfall, and until now, not a single drop of rain had fallen. As he walked along the rural path in the evening, he noticed that the streets were bustling with people, hardly less than during the day. However, everyone was in a hurry, paying little attention to Er Dogzi, as long as he did not compete with them for water sources. Even the mightiest of beings would garner little interest from the crowd. Many who lived farther from the water source had to carry water on their shoulders, pouring it into their own fields. Yet the owners of the water sources would surely object. In these times, seizing water was akin to stealing food. Along his journey, Er Dogzi had already witnessed more than 10 altercations over water rights. He could only feel fortunate that his 50 acres of land were near a spring at Chico Mountain, which held a significant advantage in this year of calamity. Furthermore, the spring at Chico Mountain continued to flow as it had in years past, unaffected by the drought. After walking through the night, he arrived in the county town just as dawn was breaking. His first stop was Huichun Hall, where he brought a large sack of powerful pills to sell to Sima E. Upon entering Huichun Hall, he found the business thriving, with numerous people lined up. Er Dogzi found a small stool to sit on while he waited, but as soon as he sat down, the stool collapsed beneath him with a loud crack. Weighing over 100 pounds himself, coupled with the additional 150 pounds of the sword on his back, it was no wonder the stool could not withstand him. This sudden noise startled the patients in the shop, some of whom whispered to one another, recognizing him as the legendary Zhang Xiaocai, the man who had once sent an examiner flying with a single stroke of his sword. How amusing, they chuckled, recalling the exam hall incident that had left him indebted by 200 taels of silver. Er Dogzi, with his keen senses, caught snippets of their hushed conversations. He had not anticipated that he had gained a modest reputation in the county. Even after all this time, tales of his exploits were still circulating. Though he feigned ignorance to their idle chatter, he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment at the mention of his name. He cautiously sought another sturdy stool and, relieved, found it held his weight. After a brief wait, Sima E finished attending to a patient and approached him. To maintain discretion, Sima E led Er Dogzi into a room in the back courtyard. "You seem to be thriving in business," Er Dogzi remarked, yet Sima E and Appo's expression remained solemn, accompanied by a deep sigh. "As long as I don't incur losses, I consider it a success. Most of my patients suffer from poverty-related illnesses. One cannot expect to profit from their plight. My medicines only treat the symptoms, not the root causes. If they could have a few hearty meals or some pork, many of these ailments would heal on their own." Er Dogzi understood the gravity of Sima E and Appo's words. This year, due to the drought, many were tightening their belts. Though they were not starving, their health had deteriorated, leaving them vulnerable to various ailments. Sima E, possessing a compassionate heart, often sold his medicines at cost or for a meager profit to aid the impoverished. At times, his empathy led him to forego payment altogether. With such reasonable prices and a benevolent heart, Huichun Hall and Appo's business flourished, though it did not translate into profit. Er Dogzi felt that Sima E.'s disposition, which could not bear to witness the suffering of others, was ill-suited for the profession of a physician. Over the years, he had seen Sima E transform from a spirited youth into a more reserved man. showing signs of premature gray hair despite being in his 20s. However, with Sima E.'s character, Er Dogzi felt assured that their dealings would remain trustworthy. In his youth, he had been unaware of the dangers of trading rare spiritual items. But with a deeper understanding of martial practitioners, he recognized the risks involved. Fortunately, he had encountered someone like Sima E back then. Nevertheless, considering the crowded nature of Huichun Hall, he resolved to return at night for his next visit. Shall I exchange the entire 328 taels for Peiyuan Guban pills? Sima E asked casually after counting the powerful pills. Er Dogzi had grown accustomed to this routine of exchanging all the powerful pills for Peiyuan Guban pills. This time, however, I'd like you to procure a batch of medicinal herbs first, and with the remaining silver, I will buy the Peiyuan Guban pills. This time, Er Dogzi presented a list of herbs. Are you attempting to concoct Peiyuan Guban pills? Sima E inquired, having deduced Er Dogzi's intentions from a list. The recipe for Peiyuan Guban pills was not a secret. Many were familiar with it, though they lacked sufficient aged ginseng. Sima E happened to have several elder ginseng roots and some meat cistanche, intending to experiment with the concoction. Er Dogzi explained casually, and Sima E did not press further. After leaving the list of herbs with Sima E, Er Dogzi made his way to Zhengwutang. He returned the books he had borrowed previously and spent half a day in the library, checking out a dozen new volumes. He had come to appreciate the joy of reading. Ink, paper, and writing utensils were costly, and each book represented a significant investment. The knowledge preserved in written form was a distillation of the experiences of those who came before. With this opportunity to learn from the past, he was determined to seize it. He then sought out Deputy Hall Master Sima Hong to inquire about the recommendation of students, which Sima Hong readily agreed to. With all matters settled, Er Dogzi stayed in the county for just a day before returning to Shiko Mountain through the night. As he passed the Anshang River, he noticed the water level had significantly dropped. If this drought continued, the river might soon run dry. Should the drought persist for years, there would be no drinking water left. He needed to stockpile some in advance for unforeseen circumstances. Finding a secluded spot, he produced the yellow gourd. As he concentrated, the gourd visibly expanded before his eyes, transforming from the size of a rusty needle to over 3 meters tall. He submerged the enormous gourd in the river, and as the current swirled, it began to fill. After 2 hours of standing by the river, watching the water level drop downstream, the gourd still had not filled. If he continued to draw water, he had no idea how much it would take to fill the gourd completely. After years of effort, he still had not determined its maximum capacity. As dawn broke, he reduced the gourd back to the size of a rusty needle, which he then tucked into his ear, resembling an unassuming earring. Upon returning to Shishi village, he wrote a letter of recommendation for Huang Laokai, which would allow him to study at Zhengwutang. Naturally, Huang Laokai and his family expressed their immense gratitude to Er Dogzi. When Er Dogzi reached the base of Shiko Mountain, the stone foundation for the house had been completed, and a head mason awaited him. Master Zhang, the foundation for the house is finished, and the stone mill and pestle you requested are ready, the craftsman said, gesturing to the 2 oversized stone implements behind him, astonished. Such massive stone mills could not be moved even by 2 donkeys. He wondered which beast of burden Master Shiotsai intended to employ. Er Dogzi inspected the foundation and stone implements and promptly settled the craftsman's wages. Taking the bag of silver, the craftsman sighed in relief. Settling accounts with landowners was often the most arduous part of the job. Often, after laboring diligently for half a year, when it comes time for settlement, one finds oneself subjected to nitpicking, as if searching for bones in an egg, unearthing various excuses to withhold payment. However, Master Zhang did not withhold a single coin and even bestowed a few extra pieces of silver. Thank you, Master Zhang. No need for formality. We may seek your assistance again next year. As Er Dogzi spoke, he hoisted the enormous grinding stone and leaped towards Snake Mouth Mountain. The foreman, who had not yet departed, was so taken aback by this spectacle that he knelt down, exclaiming praises for the celestial master's extraordinary powers. Er Dogzi, unfazed by the presence of common folk, noted that even the county magistrate occasionally displayed his mystical abilities to the populace. Thus, the entire county was aware of the magistrate's remarkable prowess. Upon transporting the stone mill and mortar to the mountaintop and setting them up, he tested the grinding stone with a gentle push, finding it satisfactory and not overly strenuous. The stone mortar was essential for husking rice, as his previous set was too diminutive and inefficient. The stone mill also greatly facilitated the grinding of rice and medicinal herbs. He possessed a considerable stock of grain. However, processing it into potent pills was quite time-consuming. With daily commitments to study, cultivate, and tend to the fields, he often took a lengthy interval before selling a stone. Consequently, he had failed to adhere to his original plan of consuming a nourishing pill each day. As his strength escalated, the need to refine an increasing amount of spiritual energy became imperative. To sustain the rapid growth of his power, enhancing his efficiency in pill production was essential. Chapter 47. Cultivation. Er Dogzi returned to the mountain and began to experiment with the medicinal herbs he had purchased. Currently, apart from a 50-year-old ginseng, he had prepared all other necessary ingredients. He placed these herbs into a stone mill, grinding them into an extremely fine powder, which he stored in a large jar for later use. As for the primary ingredient, ginseng, he had prepared two varieties, one aged 20 years and the other 30 years. Although neither had reached the 50-year mark, his gourd could enhance the potency of the medicine. He intended to use both types of ginseng to concoct the gourd pills, subsequently comparing them with the purchased pills. The method of pill making was rather simple. It required mixing the powdered herbs in the correct proportions, adding refined honey, and then rolling them into pills by hand. For the first batch, he made only a few dozen of each type, allowing them to dry before storing them in the gourd for 3 days. Upon comparison, the pills made from the 20-year-old ginseng, after enhancement, could entirely match the efficacy of the authentic gourd pills. Meanwhile, the pills crafted from the 30-year-old ginseng proved to be even more potent than the genuine ones. However, the most effective remained those authentic gourd pills procured with Sima Yi's assistance, as they were made with genuine 50-year-old ginseng. After enhancement, their effects far surpassed those created from the 20 or 30-year-old ginseng. From this comparison, Er Dogzi concluded that for future sales, he could use the 20-year-old ginseng to produce gourd pills. For personal use, under optimal conditions, the more potent the ginseng, the better. Ideally, he would continue to purchase authentic gourd pills from Sima Yi and consume them after enhancement with his gourd. In the days that followed, Er Dogzi diligently continued his cultivation, studying, farming, and tending to his geese. His flock thrived, resulting in the hatching of 35 goslings. Time passed, and 3 months later, he felt that the true energy in his dantian had accumulated to the point of causing a slight bulge in his abdomen. The sensation was akin to that of a woman in pregnancy. One day, after consuming a gourd pill, the true energy surged within him, breaking free from the dantian, traveling along the governor vessel, and breaking through several major acupoints, culminating at the crown of his head. A resounding boom echoed in his mind, as if a firecracker had exploded within, creating a vast space. He distinctly sensed that this space, though small, perhaps only an inch in size, contained a remarkable substance that was invisible and intangible, yet he could feel its presence. According to the texts, this experience indicated that he had successfully opened his upper dantian. The human body possesses 3 dantians, the lower dantian located 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian at the center of the chest, and the upper dantian, also known as the Niwen Palace, situated within the skull, extending vertically from the center of the forehead. The enigmatic substance stored in the upper dantian was likely what the text referred to as spiritual consciousness. Because it harbored this spiritual consciousness, practitioners of cultivation often referred to it as the sea of consciousness. After calming his excitement, he attempted to manipulate the small cluster of this marvelous substance in the upper dantian. From the moment it was born, this cluster of spiritual consciousness had intertwined with his mental awareness. In essence, spiritual consciousness was the product of a qualitative transformation of enhanced mental awareness, moving freely like thought itself. With a mere flicker of thought, a surge of spiritual consciousness flowed from the sea of consciousness, enveloping a radius of about 10 feet. when encountering various obstacles. It effortlessly penetrated through, transforming from the formless into the tangible, easily overcoming layer upon layer of barriers. Wherever the spiritual consciousness reached, it could perceive even the most minute details. Areas previously obscured from his sight, including his internal organs or even behind a wall, were rendered transparent in his perception. With this newfound ability, he could clearly observe the ginseng extending its roots within the soil, absorbing tiny orbs of spiritual energy. Now endowed with spiritual consciousness, his primary focus was on the yellow gourd in his hand. As he held the gourd, he directed his consciousness towards it. To his surprise, with a mere thought, the yellow gourd vanished from his grasp, reappearing within his upper Dantian sea of consciousness. Moments later, it returned to his hand, revealing that this treasure could indeed traverse into his sea of consciousness. This discovery meant he could conceal the gourd within the sea of consciousness, alleviating concerns of it being discovered by others. He then probed into the gourd's opening with his spiritual consciousness. This time, the experience was markedly different from his previous observations with the naked eye. When he had previously opened the lid, all he saw was a vast expanse of white, devoid of clarity. Now, however, as he entered with his spiritual consciousness, the interior remained shrouded in a white mist, yet amidst this chaos floated numerous tiny points of light. These points appeared minuscule, akin to stars in the night sky, brilliant yet gentle on the eyes. Inside the gourd's realm, apart from the chaos, there were these small luminous points. He could not discern the multitude of items he had collected, particularly the substantial amount of water, which should have accumulated to the size of a small lake. As this thought crossed his mind, his spiritual consciousness was drawn toward one of the light points. Upon entering, he discovered that this tiny point contained a large mass of water, where all the collected water had gathered, floating amidst the chaos. As he explored freely within the water, he was astonished to find fish swimming about, likely accidentally gathered during his previous water-filling activities. He realized that his gourd not only served to store items, but could also sustain fish, eliminating the need for future purchases. At that moment, cradling the gourd in his hand, he silently commanded, "Fish." The fish that had been swimming moments before materialized in his palm, lively and eager to escape. He then returned the fish to the gourd, where it reappeared in the water. Subsequently, he examined each of the light points within the gourd, confirming that they contained all the items he had collected. After several attempts, he discovered that these light points could merge or separate at will. For instance, he could divide the water into 2 or 3 separate points, or consolidate several scattered items into a single point. With this revelation, he realized that using spiritual consciousness to inspect the gourd's contents or to manage the items would become significantly more convenient. Furthermore, the ability to conceal the gourd within his sea of consciousness meant he would never again need to worry about it being discovered. Er Dogzi played with the gourd and his spiritual consciousness for quite some time, finally mastering its functionalities before placing it within the sea of consciousness. At this moment, he had progressed from the 3rd level of Qi training to the 4th. In addition to successfully opening the sea of consciousness, his magical prowess had greatly increased. He also recalled the immortal spells left by his master before departing. Previously, he had lacked the necessary cultivation level to practice them, having only succeeded in mastering the wind control technique. He had not learned any of the other spells, compounded by the urgency of preparing for the martial scholar examination. Now that his cultivation had advanced, he could take the time to explore and practice them. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the manual left by his master and began to peruse its contents. The spells included sword control technique, fireball technique, rejuvenation technique, wood spike technique, binding technique, water arrow technique, earth shield technique, and talisman technique. Among them, he had already mastered the wind control technique, which had proven immensely beneficial. As he skimmed through the spells, he recognized that his current understanding of the immortal path allowed him to grasp the general concepts. The sword control technique required a flying sword as a magical tool, but the heavy sword in his possession could not take flight. The talisman technique similarly necessitated specialized talisman paper, akin to that used by Daoxian sect, to activate its capabilities. The Qi observation technique required the possession of spiritual consciousness and demanded reaching at least the fourth level of Qi training to develop the upper dantian and acquire spiritual consciousness to practice. The binding technique necessitated the use of seeds from spiritual wood or plants to be effective, excluding the various spells for which he lacked the necessary conditions. Er Dogzi decided to first focus on the Qi observation technique for comprehension and practice. Wang Qi technique, a subtle art that employs one's spiritual consciousness to perceive the essence and aura of life, is noted in texts for its ability to discern the strength of martial artists and cultivators. Strictly speaking, Wang Qi is not a spell, but rather a skillful application of spiritual awareness. Having opened his sea of consciousness and cultivated this technique, he swiftly mastered it within a mere fortnight. Upon achieving proficiency, he attempted to channel his awareness to observe his surroundings. Every living creature emitted a unique aura, varying in intensity. Within the expanse of Shiko Mountain, the strongest presence emanated from Er Dogzi, followed by the large goose and the smaller one. Even the tiniest ants exuded a faint aura, nearly imperceptible. This newfound ability promised greater safety in his ventures. However, the efficacy of the Wang Qi technique is heavily contingent upon the strength of his spiritual consciousness. Currently, his awareness could only extend about 10 feet, beyond which the clarity of his observations diminished rapidly. Subsequently, he turned his focus to the fireball technique, which required a lengthier period of cultivation, over a month. At this moment, his inner vital energy coursed through his body in a unique manner, manifesting a fireball the size of a thumb at his fingertips. The flames danced unpredictably, radiating intense heat. As Er Dogzi cautiously controlled the fire to avoid self-inflicted harm. In practice, he had already scorched several garments, singed most of his eyebrows and hair, and he was determined to preserve the last remaining eyebrow. Finally, the fireball, resembling a tipsy entity, floated forward for a brief moment before settling upon a large rock 2 yards away. With a sudden whoosh, flames erupted upon contact, igniting a fierce blaze. After several breaths, the fire gradually extinguished. Upon inspection, he discovered that the surface of the stone had melted, resembling glass. Had the fireball struck a human head, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Nevertheless, the casting speed was too slow, requiring numerous cycles of vital energy before he could unleash the fireball, taking at least several breaths. In the heat of battle, such a duration would be fatal, as even if he possessed 9 heads, he would be swiftly dispatched. The feeble fireball, despite its potential against incapacitated foes, proved ineffective against agile opponents like Er Dogzi himself. After all, one cannot expect an adversary to remain still, complying with his every move. This realization struck him years ago when confronting a cloaked figure on Shiko Mountain, where he failed to land a single blow despite numerous attempts, due to the enemy's evasiveness. In conclusion, this technique seemed rather superfluous, offering little utility beyond igniting a fire in the wilderness. However, with continued practice and advancement, he anticipated improvements in its effectiveness. Following this, he dedicated over a month to mastering the water arrow technique, which, like the fireball technique, possessed formidable power yet suffered from similar drawbacks, being too slow to cast and inferior to his swordsmanship. Additionally, with a limited reservoir of vital energy within him, he could only execute 3 spells consecutively before depleting his reserves. Thus, he held no lofty expectations for magic. Why resort to casting when a sword could effectively dispatch an enemy? Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to continue cultivating the remaining techniques, taking his time to practice at a leisurely pace. In the following weeks, aside from the binding technique, he successfully mastered several other spells. The binding technique required the use of plant seeds, into which he infused his vital energy to stimulate rapid growth for ensnaring foes. Lacking the necessary seeds, he remained undeterred, experimenting with mung beans, soybeans, morning glory seeds, and kudzu seeds. However, ordinary seeds could not withstand the infusion of vital energy, resulting in their explosion. It appeared that only special seeds would suffice. Perhaps in the future, he could test the seeds of the iron thorn, as their numerous thorns and barbs would be ideal for entangling enemies. The 10 iron thorn plants he had initially sown thrived under daily watering, now flourishing into 10 large clusters. The thorns, adorned with vicious barbs, appeared menacing enough to deter even the most troublesome geese. Recently, they had begun to bloom, although it remained uncertain how long it would take for them to bear fruit. At the current growth rate, it would take many years to cultivate a substantial number of iron thorns to encircle the entirety of Shiko Mountain. Recalling agricultural texts that mentioned many trees could be propagated through cuttings, he decided to experiment. Armed with a machete, he attempted to sever some branches for this purpose. However, the blade met resistance akin to cutting through resilient sinew or steel wire, proving ineffective. Instead, he ended up with several thorns embedded in his flesh, leaving him in a predicament. After much careful effort, he finally extracted the thorns, though his arm was left bloodied. Frustrated, Er Dogzi refused to be outdone by a mere thorn bush. Drawing forth his heavy sword, he stood at a distance and brought it crashing down, successfully cleaving off half of a cluster of iron thorns. He then gathered the severed portion, carefully dividing it into several 3-inch-long cuttings. He prepared a small patch of soil, diligently inserting the cuttings and watering them with gourd water. In total, he had 48 cuttings. The following day, the cuttings remained alive. By the third day, tender shoots began to sprout from the nodes. On the fourth day, tiny roots emerged from the bases. It appeared they had taken root. Subsequently, he cut portions from the remaining clusters of iron thorns for further propagation. A month later, he had successfully cultivated over 500 young iron thorn seedlings. With this quantity, he was finally able to plant them in several strategic locations on the mountain. Chapter 48, Elixirs at Dawn. Er Dogzi finished watering the fields and casually tossed a locust to the flock of geese. Perhaps due to the drought, the locust population was unusually high this year. Even in autumn, they were still abundant. Fortunately, the geese relished locusts, and most of those flying up Snake Mouth Mountain ended up in their bellies. After months of nurturing, the brood of goslings had grown robust, their white feathers interspersed with streaks of crimson, lending them an even more resplendent appearance. The goslings were taller and stronger than their parents, capable of flying a mile or two while carrying Er Dogzi. After feeding the geese, Er Dogzi rode one down from Snake Mouth Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the house he desired had been completed. It wasn't an Oppos, T particularly large, consisting of only 3 rooms with a stone foundation, blue bricks, and blue tiles. These materials had been transported by hired laborers from over 20 miles away. Fortunately, amidst the calamity of the year, labor was inexpensive. For every 10 bricks carried, 1 liter of rice could be exchanged. An adult could transport 10 blue bricks in a single trip of 50 miles and earn enough rice for a day's sustenance, sufficient to support several mouths. Such work attracted many. Even young children aged 5 or 6 participated. Er Dogzi entered the house through the large door. In one room, he stored several dozens of stones of rice, the yield from last year's rentals. Another room contained some red dates and persimmon cakes. As the date and persimmon trees on the mountain bore fruit abundantly with adequate watering, he had not stored these grains in gourds, as he often required such common foodstuffs. The third room remained vacant, furnished with a wooden table and 4 benches. Er Dogzi had not lingered long in his new abode when Ahu arrived. "Master, there has been no harvest this year. May I request a reduction in the rent?" Ahu spoke with a hint of trepidation, mindful of how Zhang Yuliang had set a precedent by demanding full rent despite the drought. However, given the hardships everyone faced, he allowed tenants to sign IOUs, promising repayment in bountiful years. Er Dogzi was generally benevolent towards his tenants, embodying a sense of fairness reminiscent of Huang Lao Kai. Ahu was not being greedy. Even in prosperous years, tenants struggled to survive without accumulating savings. Incurring such a substantial debt could take generations to repay. How much grain was harvested this year? Er Dogzi inquired. Including my own moo, a total of 51 acres yielded 73 stones of rice, Ahu replied. As the 50 acres at the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain, near a water source, had not suffered complete failure, allowing for some recovery of seed costs. Has there been any tax relief from the government? Er Dogzi pressed. The government has issued a decree, Household taxes, head taxes, and sunshine taxes must all be paid. However, considering the disastrous year, payment can be deferred for 2 years, Ahu explained, growing more anxious as he noted Er Dogzi and Amp. Oppo's expression. If the government offered no tax relief, how could he expect a landlord to waive rent? Er Dogzi fell silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his expression troubled. The annual rent amounted to 100 stones of grain, sufficient for his sustenance for over a decade. At current grain prices, that could be exchanged for at least 20 pills of Payuan Gubin, coveted by many warriors who would fight fiercely for such, having grown up scavenging for scraps. He lacked the benevolence of Sima. He lived meticulously, feeling extravagant for indulging in a meat bun and mending his torn trousers and his shorts for 3 more years of wear. Forgiving the entire 100 stones of rent would be a painful sacrifice. Yet witnessing Ahu and Oppo's cautious demeanor softened his heart. He began calculating. From 73 stones of grain harvested, 5 to 6 stones would be required for seed, and after deducting various taxes, around 20 stones might remain, barely sustaining Ahu's family. If he took all 73 stones, Er Dogzi's thoughts spiraled into turmoil, caught between compassion and heartache. Very well, I shall waive this year's rent. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Ahu prostrated on the ground, repeatedly bowing, heedless of the blood from his forehead. Thank you, master. You are so benevolent. Rise. This year has been tough for everyone. If we endure this year, we shall hope for rain next year, Er Dogzi replied, handing Ahu a bag of red dates. Take these home to comfort your child. Your little one is about 5, right? He has worked hard with you all year. He will grow to be an adept farmer. With gratitude, Ahu left, clutching the bag of dates. Er Dogzi remained seated on the bench for a moment, lost in thought before locking the door and stepping outside. Having spent much of the last 6 months in seclusion on the mountain, he had not ventured out often. The various herbs he had purchased last time had all been consumed in creating Payuan Gubin pills. As his cultivation deepened, his demand for spiritual energy increased, rendering the pills and Oppo's effects increasingly negligible. After all, Payuan Gubin pills were mere ordinary herbs, not classified as spiritual medicines. He recalled reading in the essays on cultivation in the Great Zhou about certain alchemists capable of refining spiritual herbs into miraculous elixirs. However, the government strictly regulated alchemical practices. Only regional authorities could establish dedicated alchemical institutions. Such techniques had to remain confidential, with severe punishments for any leaks. The government collected herbs and organized alchemists to produce elixirs, distributing them for sale or as rewards for merit. Consequently, elixirs were exceedingly expensive, often unavailable even with wealth. At least in the county town, he had yet to encounter a place selling elixirs. Perhaps he could inquire with Sima during his visit. As Er Dogzi walked along the official road, he noticed an increase in beggars and refugees compared to before. Typically, tenants would not resort to becoming refugees unless they were utterly destitute. Refugees were those who could no longer survive and resorted to desperate measures, regarded by the government as no different from bandits. He observed a refugee lying by the roadside, barely clinging to life, as several others carried him away. He could only guess their intentions. He had heard many tales of such grim actions. To survive, refugees were capable of anything. With winter approaching, it was likely that, if the drought persisted, the number of refugees would increase. Upon entering the city, he made his way to Huichun Hall and found Sima engrossed in brewing a large pot of porridge at the pharmacy and Oppo's entrance, serving a queue of ragged individuals. Given the crowded and chaotic scene, Er Dogzi chose not to enter Huichun Hall and instead wandered elsewhere, planning to return in the evening. At the market, he noted that grain prices had soared to 51 per liter, with a stone now costing 5 taels of silver, a significant increase compared to previous years. In contrast, the price of people had dropped considerably. A child around 8 years old could be purchased for just a dough of rice, whereas in previous years, such a child would have commanded several taels, and a pretty one could fetch as much as 20 taels. Now, a girl of 15 or 16, capable of bearing children and working in the fields, could be taken for merely 2 stones of grain. Furthermore, Women who had already given birth could be rented out to other families for just 2 of grain a year. Reflecting on the 100 stones of rent he had forgiven Ahu today, valued at 500 taels of silver, he realized he could have acquired 50 wives instead, which stung his heart a bit. Essentially, he had waved away the equivalent of 50 potential wives. At that moment, he spotted a scarred-faced man accompanied by several subordinates, who proceeded to purchase over 20 individuals at the market in one breath. Both men and women were included, predominantly in their teens and 20s. Curious, Er Dogzi employed his ability to sense the aura and discovered that the man possessed a formidable internal breath, indicating at least a cultivation level of the 3rd tier of chi refinement. The scarred-faced man appeared to be in his 30s, yet he had already achieved such a level of cultivation, rendering him a prodigy within the entirety of Anshan County. As for Er Dogzi, at just 17 years of age and at the 4th tier of chi refinement, his case was indeed exceptional. After all, he consumed an abundance of nourishing foods daily and was somewhat self-aware. This scarred individual was undoubtedly a master among cultivators. One wondered what purpose he had in acquiring such a large number of people. However, such matters were of no concern to Er Dogzi, who had no inclination to pry into others' affairs. After wandering until dusk, he purchased 2 meat buns from a bowsy stall for dinner. Typically, he would buy 10, but considering his loss of 100 stones of grain that day, he opted to eat fewer buns. As he walked and munched, he approached the rejuvenation hall and noted its newfound tranquility, prompting him to step inside. Chapter 49. Scarred Face After a Long Day of Toil. Sima finally found a moment's respite in the evening. Upon seeing Er Dogzi arrive, he languidly reclined in his chair, unwilling to rise. How many strength-enhancing pills did you bring today? Count them yourself, Ashan and Appos, to get up. Are you experiencing kidney deficiency? I read somewhere that having white hair and a sore waist signifies such a condition. Perhaps you should consider consuming some meat tonifying herbs? Er Dogzi, having recently perused some medical texts, inquired earnestly. My kidneys have never been weak, Sima replied dismissively, not wishing to push the matter further. Er Dogzi lowered his head to begin tallying the number of strength-enhancing pills in the sack. He had discovered that since acquiring his spiritual awareness, the process was no longer tedious. A mere sweep of his consciousness through the sack revealed the total count in an instant. 6,530 pills. Ah, you've attained spiritual awareness? Sima immediately deduced the reason for Er Dogzi's state. Though he himself did not cultivate, he was well-versed in the knowledge of cultivation due to the many practitioners within the Sima family. I just broke through recently. Er Dogzi nodded, revealing no secrets. At your current level, you could attempt the Martial Scholar examination next year. If successful, you would become the youngest scholar in the entire Sanyan County. Sima straightened in his chair, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Perhaps I should wait a few years before attempting the exam, Er Dogzi replied. Already holding the title of Martial Scholar, he was exempt from taxes and no longer had to endure the indignities imposed by the constables. The urgency to pursue the Martial Scholar title was minimal. Being the youngest scholar would draw too much attention, a sensation he would find quite uncomfortable. If anyone were to take issue with him, pursuing his master's alleged transmission of forbidden techniques, he would be in dire straits. Have you begun to lack ambition as well? Sima smirked, his lips curling in a knowing smile. I never aimed for high office. I merely seek enough to eat and the peace to cultivate my land on the mountain. Well then, you are even less ambitious than I, Sima remarked, feeling a sense of camaraderie. By the way, should we exchange the strength-enhancing pills for the foundational tonifying pills, or should we consider something else? I wanted to inquire if you have a way to obtain elixirs. Er Dogzi recalled reading about elixirs and thought perhaps Sima could procure some. Elixirs? Sima furrowed his brow, contemplating. That presents some difficulty. In the Zhou dynasty, the alchemy trade is strictly regulated by the government. They invest in cultivating alchemists and establishing alchemy houses, which are then operated by the state. Anshan County lacks any alchemists. One must travel to the county seat of Sanyang to access an official alchemy house. The Anshan government annually supplies substantial resources to Sanyang County, which in turn distributes a few elixirs. My family possesses a plot of spiritual land that yields a few mediocre herbs each year, which we exchange at the county's alchemy house for a couple of elixirs. Thus, elixirs are scarce and exceedingly expensive. My uncle, when fortunate enough to acquire an elixir, hoards it for critical breakthroughs. After hearing Sima Yi's explanation, Er Dogzi's hopes for the elixirs diminished, yet he remained undeterred. How exorbitantly priced are they? Let us consider the cheapest foundational tonifying pill as an example. A single pill can be exchanged for 100 stones of strength-enhancing pills. The foundational tonifying pills we consume are merely crafted by hand from ordinary herbs based on the formula for the foundational elixirs. Er Dogzi nearly resigned to despair. 100 stones of ordinary strength-enhancing pills could fetch around 30,000 taels of silver. The production of 100 stones requires an equivalent amount of grain, and the process involves husking the rice, steaming it, mashing it, and rolling the pills. It consumes a significant amount of my time. I have an amp, oppos, T even factored in the increase in efficacy. Let us simply exchange them for foundational tonifying pills then. In truth, most people could scarcely afford the foundational tonifying pills priced at 10 taels each, let alone consume them regularly. His cousin, Zhang Yuliang, relentlessly exploited the tenants of Sheshi village in pursuit of additional resources for cultivation, nearly squeezing them dry, all for a few more foundational tonifying pills. Had Zhang Yuliang witnessed Er Dogzi and Appo's helpless expression, he would likely have been incensed to the point of exhuming his ancestors and Appo's graves. Very well. Come by tomorrow morning to collect the pills. By the way, could you bring a bit more strength-enhancing pills over in the meantime? How many do you require? Er Dogzi was genuinely curious about where Sima Yi sold such a large quantity of strength-enhancing pills each time. This time, the more the merrier. Truth be told, I profit quite a bit from reselling the strength-enhancing pills. I am in need of a substantial sum of money. Sima Yi's cheeks flushed slightly at the mention of his earnings from friends. Perhaps he felt it was not a particularly honorable pursuit. However, upon learning that Sima Yi was indeed profiting, Er Dogzi felt reassured. The two engaged in trade several times a year. Sima Yi would assist him in selling strength-enhancing pills and then purchase foundational tonifying pills, a busy exchange. If Sima Yi were to earn nothing from it, Er Dogzi would feel guilty for being a burden. All right, in about 10 days, I shall have them for you. After leaving the Huichun Hall, Er Dogzi proceeded to the Zhengwu Hall. Huang Laocai's son, Huang Monsong, had been training there for several months, incurring tuition fees of several dozen taels of silver annually. It was said that when Huang Monsong arrived with the recommendation letter penned by Er Dogzi, he faced considerable obstacles. Huang Laocai, with a beaming smile, had to part with several envelopes of silver before all the paperwork was completed. Er Dogzi discerned that within the Zhengwu Hall, no one truly regarded him as a mere honorary instructor. Their courtesy towards him was solely out of respect for the Sima family. As for the students he had introduced, no one felt obligated to show him any particular deference. Nevertheless, for Er Dogzi, the real value of Zhengwu Hall lay in its library. Others' opinions were of little consequence. Previously, he had sought guidance from Sima Hong regarding martial arts knowledge. Now that he had advanced to the 4th level of Qi training and began studying spells, Sima Hong could no longer provide assistance. Er Dogzi entered the library, returned the books he had borrowed, and selected a dozen or so new titles to take home for thorough reading. He had developed a fondness for reading. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would delve into books to broaden his horizons and gain insights into various subjects beyond mere cultivation. After resting for a night at Zhengwu Hall, he returned to Huichun Hall the next morning to collect the foundational tonifying pills before making his way back home. Along the way, he realized he was hungry, having forgotten to buy buns in the morning. He decided to find a secluded spot and sat on a stone to nibble on some persimmons as a makeshift meal. While eating, he casually pulled out a newly borrowed book to read. It was a volume detailing various materials from around the world. As he flipped through the pages, he fortuitously landed on the section about jade materials. The text noted that certain high-quality jade could store the spiritual awareness information of cultivators. Many practitioners would craft jade pendants or tablets from such materials for information storage. At this thought, he was reminded of the jade pendant left behind by his master when he departed. His master had bestowed upon him countless teachings at the risk of his life, a spirit of sacrifice that Er Dogzi could never replicate. He always felt that the jade pendant carried profound significance, though he had yet to decipher its true meaning. At that moment, he directed his spiritual awareness into the gourd and located the jade pendant. The pendant appeared rather unremarkable, marred by a few cracks, suggesting it had aged. He tentatively probed the pendant with his spiritual awareness. Suddenly, it emitted a powerful pull, causing his consciousness to uncontrollably surge forth. "Oh, stop, stop, don't!" In his heart, Er Dogzi roared, yet he found himself powerless at that moment, his consciousness entirely absorbed by the jade pendant, leaving no trace behind. He fell into a semi-conscious state, his mind hazy, aware yet unable to muster the strength to even move a finger, forced to lie on the ground. Time passed. How long? He could not tell, when a passing vagrant noticed the unconscious Er Dogzi by the roadside. Prodding him with a stick and receiving no response, the vagrant stealthily approached. Rummaging through Er Dogzi and Appo's belongings, he extracted a pouch of silver coins, weighing several taels, and with delight, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily stowing the coins away and departing. Before long, another vagrant appeared, scrutinizing the scene, before removing Er Dogzi and Appo's shoes and leaving. Shortly thereafter, a family of vagrants came by, and they, with eager hands, stripped Er Dogzi of his clothing. "Alas, what a fine young man! Such a pity," they lamented. "Let us at least leave him his undergarments for some semblance of dignity." With that, the family, elated, carried away Er Dogzi's clothes. In truth, Er Dogzi had long regained his awareness, yet he was utterly unable to move. As he was being undressed, anxiety surged within him, but he could not even utter a sound. Fortunately, this family had some decency, leaving him with a pair of underpants. He was torn between gratitude and reproach. However, his brief relief was short-lived, for where there are those with principles, there are also those devoid of them. A passing vagrant stripped him of his last shred of dignity and took it away. Just as Er Dogzi's heart burned with humiliation, several more individuals approached. One placed a finger to his nose, checking for breath. There was still a flicker of life. He had not yet succumbed. "Let us take him while he is warm," one suggested. Two vagrants seized a foot each and began dragging him away, leaving him exposed and vulnerable on the ground. His back and head scraped against the rough terrain, each jolt sending sharp pain through him. Occasionally, they rolled over uneven stones and wooden stumps, showing no inclination to avoid them. Yet, Er Dogzi could no longer dwell on the torment of his back. His mind raced with urgency. In times of famine, such individuals scavenge for corpses, and he could only imagine their grim intentions. Despite his anxiety, he was powerless to exert any strength. After a short distance, the two vagrants tossed him heavily onto a cart where several cold, lifeless bodies lay. Ironically, being amidst the dead provided him a modicum of safety. As the cart rolled on, more corpses were collected along the way, and Er Dogzi found himself buried beneath the pile. This gave him a stronger sense of security. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Possessing a cart implied some wealth, and scavenging for corpses seemed beneath them. Surely, such a haul could not be consumed by an ordinary household. Did they intend to process the remains for sale? Perhaps for dried meats or meat buns? The thought of his favorite meat buns stirred nausea in his stomach. Lying on the cart, Er Dogzi's mind wandered aimlessly until, gradually, a faint flicker of consciousness re-emerged within him. He could feel his limbs again, the ability to wiggle his fingers and toes returning. Yet, the vital energy in his dantian remained inaccessible. He opened his eyes, peering through the gaps in the corpses. It was now night, the moon high above, stars twinkling, as shadowy figures pushed the cart along a rural road. They encountered an old beggar asleep by the roadside. Silently, the group approached him, swiftly and deftly silencing him before tossing his body onto the cart. The cart continued for a considerable time, and Er Dogzi felt a bit more strength returning to him. When a moment came for disembowelment, he hoped to have enough strength left to curse them, to vent his indignation. Upon reaching the foot of a mountain, the cart finally halted. A group awaited their arrival. "Hilauda, there are a total of 12 corpses for you to inspect. the one referred to as Elauda began to check the bodies, confirming the count. Indeed, 12 corpses. Each will earn you a liter of rice, totaling 1 do and 2 shang. A man pushing the cart attempted to negotiate for a higher price, limiting their long day's toil over many miles. Increasing the price is out of the question. Food prices are on the rise, and soon. These corpses will be worth even less, Elauda replied. Moreover, help me carry these bodies into the cave, and I'll give you your grain. Be careful not to drag them on the ground. Damaging the corpses will spoil their quality. Under Elauda's direction, the men hoisted the bodies and trekked several more miles into the mountains before entering a cave. Er Dogzi realized that if he chose to flee now, he could manage it, but he doubted his ability to last long. It was wiser to wait, to regain more strength. After all, with so many corpses, he might not be the first to be dissected. Although the cave was illuminated by numerous torches, a chill pervaded the air. He lay among the cold bodies, surrounded by over 20 others, all stripped of their clothing, their skin a sickly hue. Assessing his recovery, he believed that if he could endure the night, he might fully restore his strength by morning. The unjust torment he had suffered nearly cost him his life. In Er Dogzi's previously innocent gaze, a flicker of murderous intent ignited. Chapter 50. The bronze metal Er Dogzi sat in the corpse-rearing cave, enduring the most grueling long night alongside a heap of lifeless bodies. At last, he rose, stretching his limbs, and found himself free from discomfort. Within his sea of consciousness, his depleting spiritual energy had only partially replenished. Nevertheless, confronting a mere third-tier Qi practitioner should suffice. The cave entrance was obstructed by a stone slab, obscuring the outside world. Positioning himself at the exit, Er Dogzi extended his consciousness through the stone, peering into the abyss beyond. The entrance lay unguarded, eerily silent. The assailants likely presumed that the corpses would not escape on their own. With a gentle push, he shifted the stone slab aside and emerged from the cave. The coast was clear, though faint voices drifted from deeper within the cavern. Following the sounds, he arrived at a narrow pathway, only to be confronted by 2 figures blocking his way. Isn't that the corpse I moved last night? He mused. The body had revived. It was merely a matter of extinguishing its life once more. The 2 men, oblivious to the danger drawing near, paid no heed to the naked Er Dogzi approaching them. As they prepared to strike again, Er Dogzi seized the moment, his arms wide open as he fiercely embraced both men. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, akin to the popping of beans. The 2 men barely managed to scream before their insides shattered, blood pouring from their orifices as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Releasing them, he stripped off their clothing and donned the garments. Continuing deeper, he followed the voices. Beyond the narrow passage lay a spacious stone chamber, where a scar-faced man sat alone, drinking, while Elauda and his subordinates stood nearby. How did you get in? Who are you? Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure, Elauda and his men lunged towards Er Dogzi before the scar-faced man could utter a word. Er Dogzi swiftly dodged, delivering a punch that splattered blood across the room. A flurry of blows followed. Each strike was a brutal testament to his strength, leaving no man standing. In mere moments, the floor was littered with twisted bodies, each met with a gruesome fate. Only the scar-faced man remained in the stone chamber. You are Zhang Xiaozai? He inquired. You recognize me? Er Dogzi was perplexed. He had only encountered the scar-faced man once at the market, and they had no prior connection. The tale of Zhang Xiaozai, who had incapacitated an examiner during the examination, had spread throughout Anchang County's martial community. The scar-faced man, unfazed, replied, I know not who sent you, or if this is mere happenstance. I advise you to leave now. Feign ignorance. Some matters are beyond your reach. Unfazed by the man's veiled threats, Er Dogzi had every intention of annihilating those within the cave to vent his frustration. Recognizing his identity only solidified his resolve to eradicate any potential future threats. Without hesitation, he summoned a heavy sword, the width of a door plank, into his grasp. Since gaining spiritual awareness, retrieving items from his gourd had become effortless. He merely had to envelop the object with his consciousness and will it forth. Thus, he had stowed most of his belongings within the gourd for easy access. "It seems you are determined to oppose me," the scar-faced man declared, producing a yellow talisman that he pressed against himself, vanishing from sight. Another invisibility charm. He had encountered this before with the Daoxian sect's envoy, who had similarly used it to intimidate him. At the time, he had been a mere third-tier Qi practitioner, unable to detect the concealed presence with just his eyes. However, after researching in the library of the Zhengwu Hall and consulting Sima Yi, he had gained some understanding of invisibility charms. They merely render one invisible to the naked eye, while their existence remains intact. Now, employing his ability to perceive life forces, he easily detected a robust aura stealthily approaching him. Er Dogzi remained still, feigning ignorance of the impending threat, gripping his sword as he awaited the scar-faced man's approach. The scar-faced man, sword in hand, stealthily circled behind Er Dogzi, feeling smug. Just as he raised his blade to strike, Er Dogzi moved with uncanny precision, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, executing a swift horizontal slash. With a sickening squelch, the scar-faced man and Appo's head fell from his shoulders. Er Dogzi, having dispatched the man, searched the cave once more, finding no other living souls. The 20 or so individuals sold off by the scar-faced man were also nowhere to be found. Besides the corpses, he discovered 100 taels of silver, 12 foundational strengthening pills, and several stones of grain. On the scar-faced man, he found a yellow copper medal inscribed with a dark character. This token seemed familiar. He recalled having encountered an identical one on a member of the Daoxian sect. He retrieved the one stored in his gourd, confirming their resemblance. What could this token signify? Was it an emblem of status, perhaps a mark of identity for the Daoxian sect members? Er Dogzi stored both medals away, intending to inquire about them with Sima Yi, the local authority who might possess the knowledge he sought. Besides the token, he also discovered a jade-carved vial on the scar-faced man, worth at least 10 taels of silver. Inside the white jade vial were 2 thumb-sized crimson pills, exuding a potent spiritual aura far exceeding that of the foundational strengthening pills. What kind of medicine could this be? Was it, perchance, the legendary elixir? He resolved to bring it to Sima Yi for appraisal. Er Dogzi relocated all the corpses into the corpse-rearing cave and sealed the entrance with a stone slab, striving to restore the scene to its former state. He had overheard mention of an Iron Corpse sect leader coming soon, and not knowing the nature of the scar-faced man's organization, he contemplated the necessity of complete extermination. However, he was uncertain of the Iron Corpse sect leader's strength. Should he find himself outmatched, it could cost him his life. With this thought, he exited the cave and made his way down the country path, seeking direction to return to Shiko Mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, he watered the crops, fed the geese, and took 2 large geese with him, making his way back to the cave under the cover of night. As dawn broke, Er Dogzi lay atop the mountain, observing the cave entrance below. He waited until the afternoon, finally spotting 2 figures approaching the cave, though they were too distant to discern their precise cultivation levels. He sensed they were slightly stronger than himself. The figure in front appeared normal, while the one behind moved awkwardly, shrouded in black cloth, obscuring their features. Er Dogzi deliberated for some time, contemplating whether to engage. The individuals below seemed to possess an edge in strength. Yet, he had the advantage of retreat. Should he find himself overpowered, he could simply mount one of the geese, for as long as they did not fly, even the strongest adversary would be rendered ineffective. Chapter 51. The Black Market. After making a resolute decision, Er Dogzi descended the mountain, burdened by his heavy sword. As he approached, he utilized his Qi gazing technique to assess his opponents, estimating their cultivation to be around the 5th or 6th level of Qi training, likely not reaching the 7th. The Qi gazing technique allows for the discerning of strength through observable auras, making it effortless to identify those weaker than oneself. However, recognizing those stronger poses a greater challenge, necessitating extensive exposure and experience for accurate judgment. The middle-aged man in front, initially cautious upon noticing Er Dogzi's approach, relaxed upon realizing he was merely at the 4th level of Qi training. The figure shrouded in black cloth remained motionless, like a puppet, following the middle-aged man closely. Confronted by 2 formidable adversaries, Er Dogzi contemplated his strategy. Engaging directly with someone stronger would be unwise. Recalling the military texts he had studied at the Zhengwu Hall, he remembered the adage, use what is apparent while concealing true intentions. Create opportunities from unexpected angles. This seemed profoundly insightful, and he decided to test it. As he drew near, he timidly smiled, lowered his head, and performed a courteous bow. Greetings, esteemed elder. You must be the leader of the Iron Corps, correct? The middle-aged man, uncertain of Er Dogzi's allegiance, perceived him as a potential ally and nodded slightly. Where's Li Dabin? He inquired. I was in the midst of my training when he summoned me to await your arrival. Er Dogzi replied, his demeanor respectful and humble, which endeared him to the middle-aged man further. Such a young and capable individual is a rarity indeed, he mused. Let us proceed. After you, esteemed elder, Er Dogzi gestured, bowing slightly to allow the middle-aged man to pass ahead. It is refreshing to encounter a young person with such manners, the man remarked, his expression one of satisfaction. However, in the fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, Er Dogzi suddenly sprang into action, drawing his sword and striking at the middle-aged man. Their prior cordial exchange shattered in an instant, leaving the middle-aged man utterly unprepared for such treachery. In but a blink he was cleaved in two. Without hesitation, Er Dogzi whirled around, aiming his sword at the cloaked figure behind him. With a resounding crash, the blade struck the creature's head, sending it sprawling backward. The black cloth that concealed its face fell away, revealing a visage covered in white fur. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. This being was a zombie. Er Dogzi, wielding immense strength and a 150-pound sword, could cleave stone, yet his strike merely left a shallow wound on the zombie's head. The creature, seemingly unfazed by the pain, emitted a guttural roar and lunged back at him. Although the zombie appeared stiff and clumsy, its speed was akin to the wind. Caught off guard, Er Dogzi felt 5 long gashes raked across his chest. The wounds were alarming in appearance, but not particularly painful. The relentless zombie pressed on, unwilling to grant him a moment's respite. The clash between the two, both brimming with raw power, resembled two wild bulls colliding with reckless abandon. For the first time, Er Dogzi faced an opponent whose strength matched his own. He relished the intensity of the struggle, feeling invigorated by the sheer force of it all. Yet, as the battle raged on, he recognized the disparity in their natures. The zombie, being lifeless, felt no pain, while he, a living being, sustained injuries with each strike. If this continued, he would surely find himself at a disadvantage. Resolving to shift tactics, he drew upon the true energy within him, channeling it through the Jian Heart Protector Meridian and into his palms. An unending stream of energy flowed into his heavy sword, causing its blade to shimmer with silver veins, reminiscent of a tree's branches. Gradually, luminous spots blossomed along the blade, transforming it into a radiant sword of light. Having honed his skills through relentless practice, Er Dogzi now expertly controlled this ferocious energy. This time, the sword's glow was distinct, manifesting a blade of light that flickered ominously. As the zombie lunged once more, Er Dogzi boldly thrust his sword forward, piercing its chest. The tumultuous energy surged into the creature and oppose, as body. With a thunderous explosion, the zombie erupted, its limbs and flesh scattering in all directions, splattering Er Dogzi with remnants. As the dust settled, a wave of fatigue washed over him, forcing him to lean on his sword for support. Though his strike was devastating, it drained his entire reservoir of true energy, leaving him too weak to contend with even ordinary warriors. Reluctantly, he resolved to avoid such a strike unless absolutely necessary. Amidst his weakness, a group appeared along the mountain path, pushing a cart laden with fresh corpses, some still warm. What's going on here? One of them exclaimed. Where's Bossy? These individuals, stained with blood and devoid of fear, approached the gruesome scene, contemplating the prospect of scavenging for profit amidst the carnage. Did you kill these two? A burly man queried from a distance, testing the waters. Er Dogzi, drained and catching his breath, remained silent. Murder is a serious crime. I might just report you, he threatened, emboldened by Er Dogzi and oppose, as silence, inching closer. The threat of law enforcement rang hollow, as they themselves had recently committed murder for mere grains of rice. Ah, you look familiar. Aaron and Apos. To you, the one whose corpse we found by the roadside a few days ago? Recognition sparked amongst them, and they exchanged glances, a plan forming in their minds. We thought you were dead. This must be a misunderstanding. Please forgive us. One stepped forward to feign an apology, drawing attention, while another circled behind, brandishing a hefty club to strike at Er Dogzi's vulnerable spot. The back of the head is one of the most fragile areas of the human body, capable of incapacitating even a martial artist with a single blow. Yet, with a swift motion, Er Dogzi twisted his body, evading the strike while retaliating with his sword, thrusting it through the man and Apos, his chest, and out his back. With a leap, he drew his sword once more, cleaving another assailant in half. With a series of agile jumps, Er Dogzi dispatched the remaining attackers, leaving none standing. Just as he contemplated seeking vengeance upon these men, they had inadvertently delivered themselves into his grasp. However, the exertion of slaying them left him breathless, prompting him to gulp down water from his gourd. Once he regained his composure, he turned his attention to the corpse of the Iron Corps leader. The man lay lifeless, eyes wide open as if refusing to succumb to death. With a careless kick, Er Dogzi sent the head rolling aside, rummaging through the body. He uncovered over 30 taels of silver, a delicately carved white jade vial, a black wax-sealed bottle, and a sword that had yet to be unsheathed. Within the jade vial, he discovered 3 crimson pills, the nature of which remained a mystery. Regarding the black bottle, upon merely prying open a small portion of the wax seal, he sensed a violent aura emanating from within, reminiscent of that zombie. He hastily resealed it with wax. Er Dogzi meticulously packed these items away. The attire of the Iron Corps captain was of fine quality, worth at least a few taels of silver. As his own clothing had been stripped from him a few days prior, reclaiming 1 piece would break even, and acquiring 2 would be a profit. Thus, he boldly decided to strip the Iron Corps captain of his garments and shoes, along with those of the several individuals he had just slain. Although he had now acquired wealth, he had been raised with frugality and had no habits of wastefulness. After organizing these belongings, he dragged all the bodies into a cave, piling them with the previous corpses, and set them ablaze. The labor left him utterly exhausted, and as he departed, he noticed a cart on the ground and decided to take it along. Half a day later, passers-by on the official road witnessed a peculiar sight. 2 large white geese drawing a cart, honking loudly as they trotted along. A farm boy lay atop the cart. Upon returning to Shushi village, he chanced upon Ahu and his wife, who were busy fetching water with buckets to irrigate their precious plot of land. "Good day," he called out. "Indeed, there are no crops in the fields now, and winter is fast approaching. Why are you still watering?" Er Dogzi inquired curiously from the cart. "Well, it ain't amp, Apos. It's uncertain whether there will be rain come spring. My land is too far from the water source, so I ain't amp, Apos. I'll certainly miss out on it," Ahu replied, calculating in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, while no one was competing for water, he intended to fetch as much as possible to thoroughly soak the land, hoping to store some water if fortune allowed. In truth, many shared this mindset, as Er Dogzi observed numerous individuals carrying buckets along his journey home. "Since you need to fetch water, feel free to borrow my cart." "That would be splendid. Thank you, kind sir." Ahu and his wife expressed their gratitude profusely. Although they had no ox, utilizing the cart would allow them to transport more goods with greater ease. There are also some old clothes on the cart, which Er Dogzi decided to give to them as well. These are all salvaged. You can wash them and alter them into new styles. This generous act moved Ahu and his wife to tears. Ahu had a younger sister, aged 8, who had never owned a decent pair of trousers. After brushing the dust from his pants, Er Dogzi took flight atop the large goose, ascending Snake Mouth Mountain. Out of curiosity, he briefly used his spiritual sense to examine the jade pendant, nearly risking his life in the process. However, his master had not deceived him. The jade pendant he left behind was indeed a valuable item. Yet, his current cultivation was too weak and his spiritual sense had been exhausted, rendering him incapable of deciphering the information contained within. Since it was a legacy from his master, it must pertain to the vital aspects of cultivation. Perhaps it was conveyed in this obscure manner for reasons of discretion. In the subsequent days, Er Dogzi found time to manually craft a powerful elixir, the stone of great strength, before heading to the county town. At the rejuvenation hall, after counting the items, he recounted his encounter with the scarred-faced man and the Iron Corpse captain to Sima Yi, omitting the embarrassing detail of having fainted and been stripped of his clothes. Upon completion of his tale, he produced several items for Sima Yi to appraise. After all, aside from lacking martial prowess, this fellow was knowledgeable about various matters. There were 2 white jade vials, 1 black bottle, and a copper plate inscribed with black characters. Sima Yi poured a red pill from one of the jade vials, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, and then inhaling its scent, his brow furrowing in concern. "What is it? Is this a medicinal pill?" Er Dogzi asked anxiously. "Noticing si ma yes unusual expression." The cheapest medicinal pills fetched several tens of thousands of taels of silver each. With 5 in his possession, he could be considered wealthy. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Sima Yi finally spoke. "Indeed, it is a medicinal pill known as Blood Soul Pill." Er Dogzi and Appos. His heart soared at the mention. Possessing 5 of such pills meant he had a fortune worth over 100,000 taels of silver. Throughout his life, he had never even dreamt of such wealth. While it is indeed a medicinal pill, it is made from living beings, therefore not worth as much as you might think. Made from living beings? Refining pills with human lives? Er Dogzi had never encountered such a method in his readings. The concept was foreign to him. Precisely. They utilize living humans as materials for alchemy, a technique employed by certain cults. It appears that dozens, even hundreds, of ordinary individuals are required to concoct a single pill of this nature. In ancient times, with myriad sects, many demonic factions specialized in transforming ordinary people into elixirs or magical artifacts. In the eyes of these cultivators, ordinary humans were mere resources, often slaughtered in the thousands, or even tens or hundreds of thousands. When it came to the lore of the cultivation world, Sima Yi was undoubtedly more erudite than Er Dogzi. Is there no one to oversee such wanton slaughter of the innocent? After posing the question, Er Dogzi regretted it, feeling foolish. Indeed, there were sects that considered themselves righteous. Yet no one intervened in such matters. Everyone tended to their own affairs, oblivious to others and Appos' woes. Eventually, the holy ancestor emperor of the great Zhou rose up, exterminating the demonic sects across the land, but some remnants escaped, allowing their nefarious practices to seep into the populace. In recent decades, these cults had become increasingly rampant, while those in power merely sought profit. Sima Yi's expression grew indignant as he spoke, his eyes reddening with fury. "Please examine these 2 items as well," he implored, handing Sima Yi the black bottle. Sima Yi examined it closely, sniffing yet refraining from opening it. "This black bottle likely contains the corpse energy of the drought demon, and I shall refrain from opening it. I can submit it to the county office for further investigation. Perhaps they may trace the source and locate the zombie." "That sounds acceptable," Er Dogzi agreed, recognizing that keeping it would serve no purpose. "By the way, I read that when the drought demon appears, it brings desolation for miles. Given our current drought, could it be the work of the drought demon?" This query had lingered in Er Dogzi's mind for some time. "Highly improbable," Sima Yi asserted, shaking his head firmly. "What is the extent of your current magical abilities?" Er Dogzi pondered briefly, at most a dozen or so zhong. "Precisely. What manner of formidable demon could exert influence over 1,000 miles? My ancestors have had foundational cultivators, and according to records, even foundational practitioners could only affect a radius of 100 zhong. As for those more powerful than foundational cultivators, my ancestor had encountered one who could manage about a li. Of course, it is also possible that our own cultivation and understanding are too limited to grasp the methods of such great fiends. Very well, perhaps I am overthinking it. And what of this copper plate? Is it an identification token for a cult?" Er Dogzi pointed to the final copper plate, recalling having obtained a similar one from a Taoist practitioner. Sima Yi held the plate, shaking his head. "No, this is a black market pass." Chapter 52. The secret code, wherever the rivers flow and the sun and moon shine, is all considered the land of the king. Yet, everything possesses both light and darkness. In this world, there exist shadowy corners untouched by the sun and moon. In these obscure recesses, a hidden societal system thrives. Beyond the reach of the law of the Great Joe, the black market epitomizes such a place. In the past, Er Dogzi had often wondered where Sima managed to resell the powerful pills, how he could procure such an abundance of the foundational tonics. However, both had maintained a tacit agreement. One never spoke of it, and the other never inquired. After catching sight of a certain copper token today, Sima hesitated for a moment before finally divulging this secret to him. It turned out that anyone holding this token could find the entrance, recite the designated secret code, and gain access to conduct transactions within the black market. When Sima shared the code with Er Dogzi, he made a small request for Er Dogzi to help him purchase 100 sure grain. At the current grain prices, 100 sure would require 500 taels of silver. Yet this was a trifling amount compared to the value of the secret itself. Following the address provided by Sima, Er Dogzi ventured into a secluded alley, a place that bore a familiar aura. Upon seeing a woman beckoning from behind a partially open door, he finally recalled that he had indeed been here before. The first time he accompanied Huang Laokai to the county to pay taxes, they had camped nearby, and several tenant farmers had mentioned bringing him to witness the world. The specific address given by Sima turned out to be that very small apothecary. Inside, there were only a few medicinal herbs, and the physician primarily dealt with abortions, kidney replenishment for men, and the treatment of venereal diseases. These were his three main practices. See Chapter 14. As Er Dogzi entered, the old physician lounged in a recliner, savoring tea in a leisurely manner. "Do you need an abortion or treatment for venereal disease?" he inquired. "I wish to see the latter," Er Dogzi replied, feigning calmness, though his soy sauce-colored face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "What symptoms do you have?" "Cauliflower-like, occasional itching, and recently it has started to rupture and ooze pus." Er Dogzi cursed inwardly, wondering who had devised such a convoluted secret code. "Take off your trousers. Let me have a look. This is quite public. I assent it. Follow me to the room." The old physician finally rose, opened a door, and led Er Dogzi inside. In the small room, Er Dogzi presented the token to the physician and donned a black iron mask. After verifying its authenticity, the physician lifted a section of the floor, revealing a subterranean tunnel. "Go in. Just follow the tunnel forward," he instructed. Er Dogzi glanced down the passage before descending the narrow stairs. After walking down for several zhang, he reached a tunnel approximately 3 to 4 feet wide, with dim oil lamps hanging along the walls. The path twisted and turned, ultimately obscuring any sense of direction. After an undetermined distance, he finally spotted stairs leading upward. At the top of the stairs stood a large door made of brass. Er Dogzi knocked gently, producing a dull thud. It was solid, pure copper. The door alone was of considerable value. Pushing it lightly yielded no response. So he concentrated his energy into his hands and managed to force it open. Behind the copper door stood a masked guard who, upon using a technique to gauge his energy, revealed a cultivation level of the first layer of chi refinement. It was evident that the individuals behind this black market possessed profound resources. The entrance fee is 10 taels of silver per person. Er Dogzi retrieved 10 taels from his pocket and placed them in the tray before the guard. It was no wonder that the financial requirements were substantial. Entry tickets were priced at 10 taels of silver. Stepping through the copper door, Er Dogzi was greeted by a bustling street lined with shops and vendors selling their wares. It resembled an ordinary market at first glance. However, most of the patrons were martial artists, some even cultivators, many of whom wore masks to conceal their true identities. The goods displayed at the stalls were notably different. One stall featured several ginseng roots, a highly sought-after commodity. When Er Dogzi inquired, he found that they would not accept silver, only trading for foundational tonics. Adjacent to that stall, another vendor offered beautiful, pearly pills. "What are these pills?" Er Dogzi asked, intrigued. "These are marching pills, priced at 2 taels per pill. Buy a bottle of 10 and receive an additional one for free. 1 pill is equivalent to of rice," the vendor explained. Er Dogzi squatted down to examine them. He had come across references to them in the library of the Zhongwu Hall, which stated that a cultivator could only produce 1 pill from 3 of rice. As one's cultivation level increased, so did the energy needed to maintain bodily balance, necessitating a greater food intake. During combat, the energy expenditure was even higher. Given Er Dogzi's current cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement, he required at least of rice per day if relying solely on ordinary grains. However, consuming rice imbued with spiritual energy would suffice with just 2 liters. Similarly, other spiritually enriched ingredients could also reduce food requirements. While it was manageable to consume more home, traveling posed challenges. One could hardly hire a caravan solely to transport provisions. The marching pills were originally designed for military campaigns, serving as convenient rations. Subsequently, common cultivators adopted them for ease of transport during their travels. Er Dogzi, possessing a gourd, had no need for such items. Nevertheless, out of curiosity, he spent 20 taels to buy a bottle for further study. Stowing the marching pills away, he continued to stroll along the street, marveling at the items he had only encountered in books, never before in reality. Many stalls offered goods that were not for sale, even for silver, exclusively accepting foundational tonics. He was surprised to find 2 stalls selling powerful pills. The ordinary ones were priced at 100 won each, while those enhanced with Huangjing and Rinchen were astonishingly priced at 180 won each. After Sima Yi purchased the pill from him and resold them, the price had more than doubled. Seeing such a significant price difference tempted him to set up his own stall in this black market to sell powerful pills. Direct sales would mean doubling his profits. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Firstly, he lacked the time to manage a stall. Secondly, Sima Yi could sell in bulk without fear of trouble, as he was the young master of the Sima family. Er Dogzi, however, could not guarantee the same. Thirdly, it seemed that Sima Yi had only this one lucrative avenue. In truth, he could have kept the secret of the black market to himself. Merely the code would pose a challenge for Er Dogzi to decipher. At this moment, a rice shop caught Er Dogzi's attention. He had promised Sima Yi to procure 100 shur of grain. Upon entering the shop, he found it filled with dozens of large containers, each brimming with rice, sorghum, millet, wheat, and buckwheat. They appeared to be ordinary grains, akin to those in outside shops. But the labels revealed that these grains were sold in quantities of at least 100 shur. At the back, 2 smaller containers stood out, containing rice and millet, available for sale by the leader. How much for this millet? Er Dogzi inquired. Dear customer, we offer authentic Dingjiazwang crescent moon rice. It is priced at 100 taels of silver per liter. It turns out this is the spiritual rice produced in Dingjiazwang, and the price is indeed exorbitant. Er Dogzi visited Dingjiazwang last time and even tasted rice mixed with this spiritual grain. He had long wished to procure some seeds for cultivation, yet he was surprised to find them available for sale here. Can this rice be used as seeds? Yes, but only in spiritual fields. In places where spiritual energy is scarce, the mortality rate is high and yields are minimal, rendering it unworthy of the effort. The shopkeeper's words carried a note of caution, advising against the purchase if one could not ensure a successful cultivation, lest he be blamed for the seed's failure. Throughout Anshan County, there are only a few spiritual fields, early monopolized by several prominent families, leaving others without access to such land. Er Dogzi calculated the area he intended to plant. Approximately 1 dough of seeds is required for an acre. At 100 taels per liter, 1 dough would cost 1,000 taels of silver. How much are these ordinary grains selling for? 100 shur is priced at 500 taels of silver, and the transaction is completed with a ticket to collect the goods at the county granary. The county granary? Er Dogzi thought he must have misheard. Indeed, one can directly retrieve the grain from the county granary. Surely, the background of this underground black market is not simple. It allows for direct access to the county's official grain storage. Today, he needs to purchase 1 dough of spiritual rice for seeds and also procure 100 shur of ordinary grain for Sima Yi, totaling an expenditure of 500 taels of silver. Over the years, he has sold a considerable amount of powerful pills, but has exchanged them all for the nourishing pills, leaving him with little savings. Furthermore, he came here on short notice, unfamiliar with the local circumstances and unprepared. However, his gourd contained ample grains imbued with spiritual energy, which should fetch a handsome sum. There were also some red dates and persimmon cakes within. These should yield some silver as well. Do you accept such items? Er Dogzi reached into his pack and pulled out a handful of red dates. The rice shopkeeper, upon glancing at them and sensing the spiritual energy they contained, brightened with interest. Certainly, but your spiritual dates lack potency compared to the spiritual rice. I can only offer 20 taels of silver per liter. This price is still acceptable. As he cannot consume so many anyway, he might as well keep them to feed the geese. This price is agreeable, but I didn't bring the silver today. I shall return in a few days. Exiting the grain shop, Er Dogzi left the black market and entered an inn, where he then poured out 2 large sacks of red dates from a gourd. He hoisted the sacks and re-entered the black market. The grain shopkeeper was taken aback. Er Dogzi had claimed he would return in a few days, yet here he was so soon. The 2 large sacks contained a total of 15 dough, netting him 3,000 taels of silver. However, he immediately purchased 1 dough of spiritual rice seeds and 100 share of ordinary grain, costing him 500 taels. Upon leaving the grain shop, he was laden with 1 dough of spiritual rice, 500 taels of silver, and a ticket tucked in his pocket. Chapter 53. Detox Pill. Er Dogzi returned home with of spirit rice, first comparing it meticulously with the cat-toothed spirit rice stored in his gourd. These 2 types of rice were closely related, their appearances strikingly similar, though the cat-toothed rice was slightly smaller and shorter. Such subtle differences in appearance would go unnoticed without careful examination. The cat-toothed rice possessed a faint aura of spiritual energy, and after being stored in the gourd, its energy concentration rivaled that of the crescent spirit rice. Er Dogzi's mind began to whirl with ideas for profit. He could enhance the spiritual energy of the cat-toothed rice in the gourd and then sell it as crescent spirit rice. The crescent spirit rice could fetch a price of 100 taels of silver per. With 1 mu of land yielding a monthly harvest, he could gather approximately 4 of rice, translating to a potential profit of 4,000 taels of silver. However, he needed to reserve some for his own consumption until the crescent spirit rice was fully cultivated. Since reaching the 4th layer of Qi training, his demand for spiritual energy had surged, and the energy provided by the cultivation pill was no longer sufficient. On the day of his return, Er Dogzi commenced land clearing. With sheer brute strength, he leveled rocky terrain with his heavy sword, preparing a new acre of land. Finally, he planted all the of crescent spirit rice and watered it. This new field was littered with stones and was composed of immature soil, which typically lacked fertility, rendering it unfit for decent crops in the initial years. However, by watering it with the liquid from his gourd, he could overcome these challenges, ensuring that the crops not only thrived but grew rapidly. The crescent spirit rice, which normally required 10 years to mature, would now be ready for harvest in just 1 year. That day, after watering all the crops, Er Dogzi rode his large goose down the mountain to visit tenant Ahu. The old clothes he had given to Ahu previously had been altered by his wife, and now their children donned new trousers, no longer exposed. "Master, the rice flour you requested is ready," Ahu announced. Er Dogzi glanced at the rice flour, which was white and fine, meeting his standards. The process of making the strength-enhancing pills was time-consuming and disrupted his cultivation. Moreover, after his recent skirmish with a zombie, his wounds had not healed, and the haphazard medications he had taken proved ineffective. He had been feeling unwell, oscillating between chills and fever. He decided to take a shortcut by retrieving of rice from the warehouse at the foot of the mountain, asking Ahu to help him pound it into flour. After steaming and drying the rice, he would grind it into a fine powder. Mixing the rice flour with wild vegetables and forming pills to store in the gourd would save him considerable time. From 1 of rice, he obtained 7 of rice flour, leaving behind a barrel of rice bran. Er Dogzi glanced at the bran, which he could no longer stomach. It felt difficult to swallow and irritated his throat. "The agreed payment remains the same, 1 of rice for you. I have no use for the bran, so consider it a gift," he stated. Ahu and his wife expressed their gratitude profusely. "Thank you, master. Thank you." Er Dogzi and Appo's remuneration had already been generous, and now an unexpected bounty of rice bran was a windfall. During the winter, Boiling some dried wild vegetables with a handful of rice and a large portion of rice bran would fill them up, although it led to difficulties in digestion. After paying Ahu, Er Dogzi measured out 2 of rice for him to grind into flour using the same method. 5 days later, Er Dogzi returned with a sack of strength-enhancing pills to the Huichun Hall. You already know the address of the black market. Why come here again? I prefer not to make an extra trip to the black market. I'll sell to you here from now on, and I need to consult you about my health. Er Dogzi replied, casually tossing the sack onto the ground. Sima scrutinized Er Dogzi, carefully observing his complexion. In the field of medicine, practitioners emphasize observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. Upon their first meeting, one could glean a great deal from a person in amp. Oppos, S-gait, posture, complexion, tone, and appearance. At that moment, Sima Yi's keen observations revealed a grayish pallor enveloping Er Dogzi's face. Are you poisoned? Sigh, it might be due to my last encounter with that zombie. I sustained some scratches that haven't healed, Er Dogzi replied as he removed his clothing, revealing a body marked by dark bruises. Sima Yi's pupils constricted at the sight. The shock he felt was indescribable. Having studied medicine and treated countless patients over more than a decade, he had never encountered such a condition. Er Dogzi and amp. Oppo's body was covered in an intricate web of scars, each old wound overlapping the next, leaving no space between them. These scars twisted together, creating a grotesque and terrifying sight. In addition to the old scars, there were also a dozen fresh wounds inflicted by the zombie and amp. Oppo's claws, the cuts appearing dark and bruised. I thought it was just a minor injury. It should have healed in 3 to 5 days. I didn't Oppo's expect it to linger for so long, and I've been feeling these chills and fevers, Er Dogzi said nonchalantly. Having been accustomed to physical punishment since childhood, he believed that time would heal his wounds. He had always felt somewhat gifted in enduring pain. Compared to his previous injuries, these recent claw marks seemed trivial. You have been poisoned by zombie venom. Thankfully, you remembered to consult me, or you might have turned into a zombie by our next encounter. For now, do not return home. I and Oppos, prepare a pot of medicinal concoction for you to bathe in. Without delay, Sima prescribed a remedy, gathered the herbs, and boiled a large pot of medicine. Er Dogzi reclined in the medicinal bath, feeling utterly relaxed and warm, experiencing an unprecedented sensation of comfort. So this is the pleasure of a hot bath. You've never bathed in hot water? Sima inquired, pulling up a lounge chair beside the tub. He recalled only having bathed in cold water once. That summer when he was 12, he had sneaked to the river for a cold wash, which felt delightful. However, the servant responsible for his care had been punished to death by his uncle for that incident. Afterward, he had never dared to bathe in cold water again. A farmer like me has no time for such luxuries. After a long trek through the mountains, I can barely collect enough firewood for a single bath, only to have it all consumed in one go. Who lives like that? Er Dogzi remarked, scrubbing the grime from his body without a care. People like my aunt, who would occasionally wash their stinky feet in hot water during winter, are quite rare. Sima pondered that boiling a large pot of water indeed required a bundle of firewood, and bathing twice would consume a whole load. In our village, only Huang Laokai is particular about bathing. During the depths of winter, he would occasionally boil a large bucket of hot water every 10 days or so. He would bathe first, followed by his wife, then their son, and finally the daughters of his concubines. After the entire family had taken their turns, the bathwater would be thicker than rice porridge, so much so that a stick could stand upright in it. That water would then be saved for irrigation, promoting exceptionally lush crops. There is also that fellow, Nyodan, who was set to marry the next day, but was too stingy to boil hot water, opting instead for a cold bath in winter. Mere days after his bride arrived, he succumbed to illness, leaving his brother, Er Dan, to benefit from his misfortune. As Er Dogzi scrubbed himself, he regaled Sima with amusing anecdotes from the village. His storytelling was captivating, and Sima listened intently, finding it refreshingly entertaining. By the way, how did you acquire all these wounds? Sima finally dared to ask, having long held back his curiosity about Er Dogzi's myriad scars. Of course, I got beaten up, and some are from my own clumsiness. Take this scar, for instance. On a festival day, my aunt asked me to cook a pot of white rice. I was curious about the taste of white rice, so just before the meal, I sneakily took a large scoop to taste. At that time, I was still quite young, innocent and naive. I dug such a large hole in the pot that my aunt noticed it immediately. She promptly wielded the spatula to strike me. But I did not regret enduring that beating, for at least I'd savored a delicious meal. The scar I bore, however, felt like a loss. When Er Dogzi recounted the scars adorning his body, it was as if he were narrating another's tale, vividly and animatedly, occasionally breaking into laughter. Yet, Sima, he found it difficult to share in his mirth. He realized their childhoods had been worlds apart. He recalled an incident from his own youth when he scraped his skin slightly, and the household servants took turns tending to him as if the sky were about to fall. Now that you possess the scholarly title of Wu Xiaocai, your cousin should no longer be able to best you. Have you considered seeking revenge? Er Dogzi fell silent for a long while before responding with a smile. The law punishes murderers with death. Whether one has committed a crime is at the discretion of the authorities. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Sima, and Appo's mouth. When they need you to break the law, stepping on an ant could lead to your arrest and execution. Yet, when you have done nothing wrong, even if you were to commit murder under their very noses, they would remain oblivious. Look at those highway robbers. As long as they pay a little tribute to the authorities, they live more luxuriously than the landowners. Just be honest. Do you wish for revenge? If so, I assure you, you will be safe from the authorities. Listening to Er Dogzi's experiences, Sima felt an anger that seemed to surpass Er Dogzi and Appo's Hassan. He continually urged him to take vengeance. Alas, I have been deeply conflicted. My cousin is my only remaining family. She's only 10 years old. What would happen to her if her parents and brother were killed before her eyes? At least she is happy now. I cannot bear to let her become an orphan like me. This was the crux of Er Dogzi and Appo's internal struggle. The so-called law was merely a flimsy fade. On a moonless night, if one were to enter and slaughter an entire household, who would take heed? He could see that Xiao Easy was living joyfully. Perhaps it would be best to wait a few more years until she married and had her own family. Then she would likely not be too heartbroken. The two continued their idle chatter, oblivious to the fact that a bucket of hot water had already cooled. The water has cooled. Let me see, Sima urged. Er Dogzi emerged from the water, and from his wounds oozed a trace of red blood, while the surrounding skin remained a bluish gray. Does it hurt? Sima inquired, prodding one of the wounds with his finger. Not all. Er Dogzi shook his head. How about here? Does it hurt? No. And here? Sima poked at each wound, receiving no response of pain from Er Dogzi. Your corpse poison is rather troublesome. Ordinary herbs will have no effect, Sima remarked, shaking his head. You should head to the black market. There is a pharmacy called Hong Fu Tang, run by the county magistrate. Inquire if they have any detoxification pills. If they do, you should be able to exchange your 5 blood soul pills for a single detoxification pill. Er Dogzi donned his clothes and took his leave, making his way to the black market and heading straight for Hong Fu Tang. Excuse me, do you have any detoxification pills? He asked. You wish to purchase pills? The shopkeeper looked Er Dogzi up and down. Are you poisoned? Yes. Unfortunately, we do not have any detoxification pills in stock. If you wish to obtain them, you will need to wait a while. You must pay a deposit first, as we need to order them from the county city. Such pills are expensive and in low demand. Without a deposit, if we procure them at a high cost and the customer is unwilling to pay or has died, the pills would be wasted. And how much is the deposit? Er Dogzi asked. We do not accept silver, only Peiyuan Guban pills or other rare materials. Er Dogzi had very few Peiyuan Guban pills on hand, but he recalled Sima and Appo's suggestion to exchange them for blood soul pills. As he produced a blood soul pill, he felt a pang of anxiety. Was it truly appropriate to use a pill crafted by an evil cult from living beings in a store owned by the county magistrate? However, the shopkeeper took the blood soul pill, carefully examined it for authenticity, glanced at Er Dogzi without a hint of suspicion, and issued him a receipt. It seemed this was indeed a realm untouched by the law. Even the magistrate's establishment was no exception. The detoxification pills will take some time to arrive. Would you like to purchase some ordinary detoxification pills to temporarily suppress the poison's progression? The shopkeeper suggested, clearly concerned that Er Dogzi might not last until then. Consequently, Er Dogzi spent several dozen taels of refined silver to procure some detoxification pills. Although Hong Fu Tang did not accept ordinary silver, it did not refuse the refined silver, alleviating many of Er Dogzi's troubles. This material was in high demand for weapon crafting. However, refining ordinary silver into refined silver required a significant investment of time and effort, making it relatively scarce. Since refined silver could be used, he also purchased 100 Peiyuan Gubin pills from Hong and Tang. Exiting the black market, he stored the detoxification pills in a gourd, intending to wait until their potency increased before using them. 3 days later, Er Dogzi sat on a stone bed and consumed a detoxification pill. Moments later, a trickle of black blood seeped from his wounds. It seems to have some effect. After taking the medicine, he recalled a rejuvenation technique left by his master. Previously, he had too many skills to learn, and it had yet to be his turn to practice rejuvenation. The texts indicated that this technique could heal injuries, but he was uncertain if it could detoxify. This time, he resolved to advance his practice of this technique early and test its efficacy. For the next month, he took detoxification pills daily while practicing the rejuvenation technique. With both methods working in tandem, the blackness of his wounds ceased to spread further, and he was able to expel some of the black, poisonous blood each time. Now, when he pressed his hand against the wound, he could feel a slight pain. If this trend continued, perhaps he could resolve the corpse poison without further detoxification pills. He should survive, but it would require some time. Chapter 54. Acquiring a bounty of wives in the town of Sancha. It had been some time since Er Dogzi and Amp, Apos, s last visit. The jujube tree in Li Banzian and Amp, Apos, s yard had been uprooted, and not a single fruit remained. Even the bark and roots had been stripped away. He felt a tinge of shame for not taking better care of his master and Apos as property. Today, he had intended to purchase pork in the market, but the meat stall had long since run out of supplies, leaving only a bloody human leg hanging as a grim reminder. Given the circumstances, his favorite meat buns were now off the table. Who could say what kind of meat they contained? The price of grain had surged, with a liter now costing 61, compared to merely 21 in previous years. A stone of rice had risen to 6 taels of silver. Despite these prices, grain merchants hoarded their stocks, anticipating even higher prices next year. Though the market was bustling with people, the variety of goods had diminished significantly. Shabby clothing and jars were all that remained, devoid of value. A considerable portion of the market seemed dedicated to the sale of children and wives. Some bachelors, unable to find spouses, took the opportunity to feign bargaining, attempting to take advantage of the situation. In truth, the wives being sold were emaciated, with yellowed hair and skeletal frames, barely substantial enough to pinch. As Er Dogzi wandered into the market, a man approached him eagerly. "Young sir, would you like to buy a wife to warm your bed? Look at my wife here. One of the most beautiful in the village, hard-working and capable of bearing children. All for just a stone of rice. No wife for me." Er Dogzi shook his head in refusal. Years ago, he had considered acquiring a sturdy young woman as a spouse. But having now been exposed to the vibrant world of the city, he found the gaunt women of the market unappealing. "Just take a look, no obligation to buy." The man insisted, unwilling to let go of what he thought was a potential sale. Despite Er Dogzi and Apos' rustic appearance, his well-fed face and tidy clothing suggested he was no ordinary peasant. The man, determined, led him to a woman with a straw marker in her hair, around her 20s, slightly plumper than the others. "Behold, this one is healthy and robust, perfect for raising children," he boasted, pulling apart her clothing, causing a chilly breeze to make her shrink back in discomfort. "For just a stone of rice, she can warm your bed, farm, bear children, and handle household chores. You won't regret this purchase." Despite the man's relentless sales pitch, Er Dogzi had no interest in buying a wife, especially when he had not even married the daughter of the wealthy Huang family. He scanned the market, noting the traders who dealt in human lives, scrutinizing their potential buyers, sometimes inspecting teeth or flesh for quality. The image of that severed human leg from the butcher's stall haunted him, as did the blood-drenched concoctions of those with scarred faces. These individuals, once bought, might find a measure of comfort as servants, while others could face a grim fate. All right, a stone of rice, I'll buy her. Er Dogzi finally conceded, handing the man 6 taels of silver to procure the grain. Thank you. She is now yours. The man removed the straw marker and pushed the woman toward Er Dogzi. She turned, removing her cotton coat and placing it in the man's hands. Alter this coat for 2 children. If I'm sold, they can't be sold too. They're too young to fetch a proper price. After uttering these words, she followed Er Dogzi without a backward glance at her former owner. Hey, take a look at my wife as well. Another trader piped up. My wife is also quite splendid. My child is 8 years old, capable of farming and labor, all for just a dough of grain. As Er Dogzi made his purchase without haggling, a throng of sellers converged around him, eager to promote their own children or wives. The youth seemed genuine and generous. Selling to him might ensure their survival. However, the fate of those sold to the others remained uncertain. Faced with a sea of eager faces, Er Dogzi made a rash decision. He would buy every individual in the market that day. No pushing one at a time. One at a time. As Er Dogzi exited Sancha, over 30 individuals followed him. Men and women of various ages, most being children, with 12 women among them. All bore ragged clothing and sunken cheeks, their expressions vacant as they trailed behind him, the only sound being the occasional cough. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had acquired all these people, now leading them to the foot of Shiko Mountain. Yet, he was troubled about how to accommodate them. He possessed but one brick house, his storage for grain, and no additional shelter. In the biting winter, leaving them outside would surely lead to several perishing from the cold overnight. After some contemplation, he recalled the abundance of dry straw atop the mountain. Utilizing his wind manipulation technique, he ascended to gather it. The sight astonished the 30-plus followers. What kind of master had they just acquired? Then, witnessing Er Dogzi soaring down the mountain astride a large goose, their astonishment intensified. Could this be the legendary immortal? He gestured to the mound of straw. You shall use this for warmth tonight. We will construct a straw hut tomorrow. The crowd watched in silence, none daring to speak. What is your name? Er Dogzi pointed to the first woman he had purchased. My name is Chiyoyue. Very well. From this moment onward, the care of these individuals is entrusted to you. Overwhelmed by the number of people, Er Dogzi recognized the necessity of appointing someone to manage them. You all will follow Chiyoyue and Appo's instructions. Silence enveloped the group, with only Chiyoyue displaying a look of surprise. Chiyoyue, come with me. Er Dogzi instructed as he headed toward the brick house. Nervously, Chiyoyue followed, uncertain of her new master and Appo's intentions. Having sold herself, she was now bound to him. Upon entering, Er Dogzi revealed a simple living room with a wooden table and 4 stools. He opened another door, revealing a room filled with jujubes and persimmons. Fill some bags with these to share with everyone. Oh, Chiyoyue felt invigorated, eagerly scooping up the dried fruits and stuffing them into bags, occasionally popping a persimmon into her mouth. After filling 2 large bags, they returned outside to distribute food. The newly acquired individuals appeared weak, swaying as they walked, trembling from a cold. Upon receiving the food, they ravenously stuffed it into their mouths, nearly choking in their haste. For now, they would survive on jujubes and persimmons as they settled for their first night amidst the straw. The following day, Er Dogzi provided them with a set of stone mortars, an iron pot, and a stone of rice, instructing Chiyoyue to prepare rice and porridge. He also designated an acre of land for them to build their straw shelters. In the days that followed, Er Dogzi returned to Sancha daily, purchasing anyone he encountered who was being sold. Having already acquired over 30, a few more would not matter. Currently, the population is exceptionally affordable, and I have not spent much silver in total. Gradually, I have bought more than 100. Er Dogzi himself is puzzled, unable to comprehend the sudden impulse that has overtaken him. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged association with Sima Yi, which has influenced him in some manner. As for the notions of doing good and accumulating virtue, those have never crossed his mind. It is merely a sense of compassion that has moved him. Chapter 55. 18 years old once again, a new year has dawned, heralding fresh beginnings and renewed spirits, and Er Dogzi has reached the age of 18. This year's celebration is not a solitary affair. Instead, it is a vibrant gathering of over 300 souls, filled with liveliness and merriment. Due to the unfortunate circumstances that prevented the purchase of pork during the disaster year, Er Dogzi has managed to catch several large fish from a gourd, complemented by some dried wild vegetables, resulting in a hearty pot of fish soup. Everyone, without a hint of waste, even consumed the fish scales and bones from the broth. Last winter, he had taken decisive action, bringing back over 300 individuals in one go. Among them, children under 10 made up half of the group. They were not particularly skilled in labor and were the cheapest to acquire, often costing just a few pints of grain. There were over 50 young women and more than 50 wives, while the number of able-bodied men was just over 30. Families in dire straits had first resorted to selling their women and children. Remarkably, he spent less than 1,000 taels of silver to purchase so many people. Although acquiring individuals did not require monetary expenditure, providing sustenance for over 300 mouths demanded a significant amount of grain. By economizing on food, they could consume a stone of rice daily. However, the several tins of stones of rice stored in his warehouse would not last long. Consequently, he ventured into the black market to procure an additional 200 stones of grain, originally requiring over 1,000 taels. He managed to secure it for merely a few taels, thanks to his use of refined silver essence. For Er Dogzi, such expenses were not exorbitant. With such a large group of people, it was neither suitable nor practical for them to remain idle. After several days of shared meals that gradually restored their strength, Er Dogzi thoughtfully resolved to have them excavate clay to make adobe bricks for constructing houses. The completed homes would be for their own habitation. He selected several acres of elevated farmland as the site for excavation, which could later be transformed into a pond for water storage and fish cultivation. During this severe drought, only Dingjia village remained unaffected, enjoying a normal harvest. This was due to a substantial mountaintop reservoir that retained water for irrigation during the dry season. While Er Dogzi did not possess as much land as Dingjia village, he designated 5 acres for conversion into a pond, which should suffice to irrigate his own several acres of farmland. Given that there was no snowfall last winter, predictions for another dry season were high. Thus, following the new year, work resumed on excavating clay for bricks and digging the pond, with everyone laboring fervently. All were from impoverished backgrounds, and none were lazy. As long as there was food, they were unafraid of hard work and exhaustion. Though the new year had just passed, the weather remained frigid. The adults were responsible for digging and watering, while the children chopped straw, scattering it into the mud before stepping barefoot to knead it repeatedly. The goal was to soften the clay until it was free of clumps and stones, ready to be shaped into bricks in wooden molds. Once dried, the children would transport the bricks while the adults constructed the walls. With over 300 people working simultaneously, the efficiency was commendable, and 2 adobe houses had already been completed before the new year. The roofs were temporarily covered with layers of straw, affixed with mud. Er Dogzi rarely involved himself in the brickmaking process. Instead, he spent his days cultivating the land on the mountain, practicing his skills, and studying. His mastery of the rejuvenation technique had reached a remarkable level, enabling him to expel toxic blood from his wounds with each application. By performing the technique 5 times daily, combined with the effects of detoxification pills, he had eliminated a substantial portion of the corpse poison within him. If this continued, he might even be able to forego a single detox pill. On one such day, he prepared a batch of strength-enhancing pills and made his way to the county town. Since discovering that he could utilize refined silver essence in the black market, he no longer needed to sell strength pills for profit. However, Sima still required them to make a margin. As the number of disaster victims grew, even thin porridge consumed a considerable amount of grain daily. At the entrance of the rejuvenation hall, a long queue still awaited. Er Dogzi only entered once darkness fell. Er Dogzi, you arrived just in time. I have splendid news for you. Sima greeted him with a smile. What news? Er Dogzi pondered what good tidings could possibly exist in these times. Do you recall the bottle of drought corpse gas you obtained last time? Of course, you helped me deliver it to the county office. Initially skeptical of the county officials, Er Dogzi's interest peaked at Sima's words. Could there be genuine hope? The county office, realizing their inadequacy in dealing with the drought corpse, transferred the bottle of corpse gas to the prefectural city. There, numerous experts adept in tracking utilized the gas to unearth a cult as hideout. The prefectural officials dispatched skilled individuals to eliminate the cult, resulting in the immediate death of 3 foundational leaders and dozens of chi practitioners. This significant achievement was reported to the court, granting credit to both the prefectural and county offices, although he had not participated in the battle. Er Dogzi would likely receive recognition. Er Dogzi was genuinely astonished. Aside from their proficiency in extorting from the populace, the officials were also formidable in combat. To have slain 3 foundational practitioners and numerous chi practitioners in a single encounter was remarkable. It was worth noting that, at present, no foundational experts existed in Anshan County. They were the stuff of legends. However, the zombie possessing the drought corpse bloodline managed to escape, and since the gas was expended, its whereabouts remain elusive. Sima, he added. Indeed, it's prudent not to harbor excessive expectations. What might be the strength of that zombie? If it roams freely, isn't that even more perilous? Er Dogzi felt as though they had poked a hornet's nest. Such a powerful entity, once unrestrained, would be unmanageable for locals. Rumor had it that the creature bore the drought corpse bloodline, possibly surpassing ordinary foundational practitioners in strength. During the ambush, it had torn apart a foundational practitioner before breaking through their encirclement. Er Dogzi knew well the might of zombies. The one he encountered previously matched his own strength. Well, what kind of reward will the government bestow upon me? Er Dogzi inquired with curiosity, wanting to glean the tangible benefits amidst the distant threats of the zombie. I've heard that a leader from the prefectural office was promoted, while others received medicinal pills as rewards. We should be entitled to at least a few pills here. Sima, he responded. Medicinal pills? This piqued Er Dogzi's interest in the reward. After conversing with Sima for a while, Er Dogzi took his leave from the rejuvenation hall and visited the black market, selling a large sack of red dates in exchange for over 1,000 taels. He discovered that the earnings from selling to cultivators were indeed the easiest to come by. Anything imbued with spiritual energy could fetch several times its worth. As he exited the grain shop, a vendor at a corner stall called out, "Esteemed guest, take a look. Authentic medicinal pills for sale." Er Dogzi was intrigued. When did authentic medicinal pills become available at street stalls? Do you truly have medicinal pills for sale? Or are they counterfeit? Impossible for them to be fake. Just take a look for yourself. The vendor produced a white jade vial from his pocket and poured out a blood-red, translucent pill. Smell this rich, spiritual energy. If it weren't for this year's plummeting material costs, how could one acquire such quality pills? One pill can equate to a year of arduous cultivation. Only 1,000 cultivating essence pills can be exchanged for one, or other spiritual items can be traded equivalently. The vendor continued to extol the virtues of his wares, claiming that a mere 1,000 cultivating essence pills, valued at 10,000 taels, was indeed a bargain. May I inquire where you source these pills? Er Dogzi asked sincerely while handing over a large vial of cultivating essence pills. However, the vendor remained vigilant, swiftly concealing the blood-soul pill in his bosom. If one chose not to purchase, so be it. They should not disturb his trade. Er Dogzi meandered around for a while, finding nothing else of interest, and exited the black market. He then hurried back to Shiko Mountain through the night. The distance from Shiko Mountain to the county town had once required him to walk an entire day when he lacked cultivation. Now, employing the wind control technique, he could cover the journey in less than half a day. However, if there were no pressing matters, he would not exert himself unduly, opting instead for a leisurely pace. Along the way, he encountered many refugees, all heading towards Dingjia village. Listening to the crowd, he learned that the lord of Dingjia village was a great benefactor, presently distributing gruel. Moreover, Dingjia village was seeking to recruit a multitude of laborers to repair the reservoir. The refugees mentioned that Dingjia village was also looking for robust household servants to guard the premises. Er Dogzi had visited Dingjia village before, where one could say the doors were never locked at night. As long as they secured the mountain pass, outsiders could not enter. Thus, the need for so many household servants seemed unnecessary. Hearing about the actions of Dingjia village, Er Dogzi's admiration for its lord deepened. He and Sima were but children playing house in comparison. The village lord possessed grand aspirations and the capability to ensure that thousands had food to eat. Currently, he only had 50 acres of land. Even if he wished to emulate Dingjia village, he could not conjure anything substantial. The other land in the village was under the control of Zhang Yuliang. However, in front of Shiko Mountain lay Shishi village, and behind it was a vast expanse of desolate mountains. He frequently ventured there to gather firewood, where for over 10 miles there was no habitation. He had heard that this wasteland belonged to a certain nobleman in the county town. These nobles had a habit of hoarding land. Whenever they had spare money, they would purchase parcels to leave for their descendants. Perhaps he could ask Sima to inquire if it were possible to acquire this land. Upon returning to the summit of Shiko Mountain, he gazed out at the vast desolation behind. If he were to follow the example of Dingjia village, he could construct a large reservoir among those mountains and level the lower terrain to transform it into fertile fields. After all, labor was inexpensive now. As long as he could provide a meal, it would suffice. However, the land belonged to someone else, and for now, he could only dream. In the following days, Er Dogzi practiced diligently on the mountain, the poison from the corpses being continuously expelled from his body, and he was nearing recovery. Due to the lingering effects of the poison, his cultivation had not advanced significantly during this time. Nevertheless, his mastery over the technique of externalizing vital energy had improved considerably. Previously, each time he employed this technique, it would drain his entire reservoir of vital energy. Concentrating all his energy into a single strike indeed rendered a formidable force. However, after executing that one move, he would become exceedingly weak, unable even to contend with a common martial artist. Through relentless practice and contemplation over time, he finally made progress. He discovered that he could release a blade of light from the sword and amp, Oppo's edge. This blade of light would consume only half of his vital energy, and it could shoot forth at great speed to strike distant targets. While its power did not match that of a full-force strike, it was incredibly sharp, and he would still retain energy afterward. These were insights he gleaned from his master and amp, Oppo's, as previous teachings, developed through gradual exploration on the mountain. However, his blade of light emitted a dazzling radiance, lacking the formless subtlety and mastery of his master's externalized vital energy. Youth is often filled with imagination, and recently, he had a sudden thought. He could ride atop the great white goose, launching the blade of light from above, striking at the enemy's head. While he could reach the enemy, they would be unable to retaliate against the soaring goose. Unfortunately, he could only unleash 2 blades of light at most, which felt rather insufficient. Perhaps he could also procure some throwing knives or stones to drop from above. While he might not hit the enemy directly, they would forever be subjected to bombardment, powerless to fight back. This would surely frustrate them. Among the recent arrivals, there were several robust men who could be taught blacksmithing to forge some weapons for him. However, when he approached these men with the 100 weapons manual, he found that not a single one could read. Even among the men, none were literate. The women and children fared even worse. Out of over 300 individuals, they were all effectively blind to the written word. With his daily practice consuming his time, he could not teach them literacy or blacksmithing. Just as Er Dogzi was mired in worry, Huang Laokai appeared before him, swaying slightly. Huang Laokai was well known in the village for his literacy and numeracy skills. In the past, when villagers had children and lacked the education to name them, they would turn to Huang Laokai for a fitting name. Presently, Er Dogzi owed Huang Laokai 110 taels of silver annually, which spoke to his remarkable arithmetic abilities. As long as Er Dogzi lived, his family would not go hungry for at least 20 years. Huang Laokai, could you do me a favor? Er Dogzi inquired. Lord Zhang, please do not hesitate to command. Huang Laokai responded with a bow and a smile. Since the upheaval in his family, the once wealthy man now appeared humbly deferential. The gestures of bowing, clasping hands, and smiling seemed ingrained in his very being, particularly when addressing Er Dogzi, where he seemed to embody humility itself. In truth, he worried unnecessarily. Repaying debts was a matter of principle, and Er Dogzi was not the type to harm his creditors. "Could you take a look at this book and teach it to a few of my men?" Er Dogzi asked, handing over the 100 Weapons Manual. Huang Laokai glanced through it, and a glimmer of light appeared in his cloudy eyes. "Lord Zhang, are you seeking to cultivate blacksmiths and forge weapons?" "Yes," Er Dogzi affirmed. "I wish to create some swords and knives, but none of these hundreds are literate." Huang Laokai replied, "I am somewhat old and my eyesight is failing. There are some characters I cannot discern. Perhaps I could send my son, Huang Fugue, to assist? If Lord Zhang does not mind, it would be a blessing for him to serve as a blacksmith under you." Huang Laokai could be humble when required, yet his astuteness remained unscathed. The book had originally been acquired by Er Dogzi from a chubby boy, containing many secrets of weapon forging. For an ordinary person, mastering the art of weapon forging could provide a means of survival. Though Huang Laokai was too old to swing a hammer, he could send his son to assist. Moreover, it would be a chance to align themselves with Er Dogzi, an advantageous arrangement for both parties. Er Dogzi had no objections. Having Huang Fugue come would undoubtedly be beneficial. They had grown up in the same village and shared a long-standing familiarity. Chapter 56. Idleness. Huang Fugue was slightly older than Er Dogzi. During his last imprisonment, a guard had broken one of his legs. A renowned physician managed to mend the injured limb, enabling him to walk, albeit with one leg longer than the other. After joining, Er Dogzi tossed the 100 Weapons Manual to him, instructing him to copy it. Subsequently, Huang Fugue diligently studied the text, initially assisting Er Dogzi in crafting over a dozen throwing knives. Although the design was somewhat unappealing, it mattered little as long as they could be hurled from a height to strike an opponent. However, when Er Dogzi attempted to utilize these knives from above, he soon discovered that hitting his intended target proved challenging. Many knives fell sideways or tumbled down, some even landing with the handle facing downward. Such outcomes were less effective than simply throwing stones. Thus, Huang Fugue was urged to continue refining his techniques. In addition to perfecting his blacksmithing skills, Er Dogzi requested that Huang Fugue teach the children to read during his spare time. Initially, he intended for Huang Fugue to instruct only a few children, but to his surprise, over 300 eager learners flocked to his lessons. Eventually, they decided to hold a daily study session for an hour after meals, leaving the extent of learning to the children's own initiative. As for the knives, they were inadequate, and the large goose he rode was also lacking in stamina. It could only carry him for 2 to 3 miles, at most 5. Therefore, he resolved to improve the geese's diet to enhance their strength. A few days prior, he fed each goose a revitalizing pill daily, resulting in remarkable improvements in their vigor. However, he soon faced a new dilemma. The total supply of the revitalizing pills in the black market was limited. The primary ingredient required was ginseng aged 50 years, with a fixed annual yield. Having purchased a substantial quantity in a short time, the stock in the black market dwindled, causing prices to soar. This rapid increase naturally attracted the attention of the local cultivators in Anshan County, and some had begun discreet investigations. Alarmed, Er Dogzi refrained from further purchases, opting instead to acquire a batch of auxiliary herbs to concoct a large quantity of revitalizing pills using 20 portions of ginseng. By employing a gourd to enhance them, their efficacy matched that of the genuine article, and he discreetly sold them in the black market. The prices gradually stabilized, and many ceased to focus on the fluctuations. In the days that followed, he continued to produce revitalizing pills for his geese while still procuring some from the black market, enhancing them with the gourd before consumption. Occasionally, he would mistakenly repurchase pills he had previously released, which could no longer be enhanced once returned to the gourd. The geese thrived on their improved diet, growing in size and steadily increasing in strength. Simultaneously, through Er Dogzi's daily efforts, the toxic remnants within him were nearly eradicated. One day, as he sat on his bed and consumed a detoxifying pill, he employed the rejuvenation technique to expel the poison. The numerous claw marks from the zombies on his body had diminished to just one. The others had healed, leaving behind several more scars on an already scarred body. At that moment, aided by the detoxifying pill and the rejuvenation technique, the remaining wound began to seep a trace of red blood. Thus, the internal poison was completely dispelled. This affliction had lingered for half a year before he finally recovered. While his injuries had healed, the detoxifying pill he had ordered had yet to arrive. Had it not been for his gourd and amp, Oppo's ability to enhance the pill and amp, Oppo's properties, coupled with his healing techniques, he might not have survived long enough to wait for its arrival. As he continued to perform the rejuvenation technique, a stream of vital energy flowed gently around the wound, which itched and began to heal. After a while, Er Dogzi donned his clothes and mounted a large goose, gliding down from Shiko Mountain. At the base, several adobe houses had already been constructed, providing shelter for over 300 individuals, all of whom belonged to different families but had been brought together by similar circumstances. Now, they had united into a vast family. The individual chosen by Er Dogzi, Chiyue, proved to be quite capable, managing all affairs and individuals with remarkable organization. The 5-acre pond remained incomplete, with excavation ongoing, and the excavated mud was used for building. Er Dogzi soared over the mountain and amp, Oppo's foot and flew past Shishi village before dismounting from the goose. The spring sowing season had arrived, and despite the drought and lack of water, everyone was making their utmost effort to plant crops. Ahu and Oppo's family had irrigated their fields throughout the winter, and now the soil remained moist. Seizing the opportunity, they planted millet and sesame. Although the yield of these crops was far inferior to rice, they possessed the significant advantage of drought resistance. Notably, sesame often yielded even higher in dry years. As long as they could sow some crops, they would reap something, ensuring their survival. As Er Dogzi flew along, he observed many individuals carrying wooden buckets, hauling water from the Anshang River over long mountain paths to irrigate their fields. The river was nearly dry, with only shallow waters remaining in the central channel. In addition to those fetching water, numerous children and refugees were attempting to catch fish in the dwindling stream. Yet the fish proved elusive, darting about with remarkable agility. This scene stirred Er Dogzi's youthful spirit, prompting him to leap into the river, emerging covered in mud but triumphant with a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds. The children gazed at him with envious eyes. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi, it seemed somewhat excessive to employ such skills merely for fishing. When Sima spotted Er Dogzi entering the rejuvenation hall with a large fish in hand, he Kuden and Oppo's helped but laugh and scold. As a martial scholar, you disgrace yourself by frolicking like a child in the river. Will you eat it? Of course. While fishing may be undignified, enjoying the fish is not. Immediately, Sima sent the fish to the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, several delectable dishes were prepared. The fish head was adorned with a vibrant layer of red peppers, making it utterly tempting. Additionally, there was a serving of fish soup, sautéed fish, sweet and sour fish, and slices of fish meat. You city folk are truly discerning. One fish can yield such an array of dishes. Er Dogzi marveled at the spread before him. Whenever he cooked fish or boiled pork, he never prepared such elaborate variations. He simply boiled it until cooked, using only oil and salt, other seasonings being foreign to him. As he picked up a small piece of fish coated in red pepper and brought it to his mouth, he was nearly brought to tears by the spice. Having never tasted chili before, he was unprepared for its intensity. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he could withstand the heat without shedding tears. The fish was exceptionally tender, and aside from the spiciness, it was savory and fragrant, a delightful fusion of flavors that rendered it irresistible. Do you drink? Sima inquired, lifting a wine gourd from the table, ready to pour for Er Dogzi. I do not. It's too pungent, spicy, and bitter, far inferior to honey water. Er Dogzi had little interest in wine, perceiving it as a self-imposed torment. In his mind, honey water remained the most delightful beverage. Very well. Sima did not press further, pouring himself a cup and taking a sip. I have inquired about that barren mountain you wanted me to investigate. Whose land is it? Er Dogzi asked with curiosity, aware that such a vast expanse of land could not be claimed solely by wealth. The county magistrate. Sima Yi's 3-word response extinguished any hope Er Dogzi had. The magistrate possessed wealth and power, lacking for nothing. It seemed Er Dogzi had nothing of value to offer him, and as a mere martial scholar, he had no opportunity to negotiate with the magistrate directly. Do not lose heart. There is another piece of information. What news? Sima leisurely took another sip of wine and savored a piece of spicy fish head meat. The reward for your previous provision of zombie intelligence has arrived. A single elixir. Indeed, Er Dogzi was astonished that the typically unreliable authorities had actually granted him an elixir. However, do not rejoice too soon, for the likelihood of you obtaining this elixir is quite slim. Before Er Dogzi could fully bask in his moment of triumph, Sima calmly continued, why? Because the elixir was sent to the county office, but it was misplaced by the concubine of the county magistrate. It is not that they will not give it to you. Rather, they have stated that it will be yours whenever it is found. Chapter 57. Locus Er Dogzi should have long realized the unreliability of the officials and refrained from placing excessive hope in them. What was intended as a reward of a precious elixir for him had, upon reaching the hands of the county magistrate, become irretrievable. Fortunately, with Sima and Appo's intervention through his uncle, a negotiation ensued with the county magistrate. Ultimately, Er Dogzi willingly relinquished the elixir and sincerely implored the magistrate to exchange it for 2 barren mountains. The magistrate, initially uninterested in the elixir, found it difficult to refuse upon witnessing Er Dogzi's earnestness. Naturally, Er Dogzi felt immense gratitude, and others could not help but commend the magistrate, declaring him benevolent and caring for his people like a father. These 2 barren mountains lay behind Shiko Mountain, amidst a stretch of over 10 miles of similarly desolate terrain, all owned by the magistrate. He possessed numerous such properties. These 2 mountains, adjacent to Shiko, were significantly larger and more level. However, in comparison to the elixir coveted by cultivators, they were of little worth. Nonetheless, this was the best outcome he could hope for. At least he had secured 2 mountains. Having previously desired to emulate the Ding family patriarch, but struggled to find a suitable location, Sima handed Er Dogzi a land deed stamped with the official seal. Do you plan to cultivate the land? He inquired. Indeed, Er Dogzi replied. With so many displaced persons idling about, why not enlist their help in clearing the land? We shall first cultivate the area at the foot of the mountain, which has been left to grow wild, such a waste. As he expressed his thoughts, Er Dogzi and Appo's enthusiasm grew, his eyes sparkling with fervor. I also intend to construct a large reservoir at the mountaintop to collect rainwater and build a pond. I aim to transform all those barren mountains into fertile fields. In his youth, he had dreamed of owning a piece of land, and now he finally had 2 expansive barren mountains at his disposal to reshape. Furthermore, there was ample labor to be had. Providing them with food would suffice. If these individuals had sustenance, they might no longer need to sell their children. Sima observed the radiant Er Dogzi, noting that it was the first time in all their years of acquaintance that he had displayed such exuberance. I possess 60 taels of refined silver. When you have the time, please check the market for any individuals being sold, regardless of gender, by them all. All of them? Er Dogzi reiterated, confirming his intent. The county market had numerous individuals for sale daily. Yes, every last one, leaving none for those unscrupulous buyers, Er Dogzi asserted firmly. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Sima replied. As a local power broker, he had noticed an increasing number of blood soul pills in the black market. He could surmise the fate of many purchased individuals, yet his personal capabilities and finances were limited. Today, he had finally found a like-minded partner. If surplus funds permit, acquire some grain from the black market as well. After the new year, grain prices surged significantly, now reaching 8 taels of silver per stone. Their partnership yielded remarkable efficiency. Within just a few days, Sima had cleared the market of individuals marked for sale, purchasing over 200 starving souls and additionally acquiring 200 stones of grain. After bringing these individuals and grain back, he settled them on the barren land, hastily erecting some thatched huts. With a multitude of tasks remaining, Er Dogzi promptly summoned Huang Laokai to assist in management. In the following period, Sima utilized the funds left by Er Dogzi to procure additional pig iron and farming tools. He also bought a considerable number of individuals. Anytime there were people for sale at the market, he purchased them. However, despite these efforts, the black market continued to teem with blood soul pills, leaving Sima with a sense of helplessness. The state of the world was such that it could not be altered by the endeavors of just a few individuals. They could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. For the past few months, Er Dogzi had been cultivating on the mountain. With matters in the county entrusted to Sima Yi and Huang Laokai managing the barren land, he was spared from excessive worry. Since expelling the corpse poison from his body, his long-suppressed cultivation had surged rapidly. It would not be long before he could break through to the 5th layer of qi training. On Shiko Mountain, after years of nurturing, the iron thorns had finally flourished around the mountaintop. The crescent-shaped lingmi planted last year had started to sprout, and it would not be long before the first harvest. Other crops, such as ginseng and huangjing, were growing normally. The earliest batch of ginseng had aged to a remarkable 40 years, and his goal was to cultivate a century-old spirit herb, achievable in another 6 years. However, recently, the locusts had multiplied alarmingly, frequently descending upon Shiko Mountain. Sometimes they would swarm together, forming vast hordes. Wherever these locust swarms ventured, not a single green leaf remained, especially now, amid a severe drought. The verdant expanse of Shiko Mountain attracted these pests even more. Fortunately, his flock of geese played a crucial role in safeguarding his land. While geese primarily grazed, they also consumed small fish, shrimp, and insects. After mutating, his large white geese seemed particularly fond of meat. Each time a swarm approached, it became a jubilant feast for the geese. Geese, known for their vigilance and strong territorial instincts, were a formidable presence. One day, after Er Dogzi had finished watering his crops, a dense swarm of locusts darkened the sky. As the locusts hovered above, his flock of white geese took to the air, pursuing the pests. Today in Apo's locust swarm was significantly larger than usual. The sky was filled with flapping wings, and many locust limbs fell like rain. Among these remnants were also numerous snow-white goose feathers, an unusual sight. Curiously, Er Dogzi noted that his geese were being attacked by the locusts. He spotted a large goose encircled by several oversized locusts. These locusts measured 5 to 6 inches long, darting through the air like arrows, leaving behind feathers and blood. The large goose flapped its wings, striking one of the locusts. The injured locust plummeted to the ground, and Er Dogzi hurried over to retrieve it. Upon examination, he found the locust to be a vibrant green, with sturdy limbs and hind legs resembling sharp saw blades. A careless touch resulted in a cut upon his hand. Utilizing his observation technique, he discerned that this seemingly ordinary creature exuded a formidable aura, harboring a faint yet potent energy akin to that of a martial artist. While ordinary locusts feasted solely on the green leaves of crops, the emergence of such mutated locusts indicated an ominous appetite for more than just vegetation. They posed a threat to both humans and livestock. Upon dissecting the swollen abdomen of a locust, he discovered thousands of eggs nestled within. These eggs emitted a rich spiritual energy, their golden hue enticing even Er Dogzi and Apo's appetite. He decided to keep this large locust, contemplating a sumptuous locust feast for himself. In times of hunger, he had roasted locusts on the mountain before, finding them delicious and savory. As he observed the mutated locusts still battling with the white geese above, Er Dogzi retrieved a bow and arrows. He intended to take the martial examination, and archery was a fundamental skill required. Though his practice time was limited, he still aimed at a locust with precision. Drawing the bowstring of his 3-stone hard bow to its full moon shape, he released an arrow toward one of the locusts. However, the grasshoppers were exceedingly small, darting swiftly through the sky, causing arrows to merely graze past them within a mere foot or two. This arrow could not be deemed a complete miss, for though it did not strike the grasshopper, it inadvertently pierced the leg of a large goose, tearing away a small morsel of flesh. The goose, engaged in a fierce struggle, suddenly cried out in disarray after being struck, though it remained uncertain whether it was cursing or lauding its master's archery skills. Yet, given the noble and haughty demeanor of the white goose, it was unlikely to utter any foul language. Er Dogzi, feeling a flush of embarrassment, hastily stowed away his bow and arrows, deterred from further interference. His lack of proficiency in archery, coupled with the diminutive size and rapidity of the grasshoppers, rendered the larger goose an easier target, and thus more susceptible to accidental injury. This battle between the geese and the grasshoppers persisted for the better part of an hour before gradually subsiding. The invading grasshoppers were nearly obliterated, with only a few fleeing from the Snake Mouth Mountain, leaving behind a ground littered with injured grasshoppers. On the goose's side, over a dozen were wounded, particularly the one struck by the arrow, which suffered grievously and nearly met its demise. Er Dogzi rewarded each goose with a rejuvenating pill as a form of recompense. In a display of contrition, he offered 2 pills to the injured goose. The geese, having consumed the pills, soon regained their vigor, congregating while stretching their necks and honking loudly, seemingly boasting of their valorous deeds. At this juncture, Er Dogzi was seen with a bamboo basket in one hand and a burlap sack in the other, diligently collecting the fallen grasshoppers. While the geese partook in the feast, they could hardly consume the vast quantity available. The ground was strewn with the remains of grasshoppers, which, if not gathered, would be devoured by snakes, rodents, and ants. Such a bountiful source of meat was too precious to squander. If he could not consume it all himself, it would serve his laborers, who were clearing the land. Every substantial and well-formed grasshopper was collected into the bamboo basket for his own consumption, while the inferior remnants were swept into the burlap sack to be ground into powder and mixed with staple grains. This exquisite grasshopper meat was undoubtedly on par with rice. Presently, grain prices had soared over tenfold, demanding several taels of silver for a stone, and even with money, acquiring food was not guaranteed outside the black market. The black market was rife with grain from the official stores, which were rumored to be nearly depleted. Chapter 58. Tea dregs in the 128th year of the Longxing reign of the Great Zhou dynasty. 30 or so prefectures in the southwest faced a severe drought, followed by rampant locust plagues, leaving the populace in dire straits, with refugees and bandits emerging in droves. The sagacious and wise Longxing Holy Emperor, renowned for his civil and military achievements and benevolence towards the common people, issued a decree. The citizens of Qingzhou would be exempt from taxes for 3 years, and the Ministry of Revenue was instructed to prepare 1 million grains of disaster relief to aid the afflicted populace. The governor of Qingzhou was tasked with comforting the disaster-stricken and resettling the displaced, ensuring the eradication of all banditry within the territory. Upon the issuance of the imperial edict, which was communicated to officials across various states and counties, the emperor was lauded by the masses for his benevolence. Officials from all regions submitted petitions extolling the virtues of the sagacious and wise Longxing Holy Emperor, whose governance shone like the sun, illuminating the lives of all his subjects. Notably, a young prince expressed his desire to personally visit Qingzhou to assess the disaster and comfort the victims. Once the imperial decree was proclaimed, officials from the Ministry of Revenue and local governments acted swiftly, showing no signs of delay. Armed with the emperor's edict, they requisitioned over 3 million grains of disaster relief from the populace, with a few disobedient individuals facing confiscation of their properties. Subsequently, they hurriedly delivered 500,000 grains to Qingzhou for relief efforts. The officials of Qingzhou were moved to tears and promptly submitted petitions expressing their profound gratitude for the emperor's magnanimity. Er Dogzi, residing in Anchang County, which fell under Qingzhou's jurisdiction in the severely affected Sanyang County, had never heard of any disaster relief efforts. Recently, there had been a severe shortage of grain. The official granaries had been exhausted, and the black market offered no options. He was responsible for feeding several hundred people, consuming 1 to 2 stones of grain daily, and was on the brink of starvation. He had no choice but to grind up tree bark and roots, mix it with some locust powder, and blend in a small amount of grain, which barely sufficed to feed everyone. With the locust plague worsening, he halted the reclamation efforts and instructed everyone to prepare bamboo brooms to catch locusts in the vicinity of Shikuxia village for sustenance. On average, each person could capture about a liter of locust daily, which was sufficient for their needs. However, the growing number of mutated locusts, which were fierce and even attacked humans, posed a grave threat. 2 of his men had already succumbed to locust bites. Furthermore, the prolonged consumption of locust meat caused reddened eyes and irritable tempers, leading to frequent brawls among his men. In an attempt to alleviate the situation, Er Dogzi mixed some of the locusts stored in gourds into his men's rations. The villagers, unaware of any mystical properties, simply found the food more palatable. Over time, the health of his men significantly improved, and their irritability diminished. With their enhanced constitution, their combat effectiveness increased, resulting in fewer casualties, making subsequent reclamation efforts more efficient. During this time, Er Dogzi regularly mixed some enchanted food into his men's rations. Today, on Shikuxia Mountain, a fierce aerial battle between geese and locusts had just concluded. Sitting on a large rock, Er Dogzi savored a skewer of roasted locusts. The 5-inch-long mutated locusts, with females bearing eggs and males rich in fat, were delectably succulent. By simply removing the wings and gently pulling the head, one could extract the intestines, which, when roasted over a fire or fried in oil, released an irresistible aroma. Shikuxia Mountain seemed to attract the attention of locust swarms, perhaps coveting the abundant ginseng growing there, as swarms would come every few days. Each time, they were met with fierce resistance from the geese, leaving only a few robust locusts to flee. However, those that escaped would inevitably return with even larger swarms. As Shikuxia Mountain drew most of the locust attention, the surrounding areas of Shikuxia village experienced a notable decrease in locust disasters. Yet, the daily battles on the mountain attracted numerous villagers. They were aware that chickens, ducks, and geese could consume locusts, but most households only kept 1 or 2, with a few fortunate families having 3 to 5, primarily for egg production. It would take time for the villagers to gather enough geese, and the geese on Shikuxia Mountain were several times larger, even capable of carrying Er Dogzi aloft. How could the geese from Old Zhang and Amp, Oppos, as family grow so large? Surely, it was due to the mountain and Amp, Oppos, as mystical aura. Did you not see that Old Zhang only moved to the mountain a few years ago and already passed the martial scholar examination? I have always believed that Shikuxia Mountain is a land of fortune. Now even the Anchang River has run dry, yet the spring under Shikuxia Mountain still flows. My great-grandfather once said that beneath this mountain lies a 1,000-year-old serpent demon. I told Huang Laokai you sold at a loss. Indeed, you let go of a treasure mountain for a pittance. As the villagers speculated about the treasures of Shikuxia Mountain, they could not help but tease Huang Laokai. After all, he was no longer the richest man in the village and could be subjected to light-hearted banter. However, no one ever observed a hint of regret on Huang Laokai's face. Even a treasure mountain requires fortune to enjoy its blessings. For nearly a century, Shikuxia Mountain had been in the Huang family's possession, merely a rocky hill where even trees could not thrive. The obstinate donkey family that ventured to cultivate the mountain ultimately met their demise, with the wife remarrying and the children sold into servitude. The older generation often recounted tales of a great serpent atop Shikuxia Mountain, whose sight meant certain death. Huang Laotsai's words dispelled any nascent thoughts among many villagers. Yet, these were merely the thoughts of ordinary villagers swayed by the tide. Those with steadfast resolve would never be influenced by gossip. Once they set their path, they would pursue it unwaveringly, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, even if it meant hardship or loss. At this moment, in Er Dogzi's uncle's home, Zhang Yuliang and Zhang Yoxin were embroiled in a heated argument. You must try once more. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yoxin slammed his fist on the table, glaring at Zhang Yuliang. You nearly killed yourself and even cost our father his life. Do you expect us to accompany you on this mad quest? Bang! Zhang Yuliang slammed his palm down on the table, shattering the wooden surface. Remember, it was Er Dogzi who caused our father's demise. If it weren't for me, where would our family be today? As long as I can advance further, our entire family will soar to greatness. Restoring our family's honor and establishing a millennia-old lineage, such a prospect is within reach. Zhang Yuliang fixed his gaze on Zhang Yoxin, articulating each word with conviction. Though he had passed the martial scholar examination and tasted success, compared to those prestigious families, he was but a lowly scholar, unworthy even to serve them. What he lacked most was resources and wealth. If he could consume even 1 or 2 pills of Peiyuan Gubin monthly, passing the martial examinations would not be insurmountable. There were undoubtedly treasures atop Shikuxia Mountain. Er Dogzi was merely a swineherd. How could he ever be deserving of such a treasure? As Zhang Youyang spoke, Zhang Yoxin's eyes glinted with envy. Beyond mere greed, it was jealousy that simmered within. An unfamiliar individual, no matter how affluent or powerful, rarely incited jealousy. But when a once impoverished brother, who had been treated like a steed, suddenly stood on equal footing, even surpassing them, it was a bitter pill to swallow. The mere thought of Er Dogzi one day passing the martial examinations and flaunting his success before them was enough to drive one to despair. Regardless of whether the treasures atop Shikuxia Mountain could be obtained, one thing was certain. They must not let Er Dogzi benefit from it. In this moment, the brothers reached a consensus to make another attempt, this time determined to strategize and proceed with caution. Unbeknownst to Er Dogzi, others were plotting against his Shikuxia Mountain. Huang Fugue and Shiyue, along with their subordinates, diligently ventured out each day to catch locusts, ensuring their self-sufficiency without burdening him. Recently, he has been residing in the mountains, dedicating himself to his cultivation and remaining oblivious to worldly affairs, not having descended for many days. His daily routine consists of watering crops, tending to geese, reading, and practicing, living a life of serene contentment. The jujube and persimmon trees on the mountain have now matured into robust trees, entering a fruitful period. With regular watering, it will not be long before they yield a bountiful harvest. There are so many fruits that he cannot possibly consume them all. Thus he resorts to drying and storing them. Numerous red dates and persimmon cakes are already kept in his gourd. Additionally, he has amassed a considerable number of dried grasshoppers, which he has also stored in the gourd. Though he currently lacks for nothing, as someone who grew up enduring hunger and subsisting on pig feed, he cannot bring himself to waste a single grain of food. Today, having completed his practice and just rising to his feet, a flock of geese surrounded him, honking loudly. With a slight smile, he retrieved a bottle of nourishing pills from the gourd and raised it high. Form an orderly line. Those who do not queue shall receive no pills. To his astonishment, the geese actually lined up, stretching their necks in anticipation. One goose, in a moment of urgency, barged into the line, only to be pecked by the others and forced to return to the back. Once they were properly lined up, he dispensed a nourishing pill into the mouth of the first goose, gently patting its head. Upon swallowing the pill, the goose strutted away proudly. He continued feeding the second goose. Perhaps due to their consumption of many extraordinary substances, these geese have not only grown stronger, but have also become increasingly intelligent. They can now comprehend simple commands. After carefully observing them with his chi observation technique, he noticed a force within them akin to a martial artist's true energy. Could this be the demonic aura described in texts? He wonders if these geese might cultivate into spirits, but for now, he will continue to provide them with the best nourishment to enhance their strength. With swarms of grasshoppers growing larger, including those measuring 5 or 6 inches, it is clear that the geese require a certain level of power to confront them. Just as he finished feeding the geese, a commotion erupted from below the mountain. Bang! Bang bang! Zhang Ergu, Scholar Zhang, Lord Zhang. He peered over the cliff to observe a large gathering of villagers at the foot of the mountain, all craning their necks to look up. Among them stood a man clad in a dark red official robe, whom Ergu recognized as the county and Amp, Oppos, as third-class constable. A man of considerable influence at the second level of chi training. It appears that Constable Wang has come to pay a visit. How disrespectful of him. Ergu called out from the mountain and began to descend slowly along a long vine. This esteemed official seeks you. It seems there is a matter to discuss. The villagers, upon seeing Ergu descend, hurriedly approached him, eager to explain the situation, as if they had accomplished a great feat. In truth, they knew nothing, merely seeking to associate themselves with the commotion and garner some attention from the important figure. Scholar Zhang resides at the mountain peak. How cultured! Constable Wang squinted as he surveyed the sheer cliffs behind Ergu. You flatter me, sir. My family is humble, and I am forced to reside in this harsh place, exposed to the elements. With such a distinguished guest, I have little to offer, but please come in for a cup of tea to quench your thirst, Ergu said, opening the door of his modest brick house, inviting Constable Wang inside. As for inviting him up the mountain, that was out of the question. Seated on a bench, Constable Wang surveyed the sparse living room, which contained only a wooden table and 4 benches. On the table sat a single rough set of teapot and cups. Aside from that, the house was devoid of anything else. It could be described as utterly destitute. Ergu carefully arranged a stack of large tea bowls and filled them from a large teapot, adhering to the most basic etiquette of hospitality in the Great Zhou dynasty. Even in his poverty, he believed a bowl of plain water should be offered. While pouring the tea, he did not discriminate between the esteemed constable and the humble villagers. Having once endured disdain due to his lowly status, he empathized with their plight. Thus, he served each person, starting with Constable Wang, a generous bowl of tea. At first, Constable Wang had no appetite upon seeing the rough teapot and cups. He thought that drinking from such earthenware would sully his mouth. Particularly, he was displeased to receive the same treatment as the rural villagers. However, being a seasoned adult and a veteran of the officialdom, he refrained from confronting Ergu over a mere bowl of tea. Constable Wang accepted the tea bowl with one hand, placing it on the wooden table. He did not rush to drink. The villagers, however, dared not enter the house, gathering outside to watch, surprised that the scholar would offer them tea. Each one beamed with gratitude, taking the bowls eagerly. The tea from Lord Zhang is truly delightful. It is exquisite, fragrant and sweet. Perhaps the best tea I have ever tasted. Hearing the villagers praise the tea, Constable Wang felt disdain. These country folk had likely never even tasted proper tea in their lives. With such thoughts in mind, he looked at the bowl of thin tea on the stone table and felt even less inclined to try it. Drinking Lord Zhang's tea seems to have alleviated my headache. I too feel invigorated after drinking Lord Zhang's tea. My waist no longer aches and my legs feel light. May I inquire, Lord Zhang, what kind of tea is this that has such miraculous effects? The praise grew increasingly extravagant, and Constable Wang, embarrassed to be associated with these villagers, was about to scold them. However, he reconsidered, thinking it prudent to taste the tea before reprimanding them. He gently lifted the bowl with 3 fingers and took a small sip. To his surprise, the tea was sweet and rich, comparable to many fine teas he had previously tasted. Moreover, he sensed a faint spiritual energy within the tea. Those who practice cultivation are fervently passionate about items imbued with spiritual energy, making them particularly sensitive to such nuances. Gulping down the tea in one go, Constable Wang found it surprisingly delightful. Observing him finish the tea, Ergu promptly poured him another bowl, which Wang drank with the same fervor. He continued to drink until 5 bowls had been consumed, leaving him slightly bloated. The villagers, realizing the tea and Appo's miraculous effects, had initially contemplated asking for another bowl. But seeing Constable Wang down it like a beast, they reconsidered. It seemed that this official from the county had not seen much in his life after all. Brother Zhang, may I be so bold as to inquire what kind of tea this is? Our village possesses little of value, merely spring water infused with a few red dates. Ergu replied, lifting the lid to reveal several soaked red dates at the bottom of the pot. Do you still want the tea leaves? If not, I would like to take them home to satisfy my children's cravings. After finishing his tea, Constable Wang brazenly requested the remaining red dates from the pot. Ergu readily agreed, promptly wrapping them in large leaves and tying them with some grass. Thank you very much, Constable Wang said with a hearty laugh, carrying the leaf bundle with a cheerful demeanor. The villagers watched this unfold, their hearts filled with indignation. Originally, many had wished to ask for the tea leaves as well, but this Constable Wang had no shame, openly seeking to take the remnants from them. They had lived for decades without witnessing such audacity in an official. Might I ask, what brings you here today, Lord Wang? Having finished our tea, Er Dogzi inquired about the reason behind our gathering. It is as follows. As you are aware, our Qingzhou region has been suffering from severe drought for consecutive years. Currently, we are also plagued by locust disasters, and there are unscrupulous individuals who take advantage of the chaos to incite unrest, leading to a surge in banditry. As we are both esteemed martial scholars of the court, it is our duty to serve the dynasty and alleviate the burdens of our sovereign. The day before yesterday, the county magistrate issued an official document summoning all martial scholars under the age of 40 from the county to combat the locust plague and quell the banditry. Captain Wang, while speaking, produced a copy of the official document issued by the county office emblazoned with the crimson seal, thus authenticating its legitimacy. In times of urgent need, we must respond swiftly. All individuals are to assemble at the county office by noon tomorrow. Chapter 59. A life of contentment. Er Dogzi diligently tended to his modest plot of land, finding satisfaction in the provisions it offered. However, the summons from the county office was an order he could not defy. Thus, he hastily made preparations through the night. He planted a generous quantity of seeds for the geese, interspersed with some ginseng seeds, and ensured they were well watered. He also gathered a substantial amount of grain, placing it beside the goose pen for their consumption. Yet, he felt this was insufficient. The geese required water. Consequently, he toiled through the night, using a heavy sword to carve out a large stone trough, filling it with pristine water. He did not sleep that night, smoothing the cliffs of Shiko Mountain with his sword. The perilous paths leading up the mountain were now fortified with iron thorns, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to pass, except for those who could fly. Of course, the primary guardians of Shiko Mountain were the formidable white geese. He also issued a stern command to Chiou, instructing her to station at least 200 individuals at the foot of the mountain each day, forbidding anyone from ascending. Before his departure, he fed each goose 2 nourishing pills and took 2 large geese with him. To combat the flying locusts, the geese would prove invaluable, and in critical moments, they could aid his own flight. As dawn broke, he arrived outside the county town. The 2 conspicuous geese drew attention, making it inconvenient to enter the town with them. After a moment's thought, he directed them to hide in the surrounding wilderness before proceeding alone into the county. Outside the city gates, a throng of desperate refugees had gathered, driven by hunger to the point of recklessness. With so many desperate souls congregating, the potential for chaos and violence loomed large. Many of these refugees had resorted to capturing locusts for food, their eyes bloodshot and tempers frayed, making them volatile and unpredictable. Fortunately, several large pots had been set up, simmering with porridge, as hundreds of refugees formed long lines awaiting their share. As long as there was food, the unrest could be quelled. Approaching the scene, Er Dogzi spotted Sima, standing before the large pot, sweating profusely as he ladled out the porridge. Er Dogzi, lend me a hand. I need to take a moment. Sima, he exclaimed, tossing the ladle to him before hastily departing. Er Dogzi took the ladle and began serving the porridge to the waiting refugees. What was in the pot resembled more of a watery rice soup than porridge, with just a few grains of rice floating amidst the thin broth. A balding refugee stood by the pot, straining to see inside, his throat working as he swallowed in anticipation. Having experienced hunger himself, Er Dogzi understood the man's plight. He stirred the pot, scooped a hearty ladleful from the bottom, where the rice was abundant and the water scant. This would be the most filling. The bald man quickly cradled the bowl in both hands, expressing his gratitude fervently. Those who often faced hunger knew, well, that the distribution of food from the same pot varied greatly. The bottom held more rice, while the top was mostly water, dependent entirely on the mood of the one serving. The next refugee was a gaunt child, and Er Dogzi saw a reflection of his former self in the boy. He filled another bowl with the hearty rice porridge from the bottom. Continuing to serve, Er Dogzi dished out several bowls, all from the pot's depths. As the refugees appeared increasingly wretched, after a considerable time, Sima returned, looking relieved, and quickly seized the ladle from Er Dogzi's hands. If you keep serving like this, there won't appos, be enough left. He chided. You were never this stingy before. Er Dogzi observed Sima, noting the increased gray in his hair since their last meeting months ago. I would be generous if I could, but there are far too many refugees and not enough food to go around. Even in the black market, grain is unavailable. I had to plead with my uncle to procure some disaster relief grain from the government. Disaster relief grain? Er Dogzi inquired, intrigued, having never heard of such provisions. Sure. Sima glanced around before lowering his voice. The government allocated a batch of disaster relief grain that has already arrived, but is being hoarded by a few officials in the county office, reluctant to distribute it. They sell only small portions at a time, claiming they want to stretch it out, but really, they aim to inflate the price. I purchased this grain for 18 taels of silver per stone. After their brief conversation, Er Dogzi took his leave to enter the town. wary of delaying his response to the county's summons. Inside the county office, a grand hall awaited, where the local martial scholars had gathered. A table had been set with tea and chairs for their comfort. The youth of Anchang County, all martial scholars, convened here. Among the crowd, he recognized several familiar faces, including his cousin Zhang Yuliang and a few instructors from the Zhongwu Hall, such as Deputy Hall Master Sima and Wang Ying from Dingjiazwang. Such an assembly of martial scholars was a rare occasion, and introductions flowed as acquaintances and strangers mingled, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In contrast, Er Dogzi remained silent, not due to aloofness, but rather his inherent struggle with social interaction. He felt most at ease only with Sima Yi, while he found it difficult to engage with others. As the crowd awaited, the county clerk finally arrived, holding a roster to tally the attendees. With the clerk's arrival, the buzz among the martial scholars intensified, transitioning from light-hearted banter to discussions about the county magistrate and local officials. Our magistrate is truly a benevolent ruler, treating the people as his own children. He is tirelessly devoted to the welfare of Anchang County and Oppos, as suffering populace. We must do our utmost to assist our magistrate. Er Dogzi, not particularly eloquent, felt increasingly out of place as the conversation turned more sophisticated. He sat among the throng, feeling distinctly disconnected as he struggled to formulate agreeable remarks. Bored, he discreetly employed his divination skills to observe the martial scholars, discovering that among the 86 present, only 7 had successfully reached the Qi refining stage, including himself. Deputy Hall Master Sima and Zhang Yuliang. Noticing Sima and Oppos' cultivation level seemed slightly inferior to his own, he realized the others were mostly at the first or second levels, with one slightly stronger, presumably at the 5th level. Previously, Er Dogzi had perceived himself as lacking in strength, merely a novice in the path of cultivation. However, upon observing the others, he found most were far weaker, many not even having entered the realm of cultivation. Zhang Yuliang and Oppos' attainment of the 1st level surprised him. He recalled having seen Zhang not long ago, still an ordinary martial artist. Curiosity piqued, Er Dogzi glanced toward the county clerk, who stood nearby. To his astonishment, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the clerk, indicative of someone at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refining. Just as he began to scrutinize further, the clerk and Oppos' formidable presence abruptly repelled his spiritual senses, causing him to flinch as if struck by a great force. The clerk turned, casting a cold gaze upon Er Dogzi, conveying a clear warning. His earlier actions had been unwarranted. Er Dogzi lowered his head, chastened, and refrained from further indiscreet observations. It is perhaps ill-fated to act in haste. The magistrate chose not to continue his contention with Er Dogzi and, at this moment, ascended the steps of the county office to commence the distribution of tasks. Present were 86 martial scholars, complemented by 20 constables, totaling 106 individuals. Their current mission was straightforward: to divide all personnel into 20 small groups, each dispatched to various gathering points of the displaced populace outside the city to recruit laborers for locust eradication. Anyone participating in the extermination would be provided with meals by the county office, with each team entitled to collect 2 dough of grain daily. The 7 martial scholars possessing Qi training were allocated to different groups. Er Dogzi was appointed as the captain of one such team, which included 3 martial scholars and 1 constable. Although the constables may not match the martial scholars in strength, they were well-versed in the local terrain. This team was tasked with the locust eradication in Daqing Township. As for the laborers, the number they could recruit depended solely on their own capabilities. Cousin Zhang Yuliang was fortunate to be assigned to the team responsible for Sanchazi Town. Upon receiving their assignments, they first collected 5 days' worth of rations from the county office, totaling 1 shur, packed into 2 large bags containing a mix of grains, wheat, beans, and grass seeds. Er Dogzi, having dealt with grains since childhood, sensed that they had been shorted by at least 2 dough. Thus, the actual amount of provisions for these 5 days was approximately 8 dough. With provisions in hand, recruiting laborers became a simpler task. A significant number of displaced individuals had gathered outside the city, eager to enlist for locust extermination upon hearing that the government would provide meals. However, each team had less than 2 dough of provisions per day, and when mixed with some locusts for consumption, could sustain a maximum of 200 people. Naturally, they began by selecting the strongest men. In no time, the 20 teams had taken away over 4,000 individuals, leaving only about 1,000 elderly, weak, sick, and disabled among the remaining displaced populace. These individuals, barely able to walk, posed no threat. The county office had effectively dispelled all the displaced people with merely 20 dan of grain, successfully averting a potential crisis. Shortly after the locust extermination teams departed, another group of officials arrived outside the city, loudly proclaiming to the displaced. They mandated that all displaced individuals must immediately return to their original residences and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Those who disobeyed would be treated as bandits and met with lethal consequences. The remaining elderly, weak, and sick dared not resist and could only depart obediently. It was all the ingenious strategy of the county magistrate, effortlessly resolving both the locust disaster and the plight of the displaced. In a hall within the county office, the county clerk, the county captain, and the magistrate himself were all singing praises. Displaced individuals? The people of Onchong County live in peace and contentment. There have never been any displaced individuals. All of this is but mere rumor, the magistrate declared, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Chapter 60. The locust extermination. Er Dogzi gazed at the newly recruited 200 men. Although they were touted as robust, they staggered about, needing crutches to navigate the open terrain. In such a state, it was inconceivable to think of exterminating locusts. Sending them forward would merely serve as a feast for the insects. With the emergence of mutated locusts, the swarms had begun preying on flesh, capable of reducing a person to mere bones. Rest here. Prepare the fire to cook, Er Dogzi commanded, halting the group not far from the county town, insisting they first fill their bellies. He poured out 2 dough of grain and arranged for them to set up camp and cook. The previously weary refugees, upon hearing of the fire and food, sprang to life. Without needing Er Dogzi's detailed instructions, they abandoned their crutches and eagerly sought firewood, dug earthen stoves, and lit fires. Many could not contain their hunger and began shoving raw rice into their mouths. A constable, wielding a whip, delivered a harsh reprimand to the crowd, restoring order. Er Dogzi ascended a high point and let out a sharp whistle into the distance. Before long, 2 large white geese burst forth from the nearby woods, soaring towards him. The geese, having feasted well, had grown significantly larger, their wings spanning several feet. When he returned to the camp with the 2 magnificent geese, curious gazes followed him. These geese were so large that 1 pot would not suffice for cooking. Each must have weighed at least 200 pounds. To the refugees, everything was merely food. Yet, among the few martial scholars and constables, a sense of reverence emerged at the sight of the grand geese. They instinctively felt a danger emanating from the majestic birds, realizing they could not contend with even one. The mystery surrounding their master, Er Dogzi, deepened. Captain Zhang, the porridge is ready. I brought some dried meat. Would you care for a taste? A constable inquired, holding a bowl of porridge in one hand and a packet of jerky in the other, approaching Er Dogzi with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, another martial scholar offered Er Dogzi some of his provisions for tasting. Each of them, well off and prepared for the journey, had brought ample rations, unlike the refugees who only had coarse porridge. Feeling the goodwill from his subordinates, Er Dogzi hesitated to refuse and sampled a bit from each offering. Thank you for your kindness. I was rather hurried in my departure and did not prepare much food, just some persimmons and red dates. I invite you to taste them as well. In the spirit of reciprocity, Er Dogzi unwrapped a bundle from the back of the geese, revealing only some persimmons and red dates. With the gourd present, he had not prepared anything else, and a thorough search of his belongings yielded no other sustenance. His companions each took a few items in return, yet upon tasting the red dates, or persimmons, they regretted having taken so little. Although they could not yet sense spiritual energy, the extraordinary quality of the food was palpable, brimming with remarkable energy. Their ranks were inferior to Er Dogzi's, and they felt disinclined to further flatter him. As for the refugees, after consuming 2 bowls of thick porridge, They finally regained their strength and spirits, continuing their journey toward Daqing Township. When they arrived at Daqing Township, it was already the following morning. The constables sought out local gentry to ascertain the distribution of locusts. They learned that 5 significant swarms had been sighted in Daqing Township, with smaller groups too numerous to count, nearly saturating the entire area. Moreover, the locusts were in constant motion, merging and separating, shifting at any moment. These locusts, plagued by disaster, had grown larger than usual, moving in large, aggressive formations, leaving nothing but barren land in their wake. The swarms were exceedingly ferocious when disturbed. They attacked both humans and livestock indiscriminately. A single cow, besieged by the locusts, was reduced to bones in a matter of hours. Local villagers had contemplated extermination, but after 5 individuals met their demise at the jaws of the swarms, no one dared provoke the insects again. Even the most cautious souls, who would gingerly approach a wasp nest, now found themselves retreating from the larger, more vicious locust swarms. Er Dogzi resolved to lead the group in a sweep from the southern region of Daqing Township toward the north. Upon hearing that the government had dispatched a locust extermination team, the local villagers grew emboldened, gathering pots and pans to create noise, attempting to drive the locusts away. However, rather than fleeing, the locusts were stirred to attack the humans. The refugees trembled in fear, glancing about in search of an escape route. They had come to survive and eat, but lacked the courage to fight. Everyone follow me. Constables, guard the rear. Those who dare to flee shall face death. Having perused various military strategies, Er Dogzi, faced with this predicament, decisively issued orders. At your command, the constables replied, unsheathing their blades and positioning themselves at the back of the group as a deterrent. With locusts ahead and gleaming knives behind, the refugees found no retreat. Armed with branches, they steeled themselves to follow Er Dogzi. The 2 grand white geese, upon spotting the locusts, soared ahead without instruction, diving directly into the swarms. Their wings swept through the air, causing a rain of locusts to cascade down. The oncoming locusts were largely obstructed by the 2 geese, significantly reducing the threat to the group. With branches in hand, the refugees rallied to strike at the locusts, injuring and maiming many. Yet, some locusts landed on their bodies, their serrated legs tearing through clothing and flesh, eliciting cries of pain. The first skirmish of the locust extermination team lasted over half an hour, successfully vanquishing a small swarm. Out of the 200 refugees, 92 sustained minor injuries, with none meeting their demise, a resounding victory. As Er Dogzi surveyed the ground, he found only a few 5-inch-long locusts. The rest of the locusts were collected by the group, amounting to at least 2 or 3 doe. Everyone, take a moment to rest, Er Dogzi commanded, instructing the gathering of firewood and lighting several fires, preparing a large pot of porridge. However, today he only allowed 1 doe of grain to be cooked, resulting in a porridge that was more water than rice. Once the porridge was ready, taking advantage of the lingering embers, he tossed the collected locusts into the flames. After a brief roasting, the locusts emitted a tantalizing aroma, drawing salivating refugees. When he removed the ashes, the locusts emerged perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within, their fragrance wafting through the air. On this day, the 200 refugees finally enjoyed a hearty meal, richer than any feast they had experienced. After satisfying their hunger, the group transformed from a state of lethargy to one of eagerness, invigorated and ready to seek out the next swarm of locusts for another battle. In times when they had barely enough to eat, the prospect of following their captain for a chance at meat was an opportunity too good to pass up. In their previous hunger, they had resorted to gnawing on tree bark and grass roots, yet the locust swarms had been too formidable to confront directly, forcing them to scavenge for solitary insects. Er Dogzi, eager to fulfill their simple desires, led them onward after a brief respite, continuing the northern sweep. Over the following days, they engaged in 2 to 3 skirmishes daily, yielding several doe to a share of locusts each time. Er Dogzi distributed these locusts among the group, ensuring that both people and livestock were well fed. In just a few short days, the morale and spirit of the extermination team had transformed. No longer did they fear fleeing, but instead they pressed forward with valor. Especially after feasting on locust meat, the group became even more spirited and combative. The villagers of Daqing Township, who had initially fled in search of better fortunes, have recently been sent back and are now prohibited from venturing outside without permission, confined within their homes. Many find themselves without sustenance. Observing the locust eradication team being provided with meals, including meat, has sparked a sense of longing among the villagers. Presently, wherever the team, led by Er Dogzi, goes, nearly every man, woman, and child in the village clamors to join their ranks, for as long as the locusts persist. The meager crops that barely manage to grow will not survive. Given the presence of several large swarms of locusts yet to be eliminated, all willing hands are welcomed into the fold. Those who are frail and lacking strength are also taken in, assigned to perform logistical tasks such as gathering firewood, lighting fires, fetching water, and preparing meals. His locust eradication team has expanded significantly from an initial count of 200 to now encompass around 700 to 800 members. Chapter 61. Worse than beasts, the grasshopper extermination team, led by Er Dogzi, achieved remarkable success, largely due to the invaluable assistance of 2 large geese. Although individual grasshoppers lack strength, their sheer numbers and ability to fly posed a significant challenge, rendering Er Dogzi's own strength somewhat ineffective. The geese, however, were a different story. They soared into the midst of the grasshopper swarm, their wings sweeping through a wide area, scattering the densely packed insects. The once thick cluster of grasshoppers was sent into disarray by the geese and Appo's charge, alleviating much of the pressure on the extermination team and reducing casualties. While Er Dogzi's side progressed smoothly, other teams were not as fortunate, suffering heavy losses and demoralization, leading to slow advancement. Yet, apart from Er Dogzi's crew, another team was also faring well, his cousin Zhang Yuliang's group. Although Zhang Yuliang was merely at the first level of Qi training and lacked the aid of grand white geese, the grasshoppers around Sanchazi town had been lured away by the ginseng on Shiko Mountain, leading to fierce daily battles with the goose flocks, resulting in numerous casualties. Furthermore, the group Er Dogzi had assembled a month or 2 prior had been actively hunting smaller swarms in the area, causing the grasshopper population to dwindle and their threat to lessen considerably. Zhang Yuliang's team effortlessly eradicated several small swarms. Within just a few days, the majority of grasshoppers in Sanchazi town had been eliminated, surprisingly completing their task even before Er Dogzi's team. Zhang Yuliang organized his group to patrol the surrounding fields for any remaining grasshoppers, while he himself returned home under the pretext of needing a brief respite. "Brother, have you succeeded?" Zhang Yuxin eagerly inquired, having waited to see his elder brother return with the extermination team. "Of course, I spent over 100 taels of silver. How could it not be successful?" Zhang Yuliang replied, producing a neatly folded piece of white paper from his pocket. He spread it out on the table, revealing the 3 characters for wind control technique along with its cultivation method. "You spent so much money just to transcribe a single sheet of paper?" Zhang Yuxin gazed at the written words in bewilderment, feeling the price was exorbitant. "What do you know? This is a celestial technique, not meant for public dissemination. Each technique is invaluable. Without connections, you wouldn't be able to acquire it even for several hundred taels." "I had to say a mountain of flattering words just to get this copy," Zhang Yuliang stated, pride evident in his expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxin picked up a brush and ink, leaning closer to copy the text. "Then I'll transcribe a few more copies and sell them for 100 taels each. We and Appo's LL become wealthy." Stop! Zhang Yuliang quickly snatched the brush away, halting him. "Do you think you and Appo's are the only clever one in the world? Have you ever considered why others don't copy celestial techniques to sell for money? Disseminating celestial cultivation techniques is a punishable offense. The lightest penalty is a beating and confiscation of property. The heaviest could be death and the execution of your entire clan. Among cultivators, the most one might do is discreetly exchange a copy or 2, but no one could speak of it. If you pursue this path, our family will face annihilation tomorrow." Zhang Yuxin stood there, stunned, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps experiencing an epiphany. He appeared somewhat dazed, and despite Zhang Yuliang calling his name several times, he did not respond. After a long pause, he finally exhaled deeply. I understand now. A sage once said, and oppose, the world is full of cunning people with shepherding techniques. They can weaken, impoverish, and confound the populace, ensuring they remain unaware. Ha ha! I have attained enlightenment. Zhang Yuliang gently patted his brother's forehead, feeling his scholarly habits had resurfaced. Brother, teach me martial arts. You've studied for so many years. Are you not going to study anymore? I shall not study any longer, Zhang Yoshin declared resolutely at that moment. Studying is futile. Knowing how to write my name is sufficient. I wish to embark upon the celestial path, to grasp power in my own hands. That is the true way, the path to the heavens. Suit yourself, just don't regret it. This path is fraught with difficulties. Zhang Yuliang thought his brother and oppose, as scholarly tendencies had resurfaced, and he chose to ignore it, retreating to another room to practice the wind control technique. Since acquiring the method for the technique, he had been contemplating it for several days, eager to put it into practice. Among all techniques, the wind control technique was considered the simplest. After just a few days, Zhang Yuliang had grasped it reasonably well. That very night, the brothers once again stealthily approached the base of Shiko Mountain. Because Er Dogzi had arranged for guards to remain behind, they could only sneak around to the rear of the mountain under the cover of darkness. You want to fall from above again, will you? Zhang Yoshin recalled how his brother had suffered a severe injury during a previous fall, while their father had been crushed to a pulp by a boulder. He gazed at the smooth cliff face, a place that had brought too much sorrow to their family. I have mastered the wind control technique. This time, I will succeed. Zhang Yuliang was brimming with confidence. Although the technique did not allow for flight, it made him light as a feather, enabling him to leap with a little assistance. With that, he tucked up his garment and sprinted towards the cliff, leaping with vigor, already a yard above the ground. Utilizing his hands and feet on the cliff face, he propelled himself upward with great speed. Zhang Yuliang felt a gentle breeze lifting him, making his body nimble and agile, the rush of wind roaring in his ears. He experienced an exhilarating sensation of being light as a feather, akin to a soaring dragon, almost compelled to release a triumphant howl. As he neared the mountain's peak, just a breath away from achieving his goal, a loud honk echoed through the air. A massive white figure swooped down from above, its wings slicing through the air towards him. Bang! Zhang Yuliang was struck by the wing, the momentum he had gained dissipating entirely, causing him to plummet downward uncontrollably. Fortunately, having now mastered the wind control technique, he managed to slightly mitigate his fall by exerting pressure against the cliff as he descended. Thud! He landed with a resounding crash, falling flat on his back. Zhang Yoshin hurried over to check on him, relieved to find that this time he had escaped serious injury. Indeed, practicing celestial techniques makes a difference. You can withstand falls much better now. Zhang Yuliang got to his feet, clutching his waist and grimacing. That feathered beast! How dare it bully me? This time, he drew his sword and, once more invoking the wind control technique, charged towards the cliff. Zhang Yoshin could only look up, the dim evening light obscuring his view, leaving him unaware of the unfolding events. Moments later, Zhang Yuliang plummeted again. Thud! He landed flat on his back once more, his sword slipping from his grasp and crashing among the rocks, producing a clattering sound. The sword had been bent and twisted by tremendous force, rendering it unusable. That feathered beast! I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Unyielding, Zhang Yuliang rose once more and charged towards the cliff. Thud! A few moments later, Zhang Yuliang fell yet again, this time landing in a rather undignified position. He chose not to get up immediately, instead rolling over to lie flat on his back, staring blankly at the sky. After executing the wind control technique 3 times in succession, he had exhausted all his internal energy. Brother, are you all right? You haven and oppose, gone and become foolish, have you? Zhang Yoshin approached with concern. I and oppose am fine. Good. Don and oppose. Take it to heart. It and oppose. That's just a feathered beast after all. But I lost to a mere beast. I'm even inferior to a beast. At that moment, a profound sense of defeat enveloped Zhang Yuliang. He had trained diligently in martial arts from a young age, yet after years of hard work, he could not even overcome a single beast. What was more infuriating was that this beast belonged to Er Dogzi. It and Apos. That's just a mere beast. Zhang Yoshin, however, did not share his brother and Apos' despair. A sage once said, and Apos, what distinguishes humans from beasts is intelligence. Thus, the sage fights with wit, not strength. A mere beast should not be compared to us in terms of power. And Apos, I have a plan. 3 days later, the two brothers, burdened with a hefty sack of rice, once again descended the mountain. The geese inhabiting this mountain were numerous. Could your concoction be trusted? Zhang Yuliang, having suffered from previous failures, found his confidence waning. Rest assured, I have mixed a dozen packets of rat poison into the rice. It could easily kill 10 bulls. He proclaimed, if you doubt it, go ahead and taste it. Zhang Yoshin, brimming with confidence, believed that feeding the geese would undoubtedly lead to their demise. The two men reached the foot of the mountain, scattered the poisoned rice, and then discreetly hid to observe. However, they spent an entire day without a single goose descending to partake of the rice. The second and third days passed in a similar manner. Although many birds and rats perished, not a single goose approached the poison, nor did any even cast a glance. I shall deliver it to them myself. Zhang Yuliang, growing impatient, tore off a piece of his garment to wrap some rice and rushed towards the cliff. This time, he did not need to ascend to the summit. From several paces below, he hurled the sack upwards before swiftly retreating. By the time the geese emerged in pursuit, he had already landed safely on the ground. A flock of geese gathered around the rice that had been cast down by the well-meaning individual, stretching their necks to inspect it. Upon realizing the food bore no essence, they turned their beaks away. Accustomed to consuming spirited fare, none of the geese dared to touch the heap of golden rice. With a resounding thud, the sack was flung back down, landing before Zhang Yuliang and his brother. After several days of effort, they remained empty-handed. Whether through cunning or strength, they had gained not a single advantage. Were they truly inferior, even to mere beasts? Thief! Thief! At that moment, torches ignited in the darkness as Qiu Yu, accompanied by a throng of individuals wielding clubs, approached in pursuit. Outnumbered and burdened by guilty conscience, the two brothers could only flee in disarray. Chapter 62. The Insect King. After days of relentless battle, Er Dogzi's locust-sweeping team, now comprising over 1,000 members, has largely decimated the locust swarms plaguing the entire Daqing township. However, several remaining locust groups have converged into a gargantuan swarm. Observing from a distance, Er Dogzi notes that there are at least 100 mutated locusts, each over 5 inches long, within this massive horde. These mutated locusts are formidable adversaries, swift, strong, and armed with razor-sharp serrated legs capable of slicing through flesh with ease. An ordinary person encountering even a single mutated locust would stand little chance of survival, facing a grim fate. With merely 2 geese, 5 martial artists, and over 1,000 commoners, a direct confrontation with the swarm would likely result in the loss of 500 to 600 lives. The refugees, akin to a scattered mass, could manage in favorable conditions, but the loss of 100 or 200 would send the remainder fleeing, placing even the martial artists at risk. Thus, Er Dogzi has refrained from rash actions, allowing everyone a day to recuperate and prepare for battle. Yet, with over 1,000 individuals to feed, they only possess nearly 2 dough of grain daily, equivalent to 2 or 3 jin per 100 people, previously relying on locusts for sustenance. The absence of combat now means hunger looms. Having just enjoyed a few days of sufficient meals, they now face starvation once more. As the saying goes, it is difficult to transition from extravagance to frugality, and all are engulfed in a palpable fear of hunger. After a day of scant nourishment, rather than succumbing to despair, the people's eyes gleam with fervor and determination. The locust meat, albeit slightly toxic, poses little concern for these starving refugees. A small amount is harmless, but excessive consumption can enhance strength, inciting aggression and belligerence. The next morning, fueled by their eagerness for battle, Er Dogzi instructs his men to fry the locusts they had gathered in previous days and to prepare a thin porridge from their 2 dough of grain. After a hearty meal, Each individual shoulders a hefty bundle of firewood and sets off. Er Dogzi carries a tightly sealed wooden barrel, the contents of which remain a mystery to all. "Captain, the locust swarm is just over that small hill," a constable assigned to track the swarm's movements points out. Even without his words, the sheer number of locusts is evident. Surrounding mountains have been stripped bare, not a single leaf remaining. Above the hill, countless black specks coalesce, resembling a dense cloud that sends shivers down the spine. Yesterday's clamoring refugees, eager to eradicate the locusts, now sweat profusely, their fighting spirit waning. At this moment, they can only be grateful to follow a leader with foresight. Er Dogzi directs his men to unload their firewood in a nearby clearing and spread it across the ground. Over 1,000 bundles cover merely 2 acres. "Zhao Xiaotsai, bring forth the green leaves you and Oppos." "V prepared," Er Dogzi commands, and Zhao soon arrives with several refugees, carrying large bundles of foliage. In this time of severe drought, procuring these greens has not been easy, requiring considerable effort. The leaves are piled high, and only then does Er Dogzi unveil his enigmatic wooden barrel. Curiosity piqued, everyone leans in to see that it contains nothing but pure water. He pours the water over the parched leaves, which, having wilted under the scorching sun, spring back to life, vibrant and lush once more. Next, he instructs everyone to scatter the leaves atop the dry firewood. Once everything is in place, they quietly retreat to the perimeter of the firewood, awaiting the locust's arrival. It isn't long before some locusts discover the enticing leaves, quickly spreading the word among their kin. A vast cloud of insects ascend from a hill, densely flocking toward their location. The firewood is soon covered in a thick layer of locusts, who jostle among themselves for a taste. Many refugees have begun to ready their flint and torches, poised to ignite the flames. "Captain, may we set the fire?" Zhao Xiaotsai quietly inquires. "Yes." Er Dogzi nods, about to give the order when he notices dozens of 5 to 6-inch-long insect kings accompanying a massive locust over a foot long. This locust, resplendent in emerald green and with a swollen abdomen thicker than a fist, alights upon the firewood, greedily devouring the leaves. The moment it appears, the once competitive swarm falls silent, lying still in fear. "Wait, do not ignite yet." Er Dogzi urgently halts Zhao Xiaotsai, having sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the insect king. It bears a presence akin to that of a human cultivator in the Qi training stage, yet far more ferocious. Unsure if he can contend with the insect king, he realizes that the majority of his team may not escape unscathed. The swarm's power far exceeds his expectations. The county magistrate has only provided him with 2 dough of grain. Now that he has food, he is reluctant to gamble his life for it. However, his warning comes too late. A refugee, having lit a torch, hurls it toward the firewood. Once the first torch ignites, the second and third soon follow. These people are not a disciplined army. They are merely a band of refugees united by the necessity of survival. Before long, the disorganized group disregards his commands, igniting torches and tossing them toward the swarm. Having reached this point, Er Dogzi steels himself for battle. "Increase the flames. Quickly, throw more torches," he urges, sensing the fire is slow to catch. The locusts begin to scatter before the blaze fully engulfs the firewood, and he knows the opportunity to eliminate as many locusts as possible must not be squandered. He channels his energy, and moments later, a fireball the size of an egg ignites at his fingertip. The intense heat ignites the firewood instantly. At the same time, 2 large white geese take to the sky, flapping their wings to herd the fleeing locusts back into the flames. With bamboo sticks in hand, the crowd drives the locusts toward the inferno, while the 2 geese maintain their aerial blockade. A multitude of locusts tumbles into the fiery abyss. Suddenly, the massive insect king bursts forth from the flames, followed by over 100 smaller insect kings in an overwhelming swarm. The 2 white geese, caught in the onslaught, are unable to withstand a sheer number. Thud, thud, thud. One mutated locust after another crashes into the geese, causing feathers to fall like bloody blossoms. At this rate, the geese are on the brink of death. "Come back." The geese, following orders, return to Er Dogzi, battered yet valiantly holding their heads high and spreading their wings defiantly. The swarm, led by the insect king, emerges from the flames but does not disperse, swirling ominously overhead like a dark cloud. Despite their numbers being significantly reduced, the swarm remains formidable, with nearly half destroyed by the blaze. Infuriated, the locusts beat their wings in a deafening chorus before suddenly diving toward the crowd below. A cacophony of screams erupts as the serrated legs of the insect king easily slice through flesh. One after another, individuals collapse to the ground, rolling and wailing in desperation. In merely a few breaths, these souls had succumbed to their fate. "All gather around me," came the commanding voice. "Those who dare to flee shall face merciless retribution." Just moments ago, in the chaos of the fire, the crowd had scattered, leaving a handful vulnerable to the onslaught of the swarming insects. These destitute wanderers initially sought only to survive, but now, confronted by the specter of death, they scattered in terror, too frightened to heed any command. At this moment, the constable unsheathed his blade, blocking the path behind them. The glint of his sword flashed menacingly, and several heads tumbled to the ground. The blood stained the mountain path crimson as the constable stood firm, brandishing his bloodied weapon, embodying the very essence of a harbinger of death. Thus, he instilled a second wave of terror into the already frightened masses, compelling them to rally back to the side of Er Dogzi. Once gathered, the situation became more manageable. Two large geese circled low, attempting to disrupt the swarm, while the others united, fervently swinging bamboo branches. Er Dogzi wielded a hefty sword, executing a tempestuous swordplay. This technique unleashed a torrent of strikes, akin to a fierce storm, with shadows of the sword cascading like rain, impenetrable as water. Wherever the sword shadows fell, be it common locusts or the imposing locust king, they were cleaved into fragments. As Er Dogzi poured every ounce of his strength into this onslaught, a sudden flash of green light caught his attention from the left, followed by an immense force colliding with his sword. The impact was so powerful that the once mighty blade, which weighed 100 pounds, shattered into two pieces. A glimpse of the green figure revealed it to be the Locust King, measuring over a foot in length. Meanwhile, Sun Shotsai, who had stood to Er Dogzi and Appo's left, lay crumpled on the ground, a gaping wound the size of a fist in his chest, blood oozing forth. The colossal Locust King, having missed its strike, did not rush for a second attack, but hovered in the air, emitting a series of shrill sounds. It seemed to command the swarm, which surged towards Er Dogzi like a tidal wave. Despite his efforts to wield the remaining half of his broken sword as a barrier against the onslaught, he found himself overwhelmed. Just then, the broken sword in his grip radiated an intense light, extending a shimmering blade-like aura from its edge. In a sudden flash, a beam of sword energy shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at the great locust. The creature reacted swiftly, shifting just enough to evade a fatal blow. But the sword energy grazed its abdomen, causing green blood to spill forth. With its injury unveiled, the Locust King revealed its fury, flapping its wings and lunging towards Er Dogzi. Yet he stood resolute, unleashing the tempestuous swordplay once more, his consciousness fully attuned to the Locust King and Appo's flight path. His internal energy could only conjure two sword energies. Having already expended one, he had but a single opportunity remaining. As the distance between man and insect narrowed to a mere yard, the speed of the locust appeared to slow in his perception, revealing its trajectory with clarity. Now was the moment. Er Dogzi unleashed the second sword energy, piercing through the Locust King and Appo's forehead in a swift motion. The Locust King and Appo's body split in two, its green blood splattering across the ground. With the demise of the largest locust, the swarm lost its cohesion, fragmenting into various groups, each scattering in disarray. Under the relentless assault of the gathered crowd, only a handful of locusts managed to escape. Thus, the locust horde plaguing Daqing Township was entirely vanquished. Chapter 63. The elixir is found again as the sun dipped below the horizon. The battlefield lay strewn with the carcasses of locusts. remnants of a fierce battle that had raged throughout the day. At this moment, the displaced were diligently sweeping up the insect remains, carefully separating the larger mutated locusts. Through the course of these days, everyone had come to understand the immense value of the mutated locusts. Not only did they possess superior flavor, but they also offered remarkable health benefits, bolstering strength and vitality. The locust extermination team had managed to collect over 100 mutated locusts during this encounter. Following this battle, the locust plague in Daching Township had been entirely eradicated. Amidst their great harvest, however, the extermination team had also suffered losses, with over 100 fallen and 300 fleeing, leaving them with just over 700 members, all bearing wounds. Among the 3 martial scholars under his command, one had perished, while the others had sustained varying degrees of injury, their bodies marred with numerous lacerations, flesh exposed. At this moment, Er Dogzi held aloft the corpse of the great locust king. 2 large geese stood beside him, their heads craned towards the insect monarch and Apos. S body, eyes gleaming with desire. Yet, as proud geese, they would never stoop to flatter Er Dogzi or beg for scraps, nor would they wag their tails like dogs. Instead, they could only gaze longingly. The locust king measured over a foot in length, its hind legs serrated and menacingly sharp, likely responsible for shattering his 100-pound sword. Crafted predominantly from refined copper, the sword's quality far surpassed that of ordinary blades, yet it had been cleaved in two by the locust king's strike. The creature's belly had been split open, revealing a treasure trove of golden eggs, which appeared exceedingly delectable. Er Dogzi sensed a powerful energy emanating from within, indicating that it had likely transformed into the legendary locust demon. "Do you wish to feast?" he inquired of the geese, who promptly raised their noble heads and nodded in agreement. "Perhaps in a few days," he replied, "for your own good." With that, he stowed the locust body away. The geese, having accompanied him through arduous days, were now battle-scarred and feather-worn. While he had no qualms about sharing such a delicacy with them, he resolved to preserve it in a gourd to enhance its quality before indulging. Confused by their master and Apos' intentions, the geese puffed out their chests and turned their heads aside, conveying their disinterest in the offering. "Captain Zhang, we have collected a total of 156 mutated locusts. How should we distribute them?" Scholar Zhao inquired, surveying the mound of locust corpses. They had all discerned the exquisite flavor of these creatures, which also harbored unique energies to enhance strength and invigorate one's inner essence. Proving invaluable to martial practitioners, we shall divide the mutated locusts into 7 equal portions, 1 for each of us, with the remainder designated as rations for the extermination team. Er Dogzi decided. In previous battles, he had consistently divided the locusts in this manner, ensuring that each of the 5 members, along with the 2 geese, received their due share. There were no objections regarding the geese and Apos' allocation. Their contributions were evident and substantial. Should we still allocate a portion for Scholar Son, who has passed? One wondered. Absolutely, Er Dogzi asserted. No one who falls in battle should be deprived of their rightful share. Having grown up with little knowledge beyond tending to chores, he had learned much from the texts in the martial library, discovering the importance of reward and punishment in leadership. Those who contribute, no matter how humble, deserve recognition. Those who err, regardless of rank, must face consequences. This approach fosters authority and ensures compliance. Although he had initially lacked understanding and experience in commanding large forces, he diligently adhered to the principles outlined in the texts. Over the course of days, he found that the teachings held true, as no significant upheaval had occurred. That evening, the extermination team celebrated their victory with a hearty feast. With the completion of their mission, the displaced, having fought alongside Er Dogzi for several days, transitioned from starvation to full bellies, relishing the fruits of their labor. They eagerly anticipated the prospect of continuing their crusade against the locusts. Er Dogzi left provisions for the extermination team to await further orders in Daching Township, while he and his companions returned to the county office to report. Their destination would be determined by the county magistrate. On their journey back, they passed through other villages, where swarms of locusts remained unchecked. The displaced villagers, having been sent back by the authorities, no longer ventured out to till the fields. With crops devoured by the locusts, the effort of watering and planting had proven futile. They subsisted on foraged tree bark and the occasional solitary locust, managing to scrape by with a modest diet. Upon reaching a place called Xinguang Township, they encountered another locust extermination team engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was chaotic, the tide of battle turning against them. The locusts buzzed ominously, and the extermination team was scattered, their cries of despair echoing through the air. A martial scholar of notable skill employed agile footwork, deftly altering his course as he sprinted, his movements fluid and graceful. Yet, a throng of locusts pursued him relentlessly, their speed matching his. "Help!" The martial scholar cried upon spotting Er Dogzi and his companions. A flicker of recognition crossing his face. Er Dogzi recalled him as one of the most vocal individuals from the county office, leaving a lasting impression. Without needing instruction, the two geese surged into the locust swarm, their wings flapping vigorously, sending locusts cascading to the ground like rain. Having feasted on mutated locusts daily, their strength had grown substantially, surpassing that of their mountain-bound counterparts. Before Er Dogzi could intervene, the geese had already vanquished the locusts pursuing the martial scholar and continued to assault the remaining insects. Once the chaos subsided, the geese picked up the fallen mutated locusts, but instead of consuming them immediately, they presented them to Er Dogzi. He accepted their bounty and retrieved several more mutated locusts from his pack to share with the geese. "Thank you," the rescued martial scholar exclaimed, still shaken, as he clasped his hands in gratitude. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" He regretted not having befriended Er Dogzi sooner amidst his many acquaintances. "My surname is Zhang, and these are scholars Zhao and Xian, whom I believe you already know," he replied, engaging in a brief conversation with the group. It turned out their locust extermination team had faced dire misfortune on their very first day. Many of the recruited displaced had perished or fled, leaving only a handful behind. Despite ongoing recruitment efforts, casualties continued to mount. Within mere days, they had encountered another massive swarm, resulting in the deaths of 2 martial scholars from their ranks. As the martial scholar listened to Er Dogzi's tale of completed tasks and impending return to the county office, a mixture of surprise and envy crossed his features, and he could only sigh at his own ill fate. When Er Dogzi returned to the outskirts of the county town, he discovered that a significant number of refugees had congregated there, surpassing the previous count. Some were locals from Anshan County, while others had wandered in from distant